wintertime, and it was my parents' favorite season.
So she's got definitely a name to uphold there. One thing that I find very interesting about her is that at age 6, she actually started a non-profit which benefits prostate cancer research. I'm digging it. What about you?
Oh, I am so digging it. And I have a feeling more people will be naming their babies Winter after we are inspired by Winter at the Winter Olympics. Finally, Mame Baini will be another incredible athlete to watch, and her backstory is so inspiring. Tell us about her.
Savannah, Mame Baini is the truth.
Mame means mom in Ghana, and Afua means born on Friday, and Baini, I think, is just like my family's last name, and I love my last name, so this is like a message to my future husband. We're not changing my last name, we're keeping it, so.
Listen, she started out skating a bit slower, and then a coach actually told her, why don't you try speed skating? What's really interesting about her story, she's Ghana born, she moved to Northern Virginia, and she really cultivated her skills. Not only is she one of the fastest in the skates, but also more interesting, before she skates, she meditates. Meditation before really getting into the groove of skating, I like it.
Yeah, really. Killer combo right there. All right, Brandon, thank you so much. So much fun to talk to you.
You too, Savannah. Thanks.
To watch all these stars of Team USA, check out NBC and Peacock. Peacock is live streaming all NBC Universal coverage of the 2022 Winter Olympics, which runs through February 20th. And while you're watching, impress your friends and family with all the fun facts you just learned here. That's our show. We hope you enjoyed this look at the stars of Team USA. I'm Savannah Sellers. Thanks for watching.
Tonight, millions on alert as a massive storm system sweeps east. Parts of the plains now bracing for severe thunderstorms with large hail and tornadoes possible. Rain expected to turn into ice across several states. Snow and dangerous wind gusts also in the forecast as the system moves into the northeast. Al Roker moments away with the timing and the track. Also tonight, Russia releasing new video as the Kremlin claims it's withdrawing more troops from Ukraine's border. The U.S. has not confirmed that, but Ukrainian officials are now signaling they may step back from a push to join NATO. The interview tonight with the top U.S. diplomat in Ukraine who says Russia could still invade at any time. And Andrea Mitchell joins Top Story with Putin's potential next move. Deadly mudslide disaster. Crews digging through crushed homes and debris after intense flooding and mudslides swept through a town in Rio de Janeiro. The mounting death toll and the desperate search for survivors as body bags start to pile up. Plus, the moment a dog was pulled from the mud. School board ousted. San Francisco residents voting to recall 3 school board members who critics say failed students during the pandemic and put progressive politics over the needs of children. The boiling point for many parents that led to hundreds of Asian Americans registering to vote in the final weeks. A new legal battle following the death of Bob Saget, a judge temporarily blocking the release of records surrounding his death. Why his family wants to keep them private as questions mount about what happened to the beloved comedian. And Highway Inferno, a truck carrying thousands of gallons of gasoline exploding on a New York roadway, setting businesses ablaze. The concern now for water in that area. Top Story starts right now. And good evening. We begin Top Story tonight with that massive storm sweeping across the country. Millions of Americans under alert for severe thunderstorms, heavy snow, and dangerous ice. Snow already falling on parts of the Rockies today, and the central and southern plains bracing for large hail, damaging winds, and possible tornadoes overnight. It's a very big weather night, so we want to get straight to Al Roker. Al, walk our viewers through the next several days.
All right, Tom, let's get started. We are looking right now at 38 million people for winter weather alerts from Bozeman, Montana, Carolina to Burlington, Vermont. 83 million people under wind alerts from Texas all the way into New England, all the way down as far south as the Gulf Coast. And flood alerts, 34 million people due to heavy rain, melting snow. It's going to be a mess from Springfield all the way to Burlington. And we've got the risk for severe weather tonight. Nocturnal tornadoes, twice as deadly as the ones during the day, damaging winds and hail possible. Tomorrow, that area moves to the east and expands out. 20 million people at risk. We've got an enhanced risk from Nashville down to Jackson for tornadoes, some of them strong, so we're going to be watching this. As this front moves ahead of it, very warm, moist air, all that heavy rain. But along the front, we're going to be looking at snow developing as colder air comes in behind it. For tomorrow, the rain changes to ice and snow up around the Great Lakes from St. Louis all the way to Detroit. That tornado risk continues for much of the Tennessee Valley, and then Friday, off coast, it moves away, but heavy winds along the I-95 corridor from Boston down to Raleigh. Rainfall amounts we are looking through Friday from St. Louis to Cleveland on to Burlington, anywhere from 2 to 3 inches. Could be some flooding, ice, and some of it dangerous because it's going to be upwards of 1/4 inch of ice, power lines down, dangerous road conditions, and a very strong swath of snow from Wichita, Kansas City, Quincy, Chicago, Cadillac, Detroit, on into Buffalo. Some places picking up to 6 to 8 inches, but upwards of 1 foot in some spots as well, Tom.
All right, Al, we know you're going to stay on top of this throughout the week. Al, thank you for that. We continue to follow tensions between Ukraine and Russia. Despite the Kremlin's unconfirmed claims it's moving troops away from the border, U.S. Secretary of Defense Lloyd Austin and other NATO leaders today warning of more sanctions if Putin invades. Meanwhile, Ukraine celebrating a day of unity, and a top official there suggesting the country may leave the decision to join NATO up to its citizens, a move the U.S. says it will support. However, the acting U.S. ambassador to Ukraine warns an invasion could still happen at any moment. We'll have that interview in just a few minutes, but first, we go to Richard Engel tonight in Ukraine again.
Russia says it's slowly pulling back from Ukraine's borders, releasing more footage today, allegedly showing military equipment heading back to bases, after Russian videos yesterday claimed to show troops loaded onto trains. U.S. and NATO officials say they can't confirm it.
They have increased the number of troops and more troops are on their way. So far, no de-escalation.
In Ukraine, it's Unity Day, with rallies across the country. It had been rumored that today was the day Russian President Vladimir Putin had planned to invade. So Ukrainians responded by flying their flag, including artist and human rights activist Diana Berg.
What do you think about what the United States is doing right now? The U.S. says every day, it's coming, it's coming, it's coming. Do you think they're overplaying it? Is it helpful? Is it making people nervous?
It makes people nervous, but it's helpful. So, yeah, it's aggressive. We are thankful to our allies in U.S. and in Europe and for this strategy.
You like it?
No, I hate it, but it's something that saves me.
Ukraine's President Zelensky has been touring the country, showing confidence, greeting troops, and thanking them for their service. As Ukrainians took to the streets today to say they're not afraid.
Tom, when you walk around here, talk to people, attend these unity rallies, it seems that Ukrainians are increasingly confident that the worst may have passed and that the Russian threat is receding. But the Pentagon is not convinced, with more U.S. troops heading to Poland to shore up Eastern Europe.
All right, Richard Engel reporting in for us tonight from Ukraine. I also want to bring in Chief Foreign Affairs Correspondent Andrea Mitchell on a new development out of Ukraine tonight. The New York Times reporting that a Ukrainian vice prime minister said that President Zelensky was considering putting the question of whether to join NATO membership to a vote in front of the Ukrainian people. Andrea joins us now on Top Story. Andrea, the Deputy Secretary of State, Wendy Sherman, for the U.S., who was recently on your show, is quoted as saying the U.S. would be in favor of anything Ukraine decided to do on its own. To me, it seems, if all the reporting on this holds up, and these were comments made publicly, this seems like this was the most important thing that happened today out of Ukraine. Is this a signal to Putin from Zelensky saying, we not only see you, we hear you, and maybe we want to wait on joining NATO?
Well, they were going to have to wait anyway, so it's an argument based on a fake crisis, according to U.S. officials, because there's no way that Ukraine could qualify to join NATO for perhaps 6 to 10 years minimum. They don't have the democracy. They haven't proved that they can control corruption. They've not met any of the requirements for the consensus, which would have to be all 30 NATO countries agreeing to let them in. What the U.S. is objecting to is Vladimir Putin preemptively saying, we're going to decide when Ukraine can join or whether they can, and they're permanently going to be banned from joining NATO. They have to align themselves with Russia. And that's what is the root of this whole thing, a non-starting demand from Putin that he knew would not be acceptable to NATO. And so as long as it's up to Zelensky and the elected government or the people of Ukraine, whatever they do is the basic principle of sovereignty that the U.S. is committed to defend. So you're absolutely right. This could be an exit strategy, although we have to point out that the Ukrainian government, all these officials have been all over the place, to put it kindly, just because they're threatened. They're the ones who are facing down the barrels of the Putin guns. And so, of course, they've got to be very concerned about public reaction and about themselves being overthrown.
All right, Andrea Mitchell for us, and we'll have a closer look at what the Kremlin's next moves could look like as Andrea spoke to several former military and national security leaders in the second half of our broadcast. We'll check back with Andrea then. All right, staying with Ukraine now, the State Department announced yesterday the relocation of the U.S. Embassy from Kyiv to a town closer to the Polish border. Tonight, the top U.S. diplomat in Ukraine, Kristina Kvien, is now warning that a Russian action could come at any time. Here's just a bit of what she told our partners at Sky News.
Right now, the Russians have 150,000 troops amassed on Ukraine's border. They have the materiel, tanks, heavy weapons in place. And they're also continuing to use very harsh and aggressive rhetoric against Ukraine, against NATO. And finally, they are trying to lay the groundwork for some sort of pretext to then give themselves an excuse to come in. So we feel that all the elements are in place, that all of the elements of Russia's playbook when they want to take aggressive action against a neighboring country are in place. And therefore, we think that it could happen at any time. No one will know the exact date but President Putin himself. But we are concerned, we're very concerned that it could be soon, perhaps within the next week. Well, we consider President Putin in not necessarily a reliable narrator in terms of what's really going on. So our view is, let's see what our eyes show us, not what he says. And what our eyes show us so far is that they have not withdrawn any troops. In fact, they continue to move troops and materiel into place on the border, not away from the border.
All right, that was top U.S. diplomat in Ukraine for us, Kristina Kvien, speaking with Sky News. We do want to move on now to Brazil, where mudslides and floods ripped through a city in Rio de Janeiro. Dozens killed and the death toll still rising at this hour. The city of Petrópolis devastated. Tonight, authorities are still searching the wreckage for survivors. Sinclair Esamoah has the latest.
Tonight, at least 78 people are dead and dozens still missing after raging floodwaters pummeled Brazil's streets on Tuesday. Water seen rushing down the mountainous region, with many victims still believed to be buried. Residents and rescue teams carrying body bags through the rubble. And here, a mother desperately searching for her child.
Muita tristeza de ver o povo pedindo socorro e tu não tem como socorrer, não tem como ajudar, não tem como fazer nada. É desespero, é sentimento de perda muito grande. Vocês não têm noção de o que é passar por isso.
Verified social media video shows entire houses and even cars dragged away by mudslides. Officials say the flooding began in the evening, over 10 inches of rain in just 3 hours. That's almost as much rain as the last 30 days in the area combined. But this week, local residents looked on as water swirled through the city of Petrópolis, a mountainous region of Rio de Janeiro. In some cases, houses were buried entirely beneath mud. Brazilian President Jair Bolsonaro tweeted on Tuesday, in part, that he would be initiating immediate assistance to the victims as the death toll continues to rise. Rio's governor says at least 44 localities have been affected. It's not the first time this area has been slammed by a deluge. In January 2011, heavy rainfall caused more than 900 deaths. Now, Governor Claudio Castro says the government will dig out the buried area with machinery. He adds that at least 400 soldiers have joined the rescue operation, racing to find survivors. As the city of Petropolis begins what City Hall has declared 3 days of mourning.
Muito triste mesmo, muito triste. Muito triste. A nossa cidade simplesmente acabou. Nosso bairro acabou.
Zincle Asamoah, NBC News.
Okay, we thank Sinclair for that story out of Brazil. Back here at home, we head to San Francisco, and the story making headlines all across the country. 3 members of the school board there removed from office by a historic recall vote. Tonight, what sparked the outrage among parents as schools have become a cultural battlefront nationwide on issues ranging from the pandemic to how we teach our kids about race in America. Jacob Ward has more.
Students in San Francisco arriving the morning after a historic vote. 3 school board commissioners ousted in a once-in-a-generation city recall. The city sued the board last year over the lack of a clear reopening plan following pandemic closures. And parents say their frustration grew when the board chose to focus on renaming a third of the city's schools, including this one.
But the flashpoint for many was when the board decided to change the admissions process at the city's most prestigious high school, from a merit-based system to a lottery-based system. The majority of students here are Asian American, and that seems to have drawn in many first-time voters.
We signed up 560 new voters, Chinese American, Asian American voters, in the last 6 weeks.
My body, my choice. My body, my choice. Across the country, schools have become a political battleground. Last fall, Glenn Youngkin rode concerns over critical race theory to the Virginia governor's mansion.
It is my distinct privilege and honor.
Today, he signed a bill outlawing school mask mandates. In San Francisco, opponents of the recall say it's the commissioner's fight for social justice that got them in trouble.
I think that these 3 have been pushing a change to make San Francisco unified, a better, more equitable place, which is uncomfortable, right?
In the end, more than 72% of the vote went against the commissioners.
When selecting new school board members, we're going to be asking a lot of very hard questions.
Organizers here say the message to whoever the mayor appoints next is clear.
Pay attention to education first and only. No politics.
Though tonight, the 2 seem more entwined than ever.
Tom, here in San Francisco, it is, of course, a very complicated scene and one that's hard to summarize. But the combination of what people say was a distracted and maybe even incompetent trio of commissioners combined with this general sense of frustration during the pandemic led to this once-in-a-generation recall. Tom?
And the parents, no doubt, have spoken there. All right, Jacob, thank you for that. Turning now to the pandemic and the battle over mask mandates. Tonight, the CDC saying it's reviewing its mask guidance. This comes as more and more counties and states lift those mandates. NBC's Miguel Almaguer has more.
Facing pressure over face masks, tonight the CDC is reviewing but not yet ready to shift its guidance, saying Americans nationwide still need to wear them indoors, though change is coming.
We're moving toward a time when COVID isn't a crisis, but is something we can protect against and treat.
NBC News has learned the agency could loosen its stance on masks as early as next week. But today, authorities said hospitals remain far too stressed, even as cases, deaths, and hospitalizations drop.
We want to give people a break from things like mask wearing when these metrics are better.
While the CDC insists it's following the science, governors easing mandates amid public pressure say so are they.
It's science-based.
California, the latest to roll back mandates. Today, no outdoor mask requirement in Los Angeles for mega events like the Rams parade that drew thousands. However, the city still requires them indoors. Meantime, organizers at Coachella and Stagecoach won't mandate masks, vaccinations, or negative tests for the tens of thousands expected to flood the concert series. It comes as corporations like Walmart, Amazon, Disney, and Tyson Foods also ease restrictions.
Does that create some confusion? I think whenever you have conflicting recommendations, that is going to cause confusion. And everyone's going to have to kind of figure out where their risk tolerance is in this.
With the growing push to also end mask mandates in schools, tonight the CDC under pressure as the face-off over masks remains as heated as ever.
All right, Miguel joins us now live from Los Angeles. And Miguel, I know you have some new reporting. The White House COVID task force also discussed today the need for a second booster or a fourth shot, if you will.
Yeah, that's right, Tom. Dr. Fauci says the CDC is reviewing data on if a fourth shot or a second booster is needed. For now, they say studies show that a single booster continues to be highly effective in preventing against hospitalization, but that data, of course, could change in the coming months. Tom?
All right, Miguel Almaguer for us tonight. Miguel, great to have you in the show. We go overseas now to the Beijing Winter Olympics, heading into the final days of competition. The top 5 countries maintaining their positions in the medal standings. Here they are. Norway holding strong in first place, followed by Russia and Germany. The U.S. in fourth, but an exciting day on the slopes for Team USA. We'll get to that in just a moment. And Canada rounding out the top 5. All right, Steve Patterson joining us now live from China with all the highlights as usual. Steve, somewhat of a surprise last night, right? The U.S. going 1-2 in men's ski slope style. Take us through all that action.
Yeah, it was the civil war that you love to see. Alex Hall versus Nick Gepper in slopestyle. It was a battle for the ages and one that ended with every American with a medal, which is great. It was, back and forth in the qualifiers. And then in the finals, Alex Hall finally just said, I'm going to put down a run that nobody can beat. And he did, over a 90 score. Nobody else could touch it. But it was a back and forth battle. I was there. The guys were smiling. And afterwards, it was just a big celebration. Kobe Stevenson even joining in, too, as well. He did not medal, but he medaled earlier in the big air event. So those 3 Americans on that team lauded coming in, all of them leaving with hardware and all of them leaving with big smiles on their faces.
Yeah, Tom? Celebrating with slopestyle skiers. I'm sure that sounds actually like a lot of fun. Tonight, a big night for Team USA. Huge medals up for grabs in ice hockey and skiing. Tell us about that, and speed skating, I think.
Oh, yeah, you got it. Man, hockey, let's talk about it. This is the battle of the Titans, maybe the greatest rivalry in all of winter sports, certainly in international winter sports. The women's U.S. hockey team taking on Canada's U.S. hockey team. They've been battling for gold essentially for the last 20 years, a rivalry that has been relevant since 1998. It has been back and forth again. The U.S. was on top the last time they faced off, but Canada, I gotta say, they look really, really, really strong. Both teams smashing the competition, save for each other, but Canada has been beating teams by the total is 54-8. 54-8. How many points they are putting on every single game is ridiculous. And while, you could say that it doesn't matter in a rivalry, I think they do look really, really strong. Quickly, speed skating, Brittany Bowe, she gave up her spot in the 500 for Erin Jackson to become the first black woman to win a gold. Now it's her event. This is the 1,000. She's the world record holder, so expect to see maybe a medal there. And then several other events tonight that we're looking forward to, including Michaela Schifrin. Obviously, we've been watching to see what her progress is. If she's going to win, I think it's this next one, the combined. She won silver back in 2018, is one of the world record holders and the world champ in that event. She has been struggling this entire games, but it seems like she's having fun now. She's loosened up, and maybe now she can think about the podium.
Yeah, and she's got an entire country that is watching her and rooting her on over here. Finally, this is the part of Top Story, which we do almost every night lately, where we talk about figure skater from Russia, Kamila Valieva. What's the latest with her?
Well, first of all, we could talk about this in multiple parts. The first part is the actual competition, which is to say that unless something catastrophic happens, she's going to win. And she's got the highest score in that short program going into the program now. Those scores are combined, so it would take a lot to knock her off. Her teammate is second. Her other teammate is fourth. They could easily sweep the podium. She's fallen a bunch. She fell when she won gold. She fell now to win first. So falling doesn't matter because her program is so difficult and she's doing such extraordinary things. On the investigation part of it, turns out that she's tested positive for several heart medications, 3 of them, and one of the substances was banned. So that doesn't make sense when it comes to the argument that, she may have sipped something that her grandfather, was consuming or something to that effect that the team was arguing. Doesn't make much sense. But I will say, the reason why she's still skating is the fact that she's a minor. She's a child. And I think the governing body took that into consideration. She's treated as a protected person, and we still don't know the story. We don't know how much agency an elite Russian figure skater at age 15 really has. How much control of her daily life does she have? Does she really knew that she was taking that medication? That's all part of an investigation that will be a headline in May or June. For now, safe to say that, you know, the Russians look really strong in this event moving forward. Tom?
It is a great point you bring up there, Steve. All right, thanks so much for that. Still ahead tonight, the highway inferno, the tanker trunk crashing, then exploding in New York. Look at these images. Multiple agencies now called in to help prevent a bigger disaster. We'll tell you what. Plus the deadly shark attack, a swimmer killed by a great white in front of a crowd of beachgoers in Sydney. The closures now in place. And a judge blocking records connected to the death of Bob Saget. The new legal battle brought on by the comedian's family. Gabe Gutierrez joins us after the break. Stay with us.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers.
2022 is off to a busy start.
Winter's wrath causing headaches from coast to coast.
It's been really incredible to see how quickly volunteers started to help with the cleanup efforts.
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
You think it's been healthy for the Democratic Party to highlight the division in the party? What does an exit ramp for Putin look like that allows him to save face? How much of this is on the CDC and how much of this is on Washington? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late-breaking news.
All right, it is it.
In the City of Angels, two kindly old ladies wanted to help homeless men get off the streets forever. And so they did. Listen to The Thing About Helen and Olga, the new podcast from Dateline and Keith Morrison.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers.
2022 is off to a busy start.
Winter's wrath causing headaches from coast to coast.
It's been really incredible to see how quickly volunteers started to help with the cleanup efforts.
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
This is a very different kind of program. We're here to start conversation about the big things happening in our world. Professor, I'm not asking you to predict the future, but what do we think that the new normal is going to be? Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs during this pandemic and their relationship to their employers? What is your biggest tip for any parent who's concerned about this? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Back now with new developments following the death of actor and comedian Bob Saget. A judge today ruling on a lawsuit filed by Saget's family trying to prevent the release of certain records that they say, quote, graphically depict him. This as there are growing questions about what led up to his death. Gabe Gutierrez has the latest.
Today, a Florida judge sided with Bob Saget's family, blocking the release of records related to the comedian's death. The judge writing, the court finds that plaintiffs will suffer irreparable harm in the form of severe mental pain, anguish, and emotional distress if the requested temporary injunction is not granted.
Well, what do you think? Do I look ready for my big date or what?
America's beloved TV dad was found dead last month in an Orlando area hotel room. On Tuesday, citing privacy concerns, his widow and 3 daughters sued Florida investigators to stop the release of photographs, video recordings, audio recordings, and statutorily protected autopsy information because they, quote, graphically depict Saget. In response, the Orange County Sheriff's Office says while we are sensitive to the family's concerns about the right to privacy, that must be balanced with our commitment to transparency. Last week, Saget's family revealed his cause of death as accidental head trauma. In the autopsy, the Florida medical examiner confirmed that, adding the 65-year-old likely fell backwards, suffering injuries to the back of his head, causing bleeding in different parts of the brain and multiple fractures on his head and around his eyes. Still, experts say Saget's head was so badly injured, it's unlikely he would have ignored it.
Based on the injuries he had in the autopsy and how severe those injuries are, it's hard to imagine him actually walking anywhere and even having anything sort of a thought process going on.
All of this leading to even more questions. Gabe joins us now on set here on Top Story. So, Gabe, based on the autopsy, what other scenarios are possible?
You know, Tom, a lot of experts we've been speaking with say that it's highly unlikely that Saget suffered some sort of injury before he got to the hotel room, because he couldn't have stumbled to the hotel room. Whatever happened likely happened within the hotel room because of the severity of his injuries. Now, it's all part of the investigation. Investigators looking at, could he have suffered some type of massive fall, whether it was, he hit himself on the headboard perhaps. It's all part of the investigation, but the sheriff's office says that there were no illicit drugs found in his system and that there's no signs of foul play. So right now, like you said, more questions than answers.
Okay, Gabe, thanks for that. When we come back, a break-in through the roof, cameras capturing a burglar, check it out, rappelling into a store in Texas, how authorities say he managed to get a piece of rope inside. And bias at the bank? The doctor we spoke to who says a bank refused to cash her check because of her race. And she's not the only one reporting this type of discrimination. That story and more coming up.
Welcome to the Tonight Show. Let me show you how it's done. Show me what you got. I don't want to be a Lego.
What happened here is a story of loss and salvation. There were residents who hung on for dear life. This is where you took shelter, in this closet.
I took shelter right in this closet right here.
Rioters banged down one of the doors.
Have you found a way to reconcile it a year later?
It really hurt to see this place that I love so much treated with such disrespect.
Was it an act of cleaning or an act of healing?
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now. News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
All right, we are back now with Top Stories newsfeed, and we begin with the latest on that missing child found alive under a staircase. You'll remember we brought the story to you last night. The non-custodial parents of Paisley Schultz and her grandfather appearing before a New York judge today. The three who are facing felony charges in the child's abduction were served with restraining orders as the case heads to a grand jury. The now 6-year-old, who has been missing since 2019, was found in a crawl space, you saw it there, of her home yesterday. All right, the emergency response tonight after a fiery crash on a New York highway. New video shows the raging fire after the tanker truck carrying about 13,000 gallons of gasoline overturned and exploded on Long Island. At least 2 buildings engulfed in flames. The driver and 3 firefighters were injured but are expected to be okay. Multiple agencies called in to help to contain and flush out that fuel that entered the sewers. Officials also assessing contamination to a nearby river. All right, the search tonight for a burglar who repelled into a skateboard store in Denton, Texas. This video is kind of weird. The surveillance video shows the suspect climbing down a rope inside the store before turning the camera off. A hole was also cut out of the roof. Authorities say the suspect made off with $400 in merchandise, including a skateboard he was seen riding away from the store in. And the Los Angeles Rams celebrated their Super Bowl win with a parade through the city. Several open-top buses filled with players and coaches traveled down the 1-mile route in downtown L.A. Crowds of fans cheering the team on. A rally was then held at LA's Memorial Coliseum. It's the city's first championship parade since 2014 after the Dodgers and Lakers were denied theirs due to the pandemic. All right, we want to turn now to a disturbing allegation that banks are discriminating against black people. A doctor claiming her bank refused to cash a check because of her race, and a man ending up in handcuffs after he tried to cash a check. Priscilla Thompson reports tonight from Houston.
Super happy and elated.
Dr. Malika Mitchell Stewart was overjoyed when, after more than a decade of school and giving birth to her second child late last year, she officially became a doctor. With that title came a new job and a more than $16,000 signing bonus.
It's like a aha moment, like I finally made it. I finally am successful.
This was your moment.
It was my moment.
And it was
taken away.
Taken away by Chase Bank, according to Mitchell Stewart, when they refused to cash her check. She's now suing for $1 million, alleging discrimination, claiming they refused her services because she's a black woman. Accusations that Chase tells NBC News are, quote, completely false.
If I would have came in as a white male with that same check, I'm sure they would have verified it, deposited, and opened an account for them that day.
Mitchell Stewart says she visited a Chase Bank near Houston in December to open an account and cash her check.
And they looked at the check, and then they kind of looked back at me, and then that's when they started asking me all these questions about like what I did for a living, who gave me this check, what company is this, how old I was.
After answering those questions and even showing her business card, Mitchell Stewart alleges the bank refused to serve her, claiming the check was fraudulent. She says without ever trying to contact the check's issuer or offering an alternative, like putting a hold on the check until the funds cleared.
I've worked so hard, and to be accused of being a criminal, it hurt my heart.
Chase telling NBC News in a statement, while we fell short on delivering a great customer experience, our employee was concerned that she might be a victim of a scam and offered a safer alternative, such as ACH deposit, to get immediate access to her funds. At no point did they suggest that she was engaged in criminal activity or question the fact that she is a physician. Over the years, there have been many reports detailing similar experiences of black people at America's largest banks. Last year, U.S. banks settled a lawsuit after calling police on a black man who was placed in handcuffs after trying to cash his $900 paycheck.
He said, "You people are always coming in here with fake checks." Who do you think he meant? Black people.
We're sorry for where we failed, Mr. Murrow, and accept full responsibility, U.S. Bank told NBC News in a statement, adding that it's strengthening policies to prevent this from happening again. Hashtag banking while black, now a rallying cry on social media.
How widespread is the issue of racism and discrimination in banking?
We've had hundreds of calls.
Dallas-based civil rights attorney Justin Moore is representing Dr. Mitchell Stewart. He says these incidents can be hard to track because many people don't report them, even when police are called.
The fact that you have a black doctor who can access basic financial services, that has long-standing ramifications. Banks, bank tellers, they have discretion to use their prejudice and weaponize it to prevent black folks and people that are minorities from accessing these services.
The Civil Rights Act of 1964 outlawed discrimination in some public places, but doesn't cover banks, making discrimination cases hard to win. In fact, it's legal for banks to treat customers differently as long as they receive services in the end. But in the wake of George Floyd's murder, banks pledged billions towards racial equity, Chase making a $30 billion commitment.
At J.P. Morgan Chase, a key goal is to help break down systemic barriers that have created profound disparities.
This lawsuit, some advocates say, a reminder that banks are still falling short.
No more performative allyship. We need actual, real, tangible resources, and we need unfettered access to those resources.
No one should be allowed to just say, I feel uncomfortable and refuse service. That's not right.
All right, Priscilla Thompson joins us now live from Houston. So, Priscilla, you highlight in your story here that this is not an isolated incident, at least this allegation. It's happened to several people all across the country. The part I'm confused about is, what is Chase trying to say about this scam? It seems like they were trying to distract from what Dr. Mitchell was actually going through inside that bank.
Yeah, I mean, I think they're obviously acknowledging that she did not have a positive experience there, but what they seem to be suggesting is that not that Dr. Mitchell was a criminal or trying to put on any sort of scam, but that perhaps she received this check and it was unclear sort of where it came from or where what the intent of the person who sent it. And that is what they were questioning, not Dr. Mitchell or her role as a physician or the fact that she might be receiving a check of this size. And that is why Chase is saying that they suggested that she ask her employer to offer a direct deposit of the check that would electronically go straight into an account. But of course, the other issue here is that Dr. Mitchell Stewart says that she wasn't even allowed to open an account. And so how would she have done that if she wasn't able to open an account on that day? Tom?
Priscilla Thompson for us tonight. Priscilla, thank you for that. Now to our series, Power and Politics, the biggest headlines from Washington and beyond. Focusing tonight on the state of the midterms. Another Democrat in the House announcing they will not seek re-election. New York Congresswoman Kathleen Rice on Long Island announcing she will retire at the end of her term. Rice becoming the 30th Democrat to announce they will not return to the House after this election cycle. For that and more from Capitol Hill, let's bring in NBC's Garrett Hake. He covers Capitol Hill for us. Garrett, I want to ask you about that announcement. Like I said, now 30 House Democrats not running for re-election. What are you hearing on Capitol Hill about how Democrats feel ahead of the midterms? Are these districts that Democrats don't have to worry about, or is the party starting to have a problem on their hands?
Yeah, that number is unusually high, Tom. And while Democrats will always tell you they're confident, no member comes out and says, I'm retiring because I think we might lose. When you get to a number this big, you see the problem. Democrats are going to have to defend open seats now from California to Kentucky. And it's a mix of members who've been here a long time, powerful committee chairmen and women who are stepping down, to folks like Rice, who's only been here a couple of terms, would probably have been reelected relatively easily. But when now Democrats have to defend these open seats, no incumbency advantage, it just makes it that much harder to spread resources around the map and really control their own destiny. It is a very difficult position Democratic leaders find themselves in, still just in the spring, headed towards November's midterms.
And speaking of Democrats, domestic issues are clearly on the minds of any politician in America, namely inflation and gas prices. And I know you have some new reporting on a poll and a plan some Democrats want to get behind.
It's been interesting this week, Tom. We've really heard senators, Democratic senators, pivot to talking more about inflation and cost of living issues than perhaps some of the other issues they were talking about more frequently over the last few months. And a new poll from Quinnipiac makes it pretty easy to see why. A plurality of Americans, now 27% in this poll, identify inflation and cost of living as their biggest issue. It's above COVID, it's above immigration, it's above crime. It has become the issue that affects real America that Washington hasn't been as focused on as perhaps it should be. You're seeing Democratic senators in tough re-elections spearhead this conversation. Whether the Senate in particular can pass anything to address these issues is still an open question.
All right, let's turn to Republicans now. I want to ask you about this poll from CNN. It found that 49% of Republican and Republican-leading voters would prefer a different candidate other than former President Trump to run in 2024. What's the thinking on this poll? Because one, that's still pretty good. It's not horrible for Trump. It is down from numbers he's had in the past. But I ask you because you don't hear a lot of Republicans running away from Trump, especially in the primaries.
No, you really don't. In the primaries is when Trump is probably the most powerful. His endorsement in a lot of these primary races can make the difference for Republicans trying to become their party nominee. A number like that is a political Rorschach test. As you point out, it is down from Trump's highs. He is not as powerful with Republicans as he once was. But at 50%, he would win a Republican primary again for president in a walk. A divided field. Nobody's going to be able to beat someone who polls that well, even if he loses another 10 or 15 points off that number. He's still in a very strong position. And so while we're seeing some Republicans, particularly where I'm standing now in the Senate, try to tack away from Trump, find a forward-looking different direction for their party, numbers like that show he is still the predominant figure in the Republican Party.
All right, Garrett Hake from Capitol Hill tonight for us. Garrett, thank you. Time for Top Stories Global Watch and the deadly ship disaster off the coast of Canada. Authorities say a Spanish fishing trawler sank near Newfoundland with 24 people on board. At least 10 bodies have been recovered and 11 crew members are still missing. 3 survivors were pulled from a life raft while suffering hypothermia. It is unclear still what caused the ship to sink. Now to the deadly shark attack in Australia. Officials say a swimmer was killed by a 15-foot great white shark at a popular beach in Sydney. Dozens of beachgoers and fishermen watching in horror. Beaches across Sydney are closed as authorities search for the shark. It is the first deadly shark attack in that city since 1963. And international outrage tonight after Cuban courts sentenced some protesters up to 20 years in prison. The defendants were convicted of sedition last month after participating in mass protest on the island this summer. Hundreds more are awaiting trial. Minors as young as 16 are also facing prison time. Returning to the crisis in Ukraine now as the world watches for the Kremlin's next big move, 4 high-profile former government officials joined NBC News for an exclusive war room exercise, moving through possible scenarios that the Kremlin could be considering and how the U.S. could respond. NBC News Chief Foreign Affairs correspondent Andrea Mitchell back again. She moderated the high-level war game.
Inside our Situation Room, the exercise begins with a Russian false flag attack in eastern Ukraine to create a pretext to invade. At the table, former Joint Chiefs Chairman, retired Admiral Mike Mullen, former Undersecretary of Defense Michel Flournoy, former CIA Director and retired 4-star General David Petraeus, cyber expert Dmitry Alperovich of the nonprofit Silverado Policy Accelerator think tank, and former National Security Advisor Tom Donilon.
Our goals, I think, should be to build out a case here that is clear to Putin as to what the cost is going to be for action that he might take here.
We should be communicating to individuals in Moscow that life is going to be very, very tough for you if you go into Ukraine. You may be able to get all the way to the Dnieper, or all the way, you might even push the government out of Kiev. But at the end of the day, we're going to make life hell for you if that is the case. And again, with some experience as a counterinsurgent, we'll tell them you don't have the numbers. What you have is not enough. This is exactly what we invaded Iraq with, about 130,000 or more troops. It's nowhere near enough for a country that is multiples the size of Iraq. And that should be very clear.
I think we really need to focus on the long-term price that he's going to pay and figure out how to do that. To include, one of the near-term objectives would be to get the NATO response force ready.
The last thing that hasn't been mentioned is accelerating our preparations to deal with refugees. I mean, this is the precursor to war, and you've got to be ready for tens of thousands of Ukrainians to start moving across the border if they are in fact attacked.
Until he draws back, Putin has multiple options. Claiming self-defense, he could take out Ukraine's air defenses with artillery, rockets, and airstrikes as his ground troops cross the border, reaching Kyiv in days. What would the U.S. do?
Call this what it is, which is an unprovoked invasion of a sovereign country in the middle of Europe. I can't emphasize the importance of energy sanctions. Energy accounts for something like 36% of the Russian budget, almost 50% of its Russian exports, so huge vulnerability for Putin.
Putin will get here exactly what he didn't want, right? Which is a substantial increase in the infrastructure and forces of NATO on his border. And that's what will have to happen here. But then we have the question of if an insurgency arises, what is the role of the United States and NATO? And I would argue that the United States should undertake to support that insurgency and to do so directly.
What is the state of President Zelensky? That's really important right now. Again, where is he? Is he determined to fight on? What about the conventional forces that have been, as we surmised, been encircled? What about the partisan brigade?
Admiral Mullen, how much do we worry about escalation with Russia?
Can we figure out what his objectives are? Is he actually going to go all the way? It's the kind of thing that is focused on regime change. I would start moving forces. I mean, you can move air forces and naval forces in a direction very quickly.
If Putin did topple Ukraine's government and install a friendly regime, he could start withdrawing, but demand concessions from NATO and the U.S.
You're in the Situation Room. What do you do?
Well, we're asking where the previous prime minister and president are. Where is Zelensky in particular? Where is he physically, but also where is he mentally? Is he willing to lead what will now become quite a substantial insurgency?
He will face an insurgency, even if he's taken out some of the opposition leaders. I mean, even if 10% of the Ukrainian population decides to fight, that's going to be a very substantial insurgency, and there will be very real human costs, Russian soldiers being killed and so forth. That will, I think, could become a real problem for Putin. We should also consider denial of service attacks on the Russian misinformation machine, although there's a risk there. If they're perceived as that's an attack on leadership, that could escalate. So we have to be careful.
This is a really important point. We are nowhere near where we need to be with respect to protecting our private-held critical infrastructure in the United States, and it would be at risk in the event of a long-term standoff with the Russians here. And then we have to start to think about security arrangements of the kind that you do with adversaries.
How long can he sustain that troop formation on these borders?
Longer than we think. That's been my take on him for a long time. I think it would be foolish to think he couldn't sustain it for a significant period of time.
Andrea Mitchell joins us now again tonight here on Top Story. So, Andrea, you brought together these brilliant military and diplomatic minds. What was the one thing that stood out to you or that you learned about this exercise?
Well, basically how much they feel that this crisis is going to bounce back at us no matter what happens if Russia invades. The real concerns, of course, are what happens to the principle of sovereignty in Europe and what happens to Ukraine and to the NATO countries on Russia's border. But also the energy prices, the political impact of that. Cyber, we could get involved if there's a Russian cyber attack, which is expected against Ukraine. There have been little moments along the way, some attributed, some, perhaps not Russia, but there certainly has been Russian cyber attacks against Ukraine in the past. And if we retaliate, then they're going to retaliate against us, and then we're in a cyber war, and there are no winners to that war. And we don't have the defenses to really deal with that. We've been talking about it for years, but our infrastructure and corporate America is not well defended enough against what Russia could do to our economy. That and also the refugee crisis in Europe would be extreme. We saw what happened with Syria and all those people coming into Europe, but this would be right in the heart of Europe. So it would be the biggest war since World War II in Europe. And that is the terror that is striking at their hearts.
Andrea Mitchell tonight with the severity of the situation in Ukraine. Andrea, thank you. Coming up, violence in the skies. Fistfights on planes and flight attendants attacked. Many of the passengers angry over masks. How many incidents are sent to the FBI and the new push from flight crews? We'll be right back.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. We'll take you to the front lines of the story, bringing your news feed to life. Streaming live every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, a taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency.
What's the biggest risk right now?
Some of the troops who have been proud.
I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate.
In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther.
Here are some resilient folks. Let me get in.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. We'll take you to the front lines of the story, bringing your news feed to life. Streaming live every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late-breaking news.
All right,
I believe every dream, every journey, every triumph.
And it all starts here.
Let the celebration begin!
The excitement is in the air.
United States!
Is he superhuman?
Feel the magic every day.
She is a superstar. Kayla, we are cheering you on.
And share every moment with us at the Winter Olympics. Today is where the games begin.
In the City of Angels, two kindly old ladies wanted to help homeless men get off the streets forever. And so they did. Listen to The Thing About Helen and Olga, the new podcast from Dateline and Keith Morrison.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, a taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency.
What's the biggest risk right now?
Some of the troops who have been proud.
I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate.
In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther.
Here are some resilient folks. Let me get in.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
News is more than a headline. It informs, it inspires, and it still matters. To cover it, you have to be in it. And that's what we're going to do. Every night, we take you to the front lines of the story, where it's actually happening, with NBC News journalists on the ground from all over the world. We cover what you need to know and bring your newsfeed to life. In primetime and streaming live, it's your news playlist every night.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
All right, back now with sky-high tensions over COVID restrictions. Airlines dealing with a record number of unruly passengers this year, many of them angry over mask mandates on board. The nation's largest flight attendant union now pushing for a no-fly list for passengers who cause a commotion in the air. NBC's aviation correspondent Tom Costello has more.
Tonight, after a record number of disruptive and dangerous incidents on board commercial airliners, the FAA is sending 43 more cases to the FBI for criminal review, bringing that total to 80 since the start of 2021, including all-out fistfights, flight attendants assaulted, even restraining violent travelers.
We'd like all strong males to the front of the aircraft to handle the problem passenger.
After nearly 6,000 reports of unruly behavior last year, so far this year, nearly 400 reports, roughly two-thirds related to the onboard mask mandate. Late today, the Texas Attorney General sued the Biden administration to overturn the mask mandate in airports and on planes. But for the past year, the FAA has come down hard on bad behavior, rolling out a national public information campaign.
These events need to stop, and we are working very hard to do that.
Delta Airlines and the nation's biggest flight attendants union have called for a single no-fly list that would ban people from traveling on any U.S. airline if convicted of an onboard disruption.
I have to be really clear. This is not something that we can accept as a new normal.
A group of Republican senators, while condemning the bad behavior, opposes the no-fly list, saying it would seemingly equate those passengers to terrorists. But Delta says it wants to ensure individuals who have endangered the safety and security of our people do not go on to do so on another carrier. Tom Costello, NBC News, Atlanta.
All right, when we come back, Hoop Dreams, the manager of a high school basketball team getting the chance to put on the team uniform, then shocking everyone in the stands. Stay with us.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
News is more than a headline. It informs, it inspires, and it still matters. To cover it, you have to be in it. And that's what we're going to do. Every night, we take you to the front lines of the story, where it's actually happening, with NBC News journalists on the ground from all over the world. We cover what you need to know and bring your newsfeed to life. In primetime and streaming live, it's your news playlist every night.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. You see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
There's no better place for fun with friends, quality time with your little golf buddy, or an afternoon alone together. Family and friends are just a tap away. Just pick your course, pay from your phone. Golf now. Download the app and go play.
Ooh, the answers come when you need them most. Ooh, let it go.
The Today Show's newest fan.
Little Al Roker.
What am I doing here?
This is a critical choke point for this fire. good evening from New Orleans. Late military operation, witnessing the massive crowds. I admire you both. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it. At any moment now.
We leave you tonight with a priceless moment for one high school senior, finally making her basketball debut, the lifelong fan of the game, stunning the crowd and winning hearts. Pennsylvania 18-year-old Megan Bissell loves the game of basketball.
I love to play. My brother played and my mom was a basketball coach.
She attends Council Rock North High School in Newtown, Pennsylvania. She's a huge fan of her school's basketball team, and this year she became the team manager. The team wanted to do something to show their appreciation. So last week they got together with another school to create a game to fulfill Megan's dreams of actually getting on the court.
I think it was great to have everybody cheer for her this time because she's always like the biggest cheerleader for us.
Megan's sisters spread the word, including to the dance studio where both sisters perform.
So excited to go and watch her play. I didn't care who was there. I didn't care if I was the only person there. She's always been there for us, so we wanted to be there for them.
Finally, the time came. Megan's name and number called. For 2 minutes on the hardwood, Megan was in heaven. Taking a pass and shooting, hitting nothing but net, and scoring 2 more times. During her run on the court, Megan caught fire, electrifying the crowd. Her mom, a basketball coach, watching proudly from the sidelines.
I am so super proud. She makes me proud every day, but this was definitely a special moment.
Her teammates wanted to do something memorable for her, but it turned out to be one that none of them will ever forget. Megan saying this.
And follow your dreams and just play basketball.
Great job, Megan. We were rooting you on from here in New York. Thanks so much for sharing your story. And we thank you at home for watching Top Story tonight. I'm Tom Yamas in New York. More news now on the way.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. Right now on Morning News Now, Storm Watch, a winter wake-up call for tens of millions of Americans this morning. Right now, weather alerts in effect from across the central, southern, and eastern U.S. for a sprawling system bringing snow, floods, and possible tornadoes to several states. We're tracking the conditions and where the storm is headed next. Mixed messages from Eastern Europe this morning. U.S. officials disputing Russia's claims that it's pulling back forces from Ukraine, saying up to 7,000 more Russian troops have just been sent to the border. We have team coverage with the latest. A day of disappointment for Team USA at the Winter Olympics. The women's hockey team taking home silver, failing to defend their Olympic gold against Canada. Plus, Michaela Schifrin out again in her final solo event. We'll take you to China for the highlights. And finally, legendary, a one-on-one with the greatest to ever do it. Snowboarding icon and half-pipe hero Shaun White reflecting on retirement after 5 Olympics and 3 gold medals.
You know, I got to really go out on my own terms, so I was so thankful of that. And knowing that going in, it really made everything special.
You will hear much more from him in this interview with, as you can see right there, Joe.
Yes, he is in full retirement mode right now. It'd be nice at his age. But yeah.
He's on his homecoming tour, chilling out.
Going to the Super Bowl.
Yeah.
He's in a good place right now.
All right, we can't wait to hear more from him in that conversation with you. We begin this morning, though, with the latest on that winter storm making its way across the country.
Millions of Americans are waking up to weather alerts after this storm dumped several inches of snow in the Rocky Mountains yesterday. It's expected to deliver everything from snow and ice across the Great Plains to heavy rain, even tornadoes in some areas in the southeast. This morning, it's the Midwest that's feeling the brunt of the storm, getting hit with strong winds and rain. It's causing significant flooding throughout the region. WMAQ reporter Sandra Torres has more from Chicago, where we're seeing damage caused by the storm.
Well, there was heavy rain overnight in the Chicago area, and it is extremely windy here now as well. Even though the rain has slowed down, there are major flooding issues and also a wall collapse here at the two-story building located near Midway Airport. And as you can see, a part of the wall collapsed onto this adjacent parking lot. Bricks are scattered all over the ground, and where those bricks are, that's where a couple of vehicles were parked. They were significantly damaged, moved just a short time ago. Now, the collapse was reported just after midnight. Authorities have not confirmed this is weather-related, though it is very likely considering the amount of rain that has fallen in this area. The heavy rains have flooded numerous viaducts just blocks from here, and we have reports of several vehicles that were stuck in very deep water as well. Now, the good news here at this wall collapse site, no one was injured. Again, it happened just after midnight, but this is what a lot of people are waking up to here in the Chicago area this morning. Back to you, Savannah and Joe.
Sandra Torres, thank you so much. Let's get a check on your Morning News Now weather.
Bill Cairns is with us to tell us about the latest storm updates. Hey, Bill, good morning.
Yeah, good morning. We've had severe storms overnight through Texas. We're tracking those today into the south. Tornadoes are a big threat today, along with the icy conditions and the travel problems that you get driving in the snow, too. And then the rainfall is going to have its own issues with all the flooding. So the storm right now stretches from North Texas all the way into northern Maine, with everyone in between getting a little bit of something. Notice all the lightning strikes on this map, too. This is a very juicy atmosphere it's working with. In other words, the atmosphere is very warm and it's humid throughout the south. And that's why we're going to get a chance of some severe storms even as we go throughout the morning, afternoon, and even into tonight. The blue on this map and the white shows you where the heavy snow is. It's not a fun drive from Wichita to Kansas City right now. A very difficult morning commute developing in areas of Springfield northwards to central Missouri. That's where the ice is starting. And how about these numbers? I mean, just the wind alerts alone with this storm is 111 million people. That's like 1 in every 3 Americans. Winter weather, 43 million. Flood alerts, 38 million. And some unlucky people are under both at the same time. This is the map of greatest concern. If we do get tornadoes later today, most likely they would occur in that orangish color from Memphis to Nashville, Tupelo, just outside of Birmingham, to Greenville, Mississippi, down to Jackson, Mississippi. That's where we could have even an isolated strong tornado later on this afternoon. Everywhere in the yellow, though, you still could get some strong gusty winds and hail with these storms. As far as the rainfall goes, and we're worried about the snowmelt, the rain, and then all that water heads into our rivers, and some of the rivers are frozen with ice. So if we get the ice breaking up, we get ice jams, you get it. It's a mess potentially in the Ohio Valley and western New York. That's where we're under flood watches, and then 1 to 3 inches of rainfall is expected today and tonight. Now, we're also going to see the cold air moving in. So not all of it's going to fall as rain. Some will be freezing rain, and that's from St. Louis to Indianapolis, Columbus up to Cleveland, potentially a 1/4 inch of ice. The rule of thumb is a 1/4 inch of ice, you get some power, some minor power outages. Once you get up to a 1/2 inch, you get major. So I think we're going to avoid that, but it'll be a close call. And as far as the snow goes, the heaviest snow this morning, Wichita to Kansas City. This afternoon, just north of St. Louis up to Decatur. As of now, Chicago, you're on the edge of the heavier snows. We have you right around 2 to 3 inches of snow, but just to your south, you could easily pick up a 1/2 foot, and that does include our friends in areas like Detroit. So you guessed it, guys, today. It's a wild ride out there for everyone's transportation needs across the middle of the country. East Coast, you can feel it's a little unusually warm today, too. And that's that same storm pumping all that warm air into the northeast.
All right. Wow. Lots going on. Thank you, Bill. We'll check in on that next hour as well.
Too much.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right. This morning, there's a potentially worrying new development amid the rising tensions in Eastern Europe. Ukraine and Russian-backed rebels in the east of the country are trading accusations that each side has fired across an existing ceasefire line. That's according to Reuters. There's also more doubt being cast over Russia's claims it has been pulling back some troops from the Ukrainian border. Russia's defense ministry released this video today, which it says shows tanks returning to their home bases after completing exercises. But last night, a senior Biden administration official disputed Moscow's claims, saying, quote, "We now know it was false." In fact, that official said the opposite, that as many as 7,000 troops have been added at the border, some as recently as Wednesday. NBC News foreign correspondent Matt Bradley is in central Ukraine for us this morning, and NBC News correspondent Aaron McLaughlin joins us from the Ukrainian capital of Kyiv. Good morning to both of you. Matt, I want to start with you in these reports I just mentioned where we're seeing alleged exchange of fire in eastern Ukraine. Now, this is an area that has had this existing separatist conflict ongoing. This is separate from the current Russian troop buildup. But what do we know at this stage, and what could this potentially mean?
Yeah, I mean, Savannah, the short answer is not a whole lot. What we do know is that both sides are blaming each other, as you just mentioned. We heard from the Ukrainian army that 3 employees of this kindergarten were injured. It's kind of amazing that no children were hurt, because we understand that there were children around. But again, they said that there were 32 122 millimeter shells that were fired from the separatist enclave. And again, this has been cleaved out of Ukraine for the past 8 years, ever since Russia first invaded back in 2014. So again, you know, these sorts of exchange of fires, they actually happen fairly regularly. They're not new, they're not unique, but they rarely involve civilians. And this one is unique because, of course, and kind of goes without saying, tensions are sky high. And that's one thing that we keep hearing from military analysts and from U.S. intelligence, is that Vladimir Putin and the Russians are waiting to just create a casus belli, a pretext for war. And this is part of their playbook. You know, they did this in Georgia back in 2008 when Russian troops went into that country and cleaved off a part of that country. So what they really want is for some minor incident, some minor skirmish, to create a reaction or foment a reaction from the Ukrainians, and then that would allow them to say, okay, well, we're going to have a reaction ourselves. We're going to go in and defend ourselves or defend the Russian-speaking population in eastern Ukraine. It's just part of the playbook. We've seen it done before, and that's the big concern here. Guys?
Yeah, Aaron, I want to ask you more about this and this potential for using this as this justification for invasion that we're concerned about. While these details are still unclear about exactly what is going on within this separatist area, we have heard these multiple warnings of so-called false flag operations. Tell us about those and how concerned the government in Kyiv is about that, and are there fears on the ground of this potentially escalating things?
Well, speaking to Ukrainian military experts here in Kyiv, and they are extraordinarily concerned about the possibility of an escalation in eastern Ukraine. In fact, they see that as a high probability going forward. So obviously the military here is watching the situation extremely closely. They're also concerned about those so-called false flag operations. U.S. officials also have been very vocal about that. Earlier in the month, the United States actually divulging its intelligence about a potential false flag operation they were alleging was being cooked up by Moscow, involving a graphic video as well as actors' fake blood. Now, no one outside of the United States has seen that video, but false flags remain a concern going forward. Doesn't seem like that was the motive behind today's escalation, given that the kindergarten question was shelled on the government side of the line. But I was speaking to Ukrainian military experts, and they say yes, false flags are a concern. However, the more that we talk about them, the more that they are raised in conversations, the less of a surprise they will be, and the less likely in the eyes of people here in Kyiv that the Kremlin will use that as a tactic.
Matt, now I want to ask you about this other concerning headline. So U.S. officials continuing to dispute these claims by Russia that it's been pulling back some of its forces from the Ukrainian border. So tell us, I mean, they're actually saying that Russia is in fact adding more, right?
Yeah, I mean, there had been some optimism for the last 2 days here in Ukraine, especially from the western side, from Washington, from London. It had looked like this whole situation was kind of deflating a little bit, but now we're starting to see that there was a pinprick into that, and now Western capitals are saying that it looks as though there's no evidence that the Russia is withdrawing troops, as they kind of said that they would or implied that they would. Instead, we're hearing from Washington that there's another 7,000 troops being added on top of the 150,000 that President Joe Biden said were already there. That number itself was kind of surprising, since we at NBC and others hadn't really gone above 130,000 before that. So really, we're seeing more and more troops accumulating, even as Russia is saying that they're withdrawing and releasing these fresh videos showing what they describe as troops withdrawing. But those are hard to verify. The only people who are able to show any evidence are the Russians themselves. So it's hard to really believe them. The best indications that temperatures are cooling around this conflict are just from the words of the Russian officials themselves, who have opened more space for diplomacy and said that they're going to be partially withdrawing troops and returning them to their so-called permanent positions. But beyond that, there isn't much on-the-ground evidence, and that's something that, it doesn't mean that it's not going to happen. It's something we'd have to wait for, and it's something that Western officials say, we can't just believe this now. We have to wait for really firm evidence. And Ukrainian officials are saying that too, guys.
Aaron, let's talk a little bit more about the diplomacy side of this. NATO defense ministers have been meeting today for another round of talks. What's the latest there?
Yeah, that meeting is now underway. It was started with remarks from the NATO Secretary General reiterating what we've heard from U.S. officials as well as Ukrainian officials, that they have seen no signs of a Russian military withdrawal as yet. NATO, of course, is at the center of this current crisis, with Russian President Vladimir Putin demanding that Ukraine not be allowed to be a member of NATO, effectively be ruled out, something that the United States has rejected as a demand, as has Ukraine. We heard from President Zelensky just this morning in an interview with the BBC say that NATO membership is essential to guaranteeing the safety of Ukraine. It is worth noting it is also part of the Ukrainian constitution. So how this square is circled, of course, remains to be seen. Sergei Lavrov, the Russian foreign minister, today saying that Russia is sending its response to the U.S. proposal later today. Guys.
All right, Aaron and Matt, thank you so much.
The battle over masks is growing. More counties and states are lifting their mask mandates, even though the CDC is calling those moves premature. But this morning, the agency is facing pressure to review its own guidance.
We are looking at an overview of much of our guidance, and masking in all settings will be a part of that. We want to give people a break from things like mask wearing when these metrics are better.
Let's bring in senior scholar at Johns Hopkins Center for Health Security, Dr. Amish Adalja. Doctor, good to have you with us. So we just heard from CDC Director Dr. Rochelle Walensky there, who said the metrics need to be better. What kind of benchmarks are we looking at here?
I think they really need to change the benchmarks that they're looking at, because when you look at the country, everybody has substantial and high transmission, but and I just worked overnight in the hospital, it's a very different situation. So I think that the CDC needs to change its public health guidance to be more focused on severe disease, ICU capacity, and hospitalization numbers, not the sheer number of cases, because those are going to go up and down. And we've got so many tools to deal with COVID-19. It's not the same thing as it was even several months ago. So I think the calibration has to change over what is going to drive public health guidance, and I think it should be severe disease, not just cases.
Speaking of safety precautions, the Coachella and Stagecoach Festival say they're no longer going to require masks, negative COVID tests, or even proof of vaccination to get in this year. So in your mind, will it be safe to attend because it's largely an outdoor event, or should we be concerned about possible super spreaders?
We know that outdoor transmission is less likely than in indoor situations. And we know that we've got tools like monoclonal antibodies, antivirals, and a significant proportion of the population either vaccinated or with immunity. So I do think that a lot of these events are going to go this way, and it's going to really come down to risk tolerance. If you're somebody that's high risk, that might be something that you might not want to go to, or you may want to make sure that you're wearing a mask and taking those precautions. But for others, it may be less risky. So I think what we're going to see in general is a transition to COVID becoming something about your own personal risk tolerance, taking those personal protective measures that you yourself find useful and other people may not, because we are at a place where we've got a lot of different tools that we did not have in the early days, and that changes how we think about COVID-19. It's becoming more like other respiratory viruses.
Over the last 2 years, we've seen how loneliness, stress, depression from the pandemic are taking a toll on the mental health of so many Americans. Well, now a new study published in the British Medical Journal said COVID itself could also increase the risk of developing mental health problems. What more can you tell us about this study?
So this study was done in the Veterans Affairs medical system, meaning these were veterans who had COVID-19. And what they found was that there was a higher level of anxiety, depression, opioid use disorder in those individuals with COVID-19. And this may have to do with something regarding the neuroinflammation, the inflammation that occurs in your central nervous system in your brain with COVID. It's still an early study, even though it's pretty robust. There's a lot of caveats. We've got to make sure that, first of all, that this is applicable to the general population, because the VA population is very different. It tends to be white males, and that might not necessarily apply to the rest of the population. And there is something called ascertainment bias, that when you're getting admitted for COVID, you're going to get screened for mental health disorders. Are they picking up more just because people are getting more healthcare contact? But I think it's an interesting study, and I think it's something that needs to be replicated in a more heterogeneous population, not just the VA. But I think it really shows that COVID-19 is not something you want to get, and getting vaccinated is a way to prevent any of these complications from occurring.
Still so much we're learning about the impacts of COVID. Thank you so much, Dr. Amish Adalja. We appreciate it. And if you, our viewers, have a question for one of our doctors, you can let us know. Email us at morningnewsnow@nbcuni.com with your questions, and you can let us know if you want to stay anonymous.
Now to more COVID news. Texas is suing the Biden administration and the CDC over the enforcement of its federal transportation mask mandate, and that's just a month before it's set to expire. The lawsuit, filed by Attorney General Ken Paxton and the Texas Public Policy Foundation, challenges the constitutionality of the mandate, with Paxton claiming the policy violates the individual liberties of Texans. The mandate was put into place by the administration back in February of 2021, and it's been extended several times since. This comes as we've seen more and more states start to loosen those mask mandate protocols on their own. NBC News national security correspondent Ken Delanian joins us now with the latest on this. Hey, Ken, good morning. So walk us through this lawsuit, what exactly Texas is arguing here, but then also why it's coming nearly a year after the policy went into effect. And as I mentioned right before, it's set to expire, though it could be extended again.
Good morning, Savannah. This is a federal lawsuit filed in the Northern District of Texas in Fort Worth by the very conservative Texas Attorney General and a Republican member of Congress. It's funded by a conservative think tank, and it argues that the CDC exceeded its legal authority in imposing this mask mandate, and also argues that there's no evidence that masks actually prevent the spread of COVID, the interstate spread, as the lawsuit put it. And it points out that this is a mask mandate that applies to people who, whether they have COVID or not, whether they're vaccinated or not, and it says that that's improper. As to why it's coming now, we can only speculate. The political climate for masks certainly has changed. People are growing tired of wearing masks. The issue here, though, this is a pretty narrow mandate. It's not a national mask mandate. It's a mandate on transportation conveyances, airplanes, trains, taxis, Ubers, places where people are in close proximity. So the legal standard here is probably different from other kinds of more broad mask mandates. Nonetheless, though, this is going to be something the Biden administration is going to have to fight in court, Savannah.
Now, Ken, you mentioned this, but this is this federal mandate, the key word there being federal, that Texas is going after. And as I mentioned, it's happening as we're seeing these mask mandates lifted across the country at the state level. What's the significance here of Texas choosing to challenge a federal mandate?
Well, for one thing, they could make future law. If this reaches the Supreme Court, it could have implications for federal action in future pandemics. It could sort of outline the limits of federal authority. And it's coming at a time where politically mask mandates are increasingly coming under challenge. In the Pennsylvania Supreme Court, for example, blocked a mask mandate in schools there. So, you know, it's just another sort of legal battle here that could have implications for how the government deals with future pandemics.
And Ken, this actually isn't the first time that the state has sued the Biden administration over COVID protocols. How did those cases turn out? What were they about? And what does it mean potentially for the future of this lawsuit?
Right. Well, Texas was one of the states that sued to block the Biden administration's vaccine mandate on all employers. And as you know, the Supreme Court struck that down in January, giving Texas and other states a victory. That obviously was a much different legal issue, a much more expansive use of federal power there to mandate that all workers get a vaccine as opposed to wearing a mask. But scholars have said the legal issues may be similar in the sense that the Biden administration, for example, never attempted a national mask mandate because they didn't think they had the authority there. The question in this lawsuit will be, do they have the authority to mandate even on airplanes and in taxis and on trains, Savannah?
All right, Ken Delaney, and thank you so much.
Coming up at Morning News Now, on thin ice, Russian figure skater Kamila Valieva returns to the rink tonight as controversy grows over her failed drug test.
And more than just games, a look at the role politics plays in the Olympics and why you won't see any U.S. officials at the closing ceremony this weekend after the break.
This is a very different kind of program. We're here to start conversation about the big things happening in our world. Professor, I'm not asking you to predict the future, but what do we think that the new normal is going to be? Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs during this pandemic and their relationship to their employers? What is your biggest tip for any parent who's concerned about this? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late-breaking news.
All right, it just is.
The Meet the Press Chuck Todd Cast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
What happened here is a story of loss and salvation. There were residents who hung on for dear life. This is where you took shelter, in this closet.
I took shelter right in this closet right here.
Rioters banged down one of the doors.
Have you found a way to reconcile it a year later?
It really hurt to see this place that I love so much treated with such disrespect.
Was it an act of cleaning or an act of healing?
To cover the news, you have to be in it. We'll take you to the front lines of the story, bringing your news feed to life. Streaming live every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
This is a very different kind of program. We're here to start conversation about the big things happening in our world. Professor, I'm not asking you to predict the future, but what do we think that the new normal is going to be? Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs during this pandemic and their relationship to their employers? What is your biggest tip for any parent who's concerned about this? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now. Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast. Available anytime and anywhere.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. You see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
The Meet the Press Chuck Todd Cast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
Day 13 at the Winter Olympics has been both lucky and unlucky for Team USA.
Yeah, that's right. But there are still plenty of opportunities for Americans to take home some hardware before the games wind down this weekend. Joining us again this morning is NBC News correspondent Steve Patterson from just outside Beijing. Hey, Steve, good morning. Thank you once again for being out in the cold for us. All right, let's start with that crushing loss for Team USA in women's hockey against Canada. What were some of the big takeaways from that game that gave them silver?
You know, Savannah, I know you like to make fun of me when I say this, but I was there. We're stationed here in the mountains. Beijing proper is about a bullet train. It's about a bullet train right away. And it's one of those things where if you're anywhere in the country, you have to go to this thing because the electricity, the intensity, the animosity between these two teams. These are two teams of women that hate each other, and you can feel it. And frankly, that makes for some great hockey, and that's what we saw. You know, it was a very competitive game, a very hard-hitting game, back and forth. The Americans, you know, pushing Canada really in those final few moments to try to get another goal, to try to tie things up. Unfortunately, they just couldn't. But one of the other things you felt there, you know, is just kind of this sense of inevitability with Canada this year. They're just so good. They've scored 57 points in this tournament. I think their opponents, including the U.S., have scored 10. And every time they got the puck, and this is what being there does, Savannah, you feel like they're going to score. And because you're there, there's like this whole energy of the team. It just feels like they're going to score every time they got the puck. It was almost miraculous that the U.S. made as many stops as they did, that they put as many points on their goaltender as they did, because of just how good and how dominant and how fast Canada really felt this year. But, you know, this is a rivalry, so we'll be back. Canada has 5, we have 2. It's this glorious thing that happens every few years or so, and we can't wait to be there for the next one. And the U.S. wins silver. They did so great this year.
Yeah. And it's obviously then USA's turn to win gold the next time around, because that's obviously how it's working out.
Here we come.
All right, let's stay on the ice here, Steve. One of the most highly anticipated events of the Olympics normally comes to an end tonight, the women's figure skating free skate, especially with the drama this year. So what happens if the Russian skater at the center of all this controversy comes out on top?
Well, since we're on the theme of inevitability, I think we more need to frame this in terms of when it happens and not necessarily if it happens. There is the possibility that something catastrophic does happen and 15-year-old Kamila Valieva does not win this, but it's looking like she will. You know, she really locked it up with a very solid performance in her first attempt and now her second attempt, and those two are very cumulative. In other words, they count together. So she's got a huge lead, plus the way she does these tricks, the quad that she can do, the talent level of the tricks and the routine is just so high that even if she falls or screws up, she's still so good. So, I mean, to put all that into perspective is to say that if she ends up on the podium, there will not be a medal ceremony, full stop. That's kind of the deal here. They let her perform because this is still very much under investigation. There was a panel to meet to talk about whether or not she could still compete. They decided yes, because there's still so many things and questions up in the air about this. But the payoff, the trade-off is if she medals, and it looks like she will, and probably her teammate will, and maybe her other teammate will, there will be no ceremony, which a lot of people are upset about. Guys?
Yeah, absolutely. All right, Steve, I hate to ask this last question. I hate to keep talking about skier Michaela Schifrin having a hard time because we feel for her, but I know people are wondering what happened earlier today. I know she didn't have such a great run again.
Yeah, I've been kind of dreading this conversation, and saying she didn't have a great run is a little bit of an understatement. This is kind of, you know, barring a massive injury or an avalanche, this is maybe the worst case scenario for her. This is the slalom, you know, part of the combined event, which she was actually supposed to do well in. You know, and this is Michaela Schifrin. She's supposed to do well in all of these events. And again, she did not finish. She hit a gate and crashed into the snow. This is the 3rd time in 2 weeks that she has not finished, and all of these events are slalom events. These are her trademark events. To say this Olympics is anything less than a nightmare for her, I think would be disingenuous. Now, I think we can talk about this from the mental health standpoint of the pressure that these athletes are under, and especially her. She was so hyped up coming into this, and you could see that the slalom events are the ones that she hasn't finished, so it's mental. And hopefully she can recover and, you know, just have fun with the rest of her time. And it looks like she's still a strong skier and she can still do this. And you get that sense from her in the interview, so hopefully she just pushes through. Guys?
Absolutely.
She's a fighter.
She was, yeah. And she was actually really gracious after even that happened and said, you know, everything else in my time here has been good. So, you know, tough to see, though.
All right. Steve, thanks so much. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
Now, during Sunday's Olympic closing ceremony, just like at the opening ceremony, there won't be any U.S. politicians or officials in the stands cheering on Team USA. That's because the U.S. is one of 10 countries that declared a diplomatic boycott of the Games.
Yeah, it's not the first time the U.S. has boycotted an Olympics. So why are the athletes still competing this time? And what does this stance hope to achieve? Well, we took a look at past Olympic boycotts to find out.
The Biden administration will not send any diplomatic or official representation to the Beijing 2022 Winter Olympics and Paralympic Games, given the PRC's ongoing genocide and crimes against humanity in Xinjiang and other human rights abuses.
That's White House Press Secretary Jen Psaki announcing a diplomatic boycott of the Winter Games back in December, saying the administration would cheer on the athletes from home, but wouldn't contribute to the fanfare of the Games. Countries including Canada, Britain, and Australia followed America's lead. Responding, China said the decision violated the spirit of the Games. The country denies genocide and human rights abuses against the Uyghurs.
Boycott of the Summer Olympic Games in Moscow.
This actually isn't the first U.S.-led boycott of the Olympics. More than 40 years ago, there was another, but that one included the athletes.
If the Soviets do not withdraw their troops immediately from Afghanistan within a month, I would not support the sending of an American team to the Olympics. It's very important for the world to realize how serious a threat the Soviets' invasion of Afghanistan is.
President Carter went through with his threat, and in the end, more than 60 nations did not participate in the 1980 Moscow Summer Olympics. So what do officials from the Carter administration think of the move now?
I know that President Carter does not have any regrets. He feels that while it was one of his most difficult decisions, it's one he had to make. It was painful for him to make it, but he thinks that it was an important statement at an important point in time.
An important statement, but did it make a difference?
It didn't end the Cold War. It didn't lead the Soviets to withdraw, but it was clearly a chink in their armor. So it didn't have a short-term impact, but I think in the long term, it did weaken the Soviet Union.
The full boycott of the Moscow Games meant athletes were caught in the middle of politics.
The majority of Olympians only ever compete in one Olympic Games. And so for an athlete, if 1980 was their one shot and they did not have that chance, very few of them were able to then qualify for 1984, for instance. And so the athletes were the biggest losers in that respect.
So what does history suggest this Olympic boycott will achieve?
Sporting boycotts have almost never led to actual changes politically. There have been a few, very few rare instances where it has, but on the whole, they have not led to political changes. Also, this sense that whatever happens, it is not going to change the Chinese government and their actions.
But boycott or not, speaking out brings attention and awareness to the issues at hand.
The fact that the Olympics are in China has actually brought much greater publicity. This has been happening for years, but it has been fairly quiet on a global stand, on a global radar. So the Olympics, with that increased scrutiny on China, has brought greater attention to these issues.
All right, and coming up, new developments in the death of Bob Saget after a judge blocks the release of some of his death records.
Plus, anger and a call to action by the family of a man shot and killed by Minneapolis police. You're watching Morning News Now.
This is a very different kind of program. We're here to start conversation about the big things happening in our world. Professor, I'm not asking you to predict the future, but what do we think that the new normal is going to be? Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs during this pandemic and their relationship to their employers? What is your biggest tip for any parent who's concerned about this? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
What happened here is a story of loss and salvation. There were residents who hung on for dear life. This is where you took shelter, in this closet.
I took shelter right in this closet right here.
Rioters banged down one of the doors.
Have you found a way to reconcile it a year later?
It really hurt to see this place that I love so much treated with such disrespect.
Was it an act of cleaning or an act of healing?
News is more than a headline. It informs, it inspires, and it still matters. To cover it, you have to be in it. And that's what we're gonna do. Every night, we take you to the front lines of the story, where it's actually happening, with NBC News journalists on the ground from all over the world. We cover what you need to know and bring your newsfeed to life. In primetime and streaming live, it's your news playlist every night.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
What happened here is a story of loss and salvation. There were residents who hung on for dear life. This is where you took shelter, in this closet.
I took shelter right in this closet right here.
Rioters banged down one of the doors.
Have you found a way to reconcile it a year later?
It really hurt to see this place that I love so much treated with such disrespect.
Was it an act of cleaning or an act of healing?
Okay, if you've ever watched a Disney movie or strolled through Disneyland and thought, I wish I could live here, well, here's sort of your chance. The Imagineers are cooking up a new residential community out in California's Coachella Valley called Cotino. The neighborhood will be built around a huge 24-acre oasis and will have homes ranging from smaller condos to bigger estates. Of course, any Disney endeavor has to include entertainment, and Cotino is no different. There will be regular community events like cooking classes, live performances, and look at that, beach access in the middle of the desert, by the way, for members of the community club. Disney says this is just the first of several communities they plan to build across the country. No word yet on when you can move in, but stay tuned to learn how you can live your happily ever after. Joe, you're a Disney fan like I am. Are you moving in?
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, the little-known rule people don't realize, you have to sing and skip when you take a walk outside. I don't know if that's going to work for everyone.
Yeah, it's always cheery. That's the only way to live in Disney neighborhood. Yeah.
All right. Thank you, Samantha.
Yeah.
New questions are emerging this morning about what led up to the death of beloved comedian and actor Bob Saget. His family filed a lawsuit to prevent the release of certain records related to his death. On Wednesday, a judge ruled in their favor. NBC News national correspondent Gabe Gutierrez has the latest.
A Florida judge sided with Bob Saget's family, blocking the release of records related to the comedian's death. The judge writing, the court finds that plaintiffs will suffer irreparable harm in the form of severe mental pain, anguish, and emotional distress if the requested temporary injunction is not granted.
Well, what do you think? Do I look ready for my big date or what?
America's beloved TV dad was found dead last month in an Orlando area hotel room. On Tuesday, citing privacy concerns, his widow and 3 daughters sued Florida investigators to stop the release of photographs, video recordings, audio recordings, and statutorily protected autopsy information because they, quote, graphically depict Saget. In response, the Orange County Sheriff's Office says while we are sensitive to the family's concerns about the right to privacy, that must be balanced with our commitment to transparency. Last week, Saget's family revealed his cause of death as accidental head trauma. In the autopsy, the Florida medical examiner confirmed that, adding the 65-year-old likely fell backwards, suffering injuries to the back of his head, causing bleeding in different parts of the brain and multiple fractures on his head and around his eyes. Still, experts say Saget's head was so badly injured, it's unlikely he would have ignored it.
Based on the injuries he had in the autopsy and how severe those injuries are, it's hard to imagine him actually walking anywhere and even having anything sort of a thought process going on.
The autopsy found no evidence of foul play or illicit drugs in Saget's system. Back to you.
Gabe Gutierrez, thank you.
Now, the funeral for 22-year-old Amir Locke is set to be held later today in Minneapolis, with Reverend Al Sharpton leading the service. Locke was fatally shot during a no-knock warrant search executed by a Minneapolis SWAT team. The Locke family is speaking out, calling the incident, quote, an execution. The mayor has implemented a moratorium on no-knock warrants while the state investigates the shooting. NBC News correspondent Ron Allen joins us now from Minneapolis with more on what to expect. Hi, Ron. Good morning. So what do you think we'll see today? Will we hear from the Locke family during this funeral?
I would think so, yes. I would think there'll be a lot of personal tributes and remembrances of him, a 22-year-old man who, by all accounts, his family says was a good person and totally innocent and a victim in this whole circumstance. He was a DoorDash delivery man who was legally licensed to carry the gun that he had in his possession when the police stormed into this apartment where he was sleeping on a couch. It wasn't his apartment, it was that of a friend. And he was not the target of this warrant. The police were going after a cousin of his. And so in many ways, the family was emphasizing how this never should have happened. So yes, we expect to hear from the family. We expect to hear from a lot of civil rights and activists for racial justice. We know that Reverend Al Sharpton is going to deliver the eulogy. The third time that he's delivered a eulogy in this town. In the case of George Floyd, Daunte Wright's funeral happened in this same church about a year or so ago. And we know that the officer who was convicted of manslaughter in Wright's case, Kim Potter, is going to be sentenced tomorrow. So there's a lot going on here in Minneapolis, and this continues. This case is seen as yet another example of a law enforcement officer using excessive force in killing an innocent young black man. So we'll hear a lot about that and a lot about how this continues to happen. And despite calls for reform, despite investigations, the family and many others are still very angry about what's happening in this town and in other places across the country.
And Ron, when we've seen these other police-involved killings of black men, we've seen what's also happened across the city, this fallout from them. How's the city responding so far to the death of Amir Locke?
A lot of focus is on these investigations. There are calls for the police chief, the interim police chief here, to step down. There are calls for the officer who fired the fatal shots to be fired and charged. That has not happened while the state and local authorities investigate what happened. There have not been massive protests in the streets here. There were some protests right after Locke's death on February 2nd, but there has not been a lot happening publicly out in the streets. A lot of it has been happening behind the scenes, but there is a lot of pressure on the Minneapolis Police Department to not only deal with this case and the individuals who were involved, the officer who fired the shots and the police chief, because of something she said after it happened and the way she's handled the case. But there are calls for reform throughout the department, and we know that that's all going on as well. So again, a lot happening here as this funeral happens in a couple of hours' time.
All right, we know you'll be watching, Ron Allen. Thank you so much.
Coming up on Morning News Now, a man-made disaster. New research shows how much human behavior is driving a major drought.
Plus, a first-of-its-kind solar project that's showing promise. That's after the break.
Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast, available anytime and anywhere.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. We'll take you to the front lines of the story, bringing your news feed to life. Streaming live every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
There's no better place for fun with friends. Quality time with your little golf buddy. Or an afternoon alone together. Golf Now app. Family and friends are just a tap away. Just pick your course, pay from your phone, get out and enjoy. Golf Now. Download the app and go play.
The first Black-owned autonomous grocery store features more than just flashy new tech. Their mission is to bring more healthy options to some of the biggest food deserts in the country, combating health issues like obesity. NBC News correspondent Blaine Alexander goes inside the high-tech store.
Call it grocery shopping with a taste of technology. Welcome to Nourish and Bloom Market. Here, QR codes, automated gates, and robots run the show.
Say hello.
30 ceiling cameras track your every move.
Every time you pick up an item, the system knows exactly what you've picked up.
So these are basically giant scales throughout
Correct.
the store.
All finished? Just walk right out. Automatic payment through your phone.
So it's quite an unusual experience.
It's the brainchild of first-time store owners Jalea and Jamie Hemmings.
Shopping has changed overall, and we wanted to create a solution for the post-pandemic era that we're living in.
But even more notable than how you shop, what you're shopping for. Just south of Atlanta, this community is a food desert. The closest grocery store, a nearly 15-minute drive. These shelves hold all natural, organic foods, and the customers can't get enough.
We've waited for it so long, it's a godsend.
There's even a fresh spin on delivery.
That's it.
2 climate-controlled robots, complete with their own crosswalk.
Thank you.
They're already planning to expand, eyeing disadvantaged neighborhoods across Georgia and Florida, and thanks to a partnership with Microsoft, offsetting the cost for customers.
When you look at childhood obesity, when you look at diabetes, it really runs in the Black community, and we want to be able to change that.
Our whole mission is that everyone deserves access to healthy food in a convenient way, right? An affordable way.
This is more than a business. This is a mission for you guys.
Oh yeah, 100%.
A mission to keep healthy foods within reach.
There you go.
Blaine Alexander, NBC News, Fayetteville, Georgia.
Time now for our CNBC Money Minute, the biggest financial headlines of the day and why they matter to you.
Silvana Henao is with us. Good morning, Silvana.
Hey guys, good morning. Amazon and a group of workers at a warehouse in Staten Island have tentatively agreed to terms for a union election, which organizers say will take place late next month. This puts Amazon on track to face 2 union elections in the same week. The National Labor Relations Board plans to begin counting ballots from an Alabama warehouse in a redo of a failed organizing campaign last year. A vote to unionize at either facility would mark Amazon's first organized warehouse in the United States. The nation's largest chip maker failing to impress investors with its latest earnings report. NVIDIA posting results that beat analysts' forecast and is projecting strong growth this year, but supply constraints continue to weigh on its data center chip business. Earlier this month, NVIDIA scrapped plans to buy a rival arm holdings, a deal that faced opposition from regulators. And Twitter is expanding its mobile tipping feature to include Ethereum this coming month after it added Bitcoin. The tip service lets users send payments, including cryptocurrency, to creators and accounts they follow. It's the latest move by Twitter to expand the use of crypto and blockchain technology. Earlier this year, it started allowing some people to use NFTs as their profile pictures. Guys?
I'm still wrapping my head around the idea of tipping someone on Twitter.
Right?
Like,
NFT is a profile picture.
Thank you, Silvana.
Thanks.
You got it.
So the mega drought in the western U.S. is so severe, it's making history. And a new study says humans are driving it.
That's one of the stories we're following this morning in our series Climate Control, highlighting the need for smart solutions to confront climate change.
NBC News meteorologist Bill Cairns is back with us. More on this. Bill, good morning to you. So this mega drought out west has been going on now for 22 years. It shows no signs of letting up right now. How bad is it, and what is the link to human behavior?
Yeah, this is not a record that we wanted to break. It had been well known that the longest lasting mega drought was in the late 1500s, and it was kind of equal to the one we're in right now. But now they've said we've surpassed it, unfortunately, and it doesn't look like it's going to end anytime soon. So let me first explain, maybe you haven't even heard the term mega drought before. So what's a mega drought? Well, a mega drought is a drought that lasts 2 decades or longer, so at least 20 years. And right now we're at year 22 of our drought in the West. And this is the map that shows our current drought. About 95% of the West is in drought. So Are humans to blame in greenhouse gas emissions? Well, this study in the Nature journal says 42% of this drought is linked to human-caused warming. And what's even more alarming is they said that this drought would have ended with the wet seasons in probably 2005 and 2006, and it wouldn't have continued straight through without that warming. So, they're saying that humans are to blame for making this mega drought even worse. And because the atmosphere is warmer, it's thirstier. So it evaporates more water from the soil. It kind of bakes the forest, too. And here's one of the more alarming parts of this, guys. In this study, they said there's a 75% chance that this mega drought will last at least 30 years to the year 2030.
Wow. Oof. All right. Now, Bill, we always do, though, even when we're talking about some of this scary, anxiety-inducing part of climate change, want to be talking about solutions as well. So California, one of those states, of course, part of this map, is launching a pilot program that's going to install solar panel canopies over canals. It's the first project of its kind in the U.S. What should we know about it? What's this going to do?
Well, this isn't just a theory. This actually has been done before, but not in the United States. In India, they actually have 8 projects like this on 24 miles of canals, and they've successfully, limited the evaporation of the water from the canals and gotten energy out of this. So in California, they've just approved the first pilot program. It will begin this fall, and it'll be hopefully completed by 2024 in the San Joaquin Valley. And, so why does California do this? Well, first off, they need the green energy to use less greenhouse gases, especially natural gas. The evaporation is a huge problem. We just talked about the mega drought. They need to conserve the water that they have, so that's good. If you cover it up, the sun evaporates less. And there's a big not in my backyard problem with solar panels, and this land is available. It's not being used except for the passageway of the canals. So the biggest question is, how hard is it to maintain these? Because you can't really get to the canals if they do need maintenance with the projects over the top of them. And these solar panels need to be cleaned. You can see the person watering them there. So we got to figure out efficient ways to get the dust off of them, too.
All right. Bill, thank you so much. We are going to ask you one more question. I don't think we are. All right. Thank you, Bill. Appreciate it.
Bill, we love this segment. Thanks so much. Great to have you back.
Next time.
Yeah. All right. Coming up on Morning News Now, getting candid with an Olympic goat.
It's a list of things that I never had time to do, but once all that kind of settles down, what kind of role do you move into?
Up next, my conversation with snowboarding legend Shaun White, just back from his final Olympics.
This is a very different kind of program. We're here to start conversation about the big things happening in our world. Professor, I'm not asking you to predict the future, but what do we think that the new normal is going to be? Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs during this pandemic and their relationship to their employers? What is your biggest tip for any parent who's concerned about this? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now. Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast. Available anytime and anywhere.
No better place for fun with friends. Quality time with your little golf buddy. Or an afternoon alone together. With the Golf Now app, family and friends are just a tap away. Just pick your course, pay from your phone, get out and enjoy. Golf Now. Download the app and go play.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. We'll take you to the front lines of the story, bringing your news feed to life. Streaming live every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
The Meet the Press Chuck Todd Cast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
no better place for fun with friends. Quality time with your little golf buddy. Or an afternoon alone together. With the Golf Now app, family and friends are just a tap away. Just pick your course, pay from your phone, get out and enjoy. Golf Now. Download the app and go play.
Welcome back. Snowboarding icon Shaun White is back in the U.S. after completing his final Olympic competition ever, an experience he says he'll cherish forever.
I spoke to Shaun about his homecoming, including how he's handling the early days of retirement and who he's now looking to for advice. How does his homecoming feel?
It's been incredible, honestly. Like from China, landed at the airport, my whole family and all my friends were waiting, and then straight to the Super Bowl, which was awesome. I actually had a list of things I wanted to do in my retirement, and on that list was I've never been to a Super Bowl. It's my first one. I mean, there's been those moments where you got to pinch yourself and go, wow, you know, maybe I took this for granted before or whatever, and now everything's just got this shimmer to it, you know, especially competing. Saying goodbye to my competitors. I'm sure I'll bump into them, but just to be in that situation with them, it's a rarity, and so I cherish every moment, and yeah, it's just been great.
The fact that you're doing this on your terms, how important is that to you?
It's really big, and knowing that going in, it really made everything special. It's like, okay, wow, well, if I'm going to do it, and this is the last time, this is how I would go about it.
You might have heard of, there's something called mean tweets, where celebs mean things people write about them. I'm going to do the opposite here.
Oh, yeah?
I'm going to do nice tweets. I'm going to read you the nice things celebrities say about you.
Oh, wow,
so,
on.
So you've got David Beckham, I think's a friend of yours,
He's
right?
He's a friend, yeah.
He's written respect for the greatest. So David Beckham writes that about you. What do you think?
The man, I mean, he's a legend, obviously, and to just have support from, you know, fellow athletes like that's incredible. You know, I always have such admiration and respect for other athletes and what they do, and so to hear that's really cool.
Michael Phelps used a goat emoji to describe you. When you see those goat emojis, what goes through your mind?
I love it. I mean, especially from someone of his caliber. I mean, he knows what it's like to put it all out there, and, you know, he's retired. He's definitely a phone call I'm going to have pretty soon here. Like, what do I do next?
Speaking of phone calls, Tom Brady said you had an incredible career. That's a phone call you're making, right?
That's a really cool one. Yeah, Tom's amazing, and especially, you know, he's going through what I'm going through right now, which is pretty wild.
What are the questions you want to ask him about retirement?
Gosh, I mean, where do you start is where I think I would ask. I mean, once the bubble and the things kind of, the dust settles, stuff calms down, especially we're still in the Olympic glow. We're all kidded here right now. You're looking very solid.
Thank you. I'm glowing too. I'm trying my best here.
But, you know, like, what's next? I mean, obviously there's a list of things that I never had time to do, but like once all that kind of settles down, you know, what kind of role do you move into and how do you go forward? Those sort of things, or how do you fight the thoughts of like, well, I could come back for the little, you know what I mean? Because that was very real for me. I was like,
have you had those thoughts?
Well, of course. I mean, you're in the fight for so many years, and just to take yourself out of it all of a sudden is like a very jarring thing, you know, especially not finishing on the podium or things like that. I was like, okay, well, you know, the fighter in me was very like, well, you could do the, you know, and then your mind starts racing of like how I could navigate that path to come back. But, you know, at this point, I'm thankful to be in the position I'm in and learn lessons from fellow competitors like that. I like, you know, how to crave those sort of urges and, you know, push forward in the new life I'm setting for myself.
He does have a snowboard business to keep him busy. White Space, his new business that he's working on. So that's something to keep his time occupied.
Yeah, I'm sure he'll find ways. We'll take him to do anything for us.
I feel like he'll be on TV too. I get that feeling.
Yeah.
That does it for this hour of Morning News Now.
But the news continues right now.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers.
Right now on Morning News Now, masks on or off? With cases dropping nationwide, the CDC says it wants to give people a break from wearing masks. The changes that could soon be coming your way, and we have a doctor joining us with what you need to know. No pullback. U.S. officials say Russia is not pulling its troops away from the Ukrainian border. They're actually adding nearly 7,000 more. New developments this morning from Ukraine and the latest timing from intelligence officials on when a possible invasion could take place. fight for a medal. Team USA adds to its medal count overnight. It's not the one they wanted. We're going to break down the tough loss to Canada in women's hockey. Plus, what's next in women's figure skating as 15-year-old Russian Kamila Valieva looks to win gold despite the controversy over her positive drug test. And what's up with Wordle, the online puzzle that's taking the country by storm, 5 letters at a time. But is Wordle getting more difficult? Some people think it's getting harder. I took that question directly to the general manager of games for the New York Times to get an answer.
So you'll
coming
have
up
to
later.
stick around to hear.
Exactly. All right, we're going to begin with the latest on the pandemic and the ongoing fight over mask mandates.
The CDC is facing pressure to loosen its mask guidelines. And while the agency says it's reviewing the matter, it's not yet ready to shift that guidance.
I know that everyone is anxious to move beyond this pandemic, and some of the ways we have had to change the way we live over the last 2 years. We all share the same goal: to get to a point where COVID-19 is no longer disrupting our daily lives, a time when it won't be a constant crisis, rather something we can prevent, protect against, and treat.
NBC News medical contributor Dr. Natalie Azar joins us now. Dr. Azar, great to see you. Thanks for being with us. So the CDC says, as we just heard, that it's still too early to roll back those mask guidelines. This comes after yesterday we all thought they were going to do so. And of course, as states across the country are already doing so. What do you think about this mixed messaging from state and federal agencies? It feels like we've asked this question several times throughout the pandemic in different various ways, different phases, and here we are again.
Yeah, well, here's I think the issue is that I think we are long past the moment where one set of guidelines from the federal government is going to be a one size fits all for the country, like that the lockdown that we had 2 years ago that was just universal and blanket. There's no appetite for that. And frankly, that's not really the right thing to do. I think what the CDC is struggling with right now is how to define sort of the barometer or the threshold, above which they would require or recommend masking. And I think, they've been using for a long time disease activity in terms of substantial high transmission, those kinds of things. And I think that they need to now appreciate and, modify their definition of what constitutes significant transmission to more, where are we seeing severe disease? Are we seeing hospitalizations rising? Are we seeing ICUs at capacity? And using those metrics to sort of, guide their recommendations. In terms of whether or not local authorities versus state authorities should be the ones making the decisions for their communities, it clearly needs to be at the local level. And those recommendations need to be calibrated based on the percentage of vaccination in the requirement, in their communities, their hospitalization rates, and that kind of thing.
So, doctor, let me ask you what you would tell someone who is maybe confused by this. I mean, this is the CDC's mask guidance. That's a keyword, guidance. If somebody's looking for guidance from the Centers for Disease Control, who's still saying, hey, it's too early to do so, but then their local government is saying, you don't have to anymore. What would you tell that person who doesn't know what to do? They feel stuck in the middle.
Really, honestly, at this point, Savannah, I would say trust your local health officials on this. The CDC should and probably always will err on the side of being more conservative and more cautious. But as I said, it really has to do with the rates of local transmission, as well as, how your hospitals are doing. Are they near capacity or are they not? How much vaccination is in your community? And I think those things need to guide individuals primarily. And then secondarily, as we've discussed numerous times, it always comes back to your own situation and your own risk tolerance. If you're a high risk person or you live with someone who's high risk, you're more likely to want to keep on wearing that mask indoors than a neighbor who doesn't have those potential environmental risks.
So, doctor, walk someone through if they are interested in what's happening in their area. What do the rates look like? What does the vaccination rate look like? What should that person do if they want to know, how safe am I if I am ready to take this mask off, but I want to make sure that I think I'm in a place that's safe to do so?
Right. So your State Department of Health websites should have all of this information. Your local health departments should have this information. We're talking about rates of transmission, positivity rates per, 100,000 people, those kinds of things. What are your ICUs doing? How many kids in your schools are vaccinated? Those are the kinds of metrics that you need to kind of figure out. And unfortunately, it does require that you get that information. But again, reaching out to local health officials is really, I would say, the number one thing that you can do. Follow the news carefully. But I don't think that each individual person in this country necessarily needs to be taking, personal advice from the CDC.
Right, absolutely. All right, that's great to hear, Dr. Azar. Super helpful for people at home who are confused by this back and forth. We appreciate your time. Great to see you. And if you have a question for one of our doctors, like the great Dr. Natalie Azar, email us at morningnewsnow@NBCUNI.com and let us know if you'd like to stay anonymous.
This morning, we're tracking a major winter storm set to impact millions from the Rockies to the Midwest to the South and making its way to the East Coast. Now, the storm's delivering snow, ice, and strong winds to central and eastern parts of the country. As you can see, it's already impacting the Great Lakes, bringing heavy rain to parts of Illinois.
All of that is our intro to Bill Cairns joining us to track it all. Hey, Bill.
Hey, good morning. This has all the earmarks of like a March or April spring storm. Severe weather, flooding problems, snow on the backside of the storm, and ice too. So this storm really does have it all. But we'll start with the tornado threat because that obviously can be instantly life-threatening. And we're more concerned and mostly concerned with areas in the south. We haven't had a lot of severe weather overnight, just a little bit in Texas and Oklahoma. But this afternoon, as this line of storms makes its way through Arkansas into Louisiana, it should intensify this afternoon. That area of orange is an enhanced risk of severe weather, including the Memphis area to Nashville, Tupelo, a good chunk of the northern half of Mississippi, a good portion of Alabama, too. Heads up, make sure you're aware of your forecast as you go throughout this afternoon and evening, especially with the early sunset. Those tornadoes that happen at night, we have a little less warning with them because we can't see them ahead of time. As far as how it's going to look, this is 8 p.m. tonight. The line of storms will be almost past Mississippi, right through the heart of Alabama into North Georgia. The blue on the map shows you the snow. So ending in Chicago by about 6 to 8 p.m. Still snowing hard, though, lower Michigan and also northern half of Indiana. And then just a big rain and windstorm heading through areas of Pennsylvania, New York, and then eventually through New England. It's going to sound like a tropical storm is coming through. These winds are going to howl and the rain is going to pour. And then by Friday late morning, it's gone. By Friday evening, no problems at all. Though the winds with this storm include 111 million people under wind advisories. We do have some high wind warnings. When you get in the warning category, that's where we expect not just travel delays, but travel cancellations at the airport and damage possible. That includes the Boston area, Cape Cod, Rhode Island, and Long Island, and the higher elevations of the Appalachians in areas of Tennessee and North Carolina. So how windy will some of our big cities be today? If you're flying, it's going to be bumpy. Wind gusts will be maxing out in the 30 to 40 mile per hour range in the Midwest, and in the Northeast late tonight and early Friday morning, the highest winds over Montauk, Long Island, Boston, the Cape Cod, 50 mile per hour range isolated into the 60s. So you get the idea. This isn't a storm to mess with as far as traveling over the next couple days. So today, 10 degrees in Minneapolis. At the same time, it's nearly 80 in New Orleans. That's the earmarks of a big storm right in the middle of the country. And as we said, though, guys, on Friday, we get rid of this storm in a hurry for a pretty quiet weekend coming up. Just have to get through the next 2 days, hopefully safely, with those tornadoes.
Yeah.
At least it's moving quickly.
Yeah. Good news. Some good news. Thanks, Bill.
This morning, tensions in Ukraine are reaching new highs after a flare-up in the eastern part of the country. Russian-backed separatists and the Ukraine government are both accusing each other of mortar attacks overnight. That comes as Washington casts further doubt over claims made by Russia that it has been pulling back some of its troops. NBC News chief foreign correspondent Richard Engel has more from eastern Ukraine.
Joe, Savannah, attempts to resolve this crisis diplomatically appear to be getting more difficult, with now the United States and other nations directly accusing Russia of lying, with one U.S. official saying that Russia, as late as yesterday, was moving troops into attack positions.
As Russia claims it is pulling back troops from Ukraine's border, releasing videos of forces leaving the Crimean Peninsula on a bridge back to Russia and being loaded onto trucks. A senior Biden administration official accuses Russia of lying and of moving troops around while adding 7,000 to the some 150,000 troops already near Ukraine's borders. Ukrainian and Estonian intelligence and NATO officials have said they can't confirm any Russian pullback.
We have not seen any sign of withdrawal or de-escalation.
New satellite images show Russian troops remain ready for attack, as Britain's military intelligence chief, in a rare statement, said there have been sightings of additional armored vehicles, helicopters, and a field hospital moving toward Ukraine's borders. As Ukrainians took to the streets for Unity Day yesterday to show they're not afraid of a Russian invasion, there are now questions this morning about why Russia would claim to de-escalate while apparently not doing it. Propaganda, a play to create confusion, or deliberate misdirection to hide an attack. On the front line, tensions are heating up between Ukrainian troops and Russian-backed separatists, with both sides accusing the other of mortar and artillery attacks overnight, including, Ukraine says, on a kindergarten. Russia has accused Ukraine of carrying out a genocide against the separatists, who have said they may call on President Putin to protect them.
The Ukrainian military accused those Russian-backed separatists overnight of firing dozens of artillery rounds, including the one that apparently hit that kindergarten. No children were in the room that was hit at the time, although several staff members were injured, according to Ukrainian military, and one Ukrainian soldier. The danger is that fighting between separatists and Ukrainian troops could become a tripwire for a larger conflict. Joe, Savannah.
Richard, thank you.
Now, as some states roll back COVID restrictions, the federal mask mandate remains in place for now on public transportation. That, of course, includes air travel, where there have already been hundreds of unruly passenger reports just in the first month and a half of this year. NBC News aviation correspondent Tom Costello joins us now with this new dispute over how to handle those troublesome travelers. Tom, this one has really sort of blown my mind since we've been covering it. Tell us the latest here.
Yeah, well, this has been an issue that we've seen escalate throughout the pandemic. You know, disruptive passengers, including some who physically attacked flight crews. And now one big airline is pushing to establish an industry-wide no-fly list, yet getting some pushback from some Republican lawmakers.
Despite threats of stiff fines and jail time, cases involving passengers becoming disruptive, sometimes physically violent with flight crews and fellow travelers, are still happening. You're going to jail. As of Tuesday, the FAA has referred 80 cases involving unruly passengers to the FBI for criminal review. That's out of more than 6,000 reports since the start of 2021. Many incidents related to the in-flight mask requirements. Already this year, nearly 500 reports of disorderly flyers. Just this past Sunday, crew members and fellow passengers had to subdue a man who became unruly, forcing an American Airlines flight from D.C. to Los Angeles to divert mid-flight.
Flight attendants are saying that nothing has changed yet. We're still seeing these combative events on board. There's a ton of disrespect. This is not something that we can accept as a new normal.
While individual airlines have banned certain flyers, Delta Airlines wants the federal government to create a comprehensive no-fly list, barring unruly passengers convicted of an onboard disruption from traveling on any U.S. airline. But a group of 8 Republican senators who say they oppose bad behavior are against the no-fly list, arguing in a letter to the Attorney General it would seemingly equate those passengers to terrorists. But the nation's largest flight attendants union says it would make air travel safer for everyone.
We need to be very clear with people what the rules are, why they're in place, and what the consequences are if you violate them.
One of those rules, the new mask mandate, faces a new legal challenge this morning, with the Texas Attorney General suing the Biden administration to overturn it. It comes as the CDC is already considering revisions to its recommendations.
We are looking at an overview of much of our guidance, and masking in all settings will be a part of that.
Yeah, so the current mask requirement at airports, on planes, public transportation, it's set to expire the middle of next month, March 18th. But that mandate, as you know, has already been extended a couple of times since it was implemented. And some industry experts think it could be extended again because kids under the age of 5 are not vaccinated, can't be vaccinated. However, I've talked to industry experts, airline industry experts, and they are now thinking that it may not be extended because we've got this political climate right now to roll back masks. And of course, we've seen the mask debate really heating up in full force. So as you can imagine, they've got a lot to juggle here. Kids under 5, the rollback momentum, that kind of thing. Guys, back to you.
Yeah, absolutely. And the intensifying of the debate, as you point out. Tom, thank you so much.
You bet.
Now, Team USA is looking to take home some more hardware at the Winter Olympics in Beijing, and there's still plenty to be decided in the days to come as the games wind down.
Yeah, we did come up a bit short in our bid to repeat as gold medalists in women's hockey against our rivals, Canada. NBC News correspondent Steve Patterson joins us from the games in China. Steve, good morning. So it was a tough loss for the Americans in women's hockey in the gold medal game. What was the reaction afterward?
Tough, hard-fought loss. Very, as you can imagine, an incredible amount of disappointment from the U.S. women who wanted to win. And, you know, you always want to beat Canada. This game is such a hard-fought, tough nails, hard-fought game. It really is, where these two teams have perennially gone against each other. They really don't like each other. That's something that's very apparent and obvious and, frankly, fun to watch. But at the end of the day, there's a certain amount of begrudging respect. And you have to remember that the last time these two teams met was in 2018. The U.S. won in a shootout, and that was so heartbreaking for the Canadian women. We've heard from some of them who said this is really that redemption for that moment that has just broken their hearts for all these years. And now it's kind of the U.S.'s turn. Hillary Knight spoke out. She scored one of the goals in this match and said that she felt like she let the country down, which is sad to hear. They just got behind, and they were held at arm's length, and Canada is just so strong at doing that, at putting a team down and keeping a team down, and the U.S. really tried their best to come back, but they just couldn't. So sad to see, but, there's always next time, and there certainly will be a next time.
And they're silver medalists. They didn't let us down. We're still proud of them, but yeah, tough to hear. All right, Steve, now tonight is the finale of women's figure skating. We know that there's this drama unfolding with the top contender here for gold, but is there any chance that USA can steal a spot on the podium?
So this is exciting because my producer's in there right now. I'm looking at her. She's watching the skating. She's dancing. The competition's happening right now. I think there's like 6 indoors. Indoors and warm. But she's yelling out the results to me as I talk to you. I think there's 6 skaters left. One of the best on the U.S. team, Alyssa Liu, just went. She got into first. That doesn't mean much when you consider that these scores, again, are cumulative, that the 6 people ahead of her are the strongest skaters because you kind of qualify and you place backwards. So all the Russians are to follow, and then she's now says second place for her, and then she'll precipitously drop down. And you just have to know, in knowing this event, that the Russians skate at such a higher difficulty than the rest of the skaters that it is very near impossible to match a score unless they have some sort of catastrophic fall or there is some sort of incredible burst of talent from another skater. And we did see that, actually. Japan has a skater in 3rd place after the first event. She's going to go again in about 3 skaters. She may surprise us all, but I think the expectation is Camila Vulia and her teammates will take this pretty handily.
Steve, real quickly, anything else we should know about what's happening with Team USA?
Yes, I'll do some quick hitters. Men's curling, they just went to the semifinals. That's really exciting. The free ski halfpipe had 4 Americans in the qualifiers. All 4 of them qualified, including David Wise, who won gold in Sochi. He looks really strong. The whole team looks really strong, and we're looking forward to more hardware there. Guys.
All right. I think Brittany Bowe got a bronze, too, so good for speed skating.
You could make it in time, but
Brittany
you might
Bowe
be
got
able
a bronze.
to help out our men's curlers.
Yeah, watch out. Watch out. Here I come, curlers, to the rescue. Steve, thank you so much.
Thanks, Steve. And coming up, Hillary Clinton is now firing back at a bombshell allegation that she allegedly spied on former President Trump while in office.
Her latest comments slamming what she's calling a fake scandal. Next.
There were residents who hung on for dear life. I've heard people say the town is gone. Do you see it that way?
Absolutely not. We've lost some houses, but our community's still here.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
There's no better place for fun with friends, quality time with your little golf buddy, or an afternoon alone together. Family and friends are just a tap away. Just pick your course, pay from your phone. Golf now. Download the app and go play.
News is happening now.
A look at what's making headlines around the world.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
This is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now. News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers.
2022 is off to a busy start.
Winter's wrath causing headaches from coast to coast.
It's been really incredible to see how quickly volunteers started to help with the cleanup efforts.
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
Former Secretary of State Hillary Clinton is breaking her silence on a special counsel investigation into the origins of the Trump-Russia probe. She's calling the latest development a fake scandal.
Now, former President Donald Trump and his allies say the investigation's most recent disclosure, which involves a lawyer formerly associated with the Clinton campaign, proves Trump was under surveillance while in office. NBC News senior Washington correspondent Hallie Jackson has more.
We're talking about a story that has ripped through conservative media, something Donald Trump calls bigger than Watergate. But what's in the actual court filing does not back up some of the allegations being made.
It would be explosive if it were true. The allegation a political opponent spied on a sitting president. And that's exactly what former President Donald Trump and his allies are claiming.
It was worse than we thought because they were spying on the sitting president of the United States.
Hillary Clinton's campaign paid to spy on Donald Trump.
I liken it to Watergate.
But Hillary Clinton now slamming the whole thing as a fake scandal to distract from Mr. Trump's real ones. So it's a day that ends in Y, she tweeted. So what's the reality check? It all started last week when special counsel John Durham dropped a new court filing. Remember, Durham's the guy investigating the origins of the Russia investigation against Mr. Trump. The filing involves a case against a cybersecurity lawyer with ties to the Democratic Party, Michael Sussman. It says a tech executive gave Sussman data about communications between computer servers at the White House, 2 Trump-owned buildings in New York, and an unnamed healthcare provider. The filing describing the executive as exploiting his access to White House data to search for derogatory information on Mr. Trump. Sussman, the filing says, claimed the data showed Trump associates were using Russian-made cell phones near the White House, an allegation the special counsel found no evidence of, and says Sussman turned that info over to the CIA in 2017, according to sources familiar with what happened. Some conservatives seizing on all this as proof someone spied on then-President Trump, blasting what they see as a lack of attention to it.
The silence by most of the media is very revealing.
But here's the thing. That computer data only showed that different servers were communicating, not what they were communicating about, according to experts.
In other words, emails couldn't have been read, text messages couldn't have been read. They couldn't have even seen the content that was on the screens.
The court filing doesn't say when the data collection ended, and that's important because Sussman's attorneys say the special counsel knows it didn't happen during the Trump administration, but instead when then-President Obama was in office.
The court filing does not allege a crime related to hacking. It also doesn't say anybody was illegally spied on. Back to you.
All right, Hallie, thank you so much.
Let's take a look at what's making news around the world this morning.
Ali Arouzi is with us this morning from Tehran. Hey, Ali.
Good morning, Savannah. Good morning, Joe. Devastating floods and mudslides have left at least 94 people dead in Brazil. An intense downpour produced months' worth of rain overnight that dumped down in the north of Rio de Janeiro, sweeping through the mountains and bringing destruction to the historic city of Petropolis, also known as the Imperial City. The city's mayor expects the number of fatalities to keep rising as rescuers pick through the wreckage, searching for survivors. Beaches in Sydney, Australia have been shut down after a deadly shark attack. An Australian swimmer died from catastrophic injuries after being mauled by a massive great white shark. Witnesses describe watching in horror as the swimmer was being dragged underwater with a big splash, then several seconds of violent thrashing, followed by the water turning blood red. The incident is the first such fatal attack in almost 60 years. And finally, a job advert in Saudi Arabia to recruit 30 female train drivers has attracted 28,000 applicants, highlighting the scale of pent-up demand as the conservative kingdom loosens some restrictions on women's employment. The 30 selected women will drive bullet trains between the cities of Mecca and Medina after a year of on-the-job paid training. Job opportunities for Saudi women have until recently been very limited due to the country's strict gender segregation rules. Women weren't even allowed to drive in Saudi Arabia until 2018. The initiative comes at a time when Saudi Arabia is under the spotlight for its human rights record. Those are your headlines, guys.
Wow, 28,000 applications. Isn't that something? All right, Allie, thank you so much.
As we mentioned moments ago, the U.S. women's hockey team is leaving Beijing with silver medals after narrowly losing to rival Canada in the gold medal game.
We have 3 stars of the team with us now: Kendall Quinn Schofield, Hillary Knight, and Lee Steckling. Hello to all of you. Thank you so much for joining us. And congratulations on silver. It might not have been the gold that you wanted, but I mean, you guys showed so much heart climbing back from that 3-goal deficit, and you do still have this silver to end it 3-2. Kendall, as the team captain, what did you see from the team and that performance?
Yeah, I think the way that you saw our team never give up, fight all the way until the end with that final goal, 12 seconds left in the game, is just really the definition of this team throughout this entire Olympic residency process. We've been resilient through it all. I mean, it's been very challenging just to get to this moment with the pandemic. And I thought our group showed no quit. We fought to the very end. Obviously not the result we wanted, but we have so much to be proud of. And there's no group that's more special to be a part of than this group.
Hillary, this was your 22nd Olympic game for Team USA, breaking the record for women's hockey. And now with this medal, you have medaled in all 4 Olympics you've been in, including that gold back in 2018. How does all of that feel?
It feels great. I play with great players. And to represent our country on a world stage, it's such an honor and such a privilege. I wish you guys could be in our room and be a fly on the wall, because these are incredible women, and it's almost intoxicating. That's why you keep coming back.
And I know you guys are this incredible group of women who has faced some hurdles getting here. Lee, it was a hard road for you all here, including a COVID outbreak just a couple weeks ago and losing one of your stars, Brianna Decker, early in the opening match. Talk a bit about the resilience of this team and how you were able to come together and make it so far and take home silver.
Yeah, the road is definitely never easy. This one, I think we had a bit of a harder road than even normal. So to lose Brianna so early, it was hard. Incredible that she was able to stay around and have the impact she did, even though she wasn't on the ice. And as Kendall mentioned, so grateful to be here with this group. Not the medal we wanted, but no group I'd rather be playing with.
Kendall, you have a new book out called As Fast as Her, about all the obstacles you overcame to get to this point. What do you want readers to get from it, especially those young girls right now who are just looking up at you and they dream of being in your spot a few years down the road?
Yeah, and my goal of writing the book was to have more representation on the bookshelves. I think we were all young girls looking for books like the one I put out there, and I just hope young people pick up the book and they're inspired to follow their dreams, just as we did ours. A lot of us saw the '98 team when we were little girls, and we said we want to be them one day. And I'm sure there were a lot of young girls watching back at home and maybe said, I want to play for Team USA. I want to represent Team USA at the Olympics, because that was a lot of us when we saw them. And I think, the goal of the book was just to provide people a source of inspiration, see, that my life, my journey wasn't a straight line. There were a lot of obstacles along the way, but those obstacles have helped get me to where I am today.
Absolutely. And before we let you go, Hillary, let's just expand on that a little bit. I mean, what do you think this kind of high-profile success, I mean, you've medaled in every Olympics you've been to, does for this sport, for women's hockey in general, and for inspiring those little girls, knowing that this is an option?
Yeah, visibility is huge. If she can see it, she can be it. And it starts with that one little spark. So to be part of that visibility and pushing the game forward, and maybe that young little girl doesn't even play hockey, it doesn't matter, but to have a positive impact in someone's life is what it's all about. And obviously we get to do that through the sport that we love and share those moments together.
Absolutely. Hillary, Kendall, and Lee, we are so proud of you. Congratulations on coming home silver medalists, and safe travels home. Thanks for joining us.
Thank you.
She can see it, she can do it like that. Coming up on Morning News Now, a first look at how one of the most restrictive voting laws in the country is affecting lines at the ballot box. We're going to take you to Texas.
Plus, a staffing shortage at one of the country's most notorious high-security prisons. We'll take you inside where guards say they are at a breaking point. That's next.
You think it's been healthy for the Democratic Party to highlight the division in the party? What does an exit ramp for Putin look like that allows him to save face? How much of this is on the CDC and how much of this is on Washington? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Residents who hung on for dear life. I've heard people say the town is gone. Do you see it that way?
Absolutely not. We've lost some houses, but our community's still here.
I believe every dream, every journey, every triumph.
And it all starts here.
Let the celebration begin!
The excitement is in the air.
United States!
Is he superhuman?
Feel the magic every day.
She is a superstar, Kayla. We are cheering you on.
And share every moment with us at the Winter Olympics. Today is where the games begin.
Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now you can listen to it as a podcast, available anytime and anywhere.
Uber has given drivers and riders the option to rate each other for years, but now riders can see what goes into their ratings. Uber rolled out the score breakdown this week. Well, you can't see who gave you the score that ruined your perfect 5-star rating. It does tell you how many 1, 2, 3, 4, or 5-star ratings you've received over your last 500 rides. You can find your score breakdown in the app's Privacy Center. The company also shared the cities with the best and worst average passenger ratings. Perhaps unsurprisingly, New York made the worst ratings list, along with Washington and Seattle. The ratings say the best riders are in San Antonio, St. Louis, and Nashville. Savannah, I made the mistake of doing this morning and discovered that I have somehow got 4 1-star ratings over the years, which I can't even imagine what I did.
1 star, Joe, brave man admitting that on live.
Well, because I don't get it. It's rigged, I tell you. But yeah, so it comes with a warning if you check it. It might be kind of shocking.
Were you like eating in the car, like Joe?
I am a good passenger.
1 star,
a very good rating.
would say differently. All right, thanks, Joe. Now, for the first time, we're seeing the impact of one of the newest and most restrictive voting laws in the country. Early voting is now underway in Texas for the state's March primary, but that new controversial law put into place last year is already resulting in rejected ballots, and it's also creating confusion among voters and election workers.
The local election laws in place that have put a strain on our staff resources, and I think we're really confusing voters and throwing them for a loop on, do I come vote, do I not, and how?
NBC News correspondent Antonia Hilton joins us now from Houston at one of the busiest early voting sites in Harris County, which is the most populous county in Texas. Antonia, good morning. So first, remind us what is in this new law and what kind of problems are people running into?
Good morning, Savannah. This is the first election in Texas where SB 1 goes into effect. And what's inside this law is a number of things. Most importantly, an end to drive-through voting, an end to 24-hour voting hours, which were very popular here in Harris County, as you said, the most populous county in the state of Texas during the pandemic when people had different health and work-related challenges. It also adds new freedom and movement for partisan poll watchers, which is something that is of concern to some voters, some election workers who are worried about the political and tense climate in some parts of the state right now. But the most critical new piece of the law that is most confusing for voters here is a change to ID requirements. And what that looks like is that voters who want to apply to vote by mail need to submit ID information, and that ID information needs to match exactly what they used when they initially registered to vote. That might sound straightforward, but if you're an older person who registered to vote 10, 30, 40 years ago here, that is leading to significant confusion, people not remembering what their license number was that many years ago, or submitting, say, their social security number, which is accurate but doesn't match the license number that they used to apply for or to register to vote many years ago now. And so that is leading to pretty serious rejection numbers. We're seeing 14% of ballot application numbers getting rejected, and then 40% of actual mail-in ballots getting rejected. And that represents a significant number of voters, especially in a state where, elections can be really tight here in Texas. And so the election workers here, the administrator that I've spoken to, are gravely concerned that there are people who are going to get shut out of this election, Savannah.
Yeah, Antonio, so I want to ask you more about that conversation I know you had with the election administrator there in Harris County. How is this changing the voting process there in Houston? Just kind of broaden it out for us. And also then, what about the smaller counties that may not have the same resources as these larger ones do?
Well, in talking with the election administrator, Isabel Longoria, the major message is that this is creating confusion and extreme pressure on workers. They are working really long hours, beginning of the day to very, very late at night. Some of them are sleeping in the election centers, trying to get themselves ready for early voting, but also for the actual election day on March 1st. And there's always pressure in elections, but this new change means that voters are calling them at their call center with an unusual number of questions, a lot of confusion about how these ID requirements will work, and they're a bit panicked. And so their message to these voters is really that they need to reach out, do their research, try to get ahead of deadlines right now. I want you to actually take a listen to some of my conversation with Isabel Longoria, who really spells out the new crisis that they're working through.
There's so many trickle-down effects affecting voters and our ability to host an election that the pressure is on. And what I ultimately want to get across is we're used to pressure. We thrive under pressure. That's why we're in elections. But this year, that pressure to host an election, that pressure to follow these new laws is now affecting voters because of the direct impact on voters.
And Harris County is the biggest and most well-resourced election team here. And so one of the issues she raised is that if we're struggling, imagine what's happening in smaller communities around the state right now, Savannah.
Absolutely. All right. And a reminder, actually, that tomorrow is the deadline to apply for a mail-in ballot in the state of Texas. Of course, a convenient way to vote. Antonia Hilton, thank you so much for your reporting.
Major staffing crisis is unfolding inside federal prisons, where some of the nation's most dangerous and notorious criminals are locked up. Prisons have been wrestling with high-profile problems, including COVID outbreaks and Jeffrey Epstein's suicide. And most recently, the Bureau of Prisons director resigned. Now, correctional officers are pleading for help from the government. NBC News correspondent Vaughn Hilliard spoke with some of them. Joins us from outside the Florence Supermax Penitentiary in Colorado. Vaughn, good morning.
Good morning, Joe. There are 122 federal correctional facilities around this country, and when you look at the current Bureau of Prison staffing situation, just 2/3 of the correctional officer positions in this country are presently filled, putting a severe strain on those working within these prisons. We talked to several of the guards, and as one of them told us, they feel their safety is now jeopardized.
It's a sprawling prison complex in remote Colorado, where some of the world's most notorious criminals are locked up. The Unabomber, the Boston Bomber, El Chapo, and a top aide to Osama bin Laden. More than 2,300 inmates are inside this network of federal prisons here in Florence. But these facilities, tasked with securing these prisoners, are in a staffing crisis, multiple prison guards tell us.
Our safety is jeopardized. I mean, there's no way to say it's not.
Just the mental and physical exhaustion is too much for someone to bear.
Low pay, understaffing, forced overtime, changing leadership, and COVID outbreaks. 5 current Florence prison staff and 4 others who quit in the last 2 years agreed to sit down with us.
What does overtime mean in the prison?
It means they force me to stay and work overtime. I have no choice.
That's an extra 8 hours.
16 hours straight.
16 hours straight.
We were just pawns. We were worker bees. Nobody cared what happened to us.
So how many days of 16-hour days in a row?
We could work up to 5.
It changes who you are mentally after years and years and years and years of doing this. And then you add in 16-hour days 3-4 times a week. It destroys you mentally. It destroys your family. Something needs to change.
Very similar, very similar.
But it's not just in Florence. James Zimmerman works 100 miles away at the Federal Correctional Institute in Inglewood, Colorado. He drove in for the interview.
Severely worse the last 4 to 5 years.
This is not just a Florence problem.
Absolutely not.
Across the country's federal prisons in the past years, the government has budgeted for more than 20,000 correctional officers. But right now, just a fraction of that is actually on the job. The Bureau of Prisons, in a statement to NBC News, blames the declining headcount to the 2017 federal government hiring freeze, as well as budget constraints, competition from local and state agencies, and most recently, a worldwide pandemic. The Bureau says it is offering a 10% financial retention incentive to all eligible staff, but many of these guards quitting. If it were not for the mandatory extra 8-hour shifts, would you still be working?
I'd still be working.
David, how old are you, my friend?
I'm 28. For me, it wasn't worth my safety. Wanting 16-hour shifts, 2 to 3 times a week, if you refuse it, you get in trouble.
Just last month, the Bureau of Prisons director announced he is resigning after less than 2 years on the job.
This was from September 15, 2021. It was a letter I wrote to Director Michael Carvajal, but I never did receive a response.
I would email him every single day that I worked.
Did you ever get a response?
I never got a response.
The 2 officers responsible for monitoring Jeffrey Epstein when he took his own life in a New York prison in 2019 were both working overtime shifts. Inmate deaths and assaults are not uncommon in these facilities. The number of homicides more than doubling in 2021.
These guards say the horrors of what happened inside here are tough to show and explain to the outside world because of privacy rules. But the mental and physical wear they endure is impossible to hide when they leave. Has anybody here been assaulted?
Yes. When inmates become agitated and aggressive, we're the front line.
Just this month, all 122 federal correctional facilities were placed under a lockdown for more than a week after a deadly altercation at a Texas penitentiary.
How difficult is it to attract folks to come and take these jobs?
$45,000 a year to start. We're competing with some fast food restaurants at starting pay.
Comes down to pay. I don't go to work because I love my job. You go to work to support your family or to make a living. The morale's the lowest I've seen it in 15 years that I've been in the Bureau.
Joe, and it's not just these correctional officers who are having to work these 16-hour shifts. The Bureau of Prison is moving counselors, maintenance staff, secretaries, cook kitchen supervisors into correctional officer positions to help backfill this shortage. There is this severe crisis of staffing right now inside of these Bureau of Prison operations. Joe?
Eye-opening report. Vaughn, thanks so much. Appreciate it.
Yeah, fantastic interview. All right, coming up, bias at the bank.
Doctor says a bank refused to cash her check because of her race. And in another instance, one man ended up in handcuffs. That story next.
What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community?
To cover the news, you have to be in it. We'll take you to the front lines of the story, bringing your news feed to life. Streaming live every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Hey everybody, it's Hoda Kotb from The Today Show. I am so excited to tell you about my new podcast, Making Space with Hoda Kotb. I sit down with some incredible people and we'll hear some uplifting stories.
Listen to Making Space now on Apple Podcasts.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. We'll take you to the front lines of the story, bringing your news feed to life. Streaming live every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
This is a very different kind of program. We're here to start conversation about the big things happening in our world. Professor, I'm not asking you to predict the future, but what do we think that the new normal is going to be? Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs during this pandemic and their relationship to their employers? What is your biggest tip for any parent who's concerned about this? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now. Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast. Available anytime and anywhere.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers.
2022 is off to a busy start.
Winter's wrath causing headaches from coast to coast.
It's been really incredible to see how quickly volunteers started to help with the cleanup efforts.
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
A moment of joy quickly turned into disbelief for one Houston doctor. She says her local Chase Bank refused to cash a check with a signing bonus for her new job, allegedly because of her race.
Now she's suing over alleged discrimination. NBC News Now correspondent Priscilla Thompson has this story for us from Houston.
Super happy and elated.
Dr. Malika Mitchell-Stewart was overjoyed when, after more than a decade of school and giving birth to her second child late last year, she officially became a doctor. With that title came a new job and a more than $16,000 signing bonus.
It's like a aha moment, like I finally made it. I finally am successful.
This was your moment.
It was my moment.
And it was
taken away.
Taken away by Chase Bank, according to Mitchell-Stewart, when they refused to cash her check. She's now suing for $1 million, alleging discrimination, claiming they refused her services because she's a black woman. Accusations that Chase tells NBC News are, quote, completely false.
If I would have came in as a white male with that same check, I'm sure they would have verified it, deposited it, and opened an account for the next day.
Mitchell-Stewart says she visited a Chase Bank near Houston in December to open an account and cash her check.
And they looked at the check, and then they kind of looked back at me, and then that's when they started asking me all these questions about like what I did for a living, who gave me this check, what company is this, how old I was.
After answering those questions and even showing her business card, Mitchell-Stewart alleges the bank refused to serve her, claiming the check was fraudulent. She says without ever trying to contact the check's issuer or offering an alternative, like putting a hold on the check until the funds cleared.
I've worked so hard, and to be accused of being a criminal, it hurt my heart.
Chase telling NBC News in a statement, while we fell short on delivering a great customer experience, our employee was concerned that she might be a victim of a scam and offered a safer alternative, such as ACH deposit, to get immediate access to her funds. At no point did they suggest that she was engaged in criminal activity or question the fact that she is a physician. Over the years, there have been many reports detailing similar experiences of black people at America's largest banks. Last year, U.S. Bank settled a lawsuit after calling police on a black man who was placed in handcuffs after trying to cash his $900 paycheck.
He said, you people are always coming in here with fake checks.
Who do you think he meant?
black people.
We're sorry for where we failed, Mr. Murrow, and accept full responsibility, U.S. Bank told NBC News in a statement, adding that it's strengthening policies to prevent this from happening again. Hashtag banking while black, now a rallying cry on social media.
How widespread is the issue of racism and discrimination in banking?
We've had hundreds of calls.
Dallas-based civil rights attorney Justin Moore is representing Dr. Mitchell Stewart. He says these incidents can be hard to track because many people don't report them, even when police are called.
The fact that you have a black doctor who can access basic financial services, that has long-standing ramifications. Banks, bank tellers, they have discretion to use their prejudice and weaponize it to prevent black folks and people that are minorities from accessing these services.
The Civil Rights Act of 1964 outlawed discrimination in some public places, but doesn't cover banks, making discrimination cases hard to win. In fact, it's legal for banks to treat customers differently as long as they receive services in the end. But in the wake of George Floyd's murder, banks pledged billions towards racial equity, Chase making a $30 billion commitment.
At J.P. Morgan Chase, a key goal is to help break down systemic barriers that have created profound disparities.
This lawsuit, some advocates say, a reminder that banks are still falling short.
No more performative allyship. We need actual, real, tangible resources, and we need unfettered access to those resources.
No one should be allowed to just say, I feel uncomfortable and refuse service. That's not right.
Thanks to Priscilla Thompson for that report. Time now for our CNBC Money Minute, the biggest financial headlines of the day and why they matter to you.
Silvana now is with us again. Hey, Silvana.
Hey, guys. Good morning. Yeah, so we're getting a fresh take on the economy and labor market this morning. Jobless claims coming in at 248,000, just above the expected 218,000. Google is working on new privacy restrictions that would reduce tracking across apps on Android devices. It's a move similar to what Apple rolled out for iOS devices last year. The changes could affect big companies that track users across apps to create targeted ads, such as Facebook's parent Meta. Google will continue to support current tracking technology for 2 years, giving companies plenty of time to implement the new rules. DoorDash reporting a record number of orders and active users in its latest quarter as demand for food delivery is showing no signs of slowing. Analysts say people are now accustomed to having food delivered to their doorstep after frequently ordering in during the peak of the pandemic. DoorDash's CEO saying, I think we've put to rest this question of what happens to demand when diners go back to eating in restaurants. Guys.
I think that trend is sticking around.
Oh, yeah. Certainly
Absolutely.
is in our houses, it sounds like.
Yeah.
Exactly. Thanks, Silvana. Coming up, it is a simple concept, 5 letters, 6 attempts. Just guess the word.
That some Wordle wizards are sounding the alarm over the New York Times' recent purchase of the viral sensation. Has it really gotten more difficult? We'll spell it all out for you next.
Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast. Available anytime and anywhere.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers.
2022 is off to a busy start.
Winter's wrath causing headaches from coast to coast.
It's been really incredible to see how quickly volunteers started to help with the cleanup efforts.
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
News is happening now. A look at what's making headlines around the world.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
This is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
the City of Angels, two kindly old ladies wanted to help homeless men get off the streets forever. And so they did. Listen to The Thing About Helen and Olga, the new podcast from Dateline and Keith Morrison.
The Meet the Press Chuck Todd Cast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
All right, you might be playing Wordle at home, and some people are claiming that the popular puzzle game has been getting harder.
Right. The New York Times bought Wordle from a software engineer for a hefty price in late January. About a week ago, the game started migrating to the New York Times website, and that's raising some puzzling questions. So we went right to the Times to get some answers.
In the world of wordplay, some fear they've hit a Wordle hurdle, that the game is too tough. No, harsh? How about cruel? Yeah, cruel. Lately, players say Wordle has a different vibe, that the words got 10 times harder after the New York Times bought it. These words are just so randomly random, says actress Yvette Nicole Brown.
It's a letdown if it's a little bit too easy. I appreciate the fact that the words might be harder now.
To recap, Wordle is the game that gives players 6 chances to guess a 5-letter word.
I think it's Abby.
Something Jimmy Fallon actually tried to do in real time on The Tonight Show. Recent winning words include ulcer, ultra, and words that repeat letters like cynic and aroma. But the New York Times says those words were planned long before the newspaper even bought Wordle.
Here's the question so many people are asking. Did the New York Times make Wordle harder?
No, we did not make Wordle harder. Categorically, I'm happy and here to say that.
If anything, the Times argues it's making the game easier by removing obscure words like agora.
The one example so far that I can give you of a word that we removed, it just felt a little bit obscure for us.
Wordle was created during the pandemic by Josh Wardle. Its growth was rapid, no, swift. How about quick? It went from 90 players on November 1st to 300,000 nearly 2 months later, and millions today, inspiring copycat games while filling social media with green and yellow bricks and memes that say just about anything. Wardle then sold Wordle last month for an undisclosed price in the low 7 figures, with the Times promising, at least for now, that it'll stay free, even if it does cost frustrated players some valuable time.
Now, some players have also complained their precious hard-earned win streaks have vanished as Wordle migrates to the Times webpage. Jonathan Knight with the Times says the transition has presented some challenges. Most players did have their streaks carried over, but if that did not happen, the Times does apologize.
Oh, that's it? Just sorry?
Yeah, there's some they just couldn't rescue. Most they were able to, but yeah, some have lost their streaks, and it doesn't look good.
Yeah.
All right.
They're sorry, though.
It's complicated.
Hopefully that makes you feel better.
Finally, we end with a special scene from a Pennsylvania basketball court.
One team manager had the moment of her high school career when she took the court for the first time, stunning the crowd and winning their hearts. NBC News top story anchor Tom Yamas spoke to the team about the heartwarming moment.
Pennsylvania 18-year-old Megan Bissell loves the game of basketball.
I love to play. My brother played and my mom was a basketball coach.
She attends Council Rock North High School in Newtown, Pennsylvania. She's a huge fan of her school's basketball team, and this year she became the team manager. The team wanted to do something to show their appreciation. So last week, they got together with another school to create a game to fulfill Megan's dreams of actually getting on the court.
I think it was great to have everybody cheer for her this time because she's always like the biggest cheerleader for us.
Megan's sister spread the word, including to the dance studio where both sisters perform.
So excited to go and watch her play. I didn't care who was there. I didn't care if I was the only person there. She's always been there for us, so we wanted to be there for them.
Finally, the time came. Megan's name and number called. For 2 minutes on the hardwood, Megan was in heaven. Taking a pass and shooting, hitting nothing but net, and scoring 2 more times. During her run on the court, Megan caught fire, electrifying the crowd. Her mom, a basketball coach, watching proudly from the sidelines.
I am so super proud. She makes me proud every day, but this was definitely a special moment.
Her teammates wanted to do something memorable for her, but it turned out to be one that none of them will ever forget. Megan saying this.
And follow your dreams and just play basketball.
Oh, so sweet. Thank you to Tom Yamas for that report. What a great message. Follow your dreams.
She's a good shot. As it for this hour, Morning News Now.
But the news continues right now.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. Right now on Morning News Now, storm watch, a winter wake-up call for tens of millions of Americans this morning. Right now, weather alerts in effect from across the central, southern, and eastern U.S. for a sprawling system bringing snow, floods, and possible tornadoes to several states. We're tracking the conditions and where the storm is headed next. Mixed messages from Eastern Europe this morning. U.S. officials disputing Russia's claims that it's pulling back forces from Ukraine, saying up to 7,000 more Russian troops have just been sent to the border. We have team coverage with the latest. A day of disappointment for Team USA at the Winter Olympics. The women's hockey team taking home silver, failing to defend their Olympic gold against Canada. Plus, Michaela Schifrin out again in her final solo event. We'll take you to China for the highlights. And finally, legendary, a one-on-one with the greatest to ever do it. Snowboarding icon and half-pipe hero Shaun White reflecting on retirement after 5 Olympics and 3 gold medals.
You know, I got to really go out on my own terms, so I was so thankful of that. And knowing that going in, it really made everything special.
You will hear much more from him in this interview with, as you can see right there, Joe.
Yes, he is in full retirement mode right now. It'd be nice at his age. But yeah.
He's on his homecoming tour, chilling out.
Going to the Super Bowl. Yeah. He's in a good place right now.
All right, we can't wait to hear more from him in that conversation with you. We begin this morning, though, with the latest on that winter storm making its way across the country.
Millions of Americans are waking up to weather alerts after this storm dumped several inches of snow in the Rocky Mountains yesterday. It's expected to deliver everything from snow and ice across the Great Plains to heavy rain, even tornadoes in some areas in the southeast. This morning, it's the Midwest that's feeling the brunt of the storm, getting hit with strong winds and rain. It's causing significant flooding throughout the region. WMAQ reporter Sandra Torres has more from Chicago, where we're seeing damage caused by the storm.
Well, there was heavy rain overnight in the Chicago area, and it is extremely windy here now as well. Even though the rain has slowed down, there are major flooding issues and also a wall collapse here at this 2-story building located near Midway Airport. And as you can see, a part of the wall collapsed onto this adjacent parking lot. Bricks are scattered all over the ground, and where those bricks are, that's where a couple of vehicles were parked. They were significantly damaged, moved just a short time ago. Now, the collapse was reported just after midnight. Authorities have not confirmed this is weather related, though it is very likely considering the amount of rain that has fallen in this area. The heavy rains have flooded numerous viaducts just blocks from here, and we have reports of several vehicles that were stuck in very deep water as well. Now, the good news here at this wall collapse site, no one was injured. Again, it happened just after midnight, but this is what a lot of people are waking up to here in the Chicago area this morning. Back to you, Savannah and Joe.
Sandra Torres, thank you so much. Let's get a check on your Morning News Now weather.
Bill Cairns is with us to tell us about the latest storm updates. Hey, Bill, good morning.
Yeah, good morning. We've had severe storms overnight through Texas. We're tracking those today into the south. Tornadoes are a big threat today, along with the icy conditions and the travel problems that you get driving in the snow, too. And then the rainfall is going to have its own issues with all the flooding. So the storm right now stretches from North Texas all the way into northern Maine, with everyone in between getting a little bit of something. Notice all the lightning strikes on this map, too. This is a very juicy atmosphere it's working with. In other words, the atmosphere is very warm and it's humid throughout the south. And that's why we're going to get a chance of some severe storms even as we go throughout the morning, afternoon, and even into tonight. The blue on this map and the white shows you where the heavy snow is. It's not a fun drive from Wichita to Kansas City right now. A very difficult morning commute developing in areas of Springfield northwards to central Missouri. That's where the ice is starting. And how about these numbers? I mean, just the wind alerts alone with this storm is 111 million people. That's like 1 in every 3 Americans. Winter weather, 43 million. Flood alerts, 38 million. And some unlucky people are under both at the same time. This is the map of greatest concern. If we do get tornadoes later today, most likely they would occur in that orangish color from Memphis to Nashville, Tupelo, just outside of Birmingham, to Greenville, Mississippi, down to Jackson, Mississippi. That's where we could have even an isolated strong tornado later on this afternoon. Everywhere in the yellow, though, you still could get some strong gusty winds and hail with these storms. As far as the rainfall goes, and we're worried about the snowmelt, the rain, and then all that water heads into our rivers, and some of the rivers are frozen with ice. So if we get the ice breaking up, we get ice jams, you get it. It's a mess potentially in the Ohio Valley and western New York. That's where we're under flood watches, and then 1 to 3 inches of rainfall is expected today and tonight. Now we're also going to see the cold air moving in. So not all of it's going to fall as rain. Some will be freezing rain, and that's from St. Louis to Indianapolis, Columbus up to Cleveland, potentially a 1/4 inch of ice. The rule of thumb is a 1/4 inch of ice, you get some power, some minor power outages. Once you get up to a 1/2 inch, you get major. So I think we're going to avoid that, but it'll be a close call. And as far as the snow goes, the heaviest snow this morning, Wichita to Kansas City. This afternoon, just north of St. Louis up to Decatur. As of now, Chicago, you're on the edge of the heavier snows. We have you right around 2 to 3 inches of snow, but just to your south, you could easily pick up a 1/2 foot, and that does include our friends in areas like Detroit. So you guessed it, guys, today. It's a wild ride out there for everyone's transportation needs across the middle of the country. East Coast, you can feel it's a little unusually warm today, too. And that's that same storm pumping all that warm air into the Northeast.
All right. Wow. Lots going on. Thank you, Bill. We'll check in on that next hour as well.
Too much.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right. This morning, there's a potentially worrying new development amid the rising tensions in Eastern Europe. Ukraine and Russian-backed rebels in the east of the country are trading accusations that each side has fired across an existing ceasefire line. That's according to Reuters. There's also more doubt being cast over Russia's claims it has been pulling back some troops from the Ukrainian border. Russia's defense ministry released this video today, which it says shows tanks returning to their home bases after completing exercises. But last night, a senior Biden administration official disputed Moscow's claims, saying, quote, "We now know it was false." In fact, that official said the opposite, that as many as 7,000 troops have been added at the border, some as recently as Wednesday. NBC News foreign correspondent Matt Bradley is in central Ukraine for us this morning, and NBC News correspondent Aaron McLaughlin joins us from the Ukrainian capital of Kyiv. Good morning to both of you. Matt, I want to start with you and these reports I just mentioned where we're seeing alleged exchange of fire in eastern Ukraine. Now, this is an area that has had this existing separatist conflict ongoing. This is separate from the current Russian troop buildup. But what do we know at this stage, and what could this potentially mean?
Yeah, I mean, Savannah, the short answer is not a whole lot. What we do know is that both sides are blaming each other, as you just mentioned. We heard from the Ukrainian army that 3 employees of this kindergarten were injured. It's kind of amazing that no children were hurt, because we understand that there were children around. But again, they said that there were 32 122 millimeter shells that were fired from the separatist enclave. And again, this has been cleaved out of Ukraine for the past 8 years, ever since Russia first invaded back in 2014. So again, these sorts of exchange of fires, they actually happen fairly regularly. They're not new, they're not unique, but they rarely involve civilians. And this one is unique because, of course, and kind of goes without saying, tensions are sky high. And that's one thing that we keep hearing from military analysts and from U.S. intelligence, is that Vladimir Putin and the Russians are waiting to just create a casus belli, a pretext for war. And this is part of their playbook. They did this in Georgia back in 2008 when Russian troops went into that country and cleaved off a part of that country. So what they really want is for some minor incident, some minor skirmish, to create a reaction or foment a reaction from the Ukrainians, and then that would allow them to say, okay, well, we're going to have a reaction ourselves. We're going to go in and defend ourselves or defend the Russian-speaking population in eastern Ukraine. It's just part of the playbook. We've seen it done before, and that's the big concern here. Guys?
Yeah, Aaron, I want to ask you more about this and this potential for using this as this justification for invasion that we're concerned about. While these details are still unclear about exactly what is going on within this separatist area, we have heard these multiple warnings of so-called false flag operations. Tell us about those and how concerned the government in Kyiv is about that, and are there fears on the ground of this potentially escalating things?
Well, speaking to Ukrainian military experts here in Kyiv, and they are extraordinarily concerned about the possibility of an escalation in eastern Ukraine. In fact, they see that as a high probability going forward. So obviously the military here is watching the situation extremely closely. They're also concerned about those so-called false flag operations. U.S. officials also have been very vocal about that. Earlier in the month, the United States actually divulging its intelligence about a potential false flag operation they were alleging was being cooked up by Moscow, involving a graphic video as well as actors' fake blood. Now, no one outside of the United States has seen that video, but false flags remain a concern going forward. Doesn't seem like that was the motive behind today's escalation, given that the kindergarten question was shelled on the government side of the line. But I was speaking to Ukrainian military experts, and they say yes, false flags are a concern. However, the more that we talk about them, the more that they are raised in conversations, the less of a surprise they will be, and the less likely in the eyes of people here in Kyiv that the Kremlin will use that as a tactic.
Matt, now I want to ask you about this other concerning headline. So U.S. officials continuing to dispute these claims by Russia that it's been pulling back some of its forces from the Ukrainian border. So tell us, I mean, they're actually saying that Russia is in fact adding more, right?
Yeah, I mean, there had been some optimism for the last 2 days here in Ukraine, especially from the western side, from Washington, from London. It had looked like this whole situation was kind of deflating a little bit, but now we're starting to see that there was a pinprick into that, and now Western capitals are saying that it looks as though there's no evidence that the Russia is withdrawing troops, as they kind of said that they would or implied that they would. Instead, we're hearing from Washington that there's another 7,000 troops being added on top of the 150,000 that President Joe Biden said were already there. That number itself was kind of surprising, since we at NBC and others hadn't really gone above 130,000 before that. So really, we're seeing more and more troops accumulating, even as Russia is saying that they're withdrawing and releasing these fresh videos showing what they describe as troops withdrawing. But those are hard to verify. The only people who are able to show any evidence are the Russians themselves. So it's hard to really believe them. The best indications that temperatures are cooling around this conflict are just from the words of the Russian officials themselves, who have opened more space for diplomacy and said that they're going to be partially withdrawing troops and returning them to their so-called permanent positions. But beyond that, there isn't much on-the-ground evidence, and that's something that, it doesn't mean that it's not going to happen. It's something we'd have to wait for, and it's something that Western officials say, we can't just believe this now. We have to wait for really firm evidence. And Ukrainian officials are saying that too, guys.
Aaron, let's talk a little bit more about the diplomacy side of this. NATO defense ministers have been meeting today for another round of talks. What's the latest there?
Yeah, that meeting is now underway. It was started with remarks from the NATO Secretary General reiterating what we've heard from U.S. officials as well as Ukrainian officials, that they have seen no signs of a Russian military withdrawal as yet. NATO, of course, is at the center of this current crisis, with Russian President Vladimir Putin demanding that Ukraine not be allowed to be a member of NATO, effectively be ruled out, something that the United States has rejected as a demand, as has Ukraine. We heard from President Zelensky just this morning in an interview with the BBC say that NATO membership is essential to guaranteeing the safety of Ukraine. It is worth noting it is also part of the Ukrainian constitution. So how this square is circled, of course, remains to be seen. Sergei Lavrov, the Russian foreign minister, today saying that Russia is sending its response to the U.S. proposal later today. Guys.
All right, Aaron and Matt, thank you so much.
The battle over masks is growing. More counties and states are lifting their mask mandates, even though the CDC is calling those moves premature. But this morning, the agency is facing pressure to review its own guidance.
We are looking at an overview of much of our guidance, and masking in all settings will be a part of that. We want to give people a break from things like mask wearing when these metrics are better.
Let's bring in senior scholar at Johns Hopkins Center for Health Security, Dr. Amish Adalja. Doctor, good to have you with us. So we just heard from CDC Director Dr. Rochelle Walensky there, who said the metrics need to be better. What kind of benchmarks are we looking at here?
I think they really need to change the benchmarks that they're looking at, because when you look at the country, everybody has substantial and high transmission, but and I just worked overnight in the hospital, it's a very different situation. So I think that the CDC needs to change its public health guidance to be more focused on severe disease, ICU capacity, and hospitalization numbers, not the sheer number of cases, because those are going to go up and down. And we've got so many tools to deal with COVID-19. It's not the same thing as it was even several months ago. So I think the calibration has to change over what is going to drive public health guidance, and I think it should be severe disease, not just cases.
Speaking of safety precautions, the Coachella and Stagecoach Festival say they're no longer going to require masks, negative COVID tests, or even proof of vaccination to get in this year. So in your mind, will it be safe to attend because it's largely an outdoor event, or should we be concerned about possible super spreaders?
We know that outdoor transmission is less likely than in indoor situations. And we know that we've got tools like monoclonal antibodies, antivirals, and a significant proportion of the population either vaccinated or with immunity. So I do think that a lot of these events are going to go this way, and it's going to really come down to risk tolerance. If you're somebody that's high risk, that might be something that you might not want to go to, or you may want to make sure that you're wearing a mask and taking those precautions. But for others, it may be less risky. So I think what we're going to see in general is a transition to COVID becoming something about your own personal risk tolerance, taking those personal protective measures that you yourself find useful, and other people may not, because we are at a place where we've got a lot of different tools that we did not have in the early days, and that changes how we think about COVID-19. It's becoming more like other respiratory viruses.
Over the last 2 years, we've seen how loneliness, stress, depression from the pandemic are taking a toll on the mental health of so many Americans. Well, now a new study published in the British Medical Journal said COVID itself could also increase the risk of developing mental health problems. What more can you tell us about this study?
So this study was done in the Veterans Affairs medical system, meaning these were veterans who had COVID-19. And what they found was that there was a higher level of anxiety, depression, opioid use disorder in those individuals with COVID-19. And this may have to do with something regarding the neuroinflammation, the inflammation that occurs in your central nervous system in your brain with COVID. It's still an early study, even though it's pretty robust. There's a lot of caveats. We've got to make sure that, first of all, that this is applicable to the general population, because the VA population is very different. It tends to be white males, and that might not necessarily apply to the rest of the population. And there is something called ascertainment bias, that when you're getting admitted for COVID, you're going to get screened for mental health disorders. Are they picking up more just because people are getting more healthcare contact? But I think it's an interesting study, and I think it's something that needs to be replicated in a more heterogeneous population, not just the VA. But I think it really shows that COVID-19 is not something you want to get, and getting vaccinated is a way to prevent any of these complications from occurring.
Still so much we're learning about the impacts of COVID. Thank you so much, Dr. Amish Adalja. We appreciate it. And if you, our viewers, have a question for one of our doctors, you can let us know. Email us at morningnewsnow@nbcuni.com with your questions, and you can let us know if you want to stay anonymous.
Now to more COVID news. Texas is suing the Biden administration and the CDC over the enforcement of its federal transportation mask mandate, and that's just a month before it's set to expire. The lawsuit, filed by Attorney General Ken Paxton and the Texas Public Policy Foundation, challenges the constitutionality of the mandate, with Paxton claiming the policy violates the individual liberties of Texans. The mandate was put into place by the administration back in February of 2021, and it's been extended several times since. This comes as we've seen more and more states start to loosen those mask mandate protocols on their own. NBC News national security correspondent Ken Delanian joins us now with the latest on this. Hey, Ken, good morning. So walk us through this lawsuit, what exactly Texas is arguing here, but then also why it's coming nearly a year after the policy went into effect. And as I mentioned right before it's set to expire, though it could be extended again.
Good morning, Savannah. This is a federal lawsuit filed in the Northern District of Texas in Fort Worth by the very conservative Texas Attorney General and a Republican member of Congress. It's funded by a conservative think tank, and it argues that the CDC exceeded its legal authority in imposing this mask mandate, and also argues that there's no evidence that masks actually prevent the spread of COVID, the interstate spread, as the lawsuit put it. And it points out that this is a mask mandate that applies to people who, whether they have COVID or not, whether they're vaccinated or not, and it says that that's improper. As to why it's coming now, we can only speculate. The political climate for masks certainly has changed. People are growing tired of wearing masks. The issue here, though, this is a pretty narrow mandate. It's not a national mask mandate. It's a mandate on transportation conveyances, airplanes, trains, taxis, Ubers, places where people are in close proximity. So the legal standard here is probably different from other kinds of more broad mask mandates. Nonetheless, though, this is going to be something the Biden administration is going to have to fight in court, Savannah.
Now, Ken, you mentioned this, but this is this federal mandate, the key word there being federal, that Texas is going after. And as I mentioned, it's happening as we're seeing these mask mandates lifted across the country at the state level. What's the significance here of Texas choosing to challenge a federal mandate?
Well, for one thing, they could make future law. If this reaches the Supreme Court, it could have implications for federal action in future pandemics. It could sort of outline the limits of federal authority. And it's coming at a time where politically mask mandates are increasingly coming under challenge. In the Pennsylvania Supreme Court, for example, blocked a mask mandate in schools there. So, you know, it's just another sort of legal battle here that could have implications for how the government deals with future pandemics.
And Ken, this actually isn't the first time that the state has sued the Biden administration over COVID protocols. How did those cases turn out? What were they about? And what does it mean potentially for the future of this lawsuit?
Right. Well, Texas was one of the states that sued to block the Biden administration's vaccine mandate on all employers. And as you know, the Supreme Court struck that down in January, giving Texas and other states a victory. That obviously was a much different legal issue, a much more expansive use of federal power there to mandate that all workers get a vaccine as opposed to wearing a mask. But scholars have said the legal issues may be similar in the sense that the Biden administration, for example, never attempted a national mask mandate because they didn't think they had the authority there. The question in this lawsuit will be, do they have the authority to mandate even on airplanes and in taxis and on trains, Savannah?
All right, Ken Delaney, and thank you so much.
Coming up at Morning News Now, on thin ice, Russian figure skater Kamila Valieva returns to the rink tonight as controversy grows over her failed drug test.
And more than just games, a look at the role politics plays in the Olympics and why you won't see any U.S. officials at the closing ceremony this weekend after the break.
Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late-breaking news.
All right,
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Just call when you need them most. Ooh, let it go.
The Today Show's newest fan.
A little Al Roker.
What am I doing here? This is your moment. Your moment.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from Ground Zero, as it's being referred to. It is, in fact, a taste of freedom.
The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now?
Some of the troops who have been proud.
I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You with some resilient folks. Let me get a hint.
Hey everybody, it's Hoda Kotb from The Today Show. I am so excited to tell you about my new podcast, Making Space with Hoda Kotb. I sit down with some incredible people and we'll hear some uplifting stories.
Listen to Making Space now on Apple Podcasts.
News is happening now.
A look at what's making headlines around the world.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
This is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now. I believe. Every dream, every journey, every triumph.
And it all starts here.
Let the celebration begin!
The excitement is in the air.
United States!
Is he superhuman?
Feel the magic every day.
She is a superstar.
Kayla, we are cheering you on.
And share every moment with us at the Winter Olympics. Today is where the games begin.
Day 13 at the Winter Olympics has been both lucky and unlucky for Team USA.
Yeah, that's right. But there are still plenty of opportunities for Americans to take home some hardware before the games wind down this weekend. Joining us again this morning is NBC News correspondent Steve Patterson from just outside Beijing. Hey, Steve, good morning. Thank you once again for being out in the cold for us. All right, let's start with that crushing loss for Team USA in women's hockey against Canada. What were some of the big takeaways from that game that gave them silver?
You know, Savannah, I know you like to make fun of me when I say this, but I was there. We're stationed here in the mountains. Beijing proper is about a bullet train. It's about a bullet train right away. And it's one of those things where if you're anywhere in the country, you have to go to this thing because the electricity, the intensity, the animosity between these two teams, these are two teams of women that hate each other, and you can feel it. And frankly, that makes for some great hockey, and that's what we saw. You know, it was a very competitive game, a very hard-hitting game, back and forth. The Americans, you know, pushing Canada really in those final few moments to try to get another goal, to try to tie things up. Unfortunately, they just couldn't. But one of the other things you felt there, you know, is just kind of this sense of inevitability with Canada this year. They're just so good. They've scored 57 points in this tournament. I think their opponents, including the U.S., have scored 10. And every time they got the puck, and this is what being there does, Savannah, you feel like they're going to score. And because you're there, there's like this whole energy of the team. It just feels like they're going to score every time they got the puck. It was almost miraculous that the U.S. made as many stops as they did, that they put as many points on their goaltender as they did, because of just how good and how dominant and how fast Canada really felt this year. But, you know, this is a rivalry, so we'll be back. Canada has 5, we have 2. It's this glorious thing that happens every few years or so, and we can't wait to be there for the next one. And the U.S. wins silver. They did so great this year.
And it's obviously then USA's turn to win gold the next time around, because that's obviously how it's working out.
Here we come.
All right, let's stay on the ice here, Steve. One of the most highly anticipated events of the Olympics normally comes to an end tonight, the women's figure skating free skate, especially with the drama this year. So what happens if the Russian skater at the center of all this controversy comes out on top?
Well, since we're on the theme of inevitability, I think we more need to frame this in terms of when it happens and not necessarily if it happens. There is the possibility that something catastrophic does happen and 15-year-old Kamila Valieva does not win this, but it's looking like she will. You know, she really locked it up with a very solid performance in her first attempt and now her second attempt, and those two are very cumulative. In other words, they count together. So she's got a huge lead, plus the way she does these tricks, the quad that she can do, the talent level of the tricks and the routine is just so high that even if she falls or screws up, she's still so good. So, I mean, to put all that into perspective is to say that if she ends up on the podium, there will not be a medal ceremony, full stop. That's kind of the deal here. They let her perform because this is still very much under investigation. There was a panel to meet to talk about whether or not she could still compete. They decided yes, because there's still so many things and questions up in the air about this. But the payoff, the trade-off is if she medals, and it looks like she will, and probably her teammate will, and maybe her other teammate will, there will be no ceremony, which a lot of people are upset about. Guys?
Yeah, absolutely. All right, Steve, I hate to ask this last question. I hate to keep talking about skier Michaela Schifrin having a hard time because we feel for her, but I know people are wondering what happened earlier today. I know she didn't have such a great run again.
Yeah, I've been kind of dreading this conversation, and saying she didn't have a great run is a little bit of an understatement. This is kind of, barring a massive injury or an avalanche, this is maybe the worst case scenario for her. This is the slalom, part of the combined event, which she was actually supposed to do well in. And this is Michaela Schifrin. She's supposed to do well in all of these events. And again, she did not finish. She hit a gate and crashed into the snow. This is the third time in 2 weeks that she has not finished. And all of these events are slalom events. These are her trademark events. To say this Olympics is anything less than a nightmare for her, I think would be disingenuous. Now, I think we can talk about this from the mental health standpoint of the pressure that these athletes are under, and especially her. She was so hyped up coming into this, and you could see that the slalom events are the ones that she hasn't finished, so it's mental. And hopefully she can recover and, just have fun with the rest of her time. And it looks like she's still a strong skier and she can still do this. And you get that sense from her in the interviews, so hopefully she just pushes through. Guys?
Absolutely.
She's a fighter.
She was, yeah. And she was actually really gracious after even that happened and said, everything else in my time here has been good. So, tough to see, though.
All right. Steve, thanks so much. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
Now, during Sunday's Olympic closing ceremony, just like at the opening ceremony, there won't be any U.S. politicians or officials in the stands cheering on Team USA. That's because the U.S. is one of 10 countries that declared a diplomatic boycott of the Games.
It's not the first time the U.S. has boycotted an Olympics. So why are the athletes still competing this time? And what does this stance hope to achieve? Well, we took a look at past Olympic boycotts to find out.
The Biden administration will not send any diplomatic or official representation to the Beijing 2022 Winter Olympics and Paralympic Games, given the PRC's ongoing genocide and crimes against humanity in Xinjiang and other human rights abuses.
That's White House Press Secretary Jen Psaki announcing a diplomatic boycott of the Winter Games back in December, saying the administration would cheer on the athletes from home, but wouldn't contribute to the fanfare of the Games. Countries including Canada, Britain, and Australia followed America's lead. Responding, China said the decision violated the spirit of the Games. The country denies genocide and human rights abuses against the Uyghurs.
Boycott of the Summer Olympic Games in Moscow.
This actually isn't the first U.S.-led boycott of the Olympics. More than 40 years ago, there was another, but that one included the athletes.
If the Soviets do not withdraw their troops immediately from Afghanistan within a month, I would not support the sending of an American team to the Olympics. It's very important for the world to realize how serious a threat the Soviets' invasion of Afghanistan is.
President Carter went through with his threat, and in the end, more than 60 nations did not participate in the 1980 Moscow Summer Olympics. So what do officials from the Carter administration think of the move now?
I know that President Carter does not have any regrets. He feels that while it was one of his most difficult decisions, it's one he had to make. It was painful for him to make it, but he thinks that it was an important statement at an important point in time.
An important statement, but did it make a difference?
It didn't end the Cold War. It didn't lead the Soviets to withdraw, but it was clearly a chink in their armor. So it didn't have a short-term impact, but I think in the long term, it did weaken the Soviet Union.
The full boycott of the Moscow Games meant athletes were caught in the middle of politics.
The majority of Olympians only ever compete in one Olympic Games. And so for an athlete, if 1980 was their one shot and they did not have that chance, very few of them were able to then qualify for 1984, for instance. And so the athletes were the biggest losers in that respect.
So what does history suggest this Olympic boycott will achieve?
Sporting boycotts have almost never led to actual changes politically. There have been a few, very few rare instances where it has, but on the whole, they have not led to political changes. Also, this sense that whatever happens, is not going to change the Chinese government and their actions.
But boycott or not, speaking out brings attention and awareness to the issues at hand.
The fact that the Olympics are in China has actually brought much greater publicity. This has been happening for years, but it has been fairly quiet on a global stand, on a global radar. So the Olympics, with that increased scrutiny on China, has brought greater attention to these issues.
All right, and coming up, new developments in the death of Bob Saget after a judge blocks the release of some of his death records.
Plus, anger and a call to action by the family of a man shot and killed by Minneapolis police. You're watching Morning News Now.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. We'll take you to the front lines of the story, bringing your news feed to life. Streaming live every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
The answers come when you need them most. Ooh, let it go.
The Today Show's newest fan.
Little Al Roker.
What am I doing here? This is your moment, your moment.
News is happening now.
A look at what's making headlines around the world.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
This is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
The Meet the Press Chuck Todd Cast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
News is happening now.
A look at what's making headlines around the world.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Ooh, the answers come when you need them most. Ooh, let it go.
The Today Show's newest fan.
This is the moment.
Little Al Roker.
What am I doing here? This is your moment, your moment.
News is happening now.
A look at what's making headlines around the world.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Okay, if you've ever watched a Disney movie or strolled through Disneyland and thought, I wish I could live here, well, here's sort of your chance. The Imagineers are cooking up a new residential community out in California's Coachella Valley called Cotino. The neighborhood will be built around a huge 24-acre oasis and will have homes ranging from smaller condos to bigger estates. Of course, any Disney endeavor has to include entertainment, and Cotino is no different. There will be regular community events like cooking classes, live performances, and look at that, beach access in the middle of the desert, by the way, for members of the community club. Disney says this is just the first of several communities they plan to build across the country. No word yet on when you can move in, but stay tuned to learn how you can live your happily ever after. Joe, you're a Disney fan like I am. Are you moving in?
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, the little known rule people don't realize, you have to sing and skip when you take a walk outside. I don't know if that's going to work for everyone.
Yeah, it's always cheery. That's the only way to live in Disney neighborhood. Yeah.
All right. Thank you, Samantha.
Yeah.
New questions are emerging this morning about what led up to the death of beloved comedian and actor Bob Saget. His family filed a lawsuit to prevent the release of certain records related to his death. On Wednesday, a judge ruled in their favor. NBC News national correspondent Gabe Gutierrez has the latest.
A Florida judge sided with Bob Saget's family, blocking the release of records related to the comedian's death. The judge writing, the court finds that plaintiffs will suffer irreparable harm in the form of severe mental pain, anguish, and emotional distress if the requested temporary injunction is not granted.
Well, what do you think? Do I look ready for my big date or what?
America's beloved TV dad was found dead last month in an Orlando area hotel room. On Tuesday, citing privacy concerns, his widow and 3 daughters sued Florida investigators to stop the release of photographs, video recordings, audio recordings, and statutorily protected autopsy information because they, quote, graphically depict Saget. In response, the Orange County Sheriff's Office says while we are sensitive to the family's concerns about the right to privacy, that must be balanced with our commitment to transparency. Last week, Saget's family revealed his cause of death as accidental head trauma. In the autopsy, the Florida medical examiner confirmed that, adding the 65-year-old likely fell backwards, suffering injuries to the back of his head, causing bleeding in different parts of the brain and multiple fractures on his head and around his eyes. Still, experts say Saget's head was so badly injured, it's unlikely he would have ignored it.
Based on the injuries he had in the autopsy and how severe those injuries are, it's hard to imagine him actually walking anywhere and even having anything sort of a thought process going on.
The autopsy found no evidence of foul play or illicit drugs in Saget's system. Back to you.
Gabe Gutierrez, thank you.
Now, the funeral for 22-year-old Amir Locke is set to be held later today in Minneapolis, with Reverend Al Sharpton leading the service. Locke was fatally shot during a no-knock warrant search executed by a Minneapolis SWAT team. The Locke family is speaking out, calling the incident, quote, an execution. The mayor has implemented a moratorium on no-knock warrants while the state investigates the shooting. NBC News correspondent Ron Allen joins us now from Minneapolis with more on what to expect. Hi, Ron. Good morning. So what do you think we'll see today? Will we hear from the Locke family during this funeral?
I would think so, yes. I would think there'll be a lot of personal tributes and remembrances of him, a 22-year-old man who, by all accounts, his family says was a good person and totally innocent and a victim in this whole circumstance. He was a DoorDash delivery man who was legally licensed to carry the gun that he had in his possession when the police stormed into this apartment where he was sleeping on a couch. It wasn't his apartment, it was that of a friend. And he was not the target of this warrant. The police were going after a cousin of his. So in many ways, the family was emphasizing how this never should have happened. So yes, we expect to hear from the family. We expect to hear from a lot of civil rights and activists for racial justice. We know that Reverend Al Sharpton is going to deliver the eulogy. The third time that he's delivered a eulogy in this town. In the case of George Floyd, Daunte Wright's funeral happened in this same church about a year or so ago. And we know that the officer who was convicted of manslaughter in Wright's case, Kim Potter, is going to be sentenced tomorrow. So there's a lot going on here in Minneapolis, and this continues. This case is seen as yet another example of a law enforcement officer using excessive force in killing an innocent young black man. So we'll hear a lot about that and a lot about how this continues to happen. And despite calls for reform, despite investigations, the family and many others are still very angry about what's happening in this town and in other places across the country.
And Ron, when we've seen these other police-involved killings of black men, we've seen what's also happened across the city, this fallout from them. How's the city responding so far to the death of Amir Locke?
A lot of focus is on these investigations. There are calls for the police chief, the interim police chief here, to step down. There are calls for the officer who fired the fatal shots to be fired and charged. That has not happened while the state and local authorities investigate what happened. There have not been massive protests in the streets here. There were some protests right after Locke's death on February 2nd, but there has not been a lot happening publicly out in the streets. A lot of it has been happening behind the scenes, but there is a lot of pressure on the Minneapolis Police Department to not only deal with this case and the individuals who were involved, the officer who fired the shots and the police chief, because of something she said after it happened and the way she's handled the case. But there are calls for reform throughout the department, and we know that that's all going on as well. So again, a lot happening here as this funeral happens in a couple of hours' time.
All right, we know you'll be watching, Ron Allen. Thank you so much.
Coming up on Morning News Now, a man-made disaster. New research shows how much human behavior is driving a major drought.
Plus, a first-of-its-kind solar project that's showing promise. That's after the break.
In the City of Angels, two kindly old ladies wanted to help homeless men get off the streets forever. And so they did. Listen to The Thing About Helen and Olga, the new podcast from Dateline and Keith Morrison.
There's no better place for fun with friends. Quality time with your little golf buddy. Or an afternoon alone together. With the Golf Now app, family and friends are just a tap away. Just pick your course, pay from your phone. Get out and enjoy. Golf Now. Download the app and go play.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. from New Orleans, late military operation, witnessing the massive crowds. I admire you both. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it. At any moment now.
Welcome to the Tonight Show. Let me show you how it's done.
Show me what you got.
I don't want to be a Lego.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Welcome to the Tonight Show. Let me show you how it's done.
Show me what you got.
I don't want to be a Lego.
The first Black-owned autonomous grocery store features more than just flashy new tech. Their mission is to bring more healthy options to some of the biggest food deserts in the country, combating health issues like obesity. NBC News correspondent Blaine Alexander goes inside the high-tech store.
Call it grocery shopping with a taste of technology. Welcome to Nourish and Bloom Market. Here, QR codes, automated gates, and robots run the show.
Say hello.
30 ceiling cameras track your every move.
Every time you pick up an item, the system knows exactly what you've picked up.
So these are basically giant scales throughout
Correct.
the store.
All finished? Just walk right out. Automatic payment through your phone.
So it's quite an unusual experience.
It's the brainchild of first-time store owners Jalea and Jamie Hemmings.
Shopping has changed overall, and we wanted to create a solution for the post-pandemic era that we're living in.
But even more notable than how you shop, what you're shopping for. Just south of Atlanta, this community is a food desert. The closest grocery store, a nearly 15-minute drive. These shelves hold all natural, organic foods, and the customers can't get enough.
We've waited for it so long, it's a godsend.
There's even a fresh spin on delivery.
That's it.
2 climate-controlled robots, complete with their own crosswalk.
Thank you.
They're already planning to expand, eyeing disadvantaged neighborhoods across Georgia and Florida, and thanks to a partnership with Microsoft, offsetting the cost for customers.
When you look at childhood obesity, when you look at diabetes, it really runs in the Black community, and we want to be able to change that.
Our whole mission is that everyone deserves access to healthy food in a convenient way, right? An affordable way.
This is more than a business. This is a mission for you
Yeah,
guys.
oh yeah, 100%.
A mission to keep healthy foods within reach.
There you go.
Blaine Alexander, NBC News, Fayetteville, Georgia.
Time now for our CNBC Money Minute, the biggest financial headlines of the day and why they matter to you.
Silvana Henao is with us. Good morning, Silvana.
Hey guys, good morning. Amazon and a group of workers at a warehouse in Staten Island have tentatively agreed to terms for a union election, which organizers say will take place late next month. This puts Amazon on track to face 2 union elections in the same week. The National Labor Relations Board plans to begin counting ballots from an Alabama warehouse in a redo of a failed organizing campaign last year. A vote to unionize at either facility would mark Amazon's first organized warehouse in the United States. The nation's largest chip maker failing to impress investors with its latest earnings report. NVIDIA posting results that beat analysts' forecast and is projecting strong growth this year, but supply constraints continue to weigh on its data center chip business. Earlier this month, NVIDIA scrapped plans to buy a rival arm holdings, a deal that faced opposition from regulators. And Twitter is expanding its mobile tipping feature to include Ethereum this coming month after it added Bitcoin. The tip service lets users send payments, including cryptocurrency, to creators and accounts they follow. It's the latest move by Twitter to expand the use of crypto and blockchain technology. Earlier this year, it started allowing some people to use NFTs as their profile pictures. Guys?
Still wrapping my head around the idea of tipping someone on Twitter.
Right?
Like-
NFT as a profile picture.
Thank you, Savannah.
Thanks.
You got it.
So the mega drought in the western U.S. is so severe, it's making history. And a new study says humans are driving it.
That's one of the stories we're following this morning in our series Climate Control, highlighting the need for smart solutions to confront climate change.
NBC News meteorologist Bill Cairns is back with us. More on this. Bill, good morning to you. So this mega drought out west has been going on now for 22 years. It shows no signs of letting up right now. How bad is it, and what is the link to human behavior?
Yeah, this is not a record that we wanted to break. It had been well known that the longest lasting mega drought was in the late 1500s, and it was kind of equal to the one we're in right now. But now they've said we've surpassed it, unfortunately, and it doesn't look like it's going to end anytime soon. So let me first explain, maybe you haven't even heard the term mega drought before. So what's a mega drought? Well, a mega drought is a drought that lasts 2 decades or longer, so at least 20 years. And right now we're at year 22 of our drought in the West. And this is the map that shows our current drought. About 95% of the West is in drought. So are humans to blame in greenhouse gas emissions? Well, this study in the Nature Journal says 42% of this drought is linked to human-caused warming. And what's even more alarming is they said that this drought would have ended with the wet seasons in probably 2005 and 2006, and it wouldn't have continued straight through without that warming. So, they're saying that humans are to blame for making this mega drought even worse. And because the atmosphere is warmer, it's thirstier. So it evaporates more water from the soil. It kind of bakes the forest, too. And here's one of the more alarming parts of this, guys. In this study, they said there's a 75% chance that this mega drought will last at least 30 years to the year 2030.
Wow. Oof. All right. Now, Bill, we always do, though, even when we're talking about some of this scary, anxiety-inducing part of climate change, want to be talking about solutions as well. So California, one of those states, of course, and part of this map, is launching a pilot program that's going to install solar panel canopies over canals. It's the first project of its kind in the U.S. What should we know about it? What's this going to do?
Well, this isn't just a theory. This actually has been done before, but not in the United States. In India, they actually have 8 projects like this on 24 miles of canals, and they've successfully, limited the evaporation of the water from the canals and gotten energy out of this. So in California, they've just approved the first pilot program. It will begin this fall, and it'll be hopefully completed by 2024 in the San Joaquin Valley. And, so why does California do this? Well, first off, they need the green energy to use less greenhouse gases, especially natural gas. The evaporation is a huge problem. We just talked about the mega drought. They need to conserve the water that they have, so that's good. If you cover it up, the sun evaporates less. And there's a big not in my backyard problem with solar panels, and this land is available. It's not being used except for the passageway of the canals. So the biggest question is, how hard is it to maintain these? Because you can't really get to the canals if they do need maintenance with the projects over the top of them. And these solar panels need to be cleaned. You can see the person watering them there. So we got to figure out efficient ways to get the dust off of them, too.
All right. Bill, thank you so much. We are going to ask you one more question. I don't think we are. All right. Thank you, Bill. Appreciate it.
Bill, we love this segment. Thanks so much. Great to have you back.
Next time.
Yeah. All right. Coming up on Morning News Now, getting candid with an Olympic goat.
It's a list of things that I never had time to do, but once all that kind of settles down, what kind of role do you move into?
Up next, my conversation with snowboarding legend Shaun White, just back from his final Olympics.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
I believe. Every dream, every journey, every triumph.
And it all starts here.
Let the celebration begin! The excitement is in the air. The United States
Is he superhuman? Feel the magic every day.
She is a superstar, Kayla. We are cheering you on.
And share every moment with us at the Winter Olympics. Today is where the games begin.
In the City of Angels, two kindly old ladies wanted to help homeless men get off the streets forever. And so they did. Listen to The Thing About Helen and Olga, the new podcast from Dateline and Keith Morrison.
There were residents who hung on for dear life. I've heard people say the town is gone. Do you see it that way?
Absolutely not. We've lost some houses, but our community's still here.
I believe every dream, every journey, every triumph.
And it all starts here.
Let the celebration begin! The excitement is in the air. United States!
Is he superhuman?
Feel the magic every day.
She is a superstar, Kayla. We are cheering you on.
And share every moment with us at the Winter Olympics. Today is where the games begin. News is happening now.
A look at what's making headlines around the world.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
This is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Welcome back. Snowboarding icon Shaun White is back in the U.S. after completing his final Olympic competition ever, an experience he says he'll cherish forever.
I spoke to Shaun about his homecoming, including how he's handling the early days of retirement and who he's now looking to for advice. How does his homecoming feel?
It's been incredible, honestly. Like from China, landed at the airport, my whole family and all my friends were waiting, and then straight to the Super Bowl, which was awesome. I actually had a list of things I wanted to do in my retirement, and on that list was I've never been to a Super Bowl. It's my first one. I mean, there's been those moments where you got to pinch yourself and go, wow, you know, maybe I took this for granted before or whatever, and now everything's just got this shimmer to it, you know, especially competing. Saying goodbye to my competitors. I'm sure I'll bump into them, but just to be in that situation with them, it's a rarity, and so I cherish every moment, and yeah, it's just been great.
The fact that you're doing this on your terms, how important is that to you?
It's really big, and knowing that going in, it really made everything special. It's like, okay, wow, well, if I'm going to do it, and this is the last time, this is how I would go about it.
You might have heard it. There's something called mean tweets where celebs mean things. People write about them. I'm going to do the opposite here.
Oh, yeah?
I'm going to do nice tweets. I'm going to read you the nice things celebrities say about you.
Oh, wow,
so,
right on.
So you've got David Beckham, who I think's a friend of yours,
He's
right?
He's a friend,
He's written respect for the greatest. So David Beckham writes that about you. What do you think?
The man, I mean, he's a legend, obviously, and to just have support from, you know, fellow athletes like that's incredible. You know, I always have such admiration and respect for other athletes and what they do, and so to hear that's really cool.
Michael Phelps used a goat emoji to describe you. When you see those goat emojis, what goes through your mind?
I love it. I mean, especially from someone of his caliber. I mean, he knows what it's like to put it all out there, and, you know, he's retired. He's definitely a phone call I'm going to have pretty soon here. Like, what do I do next?
Speaking of phone calls, Tom Brady said you had an incredible career. That's a phone call you're making, right?
That's a really cool one. Yeah, Tom's amazing, and especially, you know, he's going through what I'm going through right now, which is pretty wild.
What are the questions you want to ask him about retirement?
Gosh, I mean, where do you start is where I think I would ask. I mean, once the bubble and the things kind of, the dust settles, stuff calms down, especially we're still in the Olympic glow. We're all kidded here right now. You're looking very solid.
Thank you. I'm glowing too. I'm trying my best here.
But, you know, like, what's next? I mean, obviously there's a list of things that I never had time to do, but like once all that kind of settles down, you know, what kind of role do you move into and how do you go forward? Those sort of things, or how do you fight the thoughts of like, well, I could come back for the little, you know what I mean? Because that was very real for me. I was like,
have you had those thoughts?
Well, of course. I mean, you're in the fight for so many years, and just to take yourself out of it all of a sudden is like a very jarring thing, you know, especially especially not finishing on the podium or things like that, I was like, okay, well, you know, the fighter in me was very like, well, you could do the, you know, and then your mind starts racing of like how I could navigate that path to come back. But you know, at this point, I'm thankful to be in the position I'm in and learn lessons from fellow competitors like that. I like how to crave those sort of urges and you know, push forward in the new life I'm setting for myself.
He does have a snowboard business to keep him busy. Whitespace, his new business that he's working on. So that's something to keep his time occupied.
Yeah, I'm sure he'll find ways. We'll take him to do anything for us.
I feel like he'll be on TV too. I get that feeling.
Yeah.
That does it for this hour Morning News Now.
But the news continues right now.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers.
Right now on Morning News Now, masks on or off? With cases dropping nationwide, the CDC says it wants to give people a break from wearing masks. The changes that could soon be coming your way, and we have a doctor joining us with what you need to know. No pullback. U.S. officials say Russia is not pulling its troops away from the Ukrainian border. They're actually adding nearly 7,000 more. New developments this morning from Ukraine and the latest timing from intelligence officials on when a possible invasion could take place. Fight for a medal. Team USA adds to its medal count overnight. It's not the one they wanted. We're going to break down the tough loss to Canada in women's hockey. Plus, what's next in women's figure skating as 15-year-old Russian Kamila Valieva looks to win gold despite the controversy over her positive drug test. And what's up with Wordle, the online puzzle that's taking the country by storm, 5 letters at a time. But is Wordle getting more difficult? Some people think it's getting harder. I took that question directly to the general manager of games for the New York Times to get an answer.
So you'll
coming
have
up
to
later.
stick around to hear.
Exactly. All right, we're going to begin with the latest on the pandemic and the ongoing fight over mask mandates.
The CDC is facing pressure to loosen its mask guidelines. And while the agency says it's reviewing the matter, it's not yet ready to shift that guidance.
I know that everyone is anxious to move beyond this pandemic and some of the ways we have had to change the way we live over the last 2 years. We all share the same goal, to get to a point where COVID-19 is no longer disrupting our daily lives, a time when it won't be a constant crisis, rather something we can prevent, protect against, and treat.
NBC News medical contributor Dr. Natalie Azar joins us now. Dr. Azar, great to see you. Thanks for being with us. So the CDC says, as we just heard, that it's still too early to roll back those mask guidelines. This comes after yesterday we all thought they were going to do so. And of course, as states across the country are already doing so. What do you think about this mixed messaging from state and federal agencies? It feels like we've asked this question several times throughout the pandemic in different various ways, different phases, and here we are again.
Yeah, well, here's I think the issue is that I think we are long past the moment where one set of guidelines from the federal government is going to be a one size fits all for the country, like that the lockdown that we had 2 years ago that was just universal and blanket. There's no appetite for that. And frankly, that's not really the right thing to do. I think what the CDC is struggling with right now is how to define sort of the barometer or the threshold, above which they would require or recommend masking. And I think, they've been using for a long time disease activity in terms of substantial high transmission, those kinds of things. And I think that they need to now appreciate and modify their definition of what constitutes significant transmission to more, where are we seeing severe disease? Are we seeing hospitalizations rising? Are we seeing ICUs at capacity? And using those metrics to sort of guide their recommendations. In terms of whether or not local authorities versus state authorities should be the ones making the decisions for their communities, it clearly needs to be at the local level. And those recommendations need to be calibrated based on the percentage of vaccination in the requirement, in their communities, their hospitalization rates, and that kind of thing.
So, doctor, let me ask you what you would tell someone who is maybe confused by this. I mean, this is the CDC's mask guidance. That's a key word, guidance. If somebody's looking for guidance from the Centers for Disease Control, who's still saying, hey, it's too early to do so, but then their local government is saying, you don't have to anymore. What would you tell that person who doesn't know what to do? They feel stuck in the middle.
You know, really, honestly, at this point, Savannah, I would say trust your local health officials on this. You know, I mean, the CDC should and probably always will err on the side of being more conservative and more cautious. But as I said, you know, it really has to do with the rates of local transmission, as well as, you know, how your hospitals are doing. Are they near capacity or are they not? How much vaccination is in your community? And I think those things need to guide individuals primarily. And then secondarily, as we've discussed numerous times, it always comes back to your own situation and your own risk tolerance. If you're a high risk person or you live with someone who's high risk, you're more likely to want to keep on wearing that mask indoors than a neighbor who doesn't have those potential environmental risks.
So, doctor, walk someone through if they are interested in what's happening in their area. What do the rates look like? What does the vaccination rate look like? What should that person do if they want to know, you know, how safe am I if I am ready to take this mask off, but I want to make sure that I think I'm in a place that's safe to do so?
Right. So your State Department of Health websites should have all of this information. Your local health departments should have this information. We're talking about rates of transmission, positivity rates per, 100,000 people, those kinds of things. What are your ICUs doing? How many kids in your schools are vaccinated? Those are the kinds of metrics that you need to kind of figure out. And unfortunately, it does require that you get that information. But again, reaching out to local health officials is really, I would say, the number one thing that you can do. Follow the news carefully. But I don't think that each individual person in this country necessarily needs to be taking, personal advice from the CDC.
Right. Absolutely. All right. That's great to hear, Doctor. Is are super helpful for people at home who are confused by this back and forth. We appreciate your time. Great to see you. And if you have a question for one of our doctors, like the great Dr. Natalie Azar, email us at morningnewsnow@NBCUNI.com and let us know if you'd like to stay anonymous.
This morning, we're tracking a major winter storm set to impact millions from the Rockies to the Midwest to the South and making its way to the East Coast. Now, the storm's delivering snow, ice, and strong winds to central and eastern parts of the country. As you can see, it's already impacting the Great Lakes, bringing heavy rain to parts of Illinois.
All of that is our intro to Bill Cairns joining us to track it all. Hey, Bill.
Yeah, good morning. This has all the earmarks of like a March or April spring storm. Severe weather, flooding problems, snow on the backside of the storm, and ice too. So this storm really does have it all. But we'll start with the tornado threat because that obviously can be instantly life-threatening. And we're more concerned, and mostly concerned, with areas in the south. We haven't had a lot of severe weather overnight, just a little bit in Texas and Oklahoma. But this afternoon, as this line of storms makes its way through Arkansas into Louisiana, it should intensify this afternoon. That area of orange is an enhanced risk of severe weather, including the Memphis area to Nashville, Tupelo, a good chunk of the northern half of Mississippi, a good portion of Alabama, too. Heads up, make sure you're aware of your forecast as you go throughout this afternoon and evening, especially with the early sunset. Those tornadoes that happen at night, we have a little less warning with them because we can't see them ahead of time. As far as how it's going to look, this is 8 p.m. tonight. The line of storms will be almost past Mississippi, right through the heart of Alabama into North Georgia. The blue on the map shows you the snow. So ending in Chicago by about 6 to 8 p.m. Still snowing hard, though, lower Michigan and also northern half of Indiana. And then just a big rain and windstorm heading through areas of Pennsylvania, New York, and then eventually through New England. It's going to sound like a tropical storm is coming through. These winds are going to howl and the rain is going to pour. And then by Friday late morning, it's gone. By Friday evening, no problems at all. Though the winds with this storm include 111 million people under wind advisories. We do have some high wind warnings. When you get in the warning category, that's where we expect not just travel delays, but travel cancellations at the airport and damage possible. That includes the Boston area, Cape Cod, Rhode Island, and Long Island, and the higher elevations of the Appalachians in areas of Tennessee and North Carolina. So how windy will some of our big cities be today? If you're flying, it's going to be bumpy. Wind gusts will be maxing out in the 30 to 40 mile per hour range in the Midwest. And in the Northeast, late tonight and early Friday morning, the highest winds over Montauk, Long Island, Boston, the Cape Cod, 50 mile per hour range, isolated into the 60s. So you get the idea. This isn't a storm to mess with as far as traveling over the next couple days. So today, 10 degrees in Minneapolis. At the same time, it's nearly 80 in New Orleans. That's the earmarks of a big storm right in the middle of the country. And as we said, though, guys, on Friday, we get rid of this storm in a hurry for a pretty quiet weekend coming up. Just have to get through the next 2 days, hopefully safely, with those tornadoes.
At least it's moving quickly.
Yeah. Good news. Some good news. Thanks, Bill.
This morning, tensions in Ukraine are reaching new highs after a flare-up in the eastern part of the country. Russian-backed separatists and the Ukraine government are both accusing each other of mortar attacks overnight. It comes as Washington casts further doubt over claims made by Russia that it has been pulling back some of its troops. NBC News chief foreign correspondent Richard Engel has more from eastern Ukraine.
Joe, Savannah, attempts to resolve this crisis diplomatically appear to be getting more difficult, with now the United States and other nations directly accusing Russia of lying, with one U.S. official saying that Russia, as late as yesterday, was moving troops into attack positions.
As Russia claims it is pulling back troops from Ukraine's border, releasing videos of forces leaving the Crimean Peninsula on a bridge back to Russia and being loaded onto trucks. A senior Biden administration official accuses Russia of lying and of moving troops around while adding 7,000 to the some 150,000 troops already near Ukraine's borders. Ukrainian and Estonian intelligence and NATO officials have said they can't confirm any Russian pullback.
We have not seen any sign of withdrawal or de-escalation.
New satellite images show Russian troops remain ready for attack, as Britain's military intelligence chief, in a rare statement, said there have been sightings of additional armored vehicles, helicopters, and a field hospital moving toward Ukraine's borders. As Ukrainians took to the streets for Unity Day yesterday to show they're not afraid of a Russian invasion, there are now questions this morning about why Russia would claim to de-escalate while apparently not doing it. Propaganda, a play to create confusion, or deliberate misdirection to hide an attack. On the front line, tensions are heating up between Ukrainian troops and Russian-backed separatists, with both sides accusing the other of mortar and artillery attacks overnight, including, Ukraine says, on a kindergarten. Russia has accused Ukraine of carrying out a genocide against the separatists, who have said they may call on President Putin to protect them.
The Ukrainian military accused those Russian-backed separatists overnight of firing dozens of artillery rounds, including the one that apparently hit that kindergarten. No children were in the room that was hit at the time, although several staff members were injured, according to Ukrainian military, and one Ukrainian soldier. The danger is that fighting between separatists and Ukrainian troops could become a tripwire for a larger conflict. Joe, Savannah.
Richard, thank you.
As some states roll back COVID restrictions, the federal mask mandate remains in place for now on public transportation. That, of course, includes air travel, where there have already been hundreds of unruly passenger reports just in the first month and a half of this year. NBC News aviation correspondent Tom Costello has more on a new dispute over how to handle those troublesome travelers.
Despite threats of stiff fines and jail time, cases involving passengers becoming disruptive, sometimes physically violent with flight crews and fellow travelers, are still happening. You're going to jail. As of Tuesday, the FAA has referred 80 cases involving unruly passengers to the FBI for criminal review. That's out of more than 6,000 reports since the start of 2021. Many incidents related to the in-flight mask requirements. Already this year, nearly 500 reports of disorderly flyers. Just this past Sunday, crew members and fellow passengers had to subdue a man who became unruly, forcing an American Airlines flight from D.C. to Los Angeles to divert mid-flight.
Flight attendants are saying that nothing has changed yet. We're still seeing these combative events on board. There's a ton of disrespect. This is not something that we can accept as a new normal.
While individual airlines have banned certain flyers, Delta Airlines wants the federal government to create a comprehensive no-fly list, barring unruly passengers convicted of an onboard disruption from traveling on any U.S. airline. But a group of 8 Republican senators who say they oppose bad behavior are against the no-fly list, arguing in a letter to the Attorney General it would seemingly equate those passengers to terrorists. But the nation's largest flight attendants union says it would make air travel safer for everyone.
We need to be very clear with people what the rules are, why they're in place, and what the consequences are if you violate them.
One of those rules, the new mask mandate, faces a new legal challenge this morning, with the Texas Attorney General suing the Biden administration to overturn it. It comes as the CDC is already considering revisions to its recommendations.
We are looking at an overview of much of our guidance, and masking in all settings will be a part of that.
Yeah, so the current mask requirement at airports, on planes, public transportation, it's set to expire the middle of next month, March 18th. But that mandate, as you know, has already been extended a couple of times since it was implemented. And some industry experts think it could be extended again because kids under the age of 5 are not vaccinated, can't be vaccinated. However, I've talked to industry experts, airline industry experts, and they are now thinking that it may not be extended because we've got this political climate right now to roll back masks. And of course, we've seen the mask debate really heating up in full force. So as you can imagine, they've got a lot to juggle here. Kids under 5, the rollback momentum, that kind of thing. Guys, back to you.
Yeah, absolutely. And the intensifying of the debate, as you point out. Tom, thank you so much.
You bet.
Now, Team USA is looking to take home some more hardware at the Winter Olympics in Beijing, and there's still plenty to be decided in the days to come as the games wind down.
Yeah, we did come up a bit short in our bid to repeat as gold medalists in women's hockey against our rivals, Canada. NBC News correspondent Steve Patterson joins us from the games in China. Steve, good morning. So it was a tough loss for the Americans in women's hockey in the gold medal game. What was the reaction afterward?
Tough, hard-fought loss. Very, as you can imagine, an incredible amount of disappointment from the U.S. women who wanted to win. And, you know, you always want to beat Canada. This game is such a hard-fought, tough nails, you know, hard-fought game. It really is, where these two teams have perennially gone against each other. They really don't like each other. That's something that's very apparent and obvious and, frankly, fun to watch. But at the end of the day, there's a certain amount of begrudging respect. And you have to remember that the last time these two teams met was in 2018. The U.S. won in a shootout, and that was so heartbreaking for the Canadian women. We've heard from some of them who said this is really that redemption for that moment that has just broken their hearts for all these years. And now it's kind of the U.S.'s turn. Hillary Knight spoke out. She scored one of the goals in this match and said that she felt like she let the country down, which is sad to hear. They just got behind, and they were held at arm's length, and Canada is just so strong at doing that, at putting a team down and keeping a team down, and the U.S. really tried their best to come back, but they just couldn't. So sad to see, but, you know, there's always next time, and there certainly will be a next time.
And they're silver medalists. They didn't let us down. We're still proud of them, but yeah, tough to hear. All right, Steve, now tonight is the finale of women's figure skating. We know that there's this drama unfolding with the top contender here for gold, but is there any chance that USA can steal a spot on the podium?
So this is exciting because my producer's in there right now. I'm looking at her. She's watching the skating. She's dancing. The competition's happening right now. I think there's like 6 indoors. Indoors and warm. But she's yelling out the results to me as I talk to you. I think there's 6 skaters left. One of the best on the U.S. team, Alyssa Liu, just went. She got into first. That doesn't mean much when you consider that these scores, again, are cumulative, that the 6 people ahead of her are the strongest skaters because you kind of qualify and you place backwards. So all the Russians are to follow, and then she's now says second place for her, and then she'll precipitously drop down. And you just have to know, in knowing this event, that the Russians skate at such a higher difficulty than the rest of the skaters that it is very near, you know, impossible to match a score unless they have some sort of catastrophic fall or there is some sort of incredible incredible burst of talent from another skater. And we did see that, actually. Japan has a skater in third place after the first event. She's going to go again in about 3 skaters. She may surprise us all, but I think the expectation is Camila Vulia and her teammates will take this pretty handily.
Steve, real quickly, anything else we should know about what's happening with Team USA?
Yes, I'll do some quick hitters. Men's curling, they just went into the semifinals. That's really exciting. The free ski halfpipe had 4 Americans in the qualifiers. All 4 of them qualified, including David Wise, who won gold in Sochi. He looks really strong. The whole team looks really strong, and we're looking forward to more hardware there. Guys.
All right. I think Brittany Bowe got a bronze too, so
Yeah.
good
And I don't
for
know
speed
if
skating.
you
as
could
well.
make it in time, but
Brittany
you might
Bowe
be
got
able
a
to
bronze.
help out our
That's
men's
right.
curlers.
Yeah, oh yeah, watch out, watch out. Here I come, curlers, to the rescue. Steve, thank you so much.
Thanks, Steve. And coming up, Hillary Clinton is now firing back at a bombshell allegation that she allegedly spied on former President Trump while in office.
Her latest comments slamming what she's calling a fake scandal. Next.
News is happening now.
A look at what's making headlines around the world.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
This is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late-breaking news.
All right, it is it.
There were residents who hung on for dear life. I've heard people say the town is gone. Do you see it that way?
Absolutely not. We've lost some houses, but our community's still here.
I believe. Every dream, every journey, every triumph.
And it all starts here.
Let the celebration begin!
The excitement is in the air.
Is he superhuman?
Feel the magic every day.
She is a superstar, Kayla. We are cheering you on.
And share every moment with us at the Winter Olympics. Today is where the games begin. News is happening now.
A look at what's making headlines around the world.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now. News is happening now.
A look at what's making headlines around the world.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
This is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers.
2022 is off to a busy start.
Winter's wrath causing headaches from coast to coast.
It's been really incredible to see how quickly volunteers started to help with the cleanup efforts.
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
Answers come when you need them most. Ooh, let it go.
The Today Show's newest fan.
A little Al Roker.
What am I doing here? This is your moment.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
Welcome to the Tonight Show. Let me show you how it's done.
Show me what you got.
I don't want to be a Lego.
Former Secretary of State Hillary Clinton is breaking her silence on a special counsel investigation into the origins of the Trump-Russia probe. She's calling the latest development a fake scandal.
Now, former President Donald Trump and his allies say the investigation's most recent disclosure, which involves a lawyer formerly associated with the Clinton campaign, proves Trump was under surveillance while in office. NBC News senior Washington correspondent Hallie Jackson has more.
We're talking about a story that has ripped through conservative media, something Donald Trump calls bigger than Watergate. But what's in the actual court filing does not back up some of the allegations being made. It would be explosive if it were true. The allegation a political opponent spied on a sitting president. And that's exactly what former President Donald Trump and his allies are claiming.
It was worse than we thought because they were spying on the sitting president of the United States.
Hillary Clinton's campaign paid to spy on Donald Trump.
I liken it to Watergate.
But Hillary Clinton now slamming the whole thing as a fake scandal to distract from Mr. Trump's real ones. So it's a day that ends in Y, she tweeted. So what's the reality check? It all started last week when special counsel John Durham dropped a new court filing. Remember, Durham's the guy investigating the origins of the Russia investigation against Mr. Trump. The filing involves a case against a cybersecurity lawyer with ties to the Democratic Party, Michael Sussman. It says a tech executive gave Sussman data about communications between computer servers at the White House, 2 Trump-owned buildings in New York, and an unnamed healthcare provider. The filing describing the executive as exploiting his access to White House data to search for derogatory information on Mr. Trump. Sussman, the filing says, claimed the data showed Trump associates were using Russian-made cell phones near the White House, an allegation the special counsel found no evidence of, and says Sussman turned that info over to the CIA in 2017, according to sources familiar with what happened. Some conservatives seizing on all this as proof someone spied on then-President Trump, blasting what they see as a lack of attention to it.
The silence by most of the media is very revealing.
But here's the thing. That computer data only showed that different servers were communicating, not what they were communicating about, according to experts.
In other words, emails couldn't have been read, text messages couldn't have been read. They couldn't have even seen the content that was on the screens.
The court filing doesn't say when the data collection ended, and that's important because Sussman's attorneys say the special counsel knows it didn't happen during the Trump administration, but instead when then-President Obama was in office. The court filing does not allege a crime related to hacking. It also doesn't say anybody was illegally spied on. Back to you.
All right, Hallie, thank you so much.
Let's take a look at what's making news around the world this morning.
Ali Arouzi is with us this morning from Tehran. Hey, Ali.
Good morning, Savannah. Good morning, Joe. Devastating floods and mudslides have left at least 94 people dead in Brazil. An intense downpour produced months' worth of rain overnight that dumped down in the north of Rio de Janeiro, sweeping through the mountains and bringing destruction to the historic city of Petropolis, also known as the Imperial City. The city's mayor expects the number of fatalities to keep rising as rescuers pick through the wreckage, searching for survivors. Beaches in Sydney, Australia have been shut down after a deadly shark attack. An Australian swimmer died from catastrophic injuries after being mauled by a massive great white shark. Witnesses describe watching in horror as the swimmer was being dragged underwater with a big splash, then several seconds of violent thrashing, followed by the water turning blood red. The incident is the first such fatal attack in almost 60 years. And finally, a job advert in Saudi Arabia to recruit 30 female train drivers has attracted 28,000 applicants, highlighting the scale of pent-up demand as the conservative kingdom loosens some restrictions on women's employment. The 30 selected women will drive bullet trains between the cities of Mecca and Medina after a year of on-the-job paid training. Job opportunities for Saudi women have until recently been very limited due to the country's strict gender segregation rules. Women weren't even allowed to drive in Saudi Arabia until 2018. The initiative comes at a time when Saudi Arabia is under the spotlight for its human rights record. Those are your headlines, guys.
Wow, 28,000 applications. Isn't that something? All right, Ali, thank you so much.
As we mentioned moments ago, the U.S. women's hockey team is leaving Beijing with silver medals after narrowly losing to rival Canada in the gold medal game.
We have 3 stars of the team with us now, Kendall Quinn Schofield, Hillary Knight, and Lee Steckling. Hello to all of you. Thank you so much for joining us. And congratulations on silver. It might not have been the gold that you wanted, but I mean, you guys showed so much heart climbing back from that 3-goal deficit, and you do still have this silver to end it 3-2. Kendall, as the team captain, what did you see from the team and that performance?
Yeah, I think the way that you saw our team never give up, fight all the way until the end with that final goal, 12 seconds left in the game, is just really the definition of this team throughout this entire Olympic residency process. We've been resilient through it all. I mean, it's been very challenging just to get to this moment with the pandemic. And I thought our group showed no quit. We fought to the very end. Obviously not the result we wanted, but we have so much to be proud of. And there's no group that's more special to be a part of than this group.
Hillary, this was your 22nd Olympic game for Team USA, breaking the record for women's hockey. And now with this medal, you have medaled in all 4 Olympics you've been in, including that gold back in 2018. How does all of that feel?
It feels great. I play with great players, and to represent our country on a world stage, it's such an honor and such a privilege. I wish you guys could be in our room and be a fly on the wall, because these are incredible women, and it's almost intoxicating. That's why you keep coming back.
And I know you guys are this incredible group of women who has faced some hurdles getting here. Lee, it was a hard road for you all here, including a COVID outbreak just a couple weeks ago and losing one of your stars, Brianna Decker, early in the opening match. Talk a bit about the resilience of this team and how you were able to come together and make it so far and take home silver.
Yeah, the road is definitely never easy. This one, I think we had a bit of a harder road than even normal. So to lose Brianna so early was hard. Incredible that she was able to stay around and have the impact she did, even though she wasn't on the ice. And as Kendall mentioned, so grateful to be here with this group. Not the medal we wanted, but no group I'd rather be playing with.
Kendall, you have a new book out called As Fast as Her, about all the obstacles you overcame to get to this point. What do you want readers to get from it, especially those young girls right now who are just looking up at you and they dream of being in your spot a few years down the road?
Yeah, I think my goal of writing the book was to have more representation on the bookshelves. I think we were all young girls looking for books like the one I put out there, and I just hope young people pick up the book and they're inspired to follow their dreams, just as we did ours. A lot of us saw the '98 team when we were little girls, and we said we want to be them one day. And I'm sure there were a lot of young girls watching back at home and maybe said, I want to play for Team USA. I want to represent Team USA at the Olympics, because that was a lot of us when we saw them. And I think, the goal of the book was just to provide people a source of inspiration, see, that my life, my journey wasn't a straight line. There were a lot of obstacles along the way, but those obstacles have helped get me to where I am today.
Absolutely. And before we let you go, Hillary, let's just expand on that a little bit. I mean, what do you think this kind of high-profile success, I mean, you've medaled in every Olympics you've been to, does for this sport, for women's hockey in general, and for inspiring those little girls, knowing that this is an option?
Yeah, visibility is huge. If she can see it, she can be it. And, it starts with that one little spark. So to be part of that visibility and pushing the game forward, and maybe that young little girl doesn't even play hockey, it doesn't matter, but to have a positive impact in someone's life is what it's all about. And obviously we get to do that through the sport that we love and share those moments together.
Absolutely. Hillary, Kendall, and Lee, we are so proud of you. Congratulations on coming home silver medalists, and safe travels home. Thanks for joining us.
Thank you.
She can see it, she can do it like that. Coming up on Morning News Now, a first look at how one of the most restrictive voting laws in the country is affecting lines at the ballot box. We're going to take you to Texas.
Plus, a staffing shortage at one of the country's most notorious high-security prisons. We'll take you inside where guards say they are at a breaking point. That's next.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now. Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from the Ground Zero, as it's being referred to. It is, in fact, the taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You were some resilient folks. Let me get a hint.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. We'll take you to the front lines of the story, bringing your news feed to life. Streaming live every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
There's no better place for fun with friends.
quality time with your little golf buddy, or an afternoon alone together. With the Golf Now app, family and friends are just a tap away. Just pick your course, pay from your phone, get out and enjoy. Golf Now. Download the app and go play.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
Uber has given drivers and riders the option to rate each other for years, but now riders can see what goes into their ratings. Uber rolled out the score breakdown this week. Well, you can't see who gave you the score that ruined your perfect 5-star rating. It does tell you how many 1, 2, 3, 4, or 5-star ratings you've received over your last 500 rides. You can find your score breakdown in the app's Privacy Center. The company also shared the cities with the best and worst average passenger ratings. Perhaps unsurprisingly, New York made the worst ratings list, along with Washington and Seattle. The ratings say the best riders are in San Antonio, St. Louis, and Nashville. Savannah, I made the mistake of doing this morning and discovered that I have somehow got 4 1-star ratings over the years, which I can't even imagine what I did.
1 star, Joe, brave man admitting that on live.
Well, because I don't get it. It's rigged, I tell you. But yeah, so it comes with a warning if you check it. It might be kind of shocking.
Were you like eating in the car, like Joe?
I am a good passenger.
1 star,
a very good rating.
would say differently. All right, thanks, Joe. Now, for the first time, we're seeing the impact of one of the newest and most restrictive voting laws in the country. Early voting is now underway in Texas for the state's March primary, but that new controversial law put into place last year is already resulting in rejected ballots, and it's also creating confusion among voters and election workers.
The local election laws in place that have put a strain on our staff resources, and I think really confusing voters and throwing them for a loop on, do I come vote, do I not, and how?
NBC News correspondent Antonia Hilton joins us now from Houston at one of the busiest early voting sites in Harris County, which is the most populous county in Texas. Antonia, good morning. So first, remind us what is in this new law and what kind of problems are people running into?
Good morning, Savannah. This is the first election in Texas where SB 1 goes into effect. And what's inside this law is a number of things. Most importantly, an end to drive-through voting, an end to 24-hour voting hours, which were very popular here in Harris County, as you said, the most populous county in the state of Texas during the pandemic when people had different health and work-related challenges. It also adds new freedom and movement for partisan poll watchers, which is something that is of concern to some voters, some election workers who are worried about the political and tense climate in some parts of the state right now. But the most critical new piece of the law that is most confusing for voters here is a change to ID requirements. And what that looks like is that voters who want to apply to vote by mail need to submit ID information, and that ID information needs to match exactly what they used when they initially registered to vote. That might sound straightforward, but if you're an older person who registered to vote 10, 30, 40 years ago here, that is leading to significant confusion, people not remembering what their license number was that many years ago, or submitting, say, their social security number, which is accurate but doesn't match the license number that they used to apply for or to register to vote many years ago now. And so that is leading to pretty serious rejection numbers. We're seeing 14% of ballot application numbers getting rejected, and then 40% of actual mail-in ballots getting rejected. And that represents a significant number of voters, especially in a state where, you know, elections can be really tight here in Texas. And so the election workers here, the administrator that I've spoken to, are gravely concerned that there are people who are going to get shut out of this election, Savannah.
Yeah, Antonia, so I want to ask you more about that conversation I know you had with the election administrator there in Harris County. How is this changing the voting process there in Houston? Just kind of broaden it out for us. And also then, what about the smaller counties that may not have the same resources as these larger ones do?
Well, in talking with the election administrator, Isabel Longoria, the major message is that this is creating confusion and extreme pressure on workers. They are working really long hours, beginning of the day to very, very late at night. Some of them are sleeping in the election centers, trying to get themselves ready for early voting, but also for the actual election day on March 1st. And there's always pressure in elections, but this new change means that voters are calling them at their call center with an unusual number of questions, a lot of confusion about how these ID requirements will work, and they're a bit panicked. And so their message to these voters is really that they need to reach out, do their research, try to get ahead of deadlines right now. I want you to actually take a listen to some of my conversation with Isabel Longoria, who really spells out the new crisis that they're working through.
There's so many trickle-down effects affecting voters and our ability to host an election that the pressure is on. And what I ultimately want to get across is we're used to pressure. We thrive under pressure. That's why we're in elections. But this year, that pressure to host an election, that pressure to follow these new laws is now affecting voters because of the direct impact on voters.
And Harris County is the biggest and most well-resourced election team here. And so one of the issues she raised is that if we're struggling, imagine what's happening in smaller communities around the state right now, Savannah.
Absolutely. All right. And a reminder, actually, that tomorrow is the deadline to apply for a mail-in ballot in the state of Texas. Of course, a convenient way to vote. Antonia Hilton, thank you so much for your reporting.
Major staffing crisis is unfolding inside federal prisons, where some of the nation's most dangerous and notorious criminals are locked up. Prisons have been wrestling with high-profile problems, including COVID outbreaks and Jeffrey Epstein's suicide. And most recently, the Bureau of Prisons director resigned. Now, correctional officers are pleading for help from the government. NBC News correspondent Vaughn Hilliard spoke with some of them. Joins us from outside the Florence Supermax Penitentiary in Colorado. Vaughn, good morning.
Good morning, Joe. There are 122 federal correctional facilities around this country. And when you look at the current Bureau of Prison staffing situation, just 2/3 of the correctional officer positions in this country are presently filled, putting a severe strain on those working within these prisons. We talked to several of the guards, and as one of them told us, they feel their safety is now jeopardized.
It's a sprawling prison complex in remote Colorado, where some of the world's most notorious criminals are locked up. The Unabomber, the Boston Bomber, El Chapo, and a top aide to Osama bin Laden. More than 2,300 inmates are inside this network of federal prisons here in Florence. But these facilities, tasked with securing these prisoners, are in a staffing crisis, multiple prison guards tell us.
Our safety is jeopardized. I mean, there's no way to say it's not.
Just the mental and physical exhaustion is too much for someone to bear.
Low pay, understaffing, forced overtime, changing leadership in COVID outbreaks. 5 current Florence prison staff and 4 others who quit in the last 2 years agreed to sit down with us.
What does overtime mean in the prison?
It means they forced me to stay and work overtime. But I have no choice.
That's an extra 8 hours.
16 hours straight.
16 hours straight.
We were just pawns. We were worker bees. Nobody cared what happened to us.
So how many days of 16-hour days in a row?
We could work up to 5.
It changes who you are mentally after years and years and years and years of doing this. And then you add in 16-hour days 3-4 times a week. It destroys you mentally. It destroys your family. Something needs to change.
Very similar, very similar.
But it's not just in Florence. James Zimmerman works 100 miles away at the Federal Correctional Institute in Inglewood, Colorado. He drove in for the interview.
Severely worse the last 4 to 5 years.
This is not just a Florence problem.
Absolutely not.
Across the country's federal prisons in the past years, the government has budgeted for more than 20,000 correctional officers. But right now, just a fraction of that is actually on the job. The Bureau of Prisons, in a statement to NBC News, blames the declining headcount to the 2017 federal government hiring freeze, as well as budget constraints, competition from local and state agencies, and most recently, a worldwide pandemic. The Bureau says it is offering a 10% financial retention incentive to all eligible staff, but many of these guards quitting.
If it were not for the mandatory extra 8-hour shifts, would you still be working?
I'd still be working.
David, how old are you, my friend?
I'm 28. For me,
it wasn't worth my safety. You know, wanting 16-hour shifts, 2 to 3 times a week, if you refuse it, you get in trouble.
Just last month, the Bureau of Prisons director announced he is resigning after less than 2 years on the job.
This was from September 15, 2021. There was a letter I wrote to Director Michael Carvajal, but I never did receive a response.
I would email him every single day that I worked.
Did you ever get a response?
I never got a response.
The 2 officers responsible for monitoring Jeffrey Epstein when he took his own life in a New York prison in 2019 were both working overtime shifts. Inmate deaths and assaults are not uncommon in these facilities. The number of homicides more than doubling in 2021. These guards say the horrors of what happened inside here are tough to show and explain to the outside world because of privacy rules. But the mental and physical wear they endure is impossible to hide when they leave.
Has anybody here been assaulted?
Yes. When inmates become agitated and aggressive, we're the front line.
Just this month, all 122 federal correctional facilities were placed under a lockdown for more than a week after a deadly altercation at a Texas penitentiary.
How difficult is it to attract folks to come and take these jobs?
$45,000 a year to start. We're competing with some fast food restaurants at starting pay.
It comes down to pay. I don't go to work because I love my job. You go to work to support your family or to make a living. The morale's the lowest I've seen it in 15 years that I've been in the Bureau.
Joe, and it's not just these correctional officers who are having to work these 16-hour shifts. The Bureau of Prison is moving counselors, maintenance staff, secretaries, cook kitchen supervisors into correctional officer positions to help backfill this shortage. There is this severe crisis of staffing right now inside of these Bureau of Prison operations. Joe?
Eye-opening report. Vaughn, thanks so much. Appreciate it.
Yeah, fantastic interview. All right, coming up, bias at the bank.
Doctor says a bank refused to cash her check because of her race. And in another instance, one man ended up in handcuffs. That story next.
What happened here is a story of loss and salvation. There were residents who hung on for dear life. This is where you took shelter, in this closet.
I took shelter right in this closet right here.
Rioters banged down one of the doors.
Have you found a way to reconcile it a year later?
It really hurt to see this place that I love so much treated with such disrespect.
Was it an act of cleaning or an act of healing?
The Today Show's newest fan.
Little Al Roker.
What am I doing here?
What happened here is a story of loss and salvation. There were residents who hung on for dear life. This is where you took shelter, in this closet.
I took shelter right in this closet right here.
Rioters banged down one of the doors.
Have you found a way to reconcile it a year later?
It really hurt to see this place that I love so much treated with such disrespect.
Was it an act of cleaning or an act of healing?
There's no better place for fun with friends. Quality time with your little golf buddy, or an afternoon alone together. Family and friends are just a tap away. Just pick your course, pay from your phone.
Golf now. Download the app and go play.
News is more than a headline. It informs, it inspires, and it still matters. To cover it, you have to be in it. And that's what we're gonna do. Every night, we take you to the front lines of the story, where it's actually happening, with NBC News journalists on the ground from all over the world. We cover what you need to know and bring your newsfeed to life. In primetime and streaming live, it's your news playlist every night.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
The Meet the Press Chuck Todd Cast, free wherever you get your podcasts. The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
A moment of joy quickly turned into disbelief for one Houston doctor. She says her local Chase Bank refused to cash a check with a signing bonus for her new job, allegedly because of her race.
Now she's suing over alleged discrimination. NBC News Now correspondent Priscilla Thompson has this story for us from Houston.
Super happy and elated.
Dr. Malika Mitchell-Stewart was overjoyed when, after more than a decade of school and giving birth to her second child late last year, she officially became a doctor. With that title came a new job and a more than $16,000 signing bonus.
It's like a aha moment, like I finally made it. I finally am successful.
This was your moment.
It was my moment.
And it was
taken away.
Taken away by Chase Bank, according to Mitchell-Stewart, when they refused to cash her check. She's now suing for $1 million, alleging discrimination, claiming they refused her services because she's a black woman. Accusations that Chase tells NBC News are, quote, completely false.
If I would have came in as a white male with that same check, I'm sure they would have verified it, deposited it, and opened an account for them that day.
Mitchell-Stewart says she visited a Chase Bank near Houston in December to open an account and cash her check.
And they looked at the check, and then they kind of looked back at me, and then that's when they started asking me all these questions about like what I did for a living, who gave me this check, what company is this, how old I was.
After answering those questions and even showing her business card, Mitchell-Stewart alleges the bank refused to serve her, claiming the check was fraudulent. She says without ever trying to contact the check's issuer or offering an alternative, like putting a hold on the check until the funds cleared.
I've worked so hard, and to be accused of being a criminal, it hurt my heart.
Chase telling NBC News in a statement, while we fell short on delivering a great customer experience, our employee was concerned that she might be a victim of a scam and offered a safer alternative, such as ACH deposit, to get immediate access to her funds. At no point did they suggest that she was engaged in criminal activity or question the fact that she is a physician. Over the years, there have been many reports detailing similar experiences of black people at America's largest banks. Last year, U.S. banks settled a lawsuit after calling police on a black man who was placed in handcuffs after trying to cash his $900 paycheck.
He said, you people are always coming in here with fake checks. Who do you think he meant? Black people.
We're sorry for where we failed, Mr. Murrow, and accept full responsibility, U.S. Bank told NBC News in a statement, adding that it's strengthening policies to prevent this from happening again. Hashtag banking while black, now a rallying cry on social media.
How widespread is the issue of racism and discrimination in banking?
We've had hundreds of calls.
Dallas-based civil rights attorney Justin Moore is representing Dr. Mitchell-Stewart. He says these incidents can be hard to track because many people don't report them, even when police are called.
The fact that you have a black doctor who can access basic financial services, that has long-standing ramifications. Banks, bank tellers, they have discretion to use their prejudice and weaponize it to prevent black folks and people that are minorities from accessing these services.
The Civil Rights Act of 1964 outlawed discrimination in some public places, but doesn't cover banks, making discrimination cases hard to win. In fact, it's legal for banks to treat customers differently as long as they receive services in the end. But in the wake of George Floyd's murder, banks pledged billions towards racial equity, Chase making a $30 billion commitment.
At JP Morgan Chase, a key goal is to help break down systemic barriers that have created profound disparities.
This lawsuit, some advocates say, a reminder that banks are still falling short.
No more performative allyship. We need actual, real, tangible resources, and we need unfettered access to those resources.
No one should be allowed to just say, I feel uncomfortable and refuse service. That's not right.
Thanks to Priscilla Thompson for that report. Time now for our CNBC Money Minute, the biggest financial headlines of the day and why they matter to you.
Silvana Hanau is with us again. Hey, Silvana.
Hey, guys. Good morning. Yeah, so we're getting a fresh take on the economy and labor market this morning. Jobless claims coming in at 248,000, just above the expected 218,000. Google is working on new privacy restrictions that would reduce tracking across apps on Android devices. It's a move similar to what Apple rolled out for iOS devices last year. The changes could affect big companies that track users across apps to create targeted ads, such as Facebook's parent Meta. Google will continue to support current tracking technology for 2 years, giving companies plenty of time to implement the new rules. DoorDash reporting a record number of orders and active users in its latest quarter as demand for food delivery is showing no signs of slowing. Analysts say people are now accustomed to having food delivered to their doorstep after frequently ordering in during the peak of the pandemic. DoorDash's CEO saying, "I think we've put to rest this question of what happens to demand when diners go back to eating in restaurants." Guys,
I think that trend is sticking around.
Oh, yeah.
Certainly
Absolutely.
is in our houses, it sounds like.
Yeah.
Exactly. Thanks, Alana. Coming up, it is a simple concept, 5 letters, 6 attempts. Just guess the word.
That some Wordle wizards are sounding the alarm over the New York Times' recent purchase of the viral sensation. Has it really gotten more difficult? We'll spell it all out for you next.
I believe every dream, every journey, every triumph.
And it all starts here.
Let the celebration begin!
The excitement is in the air.
United States!
Is he superhuman?
Feel the magic every day.
She is a superstar. Kayla, we are cheering you on.
And share every moment with us at the Winter Olympics. Today is where the games begin.
Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast. Available anytime and anywhere.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast. Available anytime and anywhere.
In the City of Angels, 2 kindly old ladies wanted to help homeless men get off the streets forever. And so they did. Listen to The Thing About Helen and Olga, the new podcast from Dateline and Keith Morrison.
Welcome to The Tonight Show. Let me show you how it's done. Show me what you got. I don't want to be a Lego.
The Meet the Press Chuck Todd Cast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
All right, you might be playing Wordle at home, and some people are claiming that the popular puzzle game has been getting harder.
Right. The New York Times bought Wordle from a software engineer for a hefty price in late January. About a week ago, the game started migrating to the New York Times website, and that's raising some puzzling questions. So we went right to the Times to get some answers.
In the world of wordplay, some fear they've hit a Wordle hurdle, that the game is too tough. No, harsh? How about cruel? Yeah, cruel. Lately, players say Wordle has a different vibe, that the words got 10 times harder after the New York Times bought it. These words are just so randomly random, says actress Yvette Nicole Brown.
It's a letdown if it's a little bit too easy. I appreciate the fact that the words might be harder now.
To recap, Wordle is the game that gives players 6 chances to guess a 5-letter word.
I think it's Abby.
Something Jimmy Fallon actually tried to do in real time on The Tonight Show. Recent winning words include ulcer, ultra, and words that repeat letters like cynic and aroma. But the New York Times says those words were planned long before the newspaper even bought Wordle.
Here's the question so many people are asking. Did the New York Times make Wordle harder?
No, we did not make Wordle harder. Categorically, I'm happy and here to say that.
If anything, the Times argues it's making the game easier by removing obscure words like agora.
The one example so far that I can give you of a word that we removed, it just felt a little bit obscure for us.
Wordle was created during the pandemic by Josh Wardle. Its growth was rapid, no, swift. How about quick? It went from 90 players on November 1st to 300,000 nearly 2 months later and millions today, inspiring copycat games while filling social media with green and yellow bricks and memes that say just about anything. Wordle then sold Wordle last month for an undisclosed price in the low 7 figures, with the Times promising, at least for now, that it'll stay free, even if it does cost frustrated players some valuable time.
Now, some players have also complained their precious hard-earned win streaks have vanished as Wordle migrates to the Times webpage. Jonathan Knight with the Times says the transition has presented some challenges. Most players did have their streaks carried over, but if that did not happen, the Times does apologize.
Oh, that's it? Just sorry?
Yeah, there's some they just couldn't rescue. Most they were able to, but yeah, some have lost their streaks, and it doesn't look good. Yeah. All right.
They're sorry, though.
It's complicated.
Hopefully that makes you feel better.
Finally, we end with a special scene from a Pennsylvania basketball court.
One team manager had the moment of her high school career when she took the court for the first time, stunning the crowd and winning their hearts. NBC News top story anchor Tom Yamas spoke to the team about the heartwarming moment.
Pennsylvania 18-year-old Megan Bissell loves the game of basketball.
I love to play. My brother played and my mom was a basketball coach.
She attends Council Rock North High School in Newtown, Pennsylvania. She's a huge fan of her school's basketball team, and this year she became the team manager. The team wanted to do something to show their appreciation. So last week, they got together with another school to create a game to fulfill Megan's dreams of actually getting on the court.
I think it was great to have everybody cheer for her this time because she's always like the biggest cheerleader for us.
Megan's sister spread the word, including to the dance studio where both sisters perform.
So excited to go and watch her play. I didn't care who was there. I didn't care if I was the only person there. She's always been there for us, so we wanted to be there for them.
Finally, the time came. Megan's name and number called. For 2 minutes on the hardwood, Megan was in heaven. Taking a pass and shooting, hitting nothing but net, and scoring 2 more times. During her run on the court, Megan caught fire, electrifying the crowd. Her mom, a basketball coach, watching proudly from the sidelines.
I am so super proud. She makes me proud every day, but this was definitely a special moment.
Her teammates wanted to do something memorable for her, but it turned out to be one that none of them will ever forget. Megan saying this.
And follow your dreams and just play basketball.
Oh, so sweet. Thank you to Tom Yamas for that report. What a great message. Follow your dreams.
She's a good shot, too. As if for this hour, Morning News Now.
But the news continues right now.
On NBC News Now, Storm Watch, a massive weather system barreling across the country with millions of Americans now threatened with snow, rain, ice, even tornadoes. We'll tell you exactly where it's hitting and where it's headed next.
Russia's lies. The White House now saying Putin hasn't withdrawn any troops from the Ukrainian border and is in fact sending more in. The new warning from President Biden that an invasion may be imminent.
Mask message. The CDC set to issue new guidance on who needs to wear face masks. How states are already changing their own rules.
And you're grounded. One of America's biggest airlines has a new proposal to crack down on unruly passengers. The harsh punishment flyers could soon face if they misbehave.
Hey there, everyone. Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
And good Thursday, everybody. I'm Aaron Gilchrist. We begin with that massive winter storm hammering the country right now from New Mexico to New England. More than 200 million Americans expected to be impacted. The biggest threats here, rain, snow, and ice. Flooding is also a major concern. Overnight, torrential rain turned streets into rivers in Chicago. In the south, forecasters are warning of possible tornadoes. And wind gusts are expected to exceed 75 miles an hour, threatening to down trees and knock out power.
To that end, we're going to get a check of the forecast with our very own meteorologist, Mr. Bill Cairns, in just a moment. But first, we begin with NBC News correspondent Shaquille Brewster, who is live for us right now in Chicago. Shaq, bring us up to speed. What exactly are the preparations looking like at this point?
Well, we know dozens of schools and school districts are going virtual today, and we know that snowplows are pre-positioned across the city ready for this storm. But the story is less so what you're seeing here in Chicago right now and what people are bracing for, what they know is to come. And the best example of that right now is in Kansas City, Missouri, where they're seeing snow being pounded on them right now, and some points reaching 2 inches an hour. And Morgan, this is a system that is extremely large. It's moving quickly, and it's bringing not just snow. You're talking about rain, sleet, ice, and heavy wind. Across the country, more than 111 million Americans are under wind alerts at this point. And on the back end of the storm, that is where there's also a level of concern in the southern areas, places like Tennessee and Mississippi. They're facing the threat of some severe tornadoes in the area. So this is a storm that's moving quickly. It's going to make its way to the east right now. I know you're dealing with some warm weather now, but expect that to change in the next couple of days.
Buckle up, folks. Shaq Brewster for us there. Shaq, thank you so much.
So let's bring in NBC News meteorologist Bill Cairns now. He, of course, is tracking this storm system for us. So, Bill, people want to know, where's the storm now and what can we expect in the next 24 hours or so?
Yeah, we can expect a lot, Aaron, and good to you, Morgan, too. We are watching this storm in the middle of the country today. Tomorrow at this time, it's going to be almost exiting the northeast. So this is an in-and-out storm, but it's intense. And with these storms like this time of year give us everything. We get severe weather, we get snow, we get ice. And on the maps right now, we have it all. So the highest snow report I've seen comes out of Lawrence, Kansas. They just, that's where the University of Kansas is located. 7 inches of snow already, and it's still snowing there. And that's what's over the top of Kansas City now. So I-70 is very difficult between Topeka, Kansas City, heading towards Columbia and eventually up towards Chicago. You notice Chicago's in a little bit of a break now. They had heavy rain overnight. Now's the break, and then the snow will move in as we go throughout the afternoon. To the south, we have a lot of thunderstorms from Little Rock to Shreveport and a lot of heavy rain now in Kentucky and areas of Tennessee, and flooding is a concern. So look at all of the alerts on this map. So the white, that's the winter weather alerts. Those are people that will deal with ice and snow. The green is the flood alerts, and we have major concerns with snowmelt, heavy rain, and also a lot of rivers that have ice on them getting ice jams. And then the winds are going to cause significant airport delays from Louisiana all the way through New York and Boston as we go through tonight and tomorrow. Life-threatening weather, it is possible if we do get any tornadoes today in Mississippi, Alabama, Tennessee. So far, so good. No watches currently. But from Little Rock eastward, we'll be watching this line of storms. There's the potential, at least, for a couple tornadoes. If not, we'll get a lot of wind damage and a little bit of hail with this storm system. And as far as the rain goes, the heaviest of it, Lexington, Louisville, Cincinnati, Columbus to Pittsburgh. We're also concerned with Cleveland to Erie to Buffalo. Temperatures are in the 50s and 60s in this region, so we have fast snowmelt and the heavy rain, and that combination is problematic. As far as ice goes, the cold air moves in on the backside. Maybe Indianapolis, definitely northern Ohio. That's the best chance of getting significant ice where it will accumulate on the tree branches and possibly give you some outages. And then finally, the snow forecast. We already mentioned the snow in Lawrence. Kansas City, an additional 2 inches for you. So you'll probably end up with 7 to 8. St. Louis to Chicago, there's a really heavy band near Decatur. And then that heavier snows will shift up towards Detroit as we go throughout later today. As far as the wind goes, the max gust guys, those will be during the day today. Ohio Valley, also in the south. And then tomorrow, early in the morning, the highest wind gusts, New York to Boston. So this is a little bit of everything for everyone. Not many people will miss out on this big, almost spring-like storm.
Yeah, mixed bag for sure. Bill Cairns for us today. Bill, thank you. Yeah.
Meanwhile, we appear closer than ever to a breaking point in the crisis in Ukraine. New warnings today at the United Nations calling an invasion imminent. Meanwhile, tensions are rising in eastern Ukraine. The country's president now saying that pro-Russian separatists opened fire on civilian territory today, damaging a kindergarten school. The military says 3 people were hurt, but all of the children are okay. The Russian-backed rebels, however, say that Ukrainian forces are responsible. As for troop movement, U.S. officials and NATO allies say that 7,000 more Russian troops have moved toward that border in just the last 3 days. This is all happening at the very same time the Russian Defense Ministry released videos stating that military units were moving away from the region. So we are covering every single angle of this very rapidly developing story. We have NBC News correspondent Aaron McLaughlin in Kiev, NBC News correspondent Courtney Cubie at the Pentagon, NBC News senior White House correspondent Kelly O'Donnell at her post. So, Kelly, I would like to begin with you. Of course, we expect that we're going to hear from Secretary Blinken soon in just a moment, so we may have to interrupt that. But we also heard from President Biden this morning. What exactly is the president saying about how close we might actually be to an invasion, Kelly?
Well, Morgan, we have been listening and watching for weeks as this has intensified, and sometimes you have to listen very closely to subtle changes in what the president is saying, and I think today is a good example of that. The president has been warning for some time about the window of potential invasion by Russia. And today, when he was asked by reporters as he was leaving the White House for a trip to Ohio, and when he was asked if Russia is going to do this, he said yes in the next several days. That's more declarative than we have at times heard the president. He still said he believes there is room for diplomacy, which is why he dispatched the Secretary of State to the United Nations. So he holds open the possibility that this can be averted through diplomacy, but a much more direct answer from the president about his expectations. And he backed that up by describing some of the things that the U.S. has been seeing in terms of the conduct of Russia when it has said that it has moved some forces away and that it is looking to not invade. The U.S. is saying that's just not true. Here's how the president described it.
They have not moved any of their troops out. They've moved more troops in. Number one. Number two, we have reason to believe that they are engaged in a false flag operation to have an excuse to go in. Every indication we have is they're prepared to go into Ukraine, attack Ukraine.
And those false flag operations he alludes to are things where Russia would try to provoke a circumstance where they could then be justified to advance under false pretenses. And so that's what the White House is certainly looking for. And you get a more somber tone from the president today as we measure that in small ways. But to me, it struck me as a more dire sense from President Biden today. Morgan?
Which is the perfect transition. Kelly O'Donnell there for us at the White House. I actually want to go right now to Secretary Blinken, who is speaking at the podium. Let's listen in.
Russia's looming aggression against Ukraine. The stakes go far beyond Ukraine. This is a moment of peril for the lives and safety of millions of people, as well as for the foundation of the United Nations Charter and the rules-based international order that preserves stability worldwide. This crisis directly affects every member of this council and every country in the world. Because the basic principles that sustain peace and security, principles that were enshrined in the wake of 2 world wars and a Cold War, are under threat. The principle that one country cannot change the borders of another by force. The principle that one country cannot dictate another's choices or policies or with whom it will associate. The principle of national sovereignty. This is the exact kind of crisis that the United Nations, and specifically this Security Council, was created to prevent. We must address what Russia is doing right now to Ukraine. Over the past months, without provocation or justification, Russia has amassed more than 150,000 troops around Ukraine's borders, in Russia, Belarus, occupied Crimea. Russia says it's drawing down those forces. We do not see that happening on the ground. Our information indicates clearly that these forces, including ground troops, aircraft, ships, are preparing to launch an attack against Ukraine in the coming days. We don't know precisely how things will play out. But here's what the world can expect to see unfold. In fact, it's unfolding right now, today, as Russia takes steps down the path to war and reissued the threat of military action. First, Russia plans to manufacture a pretext for its attack. This could be a violent event that Russia will blame on Ukraine, or an outrageous accusation that Russia will level against the Ukrainian government. We don't know exactly the form it will take. It could be a fabricated so-called terrorist bombing inside Russia, the invented discovery of a mass grave, a staged drone strike against civilians, or a fake, even a real, attack using chemical weapons. Russia may describe this event as ethnic cleansing or a genocide, making a mockery of a concept that we in this chamber do not take lightly, nor do I take lightly, based on my family history. In the past few days, Russian media has already begun to spread some of these false alarms and claims to maximize public outrage, to lay the groundwork for an invented justification for war. Today, that drumbeat has only intensified in Russia's state-controlled media. We've heard some of these basic allegations from Russian-backed speakers here today. Second, in response to this manufactured provocation, the highest levels of the Russian government may theatrically convene emergency meetings to address the so-called crisis. The government will issue proclamations declaring that Russia must respond to defend Russian citizens or ethnic Russians in Ukraine. Next, the attack is planned to begin. Russian missiles and bombs will drop across Ukraine. Communications will be jammed. Cyber attacks will shut down key Ukrainian institutions. After that, Russian tanks and soldiers will advance on key targets that have already been identified and mapped out in detailed plans. We believe these targets include Russia's capital, Ukraine's capital, Kyiv, a city of 2.8 million people. And conventional attacks are not all that Russia plans to inflict upon the people of Ukraine. We have information that indicates Russia will target specific groups of Ukrainians. We've been warning the Ukrainian government of all that is coming. And here today, we are laying it out in great detail with the hope that by sharing what we know with the world, we can influence Russia to abandon the path of war and choose a different path while there's still time. Now, I'm mindful that some have called into question our information, recalling previous instances where intelligence ultimately did not bear out. But let me be clear. I am here today not to start a war, but to prevent one. The information I presented here is validated by what we've seen unfolding in plain sight before our eyes for months. And remember that while Russia has repeatedly derided our warnings and alarms as melodrama and nonsense, they have been steadily amassing more than 150,000 troops on Ukraine's borders, as well as the capabilities to conduct a massive military assault. It isn't just us seeing this. Allies and partners see the same thing. And Russia hasn't only been hearing from us. The international chorus has grown louder and louder. If Russia doesn't invade Ukraine, then we will be relieved that Russia changed course and proved our predictions wrong. That would be a far better outcome than the course we're currently on. And we'll gladly accept any criticism that anyone directs at us. As President Biden said, this would be a war of choice. And if Russia makes that choice, we've been clear, along with allies and partners, that our response will be sharp and decisive. President Biden reiterated that forcefully earlier this week. There's another choice Russia can still make if there's any truth to its claim that it's committed to diplomacy. Diplomacy is the only responsible way to resolve this crisis. An essential part of this is through implementation of the Minsk agreements, the subject of our session today. There are a series of commitments that Russia and Ukraine made under Minsk, with the OSCE and the Normandy format partners involved as well. If Russia is prepared to sit with the Ukrainian government and work through the process of implementing these commitments, our friends in France and Germany stand ready to convene senior-level discussions in the Normandy format to settle these issues. Ukraine is ready for this, and we stand fully ready to support the parties. Progress toward resolving the Donbass crisis through the Minsk agreements can reinforce the broader discussions on security issues that we're prepared to engage in with Russia, in coordination with our allies and partners. More than 3 weeks ago, we provided Russia with a paper that detailed concrete reciprocal steps that we can take in the near term to address our respective concerns and advance the collective security interests of Russia, the United States, and our European partners and allies. This morning, we received a response, which we're evaluating. Earlier today, I sent a letter to Russia's Foreign Minister Sergei Lavrov, proposing that we meet next week in Europe, following on our talks in recent weeks, to discuss the steps that we can take to resolve this crisis without conflict. We're also proposing meetings of the NATO-Russia Council and the OSCE Permanent Council. These meetings can pave the way for a summit of key leaders in the context of de-escalation to reach understandings on our mutual security concerns. As lead diplomats for our nations, we have a responsibility to make every effort for diplomacy to succeed, to leave no diplomatic stone unturned. If Russia is committed to diplomacy, we're presenting every opportunity for it to demonstrate that commitment. I have no doubt that the response to my remarks here today will be more dismissals from the Russian government about the United States stoking hysteria or that it has no plans to invade Ukraine. So let me make this simple. The Russian government can announce today, with no qualification, equivocation, or deflection, that Russia will not invade Ukraine. State it clearly, state it plainly to the world, and then demonstrate it by sending your troops, your tanks, your planes back to their barracks and hangars and sending your diplomats to the negotiating table. In the coming days, the world will remember that commitment or the refusal to make it. I yield the floor.
Я благодарю Его Превосходительство.
You have been listening to Secretary of State Antony Blinken talking about the crisis in Ukraine, laying out in very plain terms the expectation that Russia will stand down, will send its troops and planes back to their barracks and hangars, and send diplomats to the negotiating table to try to resolve this issue with Ukraine. We want to bring in NBC News global security reporter Dan DeLuce, who's been listening along with us to the Secretary's comments here. Dan, I was struck by the fact that the Secretary seemed to lay out a list of steps that the U.S. predicts Russia will take along the path of invasion.
Yeah, it was really an extraordinary moment, Aaron. You had the U.S. Secretary of State basically predicting what's going to unfold, that there would be some kind of pretext offered by Russia, some kind of rationale for launching military action against Ukraine that would be false. And then he said there would be cyber attacks, there would be aerial bombardment, and there would be an invasion. So it was just a really dramatic moment, really unprecedented if you think about it, with the top diplomat of the United States really daring Russia to go ahead with what he's predicting. He also challenged Russia to state unequivocally that it would not invade Ukraine under any circumstances. And he also still said that the U.S. was ready to talk, ready to engage diplomatically, ready to meet his counterpart, Sergei Lavrov. But it was a pretty bleak assessment. And he really was questioning also what Russia's doing, right? They're talking at the United Nations, and he reminded everyone the history of the UN. It was founded after World War II, he said, precisely to avoid aggression by one country against another. And here there was a threat of invasion looming over Ukraine.
Hey there, Dan. I want to thank you so much. If you can, just stay with us. This is Morgan speaking. Aaron McLaughlin is live for us on the ground there in Kiev. Aaron, I'd like to bring you into this discussion because you have been there now, it feels like, for weeks. I know you've been covering the story from the beginning. And what was really fascinating to me about what Blinken said was the way that he started. He started by saying, this is something that affects every person in this room, every country that is represented in this room, and it affects the world. And he really started to lay out explicitly what that threat could look like if, in fact, Russia invaded Ukraine. He mentioned, for example, the 2.8 million people who are in Kiev who could be affected. He talked about bombs, cyber attacks, and targeted attacks. Can you give us a little bit more color in terms of what Blinken said that could happen to Ukrainians and what you all there are feeling or fearing on the ground?
Yeah, well, he laid out, as you say, Morgan, in stark terms, a dire and, quite frankly, terrifying scenario of what U.S. intelligence believes President Putin is planning, that Russia will manufacture a pretext for an attack and a violent, in the form of either a violent event or outrageous accusation, noting that the United States at this point does not know what form this pretext could take. He says that in the past few days, Russian media has begun to spread those false claims. I think the concern here, and at least talking to people here in Ukraine, is that we're already seeing this unfold today with the escalation in the eastern portion of the country in Donbass, with the shelling of a kindergarten and other locations, at least a dozen Russian-backed militants shellings into areas to the eastern portion of the country. No one in that kindergarten was killed. 3 people were injured. But people here were all wondering, has it begun? Has this false flag operation that the West has been warning about, is this the beginning of that? I was speaking to a former advisor to President Zelensky, and it was his view that at this point he thinks that the Kremlin was simply trying to bolster its position ahead of a negotiation with the United States, noting that Sergei Lavrov, the Russian foreign minister, has provided a response to the U.S. proposal to resolve this crisis. But it just gives you a sense of what is on people's minds here. They're extremely concerned about the situation. And while the Ukrainian government has been downplaying this threat for some time, President Zelensky most recently saying that Ukraine has its own intelligence. While that has been the perspective of the Ukrainian government, experts that I've been talking to here in this country and people who have been listening to what Western officials have been saying are taking this extremely seriously, and they're scared. They're making preparations. Nobody's panicking at this point, but they're certainly preparing for the worst. And hearing Secretary Blinken lay all of this out in stark terms is certainly a sobering moment there at the United Nations, Morgan.
All right, Aaron McLaughlin for us there live on the ground in Kiev. Aaron, thank you.
And our senior White House correspondent, Kelly O'Donnell, is also listening in here. Kelly, the secretary suggested that Russian forces are preparing to attack in the coming days. He said that diplomacy is the only way and response to this crisis, and even suggesting that some senior leaders might be willing to sit down at a summit to address some of the outstanding issues, although President Biden has said he does not plan to call the Russian president anytime soon. What stood out to you with what the secretary had to say today?
Well, I think the U.S. wants to preserve any pathway to diplomacy and forestall any more aggressive action from Russia. And the importance of the setting of going to the United Nations can't be undervalued, because you have a forum of this importance here. And it's key also because of the principles behind it, the sovereignty of any country. That's also a message to China and any aggression it might want to take against Taiwan in the future, to have these principles about alliances and holding firm when it comes to the sovereignty and the territorial borders of a country like Ukraine. So there are bigger issues that extend beyond this, beyond the immediate and very urgent concerns. At the same time, is there a pathway to have that kind of diplomacy? Certainly, you have diplomats on the ground, and you have high-level U.S. people in the region. You've got the Secretary of State, who is at the UN, so he can make contacts there. You've got the Defense Secretary and the Vice President, who are in Europe. She is at the Munich conference, traveling there today. The Defense Secretary has been meeting at NATO, and then with meetings in Poland and Lithuania. So there are pathways there, and plus there are many people at a level below those cabinet-level secretaries secretaries who could help to facilitate that, as well as European partners. So there's room for more diplomacy. But laying out starkly this warning to see what signs could come, and then calling out Vladimir Putin very directly with a step that he could take to defuse this, and also trying to expose tactics he might use to move more aggressively, are ways that the U.S. is trying to give more time and to try to avert this in any way possible. Aaron?
All right, Kelly O'Donnell and Dan DeLuz for us in Washington, Aaron McLaughlin for us in Kyiv. Thank you all.
Meanwhile, some encouraging signs in the pandemic. Cases, hospitalizations, and deaths still trending down. This all comes as more states and businesses are taking steps to really loosen those mask mandates. In fact, starting today, Disney is dropping most of its indoor mask requirement for fully vaccinated guests at Disney World as well as at Disneyland. Meanwhile, the Texas Attorney General is suing the Biden administration over its mandate requiring travelers to wear masks at airports and on planes, trains, and subways. We're digging into all of this hour. Let's go ahead and begin with CNBC senior health and science reporter Meg Terrell. Meg, the CDC has faced, quite a bit of pressure with some states and businesses ultimately taking their own steps to ease these mask requirements. We know the CDC is expected to update their guidelines next week, but what factors will the agency really be weighing when they're making any decision?
Yeah, Dr. Rochelle Walensky, the CDC director, talked about this yesterday. She said, we are still looking at cases, of course, where 97% of counties still have high transmission, but increasingly they're going to be taking into account rates of severe disease and hospitalization and hospital capacity. She really emphasized hospitals, when we're getting out of an emergency phase, they have to be able to take care of people who have things like heart attacks and strokes. They can't have long lines of people waiting for those services as the hospitals are overwhelmed with COVID patients. So that will really play a big role, it sounds like, in the new mask guidance that comes out from them.
And Meg, Moderna's CEO told CNBC that we could actually be nearing the end of the pandemic. What are health officials saying about that? Does that timeline feel accurate to them?
Well, from what we've been hearing, obviously everybody's acknowledging cases are going in the right direction now. Hospitalizations have also started to come down, and we've seen deaths finally, which are on a lag, start to peak as well, and hopefully those numbers start to fall as dramatically as we've seen cases and hospitalizations. We also, of course, have more access to tools, vaccines, boosters. Therapeutics are becoming more available, although it's still not perfect. Testing is improving. So all of those things are getting better. Of course, the risk to this is, does a new variant emerge, and what does that variant look like? As so much of the world is still unvaccinated, the likelihood of a new variant is still fairly high. And so that will really determine the course of the trajectory from here on out. But of course, there's a lot of optimism that as we've built up more immunity from so many people being infected with Omicron, that will really help in terms of changing the face of the pandemic.
All right. CNBC's Meg Terrell for us there. Meg, thank you.
Let's bring in Dr. Aditi Nerurkar now, a physician at Harvard Medical School. And Dr. Nerurkar, obviously we're seeing more and more of these masks rules changing now. So I want to get your perspective on this. Should people be wearing masks in certain situations at this point? Is there a concern that lifting all of the requirements might make it more difficult to get people to put them back on if there is another surge or another wave of a different variant?
You know, Aaron, just yesterday, 3,000 Americans died from COVID alone. And so yet, in spite of these numbers, states are moving forward. And we also anticipate that the CDC will change their guidance for masks as well. There are three main considerations when thinking about masks: personal and individual considerations. Do you have an active infection? Do you have new symptoms, or have you been exposed to someone with COVID? If any of those are a yes, wear a mask. The second are people factors. Who are you interacting with? Young, unvaccinated children, vulnerable populations, immunocompromised people. If yes, wear a mask. And the third important consideration are space factors. How is the space that you're entering? Is it well ventilated? What is the crowd size? So many factors go into play when thinking about risk stratification and mask wearing.
It sounds like we're moved into the space of a lot of personal responsibility and sort of being aware of your surroundings and how you impact other people. I do want to ask you, too, Dr. Nerurkar, with 75% of adults now fully vaccinated, we have 66% of adults who are eligible, who are boosted at this point. Talk to us a little bit about the likelihood of a fourth vaccine shot being needed anytime soon.
You know, Aaron, countries like Israel and Sweden have started rolling out that fourth shot to its population. Here in the U.S., the CDC has recommended a fourth shot for people who are immunocompromised. But at this time, studies are underway to really assess the durability of vaccines. If those results pan out, we may need a fourth shot, we may not. And really, it's all on the table at this point and plausible.
All right, Dr. Aditi Nerukar, we appreciate your time today. Thank you.
Thanks.
Day 13 of the Beijing Winter Games proving unlucky for a number of Olympic stars. On the ice, a devastating loss for Team USA's women's hockey. The bitter rivalry coming to a head overnight with Canada clinching its 5th Olympic gold. Now, in the women's free skate, 15-year-old Kamila Valieva failed to place after falling during her routine. Then American skier Michaela Schifrin recorded her 3rd did not finish of the games. Let's take a look at the medal count as it stands right now. Norway is still in that top spot with 29 medals. The Russian Olympic Committee has 26, Germany has 22, and the U.S. is in 4th place with 21. And now let's go ahead and bring in our NBC News correspondent, Gadi Schwartz, who joins us now. He's been tracking all of these medals for us. Gadi, of course, we have to talk about Kamila. She has been in the spotlight for days now over that alleged doping scandal, and she was actually favored to win gold, but didn't even end up on the podium. What happened?
Yeah, despite how you feel about Kamila Valieva, what we saw just happen was a tragedy on so many levels. It was the crumbling of a girl pushed beyond the brink of pressure and scrutiny, and she melted down on the world's biggest stage. Not only that, but right after we saw that 15-year-old prodigy break down on the ice, we saw her skate off in tears, and then she was met immediately with criticism from her coach. Commentators Johnny Weir and Tara Lipinski saying this is the result of adults not shielding her, not making better decisions. It was heartbreaking to watch, saying she should not have been able to compete and wondering about the Court of Arbitration's decision to let her continue despite that positive test. Now, Morgan, remember, one of the reasons the court gave was that they were trying to prevent irreparable harm. Now, so many people that watched Valieva are saying that irreparable harm is what millions just watched unfold live. And in the end, Valieva didn't even make the podium. Her 2 Russian teammates did, one of them hitting 5 quads for silver. And yet what will be the most remembered about this Olympics is this dark cloud that's hung over figure skating. But with Valieva finishing 4th, the medal ceremony that was expected to be postponed will be held as normally scheduled. Guys.
And Gadi, I know that Canada, took home the gold in women's hockey, but what led to their win? I mean, what did that look like?
Oof, it was a close game, 3-2, but in the end, it really came down to Canada just being super aggressive and their goalie being an absolute wall. And Morgan, I'm not trying to make excuses here, but remember, Team USA, we lost our brightest star, the captain earlier in the games, Brianna Decker. She broke her fibula, ripped some of the ligaments in her ankle playing Finland. So even though it's settled, the Americans won Pyeongchang, the Canadians Beijing. You can't help but wonder what would have happened if Decker was still on the ice.
Right. Look, Gadi, last question I do have to ask. Alpine skier Michaela Schifrin recorded her 3rd, did not finish, but it's still not quite over for her. So which event can she still medal in?
Yeah, it's not over, but Michaela is being kind of blunt about it. After her last race, she said she feels like a joke. She's out of emotional energy after not medaling in any of the events that she's been expected to dominate during these games. And it's not like she's off all the time. Like, some of her practice runs have been extremely solid. It just seems like it's competition, and competition, as you know, is such a mental game, and she's been off. So her last chance at medaling is on Saturday.
All right, NBC's Gadi Schwartz for us there. Gadi, thank you.
Sure.
Well, one of the sports world's biggest stars is tamping down expectations of a major comeback. Golf legend Tiger Woods saying he may never be able to compete full-time again after barely surviving a devastating car crash last year. Here's NBC News national correspondent Miguel Almaguer.
After that horrific accident, many thought Tiger Woods may never play again. Then a few months after that crash, we saw him back on the course and actually hitting a ball. But now he's giving a reality check on his progress.
The return to glory. While many fans have been hoping Tiger Woods might make a comeback at the Masters in April, Woods now admitting his return to pro golf may still be a long way off.
I wish I could tell you when I'm playing again. I want to know, but I don't.
My golf activity has been very limited.
Adding that playing full-time on the tour is just not in the cards.
I can play certain events here and there, but on a full-time level, no, that will never happen again.
The golfing great still recovering, nearly a year after a devastating crash outside L.A., his SUV colliding with a tree at nearly 75 miles per hour.
We have a rollover with someone trapped.
The accident leaving his right leg so badly damaged, Woods feared at one point it might have to be amputated.
I'm lucky to be alive, but also still have the limb.
Tiger using his recovery to spend more time with family. Partnering with his son Charlie in December at a Pro-Am event. The 46-year-old admitting he still struggles just getting around.
I'm still working on the walking part. My foot was a little messed up there about a year ago. I'm getting better, yes, but as I said, not at the speed and rate that I would like, and yet in the age factor too, and you just don't quite heal as fast, and which is frustrating.
Woods saying he wishes he could spend more time practicing.
I can chip and putt really well and hit short irons very well, but I haven't done any long stuff seriously. So I'm still working. Like
the 15-time major winner dodging a question about practicing in the par 3 exhibition contest at the Masters.
I can walk that now.
You can.
But I'm talking about playing golf. That's a practice round. That's a Pro-Am day, or if it's a major, it's a practice round day. It's 4 rounds. It's the competitive nature, how much that takes out of you mentally, physically, emotionally.
Wood says he's taking his recovery day by day and setting his own goals. Meantime, he's also spending more time with his family. Back to you.
Republicans are stonewalling President Biden's nominees for the Federal Reserve. Members of the Senate Banking Committee are boycotting the approval vote. With most of the committee absent, the rest of the members are unable to proceed. The GOP members say that it's all about ethical concerns surrounding one of the nominees' past business practices. NBC News senior national political reporter Sahil Kapoor joins us now live from Capitol Hill. Sahil, I know you're there in D.C., and this all centers around Sarah Bloom Raskin, Biden's nominee to be vice chair for supervision. Pennsylvania Senator Pat Toomey and others have really questioned her about her business history. Why is that?
That's right, Morgan. All 5 of these Fed nominees, including, by the way, the renomination of Fed Chair Jerome Powell, are being held up by this Republican boycott simply because Senate rules require these committees to have a majority to conduct any business. That majority requires at least 1 Republican, given that in the 50-50 Senate, all committees are split evenly between the parties. Now, this boycott primarily, according to Republicans, targets Sarah Bloom Raskin, who is picked for a top regulatory role at the Fed. Senator Pat Toomey, the ranking Republican on the Banking Committee, has made insinuations that she acted improperly, or at least that she might have acted improperly back in 2017 when she was at a private firm. The suggestion is that she may have used government contacts to get help for that private firm through the Kansas City Fed and the Reserve Trust. The various parties have weighed in here and rejected those allegations. Toomey has not provided evidence for them. It's angered the White House. Essentially, they say that this is irresponsible and a reckless move. And Toomey himself says he wants more answers than she has provided so far.
When you talk about the White House response, I'm also curious about how Democrats more broadly are responding, because one of the issues here is that all 5 nominees are voted on in one single vote. So the holdup on one holds up the other 4. So how are Democrats sort of as a whole responding to this?
Democrats are irate about this, starting with Sherrod Brown, who is the Banking Committee chairman. Let's put up what he had to say. He said if Toomey gets his way on this, then the Republicans will use this tactic to stop nominee after nominee after nominee, essentially saying if they don't like the answers they get from certain nominees as part of the regular Q&A that they're subjected to, they can just refuse to show up and use that tactic to prevent nominees from moving forward in committee, which stalls their ability to get a vote in the Senate. Brown further warned that this tactic could theoretically be used by Republicans even on the Supreme Court. If they just refuse to show up to the Judiciary Committee hearing, then that nominee cannot be voted out of committee. That's not something that Republicans have given any indication that they're willing to do. But the point being that Democrats have only one way around this, either to persuade Republicans to drop this blockade or to change the rules, which requires 50 votes. We know Senator Joe Manchin has been very reluctant reluctant to do that, to limit minority power in that way. But Senator Chris Van Hollen, a Maryland Democrat who I talked to yesterday, argued that the Republican position is unsustainable, that the Fed needs a full contingent. And in his view, the Republicans can't be arguing that they want the Fed to stop inflation while refusing the Fed nominees to be confirmed and for the central bank to be fully staffed up so it can combat inflation. So that's where Democrats are right now, still trying to persuade Republicans to back down on this blockade so these nominees can get a vote, however they choose to vote. Morgan.
All right, NBC Sahil Kapoor for us there in D.C. Sahil, thank you.
The latest poll numbers show President Biden may be in political trouble. Just 35% of Americans approve of his job performance, 55% disapprove. Now, those numbers are giving Republicans a boost ahead of the midterm elections. They are leading Democrats by 2% on the generic ballot. NBC News senior political analyst Jonathan Allen is joining us now. So, John, those numbers are causing some in the Democratic Party now to sound the alarm at this point. What are you hearing? What are they saying?
Well, that's certainly part of it, Aaron. There's a lot of frustration among Democrats on Capitol Hill, among party operatives, because they're looking at the president's approval ratings. They're looking at those numbers you just showed and others similar to it that show Republicans in good position for these midterm elections. And what they're not seeing from the White House is a real change of course, whether that means strategy or personnel. But there's a growing sense among Democrats that the president needs to do something to sort of shake up the mix and try to get his party on a better footing heading into the midterms. And if he doesn't do that, then his agenda will be stalled for the remainder of his presidency.
There's this focus, John, it seems, on the guy who runs the White House, the president's chief of staff, Ron Klain. He's been the target of a lot of Democrats' frustration. Help us understand why that is.
Yeah, I spoke to several members of Congress, and there was I guess a litany of things that they're upset about. But in particular, they were very upset with the White House's handling of the bipartisan infrastructure bill and the Build Back Better plan, and the way that they sort of twined those two bills together and then sent the White House sent the president to Capitol Hill and did not have him ask Congress twice. He went to the Hill and did not ask Congress to vote for the infrastructure bill, which has since been passed. They think that strategy was completely botched. One of the other complaints is that there hasn't been enough outreach to Capitol Hill. Klain is actually headed to speak with Senate Democrats today at their weekly luncheon. So maybe that's a bit of a response to some of that criticism. And then there's a feeling among some that simply the president needs to make some changes so that he can signal to the American public that he understands that he's not resonating right now and that things need to be changed.
All right, we'll look to see what when the shoe drops on that, the other shoe drops on this. John Allen for us in D.C. Thank you.
Thanks, Aaron.
In Texas, early voting for the March 1st primary is now underway, and this is the first time that voters are facing the impact of the new election law passed by the Republican-controlled legislature last year. Election officials say it's causing a lot of chaos and confusion. NBC News correspondent Antonia Hilton joins us now from Houston. Antonia, what exactly are election officials dealing with? What are they looking at right now?
Well, Morgan, they're looking at a completely new voting landscape here, and they say that it's causing a lot of frustration and confusion for election workers and for voters. Election workers who are working really long hours right now, in some cases actually sleeping overnight at times in the election center as they're running early voting, which is happening behind me here, but also getting ready for the actual March 1st primary day. And then for voters, there is confusion over all these new rules that came with SB 1. And to spell out some of that for you, it ended drive-through voting. It ended 24-hour voting. These were measures that were really popular in this populous and diverse community here in Harris County, where a lot of folks work odd hours and long jobs. And then it also added new freedom and movement for poll workers who are partisan. And that's concerning to some voters and workers who say that that opens the window for more tense confrontations, for just discomfort here as people come to polling sites. And then really the main point of confusion is around mail-in ballots and new ID requirements that require people to remember what exact ID number they sent to the government when they first registered to vote. And if you're an elderly person who registered, say, 40 years ago, you may be out of luck, and it may be hard for you to get your ballot application in and approved. Take a listen to some of my conversation with the election administrator here.
We are seeing the impact of the local election laws in place that have put a strain on our staff resources, and I think we're really confusing voters and throwing them for a loop on, do I come vote, do I not, and how?
What we're seeing is that 14% of mail-in ballot applications are getting rejected, and 40% of mail-in ballots are currently getting rejected here in Harris County in Houston. And that is really alarming to Isabel Longoria, who you just met right there, and to other election workers who say that means that people could get shut out of voting this cycle, Morgan.
But what about the people themselves, Antonia? I mean, what are the people who are there behind you, who are there living in this area, saying about really how these ballot rejections are impacting them personally?
Well, for people who depend on an option like mail-in voting, it means that they may have to come to a site like this, potentially wait, be inside. You know, we're still in the midst of a pandemic. Even though things are easing up, there are people who remain concerned, immunocompromised, the elderly, for whom coming to a site like this one remains, something they frankly just do not want to do or feel comfortable doing. And to actually kind of break down for you how complicated this process has been, this is the actual ballot, the new ballot that people have to fill out. And the ID requirement is in very small print right here under the flap of the envelope. And for a lot of elderly voters, it's not only hard to read this, but it is hard for them to figure out where to fill it out. Because it's under a flap, many said that they weren't actually sure they had to do this. They thought it was just, some extra instructions, and ended up sealing their envelope, signing this and handing it in, and then finding out that it was rejected because they had just missed this one step that was completely new to them right here. And I think it really helps visualize just how strange and new all these steps are. Right. Take a listen to another part of what Isabel Longoria shared with me. It really drives home just how difficult this adjustment has been.
What we're seeing for voters is changes to mail ballot laws saying you have to add your ID numbers on there. They have to match a database that you probably haven't updated for years. We're seeing mail ballot applications rejected at a high rate, mail ballots being rejected, and that's just mail ballots. We are seeing an increase to our call centers on voter confusion.
The worry right now is that people who have sent in their mail-in ballots and end up getting rejections will just decide, well, I'm not going to vote, or won't find out that they got rejected in the first place and won't know until after the election that their vote didn't count. So the county is right now trying to get the word out there. If you are getting news of a rejection or you're worried, come and vote, call in, and make sure you are proactive right now, because there's a lot of confusion here and around the state, and they want everyone's vote to count if possible, Morgan.
Yeah, really important story there. Antonia Hilton for us there in Houston. Antonia, thank you.
A liberal group known for its opposition research into Republicans is saying it's going hyper-local. It's launching a new super PAC designed to target Republicans running for state and local offices. NBC News deputy political editor Ben Camisar is tracking this story for us today. So, Ben, how would this new super PAC work exactly?
Yeah, so as you said, this is a Democratic group that deals with opposition research. So what that means is they're going to have a bunch of staff going through old comments that these Republican candidates have made up and down the ballot, and continue to track responses and interview requests and things like that they say moving forward, and to try and amplify things that the Democrats believe will help their Democratic candidates rise up and to hurt the Republican candidates in the process.
So how big a challenge is this, Ben? I mean, given just the sheer number of races that we would have to be considering for an endeavor like this.
Yeah, it's formidable. I mean, on one hand, these races don't typically see a ton of outside money or advertising or things like that, so you can stretch it pretty far. But on the other hand, like you said, there's thousands and thousands of these races. So I ultimately expect that this early research right now is going to identify the races that these Democrats believe are most fertile, places where they believe the candidates on the Republican side are most flawed, and then kind of narrow things from there.
So are Republicans seeing this coming? I mean, what are they doing to try to counter this?
Yeah, I mean, Republicans are very focused on these races, whether they're Secretary of State or down ballot. They have their own groups that have been doing opposition research as well. They have their own funding streams. Their Republican State Legislative Committee is the primary fundraising group for these races. They outraised the Democrats in 2021. So Republicans are definitely ready for this, doing something similar as well.
All right, Ben Camisar for us today. Ben, thank you.
Pleasure.
Across the country, the nation's prisons are experiencing a crippling staffing shortage. New data shows that of the 122 federal correctional facilities in the U.S., just 66% of correctional officer positions are actually filled. NBC News correspondent Von Hilliard spoke with nearly a dozen officers outside the federal prison facilities there in Florence, Colorado, and he joins us now from outside the Supermax Penitentiary. Von, what are the workers there telling you?
Yeah, Morgan, I just want everybody to get the chance to hear from them directly. Half of them that we talked to are still inside of this prison network here in Florence. The other half have retired in the last 2 years because of the stress of these staffing shortages. Take a listen.
It's a sprawling prison complex in remote Colorado, where some of the world's most notorious criminals are locked up. The Unabomber, the Boston Bomber, El Chapo, and a top aide to Osama bin Laden. More than 2,300 inmates are inside this network of federal prisons here in Florence. But these facilities, tasked with securing these prisoners, are in a staffing crisis, multiple prison guards tell us.
Our safety is jeopardized. I mean, there's no way to say it's not.
Just the mental and physical exhaustion is too much for someone to bear.
Low pay, understaffing, forced overtime, changing leadership in COVID outbreaks. 5 current Florence prison staff and 4 others who quit in the last 2 years agreed to sit down with us.
What does overtime mean in the prison?
It means they force me to stay and work overtime. But I have no choice.
That's an extra 8 hours.
16 hours straight.
16 hours straight.
We were just pawns. We were worker bees. Nobody cared what happened to us.
So how many days of 16-hour days in a row?
We could work up to 5.
It changes who you are mentally after years and years and years and years of doing this. And then you add in 16-hour days 3-4 times a week. It destroys you mentally. It destroys your family. Something needs to change.
Very similar, very similar.
But it's not just in Florence. James Zimmerman works 100 miles away at the Federal Correctional Institute in Englewood, Colorado. He drove in for the interview.
Severely worse the last 4 to 5 years.
This is not just a Florence problem.
Absolutely not.
Across the country's federal prisons in the past years, the government has budgeted for more than 20,000 correctional officers. But right now, just a fraction of that is actually on the job. The Bureau of Prisons, in a statement to NBC News, blames the declining headcount to the 2017 federal government hiring freeze, as well as budget constraints, competition from local and state agencies, and most recently, a worldwide pandemic. The Bureau says it is offering a 10% financial retention incentive to all eligible staff, but many of these guards quitting.
If it were not for the mandatory extra 8-hour shifts, would you still be working?
I'd still be working.
David, how old are you, my friend?
I'm 28. For me, it wasn't worth my safety. Wanting 16-hour shifts, 2 to 3 times a week, if you refuse it, you get in trouble.
Just last month, the Bureau of Prisons director announced he is resigning after less than 2 years on the job.
This was from September 15, 2021. It was a letter I wrote to Director Michael Carvajal, but I never did receive a response.
I would email him every single day that I worked.
Did you ever get a response?
I never got a response.
The 2 officers responsible for monitoring Jeffrey Epstein when he took his own life in a New York prison in 2019 were both working overtime shifts. Inmate deaths and assaults are not uncommon in these facilities. The number of homicides more than doubling in 2021. These guards say the horrors of what happened inside here are tough to show and explain to the outside world because of privacy rules. But the mental and physical wear they endure is impossible to hide when they leave.
Has anybody here been assaulted?
Yes. When inmates become agitated and aggressive, we're the front line.
Just this month, all 122 federal correctional facilities were placed under a lockdown for more than a week after a deadly altercation at a Texas penitentiary.
How difficult is it to attract folks to come and take these jobs?
$45,000 a year to start. We're competing with some fast food restaurants at starting pay.
It comes down to pay. I don't go to work because I love my job. You go to work to support your family or to make a living. The morale's the lowest I've seen it in 15 years that I've been in the Bureau.
And it is more than just these correctional officers here who are trying to uphold and trying to make sure that these prisons are still secure. You're also talking about what they refer to as augmentation here in the prison system. That is when individuals who are counselors, maintenance, secretaries, cook supervisors are being shifted away from those roles in order to serve shifts as correctional officers here. That is just how tight and severe of a staffing shortage this is right now. Just in December, 2 months ago, the Department of Justice, IG, released a report looking at the capacity issues inside of these prisons. High security prison operations right now are 17% overpopulated. Medium securities, we're talking about 20% overpopulated. And again, the number of correctional officers actually on the job right now is just 2/3 of what the government says it should be. Morgan?
Yeah, I mean, imagine coming to work and then being required to do a job you weren't even trained for. I mean, just really hearing them talk about the mental toll it's hard to hear. Vaughn, excellent story and reporting. Thank you so much. And the man who steered the FAA through the COVID pandemic announcing his retirement today after years of really trying to repair the agency's reputation.
Meanwhile, aviation is still dealing with the effects of the pandemic, including a major increase in unruly passengers reports over the past few years. Here's NBC News correspondent Tom Costello with a new dispute over how to handle the travelers involved.
Yeah, good morning. So this has been an issue that we've seen escalate through the pandemic. Disruptive passengers, including some who have physically attacked flight crews, and now a push from one of the biggest airlines to establish an industry-wide no-fly list is actually getting pushback from some Republican lawmakers.
Despite threats of stiff fines and jail time, cases involving passengers becoming disruptive, sometimes physically violent with flight crews and fellow travelers, are still happening. You're going to jail. As of Tuesday, the FAA has referred 80 cases involving unruly passengers to the FBI for criminal review. That's out of more than 6,000 reports since the start of 2021. Many incidents related to the in-flight mask requirements. Already this year, nearly 500 reports of disorderly flyers. Just this past Sunday, crew members and fellow passengers had to subdue a man who became unruly, forcing an American Airlines flight from D.C. to Los Angeles to divert mid-flight.
Flight attendants are saying that nothing has changed yet. We're still seeing these combative events on board. There's a ton of disrespect. This is not something that we can accept as a new normal.
While individual airlines have banned certain flyers, Delta Airlines wants the federal government to create a comprehensive no-fly list, barring unruly passengers convicted of an onboard disruption from traveling on any U.S. airline. But a group of 8 Republican senators who say they oppose bad behavior are against the no-fly list, arguing in a letter to the Attorney General it would seemingly equate those passengers to terrorists. But the nation's largest flight attendants union says it would make air travel safer for everyone.
We need to be very clear with people what the rules are, why they're in place, and what the consequences are if you violate them.
One of those rules, the new mask mandate, faces a new legal challenge this morning, with the Texas Attorney General suing the Biden administration to overturn it. It comes as the CDC is already considering revisions to its recommendations.
We are looking at an overview of much of our guidance, and masking in all settings will be a part of that.
So the current mask requirement at airports, on planes, all public transportation, it's set to expire in the middle of next month, March 18th. That mandate, though, as you know, has already been extended a few times since it was implemented last year. Some industry experts believe it could be extended again because, of course, children under 5 are not fully vaccinated or not vaccinated at all. They're still at risk. However, I've talked to airline execs who say, given the current political climate and the rollback of masks, they're doubtful that the mask mandate would be extended again on board public transportation. But we'll see.
Breaking news first on NBC News Now. Misled by Moscow, Russia says it's pulling back its troops at the Ukraine border, but the White House says the Russians are lying. The case Secretary of State Antony Blinken just laid out at the United Nations.
Winter blast, a powerful weather system making its way across the U.S. as millions are facing the threat of snow, ice, and rain. We'll time it out for you next.
Taking on Trump, the New York Attorney General heading to court, facing off with lawyers for the former president's businesses. Her latest push to get Trump family members to testify.
And tough cookies. The supply chain shortage is hitting some states where it truly hurts. Yes, we are talking about those Girl Scout cookies, Thin Mints thinning out. Doosey does, more like Doosey Don'ts. What it means for the Scouts and cookie aficionados everywhere.
And good Thursday, everybody. I'm Aaron Gilchrist.
And I'm Morgan Radford. Thank you so much for joining us. We begin this hour with the crisis in Ukraine reaching a potential breaking point. The U.S. and its NATO allies are accusing Russia of lying about de-escalation.
Secretary of State Antony Blinken just made America's case to the United Nations Security Council. Violence has already begun to unfold in that region. Ukraine's president saying pro-Russian separatists opened fire on civilian territory today, damaging a kindergarten. No children were hurt there. The Russian-backed rebels, however, claim Ukrainian forces are responsible.
Russia's defense ministry is claiming that more troops are returning to their home bases, and they released a new video for the third straight day. But U.S. officials and NATO allies say 7,000 more Russian troops have actually moved toward the border in just the last 3 days. Here's what we heard from Secretary Blinken at the UN just moments ago.
As we meet today, the most immediate threat to peace and security is Russia's looming aggression against Ukraine.
Now, our team is covering all of the troop movements and responses at this hour. Matt Bradley in Ukraine, Matt Bodner in Moscow. Let's begin with NBC News global security reporter Dan DeLuce in Washington. Dan, some strong words today, both from President Biden and from Secretary Blinken we just saw there. Walk us through some of what the Secretary had to say at the UN today.
This was a dramatic, unusual moment at the UN, and you had the Secretary of State basically laying out what the U.S. expects Russia to do, that it's basically forecasting how Russia might invade Ukraine, how it would come out with some false pretext in advance, and there seemed to be signs of that. He also said he was there not to start a war, but to prevent one, which was sort of a vague, indirect reference to the Iraq War in 2003. And then he also offered diplomacy still, to engage in diplomacy with the Russians, proposing a meeting with his counterpart next week, Sergei Lavrov. But what was really extraordinary is how he kept going back to laying out a kind of scenario, saying there would be this kind of false rationale as an excuse to invade. There would be cyber attacks and aerial bombardment. Let's hear what he had to say about that.
We don't know precisely how things will play out. But here's what the world can expect to see unfold. Russia plans to manufacture a pretext for its attack. This could be a violent event that Russia will blame on Ukraine, or an outrageous accusation that Russia will level against the Ukrainian government. Russia may describe this event as ethnic cleansing or a genocide, making a mockery of a concept that we in this chamber do not take lightly. Russian media has already begun to spread some of these false alarms and claims to maximize public outrage, to lay the groundwork for an invented justification for war.
So that was the sobering presentation from the Secretary of State, really indicating a dire circumstance where the U.S. does see the likelihood of invasion very much in the works, and that there was very little time left to stop it.
Matt Bodner, you know, the narrative that we heard from the Secretary earlier today is not, the type of narrative is not new. This is sort of in line with what we've been hearing from the U.S. Has there been any response from the Russians to the comments that we heard today, or the type of narrative that the U.S. is putting out there?
Thank you, Aaron. Well, not yet. I think that they're also just starting to digest what we heard from Secretary Blinken. But as we've discussed, we've started seeing some of this stuff here in Moscow. Putin on Monday saying that there's a genocide in Donbass. Yesterday, a Russian law enforcement body opening an investigation into what they said are unmarked graves in Donbass. And then today, this issue with the exchanging of fire along the line of contact in Donbass. We now understand that that was the rebel region firing on a kindergarten in the Ukrainian government-controlled region. But nonetheless, on the daily Kremlin press briefing, we heard Dmitry Peskov, Putin's spokesman, say that that they are concerned about escalation here. They're concerned about Ukrainian preparations, Ukrainian mobilizations in eastern Ukraine, kind of implying that they might, as they have been implying, try to themselves make a move on eastern Ukraine. So, we're starting to see a little bit more of that. And that, Dan was exactly correct, I think, in describing Blinken's scenario as sobering, because we're seeing the groundwork laid. But I want to be careful and make it clear that that is not yet wall to wall in the messaging. But, if you kind of compare it to the troop movements, you can say now that Russia has the narrative elements in place if they choose to pull the trigger on this one. Forgive the analogy.
Matt Bradley, we're obviously still learning about what happened in eastern Ukraine today, but you've had your ear to the ground there. What are you hearing? What are leaders saying about these shellings?
Well, it was both sides exchanging accusations, faulting the other for this exchange of fire. The Ukrainians are saying that this could be part of some sort of pretext. But guys, we keep using these words: pretext, casus belli, false flag operations. It doesn't need to be false. It doesn't need to be a lie in order to start a war. Remember, the types of fighters that we have in the eastern part of the country are Russian-backed or Russian-led. They're not necessarily the kind of disciplined military that would need to be directed into battle or need to be led. They could be undisciplined. They could be firing and hitting kindergartens, as we just saw today. This isn't the kind of thing that a professional army would try to do deliberately. So there could be some sort of mistake, some sort of errant shell that would create a pretext for a war. And that's exactly the kind of thing that the Ukrainian government is worried about, because, guys, this is part of a playbook. What Anthony Blinken laid out in front of the Security Council is something that has happened before, back in 2008 in Georgia, when Russian troops moved in quite quickly and cleaved off a bunch of territory in that country. And that was very effective. They had a pretext. They were able to utilize it in order to create a casus belli, and that is something that we could be seeing here in Ukraine in the coming days. That's what the administration is worried about, and that's what was presented before the Security Council today by Anthony Blinken. Guys.
All right. Matt Bradley for us in Ukraine, Matt Bodner in Russia, and Dan DeLuce in Washington. Thank you.
Meanwhile, here at home, we are keeping a close eye on the monster winter storm that's expected to impact almost half of the entire country. More than 200 million people are under winter weather alerts. That's all the way from Texas to Vermont. We're talking heavy rain, snow, ice, all expected to make traveling a major headache in the next 24 hours. Melting snow, heavy rain, flooded roads in Chicago, Indianapolis. Strong wind gusts are expected in some places, strong enough to even break off tree branches and knock down power lines. Meteorologist Bill Cairns has the storm's latest track here in just a moment. But first, let's begin with NBC News correspondent Shaquille Brewster. He's live for us right now in Chicago, where some schools are closed today due to that storm. Shaq, it seems to be okay where you're standing right now, but what is it like there in other parts of the state?
Yeah, that's right, Morgan. Right now, it's fairly calm right now. We know that last night there was some heavy rain, but what is to come is that snow that you're seeing in other areas of the country. You mentioned some school districts are closed, a few dozen school districts closed. We're also hearing that plows are pre-positioned throughout the city. But when you look at what's going on in Kansas City, Missouri, that's the best test. That's the best indicator of what we can expect here in Chicago. Their snow is being dumped. There's reports of certain snowfall being falling at a rate of 2 inches an hour. You look at Kansas City, that system is going to make its way here. We're here in Chicago. They're expecting 1 to 4 inches later this afternoon. But this is not a system where we're just talking about snow. We're also talking about rain, sleet, ice, and that heavy wind. More than 111 Americans under wind alerts right now with this same system. And the concern is when you get further south. You look at Tennessee, you look at Mississippi, the concern there is damaging and strong tornadoes and some hail. So this is a massive storm system that stretches all the way from New Mexico all the way up to Vermont and is making its way east right now.
All right, NBC Shaquille Brewster there live in Chicago. Shaq, thank you. And for more, let's go ahead and bring in meteorologist Bill Cairns, who's tracking this for us. Bill, where is the storm hitting right now? And really, what can we expect as we now head into the weekend?
Yeah, Morgan, so far, Kansas, Missouri, areas of Illinois have seen the wintry weather side of this storm, ice and snow. And now we're getting into the dangerous portion of the storm. We have a tornado watch that has been issued for portions of Louisiana, areas of Alabama and Mississippi. Excuse me, Mississippi, not Alabama yet. That'll be later on tonight. And then areas from Little Rock up to Memphis. So Little Rock is not in the tornado watch. If you look at the little pink box there, you can see it's right along the Mississippi River, northwards up into Memphis. It's right near Tupelo, definitely down towards all the western half of Mississippi is in this tornado watch, and this is until 6 p.m. Central Standard Time, so right through sunset. And then if the tornadoes do develop and the storms are strong enough, they'll likely issue another tornado watch later today in areas of central Tennessee and through much of Alabama. Also, tremendous amount of rain now heading into southern Illinois, right over the Ohio River, southern portions of Indiana. Now we're going to start to hear about flooding problems along with other issues, too. So here's the 18 million people at risk in our severe weather threat. So we have that tornado watch covering Jacksonville, Greenville to Memphis to Tupelo. Later today, we'll watch those storms heading towards Nashville and Birmingham. So here's the timing of all this mess. Let's pause this at 6 p.m. this evening. Notice that's when the snow was over Chicago. So the evening commute in Chicago will be slippery and will be dicey. Same for Detroit. Icy weather, central Illinois, also Indiana into northern Ohio. And then those thunderstorms will be pushing through areas of Mississippi and Alabama. As we fast forward, the one good thing about this storm, it's quick. It's in and it's out. By 6 a.m. tomorrow morning, the rain is only right along the coastal areas from New York City down through the Delmarva. Also rain from Boston out towards the Cape. But by 9 a.m., it's gone, and then it's just going to be breezy behind it. So at least travel will be much improved as we go throughout Friday afternoon. So here's the winter weather headlines. 42 million people impacted. We've already seen 7 to 8 inches of snow in areas like Lawrence, Kansas, and that is what's going to head towards Champaign, Illinois, northern Indiana, and up towards Detroit. And as far as that rainfall goes, heavy rain now through the Ohio Valley, and then finally that ice forecast in northern portions of Illinois. So guys, it's quite a day out there today. I mean, when you see it's 68 degrees in Washington, D.C., it's 10 degrees in Minneapolis, there's a lot of extremes, and that typically means a pretty big storm, and we have it.
Well, here is hoping this storm stays as quick as you are anticipating. Bill Cairns for us there. Bill, thank you. And coming up, big tech companies in California are making more money than ever, but their local communities are still suffering.
Coming up, a closer look at the widening wealth gap in Silicon Valley.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late-breaking news.
All right,
News is more than a headline. It informs, it inspires, and it still matters. To cover it, you have to be in it. And that's what we're going to do. Every night, we take you to the front lines of the story, where it's actually happening, with NBC News journalists on the ground from all over the world. We cover what you need to know and bring your newsfeed to life. In primetime and streaming live, it's your news playlist every night.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
I believe every dream, every journey, every triumph.
And it all starts here.
Let the celebration begin!
The excitement is in the air.
United States!
Is he superhuman?
Feel the magic every day.
She is a superstar, Kayla. We are cheering you on.
And share every moment with us at the Winter Olympics. Today is where the games begin.
In the City of Angels, 2 kindly old ladies wanted to help homeless men get off the streets forever. And so they did. Listen to The Thing About Helen and Olga, the new podcast from Dateline and Keith Morrison.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are. It's here now.
Lawyers for former President Donald Trump are battling the New York Attorney General's office in court today. New York AG Letitia James is leading a civil investigation into the Trump Organization's business practices. As part of that probe, she wants testimony from the former president and two of his children, Donald Jr. and Ivanka. NBC News correspondent for investigations, Tom Winter, joins us now. He's been tracking this story. Tom, I understand that this hearing just wrapped up today. Do we know what happened?
Sure. So it was approximately a 2-hour hearing, Aaron, and the good news is, I think, for all sides, you know, I'm not one to provide analysis or opinion, but I think the news today and the good news is that by 3 o'clock, the judge says he's going to rule on this and determine whether or not the former president of the United States, two of his children, Ivanka Trump and Donald Trump Jr., you're seeing them there on screen, of course, whether or not they will have to testify in this ongoing civil investigation being led by the New York Attorney General. So that's the issue that's at play here. And this whole hearing was to determine or come to a point where he could hear arguments based on a flurry of filings in this case as to why or why not they should testify. And the key kind of concern and the thing that on two prongs really that the president's attorneys raised was this idea. One, he's under criminal investigation by the Manhattan District Attorney's Office. There's also members of the Attorney General's office, two of them that have been assigned to that investigation. So is there going to be some sort of a cross-pollination of what he says on the civil side could hurt him criminally? And then this idea that Attorney General Letitia James, while she was running for office, essentially made a promise that she was going to go after the former president. So they raised concerns on those grounds. The judge seemed to question why the former president should get treated in any different way and why he couldn't just assert the Fifth Amendment. So I think the tea leaves pointing to the possibility that he may have to testify.
All right, Tom Winter for us today, keeping track of this hearing with the Attorney General and the former president's businesses. Tom, thank you.
Federal prosecutors are revealing new evidence against the far-right group, the Oath Keepers. They put out new details on Wednesday that they say shows the group had plans that extended far beyond the January 6th attack on the Capitol. NBC News senior congressional correspondent Garrett Hake joins us now. Garrett, just sort of lay out for us what exactly prosecutors argued here and really how the leader of the Oath Keepers is now responding.
Yeah, so this man, Stuart Rhodes, is facing the most serious charges of any person yet as relates to the January 6th attack, seditious conspiracy. This new filing was all part of a bail hearing to see whether or not he needs to be held by the government or could be free in some form of his own recognizance until his trial begins. And in it, the government presented evidence in the form of text messages, essentially saying that if Trump failed to act on January 6th, he and his militia would act instead. The government says Rhodes had caches of weapons that he was keeping across the river in Virginia, and that, you know, they were sort of waiting for Donald Trump to invoke the Insurrection Act so that they could come in and kind of help Trump maintain power. Rhodes' attorneys say, look, this is someone who didn't go into the Capitol on January 6th. You didn't find him with the weapon on that day, and you didn't bother to arrest him for another year, so he's not really a flight risk, and you ought to let him out on his own recognizance till trial. So far, the judge hasn't made a decision on that point.
And the truth is, Garrett, you know, all eyes are still on what happened on January 6th. We all try to unpack what happened, how the radicalization happened for some of the peoples we saw there. We know that the January 6th committee is meeting. What can we expect to happen this week?
Well, we've actually got a House Administration Committee meeting that's happening today that should be interesting. This is another of the police department, the Capitol Police Department IG's flash reports. It's his final report, basically looking at what of the recommendations he has made across the board have been put into place by the Capitol Police. He's expected to tell the committee that while they've done pretty good work so far in making a lot of operational changes, he still wants to see bigger cultural changes, particularly around things like training and on the idea that this is not a normal police force. It needs to be more of a protection force like we see with the Secret Service. He's not convinced that the cultural shift has been enough yet for Capitol Police, and that until that happens, you're still kind of running the risk that another large group, any kind of other big event like what happened on January 6th, could put this whole community in danger.
And I want to switch gears for a minute here, Garrett, because we're also learning that there's a new development surrounding the Trump Hotel lease of the old post office building in D.C. What do you know about that?
Yeah, remember, Donald Trump is now trying to get out of that lease. They're trying to sell the hotel to another developer. Today, we're seeing a letter from the House Oversight Committee to the General Services Administration. That's the government entity with whom that lease exists. That letter says basically, hey, you know that news from the Trump accounting firm earlier this week that Trump previous financial statements aren't reliable? Those are the statements that he used to secure this lease, and they're asking for the GSA to cancel the lease outright. Morgan, I'm not convinced the GSA will even respond to this or will do so in a timely enough manner to affect the potential sale here. But there's a lot of money involved. The outside group that's bidding on the hotel is set to pay something like $300 million for the remainder of that lease. So there's a lot of money at stake, and a lot of it would go to the former president if the deal goes through.
Wow. All right. Garrett Haake with the latest and greatest. Thank you, Garrett.
On the money this hour, tensions between Russia and Ukraine weighing heavily on the markets today. Stocks are falling for yet another day. CNBC senior markets correspondent Dom Chu is joining us now. Dom, we heard from the president earlier today that he does expect Russia will attack Ukraine in the coming days. The Secretary of State reiterated that today. How are the markets reacting?
So it's negative. I mean, the Dow, the S&P 500, and Aaron, to your point, the Nasdaq, each are shedding at least 1% in trading so far, and much of it has to do with that increasing tension, as you point out, between Russia and Ukraine. Whether Russia will actually cross the border, whether the headlines around whether an attack is imminent are actually accurate, whether we're at a crucial moment in the conflict, or whether pro-Russian separatists are actually conducting attacks already. Markets are responding right now in real time. By no means, though, is this a panic in any way. But what it is a byproduct of investors reducing the amount of risk they have in the markets. We see a lot of these stocks under pressure because of that. But other assets that are viewed as being relative safe havens, Aaron, are actually catching a bid, which is why you see gold prices higher, which is why you see prices for U.S. government bonds higher as well. And by the way, that leads to lower interest rates. So a very curious market right now for sure, Aaron.
All right, let's talk about a couple other things here if we can, Dom. Tesla, that company facing another investigation from car safety regulators. What's that about?
So the EV giant is yes, facing another inquiry into safety, this time from the National Traffic Safety Administration, or NHTSA. It said it's looking into reports of what's being called phantom braking, where cars can actually be driven and just stop on the road for no apparent reason. Regulators say they've gotten 354 complaints from Tesla owners, and the models in question are years 2021 and 2022, and they are Tesla Model 3 sedans and Model Y SUVs. The probe covers around 416,000 vehicles. It's important to note here, no crashes or injuries have been reported. But it's not the only reason Tesla's in the news today. You've got nonprofit reviews publication Consumer Reports also announcing that its most reliable electric vehicle for 2022 is no longer the Tesla Model 3. It is now being replaced by the Ford Mustang Mach-E. And then, of course, Tesla founder and CEO Elon Musk back in the headlines again, Aaron, this time accusing U.S. securities regulators of harassment in a calculated effort to what he calls chill his right to free speech. So a lot going on with Tesla today, Aaron.
And there are also these reports about Google today, Dom. That company just announcing plans to adopt some new privacy restrictions. How might a move like that affect other big tech companies?
So here's what's going on. It's adopting Google, these new privacy policies and restrictions that will cut back on companies and apps being able to track your activity. It is important because Google makes, of course, the popular Android operating system for smartphones. Anyone who already uses Apple products knows all about this because Apple has been giving iPhone and iPad users the ability, that little screen that shows up, to opt out of letting apps and companies track their usage and browsing data. A lot of companies collect and use this data, and they sell it to companies who then sell ads to you based upon what you like to see in your smartphone. Facebook in particular has been hit hard by slowing revenue growth tied to these policies around Apple and its restrictions basically on tracking apps. If Google does it as well, that's two of the biggest smartphone operating systems in the world that will then give us as users the ability to say companies no longer track me.
All right, Dom Chu for us at CNBC today. Thanks, Dom.
You got it.
The wealth gap in Silicon Valley is growing even wider. A new report is revealing staggering numbers about the income divide in that very region. Now, researchers say Silicon Valley is the richest 25% among the richest there, holds 92% of the region's wealth. Experts say that if Silicon Valley were in fact its own country, it would be considered politically unstable. So here to help us put all of this into context and what those numbers actually mean, CNBC reporter Yasmin Kornfor is here. Yasmin, just break down these numbers and really what are the biggest findings in this report?
Well, Morgan, the wealth gap in Silicon Valley is growing. That's according to a new report out by Joint Venture, a nonprofit organization which tracks economic trends across California. Take a look at these numbers. More than 90% of the region's wealth is held by the top quarter of earners, with the top 10th holding more than 75% of it. Meantime, a third of Silicon Valley households can't get by without financial help from friends, family, and the government. So what's behind these staggering numbers? A large part of it, Morgan, is income. The average annual salary in Silicon Valley last year was $170,000, with the median income just shy of $140,000, more than twice the national average. Yet service workers at these tech companies, some of the biggest companies, pulled in only $31,000. That's despite having a higher minimum wage than other cities in California. Morgan, tech dominates this workforce out here in Silicon Valley. Nearly a third of the workforce and the jobs are in that sector, with 13% of those people working just at Apple or Google.
You know, Yasmin, I do want to ask, though, just when you look at that region more broadly, I mean, for the first time in 12 years, the Valley experienced a decline in population. Do we know why that is?
That's right. A huge decline. You know, a lot of these people are moving to other cities such as Las Vegas, Portland, Seattle. You know, around 40,000 people left Silicon Valley last year, the biggest decline in a decade. And that's not even to mention Palantir, HP, Tesla, Oracle, all moving their headquarters out. Something to note, though, these companies moved their headquarters out, but they left behind much of their workforce and their operations. Morgan, the big question for 2022 is which will grow larger, the wealth gap or the mass exodus that we're seeing out here?
All right, CNBC's Yasmin Kornfor there. Yasmin, thank you. And coming up, the city of Minneapolis is remembering 22-year-old Amir Locke today.
Still ahead, how it's honoring his life as new questions emerge about the police raid that led to his death.
Fire has grown leaps and bounds. You see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Hey everybody, it's Hoda Kotb from The Today Show. I am so excited to tell you about my new podcast, Making Space with Hoda Kotb. I sit down with some incredible people and we'll hear some uplifting stories.
Listen to Making Space now on Apple Podcasts.
News is happening now.
A look at what's making headlines around the world.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
This is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast. Available anytime and anywhere. What happened here is a story of loss and salvation. There were residents who hung on for dear life. This is where you took shelter, in this closet.
I took shelter right in this closet right here.
Rioters banged down one of the doors.
Have you found a way to reconcile it a year later?
It really hurt to see this place that I love so much treated with such disrespect.
Was it an act of cleaning or an act of healing?
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. landing from New Orleans, late military operation, witnessing the massive crowds. I admire you both. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it. At any moment now.
Making news right now, an Oklahoma man has just been executed for murdering 4 people back in 2005. 35-year-old Gilbert Postel died by lethal injection this morning. Officials say he targeted his victims because he believed they were responsible for a motorcycle accident that injured his father, though there was no evidence to support that claim. The murders were carried out by Postel as well as his brother and father. A frightening crash on a Colorado highway caught on dash cam video. Watch as a driver pulled over by a state trooper on a motorcycle just seconds after the trooper walked away from the car. Look at that. A van slams into the back of it. Officials say both the driver of the car and the driver of the van suffered minor injuries. The van driver was cited for careless driving. And Girl Scout cookie fans, be warned. If you live in Massachusetts or New Hampshire, you might not be able to get your sweet fix. Supply chain issues are leading to shortages of trefoil, samosas, s'mores, adventurefuls. Scouts are also getting a smaller cut from the sale of the cookies, leading to less money for their activities.
The funeral for Amir Locke is happening today in Minnesota. The 22-year-old was shot to death when the Minneapolis SWAT team carried out a no-knock warrant. He was not the subject of the search there and was asleep on the couch when officers entered the apartment. Police say the officer opened fire after seeing the barrel of a gun, which Locke legally owned. NBC News correspondent Ron Allen joins us now from Minneapolis. Ron, can you give us a sense of what's taken place so far during the funeral there?
It's just getting underway. It's a bit late starting, but people are starting to gather here in Minneapolis, and it's not lost on anyone that this is another funeral happening for the death of a young black man. Just back in April, Dante Wright, who was shot and killed by a police officer, Kim Potter, his funeral service was here in this very same church. Potter's sentencing happens tomorrow, by the way, in Minneapolis, so there was a lot going on in this town, a lot of trauma, a lot of events echoing each other. Not far away, there is the federal trial going on of the 3 officers who were involved in the death of George Floyd as well. So there's that too. But here, mourners are just arriving at the church. Things are just getting underway. The Reverend Al Sharpton will deliver the eulogy, his third, as he points out, here in this town in recent months. And we expect it to be very emotional. Locke's family has been adamant that he was an innocent man, that this whole incident happened in a matter of 10 seconds, and that the police used this no-knock warrant and burst into the apartment, and that Locke was not even named or the subject of the warrant. So again, a lot of anger, a lot of grief, a lot of outpouring of sorrow here we expect today as, again, the service is about to get underway. Aaron?
Ron, Minneapolis's mayor, Jacob Fry, and there's some leadership from the police department there in that city. They are not attending the funeral today. Were they invited?
I don't think so. There's a lot of tension between the family, the supporters of Locke, and the city administration. They want, the family does, the officer who was involved in this charge, they want him fired. There have been some activists who have called for the dismissal of the interim police chief here because of what she said in the days after this incident happened. There's a lot of tension. The mayor has declared a moratorium, a stop to these no-knock warrants that have been used in the city. And there are investigations going on at the local and state level to determine whether or not, in fact, the officer who fired the shots and the others who were involved in that raid should be prosecuted. But no decisions on that as of yet. And again, today, most people are trying to focus on the service here for a young man, 22 years old, who was shot and killed.
All right, Ron Allen for us in Minneapolis today. Ron, thank you.
Federal prosecutors are sharing text messages and social media posts from 2 of the 3 men convicted of killing Ahmaud Arbery. They say those messages included derogatory comments about black people. Travis McMichael, Greg McMichael, and William Bryan are charged with committing hate crimes as well as attempted kidnapping. They were convicted of murdering Arbery last year, and all 3 have pleaded not guilty to these latest charges. NBC News legal analyst Danny Savalos joins us now. Danny, look, many of these posts and messages include racial epithets, slurs, stereotypes, even death threats aimed at black people. What role would you actually expect from a legal standpoint that these messages would play into the prosecution's case?
Yeah, one thing that watchers of this case are learning pretty quickly is that no matter how password protected your iPhone is, whatever's on your backup in the cloud, prosecutors could get to. So however bawdy you get in your group text with your friends, that's something that prosecutors may find out about. And that's exactly what's going on here to a large extent. You have some of these really horrific text messages that are being used by prosecutors to demonstrate a racial animus. That's what's legally happening. They're saying to the jury essentially, look, these folks on other occasions used racial epithets. Therefore, you can presume or draw or infer that when they shot Ahmaud Arbery, they did so with a racial animus. And the defense will probably make the argument that is a legally accurate one, but maybe not a morally palatable one for the jury, which is, well, just because they said this on Wednesday doesn't mean they were racists when they shot Ahmaud Arbery. That's going to be a really tough road to go.
It's interesting, though, when you talk about what the defense may say in terms of it just being morally reprehensible, but they also said that context matters when considering messages and social media posts. So what exactly did the defense mean by that in this particular case? I mean, if they use those epithets not specifically about Arbery, does that still count?
Exactly. You're honing in on the key issue of the case. The defense is going to argue, yeah, context is everything. Why? Because they have to. And by saying context, what they're going to say is context is everything. They were talking about a joke that is inappropriate and not funny, but it was a joke. I'm just guessing at what they might argue. And contextually, that's different from getting in your car and hunting down someone because of their race. I mean, that's the only real defense that this defense has when you have this kind of bad. Right. Well, the prosecutor is going to use the exact same evidence and say, well, this same evidence, you as a jury can use your common sense. You can infer that if on Tuesday someone used the N-word, that on Thursday when they shot someone who happened to be African-American, that the N-word might have been on their mind. And I think the jurors might reasonably draw that inference.
Danny Savalos for us there. Danny, as always, thank you so much.
More Amazon warehouse employees are one step closer to unionizing. The National Labor Relations Board said on Wednesday that the tech giant and a group of its New York City workers have tentatively agreed on terms of a union election. NBC News Digital reporter Aiza Garcia-Hodges joins us now. Aiza, what do we know about this effort here in New York and who's leading it?
So it's being spearheaded by a former Amazon employee, Chris Smalls. And it's unusual because he's not doing this with the support of a traditional union. But Amazon is pushing back on this and saying that, they don't think that this particular factory has enough support to approve a union. The election agreement still needs to also be approved by the NLRB. But again, this is part of a bigger push that we're seeing among Amazon workers who are complaining about conditions and are looking and pushing for unionization efforts. But again, it's still a bit of an uphill battle for them because of the fact that other efforts have not been successful among Amazon employees, Aaron.
So what does this mean for Amazon warehouse workers in other parts of the country?
So there are also, in Bessemer, Alabama, for instance, there is another election taking place, kind of a redo of an election that happened a little while ago and that was contested. The results were contested. And so they were allowed to, the workers there were allowed to redo the election. And so if the NLRB approves the one in Staten Island, both of these elections will be taking place in March. What's interesting, though, is that unionization efforts have faced an uphill battle because of the fact that there's high turnover at factories. The work is very grueling and demanding, according to workers. And so, many of them burn out after a while. And so, again, this high turnover makes it difficult to kind of see through unionization efforts to completion. And so again, both of these votes are, if the one in Staten Island is approved, they both face the uphill battle of, is this enough support to lead to an actual union within the company?
All right. Aiza Garcia-Hodges, we appreciate it. Thank you. Dozens of people are dead following massive mudslides across Brazil.
Coming up next, the desperate search for survivors and an up-close look at the devastation left behind. Stay with us.
Hey everybody, it's Hoda Kotb from the Today Show. I am so excited to tell you about my new podcast, Making Space with Hoda Kotb. I sit down with some incredible people and we'll hear some uplifting stories.
Listen to Making Space now on Apple Podcasts.
Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast. Available anytime and anywhere.
There's no better place for fun with friends. Quality time with your little golf buddy. Or an afternoon alone together. Family and friends are just a tap away. Just pick your course, pay from your phone. Golf now. Download the app and go play.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. We'll take you to the front lines of the story, bringing your news feed to life. Streaming live every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. You see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Oh, pretty bad.
Welcome to The Tonight Show. Let me show you how it's done.
Show me what you got.
I don't want to be a Lego.
There's no better place for fun with friends. Quality time with your little golf buddy. Or an afternoon alone together. Family and friends are just a tap away. Just pick your course, pay from your phone. Golf now. Download the app and go play.
Hey everybody, it's Hoda Kotb from the Today Show. I am so excited to tell you about my new podcast, Making Space with Hoda Kotb. I sit down with some incredible people and we'll hear some uplifting stories.
Listen to Making Space now on Apple Podcasts.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
I believe. Every dream, every journey, every triumph.
And it all starts here.
Let the celebration begin!
The excitement is in the air.
United States!
Is he superhuman?
Feel the magic every day.
She is a superstar, Kayla. We are cheering you on.
And share every moment with us at the Winter Olympics. Today is where the games begin.
The death toll is rising after mudslides in Brazil and French presidential candidates referencing racist conspiracy theories. Let's go around the world in 60 seconds. Brazil, where the death toll has risen to at least 94 following flooding and mudslides in the city of Petrópolis. The heavy rain started Tuesday morning. At last report, at least 35 people were still missing. This was the heaviest rainfall in that region since 1932. Australia, where a hunt is underway for a shark that killed a British diving instructor on Wednesday. Authorities were forced to close nearby beaches.
I was very sad for the person taken, but at the same time, it's the risk we take swimming in the ocean. It's their domain. It's the shark's domain.
It's the first fatal shark attack in Sydney in nearly 60 years. And France, where presidential candidates have embraced a racist conspiracy theory. A far-right candidate and a conservative candidate have started referencing, quote, the Great Replacement. It's the belief that non-white immigrants, especially Muslims, are moving to Western countries to erase Christian values. The election is in April. The conservative is polling close to incumbent Emmanuel Macron. And that's the world now.
Well, speaking of the world, it is watching the Kremlin's next move along the Russia-Ukraine border. Former government officials joined NBC News for an exclusive war room exercise. So they discussed possible scenarios the Kremlin could actually be considering and then mapped out how the U.S. might respond. Here's NBC News Chief Foreign Affairs Correspondent Andrea Mitchell.
Inside our Situation Room, the exercise begins with a Russian false flag attack in eastern Ukraine to create a pretext to invade. At the table, former Joint Chiefs Chairman, retired Admiral Mike Mullen, former Undersecretary of Defense Michel Flournoy, former CIA Director and retired four-star General David Petraeus, cyber expert Dmitry Alperovich of the nonprofit Silverado Policy Accelerator think tank, and former National Security Advisor Tom Donilon.
Our goals, I think, should be to build out a case here that is clear to Putin as to what the cost is going to be for action that he might take here.
We should be communicating to individuals in Moscow that life is going to be very, very tough for you if you go into Ukraine. You may be able to get all the way to the Dnieper or all the way, you might even push the government out of Kiev. But at the end of the day, we're going to make life hell for you if that is the case. And again, with some experience as a counterinsurgent, we'll tell them you don't have the numbers. What you have is not enough. This is exactly what we invaded Iraq with, about 130,000 or more troops. It's nowhere near enough for a country that is multiples the size of Iraq. And that should be very clear.
I think we really need to focus on the long-term price that he's going to pay and figure out how to do that. To include, I mean, one of the near-term objectives would be to get the NATO response force ready.
The last thing that hasn't been mentioned is accelerating our preparations to deal with refugees. I mean, this is the precursor to war, and you've got to be ready for tens of thousands of Ukrainians to start moving across the border if they are in fact attacked.
Until he draws back, Putin has multiple options. Claiming self-defense, he could take out Ukraine's air defenses with artillery, rockets, and airstrikes as his ground troops cross the border, reaching Kyiv in days. What would the U.S. do?
Call this what it is, which is an unprovoked invasion of a sovereign country in the middle of Europe. I can't emphasize the importance of energy sanctions. Energy accounts for something like 36% of the Russian budget, almost 50% of its Russian exports, so huge vulnerability for Putin.
Putin will get here exactly what he didn't want, right, which is a substantial increase in the infrastructure and forces of NATO on his border, and that's what will have to happen here. But then we have the question of if an insurgency arises, what is the role of the United States in NATO? And I would argue that the United States should undertake to support that insurgency and to do so directly.
What is the state of President Zelensky? That's really important right now. Again, where is he? Is he determined to fight on? What about the conventional forces that have been, as we surmised, been encircled? What about the partisan brigades?
Admiral Mullen, how much do we worry about escalation with Russia?
Can we figure out what his objectives are? Is he actually going to go all the way? It's the kind of thing that is focused on regime change. I would start moving forces. I mean, you can move air forces and naval forces in a direction very quickly.
If Putin did topple Ukraine's government and install a friendly regime, he could start withdrawing, but demand concessions from NATO and the U.S.
You're in the Situation Room. What do you do?
Well, we're asking where the previous prime minister and president are. Where is Zelensky in particular? Where is he physically, but also where is he mentally? Is he willing to lead what will now become quite a substantial insurgency?
He will face an insurgency, even if he's taken out some of the opposition leaders. I mean, you know, even if 10% of the Ukrainian population decides to fight, that's going to be a very substantial insurgency, and there will be very real human costs, Russian soldiers being killed and so forth. That will, I think, could become a real problem for Putin. We should also consider denial of service attacks on the Russian misinformation machine, although there's a risk there. If they're perceived as that's an attack on leadership, that could escalate. So we have to be careful.
This is a really important point. We are nowhere near where we need to be with respect to protecting our private-held critical infrastructure in the United States, and it would be at risk in the event of a long-term standoff with the Russians here. And then we have to start to think about security arrangements of the kind that you do with adversaries.
How long can he sustain that troop formation on these borders?
Longer than we think. That's been my take on him for a long time. I think it would be foolish to think he couldn't sustain it for a significant period of time.
Now, while we wait for what's next in Ukraine, cooperation between Russia and China is ramping up, and that's making Taiwan a little nervous. Taiwanese representatives to the U.S. sat down with NBC News national security correspondent Ken Delanian to give a warning to China.
A small American ally threatened on all sides by a hostile superpower. Not Ukraine, Taiwan. As the world waits to see whether Russia will invade Ukraine, Taiwan is watching closely, and so is China.
Well, like everyone else in the world, we are watching the situation with much concern and anxiety.
In an exclusive interview with NBC News, Taiwan's representative to Washington warns that China and Russia are working together in dangerous ways.
I think it's pretty clear to all of us around the world that those undermining stability are China and Russia.
Xiao B. Kim spent a decade studying in the United States. She calls herself a cat warrior, a counterpart to what China has dubbed its wolf warrior diplomacy, marked by insults and threats.
I believe cats are certainly much more lovable than wolves. Cats are nimble, flexible. Cats can survive in small spaces, which exemplifies Taiwan's current international situation. But also, cats have the characteristic that we cannot be coerced.
The U.S. does not officially recognize Taiwan as a separate country, but has promised to support its defense against a Chinese takeover. China views Taiwan as a breakaway province. While the current Russian invasion threat to Ukraine arose abruptly in recent months, China's threatening behavior to Taiwan has been building for years.
Well, we call it gray zone warfare, which is threats and intimidation, which come short of actual invasion and kinetic conflict. And the Chinese have been threatening Taiwan through a number of means, including near daily incursions of fighter jets into Taiwan's air defense identification zone. The Chinese have also been launching cyber attacks, disinformation, cognitive and psychological warfare on the people of Taiwan, aimed at weakening our resolve to our self-defense and also trying to sow divisions within our society.
Last month, Taiwan had to scramble fighter jets to warn off 39 Chinese warplanes that flew into the island's air defense zone. The U.S. military says China aims to take control of Taiwan.
Taiwan is clearly one of their ambitions before then, and I think the threat is manifest during this decade, in fact, in the next 6 years.
A spokesman for the Chinese embassy in Washington told NBC News that Taiwan is an inalienable part of China's territory, and that China's reunification is an unstoppable historical trend that will not be changed by anyone. U.S. officials say the governments in Beijing and Taipei are looking to see whether the U.S. can deter Vladimir Putin from sending in troops, or make him pay a high price if he does.
There's no question that China is watching the crisis in Ukraine really closely. And if Russia succeeds in seizing Ukraine, Chinese leaders could see that as a green light to go after Taiwan.
At stake, American officials say, is the post-World War II principle that one country can't change the borders of another by force.
If we allow those principles to be challenged with impunity, even if it's half the world away in Europe, that will have an impact here as well. Others are watching. Others are looking to all of us to see how we respond.
As the threat of war looms, so do concerns that one war could lead to another.
And Ken Delaney joins us now from Washington. Ken, I think one of the questions that folks around here might ask is how does an emboldened China and a bolder Russia affect the everyday American? Does this alliance potentially impact our day-to-day lives?
It's a great question, Aaron. We're seeing part of the answer right now. Russia is poised to invade Ukraine, and if that happens, not only is global security at risk, but prices of basic goods and services are going to go up in America, potentially energy prices as well. And if China ever seizes Taiwan, Aaron, Taiwan is the center of the global semiconductor industry. Most of the chips in the computers and the phones that we use every day are made in Taiwan. So that could be a way that this would affect Americans' pocketbooks. And it's also a threat to the global order that Americans built after World War II, which we have greatly benefited from, Aaron.
A lot of reasons to be paying attention to what's happening right now. Ken Delaney for us in Washington. Thank you.
You bet.
A doctor going to battle with her bank.
After the break, why she believes a refusal to cash her check was racially motivated.
What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community?
In the city of
angels, two kindly old ladies wanted to help homeless men get off the streets forever. And so they did. Listen to The Thing About Helen and Olga, the new podcast from Dateline and Keith Morrison.
I believe every dream, every journey, every triumph.
And it all starts here.
Let the celebration begin!
The excitement is in the air.
United States!
Is he superhuman?
Feel the magic every day.
She is a superstar. Kayla, we are cheering you on.
Start right! And share every moment with us at the Winter Olympics. Today is where the games begin. News is happening now.
A look at what's making headlines around the world.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
This is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Ooh, the answers come when you need them most. Ooh, let it go.
The Today Show's newest fan.
A little Al Roker.
What am I doing here? These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
There's no better place for fun with friends. Quality time with your little golf buddy. Or an afternoon alone together. With the Golf Now app, family and friends are just a tap away. Just pick your course, pay from your phone, get out and enjoy. Golf Now. Download the app and go play.
There were residents who hung on for dear life. I've heard people say the town is gone. Do you see it that way?
Absolutely not. We've lost some houses, but our community's still here.
A doctor has just filed a lawsuit against Chase Bank alleging racial discrimination because she says the bank refused to cash her check because she's black.
Yeah, her suit is now shedding some light on banks' practices all across the country. Here's NBC News correspondent Priscilla Thompson.
Super happy and elated.
Dr. Malika Mitchell-Stewart was overjoyed when, after more than a decade of school and giving birth to her second child late last year, she officially became a doctor. With that title came a new job and a more than $16,000 signing bonus.
It's like a aha moment, like I finally made it. I finally am successful.
This was your moment.
It was my moment.
And it was
taken away.
Taken away by Chase Bank, according to Mitchell-Stewart, when they refused to cash her check. She's now suing for $1 million alleging discrimination, claiming they refused her services because she's a black woman. Accusations that Chase tells NBC News are, quote, completely false.
If I would have came in as a white male with that same check, I'm sure they would have verified it, deposited it, and opened an account for them that day.
Mitchell-Stewart says she visited a Chase Bank near Houston in December to open an account and cash her check.
And they looked at the check, and then they kind of looked back at me, and then that's when they started asking me all these questions about like what I did for a living, who gave me this check, what company is this, how old I was.
After answering those questions and even showing her business card, Mitchell-Stewart alleges the bank refused to serve her, claiming the check was fraudulent. She says without ever trying to contact the check's issuer or offering an alternative, like putting a hold on the check until the funds cleared.
I've worked so hard, and to be accused of being a criminal, it hurt my heart.
Chase telling NBC News in a statement, while we fell short on delivering a great customer experience, our employee was concerned that she might be a victim of a scam and offered a safer alternative, such as ACH deposit, to get immediate access to her funds. At no point did they suggest that she was engaged in criminal activity or question the fact that she is a physician. Over the years, there have been many reports detailing similar experiences of black people at America's largest banks. Last year, U.S. banks settled a lawsuit after calling police on a black man who was placed in handcuffs after trying to cash his $900 paycheck.
He said, you people are always coming in here with fake checks.
Who do you think he meant?
black people.
We're sorry for where we failed, Mr. Murrow, and accept full responsibility, U.S. Bank told NBC News in a statement, adding that it's strengthening policies to prevent this from happening again. Hashtag banking while black, now a rallying cry on social media.
How widespread is the issue of racism and discrimination in banking?
We've had hundreds of calls.
Dallas-based civil rights attorney Justin Moore is representing Dr. Mitchell Stewart. He says these incidents can be hard to track because many people don't report them, even when police are called.
The fact that you have a black doctor who can access basic financial services, that has long-standing ramifications. Banks, bank tellers, they have discretion to use their prejudice and weaponize it to prevent black folks and people that are minorities from accessing these services.
The Civil Rights Act of 1964 outlawed discrimination in some public places, but doesn't cover banks, making discrimination cases hard to win. In fact, it's legal for banks to treat customers differently as long as they receive services in the end. But in the wake of George Floyd's murder, banks pledged billions towards racial equity, Chase making a $30 billion commitment.
At JP Morgan Chase, a key goal is to help break down systemic barriers that have created profound disparities.
This lawsuit, some advocates say, a reminder that banks are still falling short.
No more performative allyship. We need actual, real, tangible resources, and we need unfettered access to those resources.
No one should be allowed to just say, I feel uncomfortable and refuse service. That's not right.
That was Priscilla Thompson reporting. Thank you so much for being with us this hour. I'm Morgan Radford.
And I'm Aaron Gilchrist. The news continues right now. Breaking news first on NBC News Now. Misled by Moscow, Russia says it's pulling back its troops at the Ukraine border, but the White House says the Russians are lying. The case Secretary of State Antony Blinken just laid out at the United Nations.
Winter blast, a powerful weather system making its way across the U.S. as millions are facing the threat of snow, ice, and rain. We'll time it out for you next.
Taking on Trump, the New York Attorney General heading to court, facing off with lawyers for the former president's businesses. Her latest push to get Trump family members to testify.
And tough cookies. The supply chain shortage is hitting some states where it truly hurts. Yes, we are talking about those Girl Scout cookies, Thin Mints thinning out. Doosey does, more like Doosey don'ts. What it means for the Scouts and cookie aficionados everywhere.
And good Thursday, everybody. I'm Aaron Gilchrist.
And I'm Morgan Radford. Thank you so much for joining us. We begin this hour with the crisis in Ukraine reaching a potential breaking point. The U.S. and its NATO allies are accusing Russia of lying about de-escalation.
Secretary of State Antony Blinken just made America's case to the United Nations Security Council. Violence has already begun to unfold in that region. Ukraine's president saying pro-Russian separatists opened fire on civilian territory today, damaging a kindergarten. No children were hurt there. The Russian-backed rebels, however, claim Ukrainian forces are responsible.
Russia's defense ministry is claiming that more troops are returning to their home bases, and they released a new video for the third straight day. But U.S. officials and NATO allies say 7,000 more Russian troops have actually moved toward the border in just the last 3 days. Here's what we heard from Secretary Blinken at the UN just moments ago.
As we meet today, the most immediate threat to peace and security is Russia's looming aggression against Ukraine.
Now, our team is covering all of the troop movements and responses at this hour. Matt Bradley in Ukraine, Matt Bodner in Moscow. Let's begin with NBC News global security reporter Dan DeLuce in Washington. Dan, some strong words today, both from President Biden and from Secretary Blinken we just saw there. Walk us through some of what the Secretary had to say at the UN today.
This was a dramatic, unusual moment at the UN, and you had the Secretary of State basically laying out what the U.S. expects Russia to do, that it's basically forecasting how Russia might invade Ukraine, how it would come out with some false pretext in advance, and there seemed to be signs of that. He also said he was there not to start a war, but to prevent one, which was sort of a vague, indirect reference to the Iraq War in 2003. And then he also offered diplomacy still, to engage in diplomacy with the Russians, proposing a meeting with his counterpart next week, Sergei Lavrov. But what was really extraordinary is how he kept going back to laying out a kind of scenario, saying there would be this kind of false rationale as an excuse to invade. There would be cyber attacks and aerial bombardment. Let's hear what he had to say about that.
We don't know precisely how things will play out. But here's what the world can expect to see unfold. Russia plans to manufacture a pretext for its attack. This could be a violent event that Russia will blame on Ukraine, or an outrageous accusation that Russia will level against the Ukrainian government. Russia may describe this event as ethnic cleansing or a genocide, making a mockery of a concept that we in this chamber do not take lightly. Russian media has already begun to spread some of these false alarms and claims to maximize public outrage, to lay the groundwork for an invented justification for war.
So that was the sobering presentation from the Secretary of State, really indicating a dire circumstance where the U.S. does see the likelihood of invasion very much in the works, and that there was very little time left to stop it.
Matt Bodner, you know, the narrative that we heard from the Secretary earlier today is not, the type of narrative is not new. This is sort of in line with what we've been hearing from the U.S. Has there been any response from the Russians to the comments that we heard today, or the type of narrative that the U.S. is putting out there?
Thank you, Aaron. Well, not yet. I think that they're also just starting to digest what we heard from Secretary Blinken. But as we've discussed, you know, we've started seeing some of this stuff here in Moscow. Putin on Monday saying that there's a genocide in Donbass. Yesterday, a Russian law enforcement body opening an investigation into what they said are unmarked graves in Donbass. And then today, this issue with the exchanging of fire along the line of contact in Donbass. We now understand that that was the rebel region firing on a kindergarten in the Ukrainian government-controlled region. But nonetheless, on the daily Kremlin press briefing, we heard Dmitry Peskov, Putin's spokesman, say that this was that they are concerned about escalation here. They're concerned about Ukrainian preparations, Ukrainian mobilizations in eastern Ukraine, kind of implying that they might, as they have been implying, try to themselves make a move on eastern Ukraine. So, you know, we're starting to see a little bit more of that. And that, you know, Dan was exactly correct, I think, in describing Blinken's scenario as sobering, because we're seeing the groundwork laid. But I want to be careful and say and make it clear that that is not yet wall to wall in the messaging. But, you know, if you kind of compare it to the troop movements, you can say now that Russia has the narrative elements in place if they choose to pull the trigger on this one. Forgive the analogy.
Matt Bradley, we're obviously still learning about what happened in eastern Ukraine today, but you've had your ear to the ground there. What are you hearing? What are leaders saying about these shellings?
Well, it was both sides exchanging accusations, faulting the other for this exchange of fire. You know, the Ukrainians are saying that this could be part of some sort of pretext. But guys, we keep using these words: pretext, casus belli, false flag operations. It doesn't need to be false. It doesn't need to be a lie in order to start a war. Remember, the types of fighters that we have in the eastern part of the country are Russian-backed or Russian-led. They're not necessarily the kind of disciplined military that would need to be directed into battle or need to be led. They could be undisciplined. They could be firing and hitting kindergartens, as we just saw today. This isn't the kind of thing that a professional army would try to do deliberately. So there could be some sort of mistake, some sort of errant shell that would create a pretext for a war. And that's exactly the kind of thing that the Ukrainian government is worried about, because, guys, this is part of a playbook. What Anthony Blinken laid out in front of the Security Council is something that has happened before, back in 2008 in Georgia, when Russian troops moved in quite quickly and cleaved off a bunch of territory in that country. And that was very effective. They had a pretext. They were able to utilize it in order to create a casus belli, and that is something that we could be seeing here in Ukraine in the coming days. That's what the administration is worried about, and that's what was presented before the Security Council today by Anthony Blinken. Guys.
All right. Matt Bradley for us in Ukraine, Matt Bodner in Russia, and Dan DeLuce in Washington. Thank you.
Meanwhile, here at home, we are keeping a close eye on the monster winter storm that's expected to impact almost half of the entire country. More than 200 million people are under winter weather alerts. That's all the way from Texas to Vermont. We're talking heavy rain, snow, ice, all expected to make traveling a major headache in the next 24 hours. Melting snow, heavy rain, flooded roads in Chicago, Indianapolis. Strong wind gusts are expected in some places, strong enough to even break off tree branches and knock down power lines. Meteorologist Bill Cairns has the storm's latest track here in just a moment. But first, let's begin with NBC News correspondent Shaquille Brewster. He's live for us right now in Chicago, where some schools are closed today due to that storm. Shaq, it seems to be okay where you're standing right now, but what is it like there in other parts of the state?
Yeah, that's right, Morgan. Right now, it's fairly calm right now. We know that last night there was some heavy rain, but what is to come is that snow that you're seeing in other areas of the country. You mentioned some school districts are closed, a few dozen school districts closed. We're also hearing that plows are pre-positioned throughout the city. But when you look at what's going on in Kansas City, Missouri, that's the best test. That's the best indicator of what we can expect here in Chicago. Their snow is being dumped. There's reports of certain snowfall being falling at a rate of 2 inches an hour. You look at Kansas City, that system is going to make its way here. We're here in Chicago. They're expecting 1 to 4 inches later this afternoon. But this is not a system where we're just talking about snow. We're also talking about rain, sleet, ice, and that heavy wind. More than 111 Americans under wind alerts right now with this same system. And the concern is when you get further south. You look at Tennessee, you look at Mississippi, the concern there is damaging and strong tornadoes and some hail. So this is a massive storm system that stretches all the way from New Mexico all the way up to Vermont and is making its way east right now.
All right, NBC Shaquille Brewster there live in Chicago. Shaq, thank you. And for more, let's go ahead and bring in meteorologist Bill Cairns, who's tracking this for us. Bill, where is the storm hitting right now? And really, what can we expect as we now head into the weekend?
Yeah, Morgan, so far, Kansas, Missouri, areas of Illinois have seen the wintry weather side of this storm, ice and snow. And now we're getting into the dangerous portion of the storm. We have a tornado watch that has been issued for portions of Louisiana, areas of Alabama and Mississippi. Excuse me, Mississippi, not Alabama yet. That'll be later on tonight. And then areas from Little Rock up to Memphis. So Little Rock is not in the tornado watch. If you look at the little pink box there, you can see it's right along the Mississippi River, northwards up into Memphis. It's right near Tupelo, definitely down towards all the western half of Mississippi is in this tornado watch, and this is until 6 p.m. Central Standard Time, so right through sunset. And then if the tornadoes do develop and the storms are strong enough, they'll likely issue another tornado watch later today in areas of central Tennessee and through much of Alabama. Also, tremendous amount of rain now heading into southern Illinois, right over the Ohio River, southern portions of Indiana. Now we're going to start to hear about flooding problems along with other issues, too. So here's the 18 million people at risk in our severe weather threat. So we have that tornado watch covering Jacksonville, Greenville to Memphis to Tupelo. Later today, we'll watch those storms heading towards Nashville and Birmingham. So here's the timing of all this mess. Let's pause this at 6 p.m. this evening. Notice that's when the snow was over Chicago. So the evening commute in Chicago will be slippery and will be dicey. Same for Detroit. Icy weather, central Illinois, also Indiana into northern Ohio. And then those thunderstorms will be pushing through areas of Mississippi and Alabama. As we fast forward, the one good thing about this storm, it's quick. It's in and it's out. By 6 a.m. tomorrow morning, the rain is only right along the coastal areas from New York City down through the Delmarva. Also rain from Boston out towards the Cape. But by 9 a.m., it's gone, and then it's just going to be breezy behind it. So at least travel will be much improved as we go throughout Friday afternoon. So here's the winter weather headlines. 42 million people impacted. We've already seen 7 to 8 inches of snow in areas like Lawrence, Kansas, and that is what's going to head towards Champaign, Illinois, northern Indiana, and up towards Detroit. And as far as that rainfall goes, heavy rain now through the Ohio Valley, and then finally that ice forecast in northern portions of Illinois. So guys, it's quite a day out there today. I mean, when you see it's 68 degrees in Washington, D.C., it's 10 degrees in Minneapolis, there's a lot of extremes, and that typically means a pretty big storm, and we have it.
Well, here is hoping this storm stays as quick as you are anticipating. Bill Cairns for us there. Bill, thank you. And coming up, big tech companies in California are making more money than ever, but their local communities are still suffering.
Coming up, a closer look at the widening wealth gap in Silicon Valley.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers.
2022 is off to a busy start.
Winter's wrath causing headaches from coast to coast.
It's been really incredible to see how quickly volunteers started to help with the cleanup efforts.
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
There were residents who hung on for dear life. I've heard people say the town is gone. Do you see it that way?
Absolutely not. We've lost some houses, but our community's still here.
Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast. Available anytime and anywhere.
There were residents who hung on for dear life. I've heard people say the town is gone. Do you see it that way?
Absolutely not. We've lost some houses, but our community's still here.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers.
2022 is off to a busy start.
Winter's wrath causing headaches from coast to coast.
It's been really incredible to see how quickly volunteers started to help with the cleanup efforts.
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
News is happening now.
A look at what's making headlines around the world.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
This is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. From New Orleans, late military operation, witnessing the massive crowds. I admire you both. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it. At any moment now.
Welcome to the Tonight Show. Let me show you how it's done.
I don't want to be a Lego.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
Lawyers for former President Donald Trump are battling the New York Attorney General's office in court today. New York AG Letitia James is leading a civil investigation into the Trump Organization's business practices. As part of that probe, she wants testimony from the former president and two of his children, Donald Jr. and Ivanka. NBC News correspondent for investigations, Tom Winter, joins us now. He's been tracking this story. Tom, I understand that this hearing just wrapped up today. Do we know what happened?
Sure. So it was approximately a 2-hour hearing, Aaron, and the good news is, I think, for all sides, you know, I'm not one to provide analysis or opinion, but I think the news today and the good news is that by 3 o'clock, the judge says he's going to rule on this and determine whether or not the former president of the United States, two of his children, Ivanka Trump and Donald Trump Jr., you're seeing them there on screen, of course, whether or not they will have to testify in this ongoing civil investigation being led by the New York Attorney General. So that's the issue that's at play here. And this whole hearing was to determine or come to a point where he could hear arguments based on a flurry of filings in this case as to why or why not they should testify. And the key kind of concern and the thing that on two prongs really that the president's attorneys raised was this idea. One, he's under criminal investigation by the Manhattan District Attorney's Office. There's also members of the Attorney General's office, two of them that have been assigned to that investigation. So is there going to be some sort of a cross-pollination of what he says on the civil side could hurt him criminally? And then this idea that Attorney General Letitia James, while she was running for office, essentially made a promise that she was going to go after the former president. So they raised concerns on those grounds. The judge seemed to question why the former president should get treated in any different way and why he couldn't just assert the Fifth Amendment. So I think the tea leaves pointing to the possibility that he may have to testify.
All right, Tom Winter for us today, keeping track of this hearing with the Attorney General and the former president's businesses. Tom, thank you.
Federal prosecutors are revealing new evidence against the far-right group, the Oath Keepers. They put out new details on Wednesday that they say shows the group had plans that extended far beyond the January 6th attack on the Capitol. NBC News senior congressional correspondent Garrett Hake joins us now. Garrett, just sort of lay out for us what exactly prosecutors argued here and really how the leader of the Oath Keepers is now responding.
Yeah, so this man, Stuart Rhodes, is facing the most serious charges of any person yet as relates to the January 6th attack, seditious conspiracy. This new filing was all part of a bail hearing to see whether or not he needs to be held by the government or could be free in some form of his own recognizance until his trial begins. And in it, the government presented evidence in the form of text messages, essentially saying that if Trump failed to act on January 6th, he and his militia would act instead. The government says Rhodes had caches of weapons that he was keeping across the river in Virginia, and that, you know, they were sort of waiting for Donald Trump to invoke the Insurrection Act so that they could come in and kind of help Trump maintain power. Rhodes' attorneys say, look, this is someone who didn't go into the Capitol on January 6th. You didn't find him with a weapon on that day, and you didn't bother to arrest him for another year, so he's not really a flight risk, and you ought to let him out on his own recognizance till trial. So far, the judge hasn't made a decision on that point.
And the truth is, Garrett, you know, all eyes are still on what happened on January 6th. We all try to unpack what happened, how the radicalization happened for some of the peoples we saw there. We know that the January 6th committee is meeting. What can we expect to happen this week?
Well, we've actually got a House Administration Committee meeting that's happening today that should be interesting. This is another of the police department, the Capitol Police Department IG's flash reports. It's his final report, basically looking at what of the recommendations he has made across the board have been put into place by the Capitol Police. He's expected to tell the committee that while they've done pretty good work so far in making a lot of operational changes, he still wants to see bigger cultural changes, particularly around things like training and on the idea that this is not a normal police force. It needs to be more of a protection force like we see with the Secret Service. He's not convinced that the cultural shift has been enough yet for Capitol Police, and that until that happens, you're still kind of running the risk that another large group, any kind of other big event like what happened on January 6th, could put this whole community in danger.
And I want to switch gears for a minute here, Garrett, because we're also learning that there's a new development surrounding the Trump Hotel lease of the old post office building in D.C. What do you know about that?
Yeah, remember, Donald Trump is now trying to get out of that lease. They're trying to sell the hotel to another developer. Today, we're seeing a letter from the House Oversight Committee to the General Services Administration. That's the government entity with whom that lease exists. That letter says basically, hey, you know that news from the Trump accounting firm earlier this week that Trump previous financial statements aren't reliable? Those are the statements that he used to secure this lease, and they're asking for the GSA to cancel the lease outright. Morgan, I'm not convinced the GSA will even respond to this or will do so in a timely enough manner to affect the potential sale here. But there's a lot of money involved. The outside group that's bidding on the hotel is set to pay something like $300 million for the remainder of that lease. So there's a lot of money at stake, and a lot of it would go to the former president if the deal goes through.
Wow. All right. Garrett Hake with the latest and greatest. Thank you, Garrett.
On the money this hour, tensions between Russia and Ukraine weighing heavily on the markets today. Stocks are falling for yet another day. CNBC senior markets correspondent Dom Chu is joining us now. Dom, we heard from the president earlier today that he does expect Russia will attack Ukraine in the coming days. The Secretary of State reiterated that today. How are the markets reacting?
So it's negative. I mean, the Dow, the S&P 500, and Aaron, to your point, the Nasdaq, each are shedding at least 1% in trading so far, and much of it has to do with that increasing tension, as you point out, between Russia and Ukraine. Whether Russia will actually cross the border, whether the headlines around whether an attack is imminent are actually accurate, whether we're at a crucial moment in the conflict, or whether pro-Russian separatists are actually conducting attacks already. Markets are responding right now in real time. By no means, though, is this a panic in any way. But what it is a byproduct of investors reducing the amount of risk they have in the markets. We see a lot of these stocks under pressure because of that. But other assets that are viewed as being relative safe havens, Aaron, are actually catching a bid, which is why you see gold prices higher, which is why you see prices for U.S. government bonds higher as well. And by the way, that leads to lower interest rates. So a very curious market right now for sure, Aaron.
All right, let's talk about a couple other things here if we can, Dom. Tesla, that company facing another investigation from car safety regulators. What's that about?
So the EV giant is facing another inquiry into safety, this time from the National Traffic Safety Administration, or NHTSA. It said it's looking into reports of what's being called phantom braking, where cars can actually be driven and just stop on the road for no apparent reason. Regulators say they've gotten 354 complaints from Tesla owners, and the models in question are years 2021 and 2022, and they are Tesla Model 3 sedans and Model Y SUVs. The probe covers around 416,000 vehicles. It's important to note here, no crashes or injuries have been reported. But it's not the only reason Tesla's in the news today. You've got nonprofit reviews publication Consumer Reports also announcing that its most reliable electric vehicle for 2022 is no longer the Tesla Model 3. It is now being replaced by the Ford Mustang Mach-E. And then, of course, Tesla founder and CEO Elon Musk back in the headlines again, Aaron, this time accusing U.S. securities regulators of harassment in a calculated effort to what he calls chill his right to free speech. So a lot going on with Tesla today, Aaron.
And there are also these reports about Google today, Dom. That company just announcing plans to adopt some new privacy restrictions. How might a move like that affect other big tech companies?
So here's what's going on. It's adopting Google, these new privacy policies and restrictions that will cut back on companies and apps being able to track your activity. It is important because Google makes, of course, the popular Android operating system for smartphones. Anyone who already uses Apple products knows all about this because Apple has been giving iPhone and iPad users the ability, that little screen that shows up, to opt out of letting apps and companies track their usage and browsing data. A lot of companies collect and use this data, and they sell it to companies who then sell ads to you based upon what you like to see in your smartphone. Facebook in particular has been hit hard by slowing revenue growth tied to these policies around Apple and its restrictions basically on tracking apps. If Google does it as well, that's two of the biggest smartphone operating systems in the world that will then give us as users the ability to say companies no longer track me.
All right, Dom Chu for us at CNBC today. Thanks, Dom.
You got it.
The wealth gap in Silicon Valley is growing even wider. A new report is revealing staggering numbers about the income divide in that very region. Now, researchers say Silicon Valley is the richest 25%. Among the richest there, holds 92% of the region's wealth. Experts say that if Silicon Valley were in fact its own country, it would be considered politically unstable. So here to help us put all of this into context and what those numbers actually mean, CNBC reporter Yasmin Khorram for us here. Yasmin, just break down these numbers and really what are the biggest findings in this report?
Well, Morgan, the wealth gap in Silicon Valley is growing. That's according to a new report out by Joint Venture, a nonprofit organization which tracks economic trends across California. Take a look at these numbers. More than 90% of the region's wealth is held by the top quarter of earners, with the top 10th holding more than 75% of it. Meantime, a third of Silicon Valley households can't get by without financial help from friends, family, and the government. So what's behind these staggering numbers? A large part of it, Morgan, is income. The average annual salary in Silicon Valley last year was $170,000, with the median income just shy of $140,000, more than twice the national average. Yet service workers at these tech companies, some of the biggest companies, pulled in only $31,000. That's despite having a higher minimum wage than other cities in California. Morgan, tech dominates this workforce out here in Silicon Valley. Nearly a third of the workforce and the jobs are in that sector, with 13% of those people working just at Apple or Google.
You know, Yasmin, I do want to ask, though, just when you look at that region more broadly, I mean, for the first time in 12 years, the Valley experienced a decline in population. Do we know why that is?
That's right. A huge decline. A lot of these people are moving to other cities such as Las Vegas, Portland, Seattle. Around 40,000 people left Silicon Valley last year, the biggest decline in a decade. And that's not even to mention Palantir, HP, Tesla, Oracle, all moving their headquarters out. Something to note, though, these companies moved their headquarters out, but they left behind much of their workforce and their operations generations. Morgan, the big question for 2022 is which will grow larger, the wealth gap or the mass exodus that we're seeing out here?
All right, CNBC's Yasmin Quorum for us there. Yasmin, thank you. And coming up, the city of Minneapolis is remembering 22-year-old Amir Locke today.
Still ahead, how it's honoring his life as new questions emerge about the police raid that led to his death.
What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community?
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers.
2022 is off to a busy start.
Winter's wrath causing headaches from coast to coast.
It's been really incredible to see how quickly volunteers started to help with the cleanup efforts.
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community?
News is happening now.
A look at what's making headlines around the world.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
This is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
There's no better place for fun with friends. Quality time with your little golf buddy. Or an afternoon alone together. With the Golf Now app, family and friends are just a tap away. Just pick your course, pay from your phone, get out and enjoy. Golf Now. Download the app and go play.
There were residents who hung on for dear life. I've heard people say the town is gone. Do you see it that way?
Absolutely not. We've lost some houses, but our community's still here.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
Making news right now, an Oklahoma man has just been executed for murdering 4 people back in 2005. 35-year-old Gilbert Postel died by lethal injection this morning. Officials say he targeted his victims because he believed they were responsible for a motorcycle accident that injured his father, though there was no evidence to support that claim. The murders were carried out by Postel as well as his brother and father. A frightening crash on a Colorado highway caught on dash cam video. Watch as a driver pulled over by a state trooper on a motorcycle just seconds after the trooper walked away from the car. Look at that. A van slams into the back of it. Officials say both the driver of the car and the driver of the van suffered minor injuries. The van driver was cited for careless driving. And Girl Scout cookie fans, be warned. If you live in Massachusetts or New Hampshire, you might not be able to get your sweet fix. Supply chain issues are leading to shortages of trefoil, samosas, s'mores, adventurefuls. Scouts are also getting a smaller cut from the sale of the cookies, leading to less money for their activities.
The funeral for Amir Locke is happening today in Minnesota. The 22-year-old was shot to death when the Minneapolis SWAT team carried out a no-knock warrant. He was not the subject of the search there and was asleep on the couch when officers entered the apartment. Police say the officer opened fire after seeing the barrel of a gun, which Locke legally owned. NBC News correspondent Ron Allen joins us now from Minneapolis. Ron, can you give us a sense of what's taken place so far during the funeral there?
It's just getting underway. It's a bit late starting, but people are starting to gather here in Minneapolis, and it's not lost on anyone that this is another funeral happening for the death of a young black man. Just back in April, Dante Wright, who was shot and killed by a police officer, Kim Potter, his funeral service was here in this very same church. Potter's sentencing happens tomorrow, by the way, in Minneapolis, so there was a lot going on in this town, a lot of trauma, a lot of events echoing each other. Not far away, there is the federal trial going on of the 3 officers who were involved in the death of George Floyd as well. So there's that too. But here, mourners are just arriving at the church. Things are just getting underway. The Reverend Al Sharpton will deliver the eulogy, his third, as he points out, here in this town in recent months. And we expect it to be very emotional. Locke's family has been adamant that he was an innocent man, that this whole incident happened in a matter of 10 seconds, and that the police used this no-knock warrant and burst into the apartment, and that Locke was not even named or the subject of the warrant. So again, a lot of anger, a lot of grief, a lot of outpouring of sorrow here we expect today as, again, the service is about to get underway. Aaron?
Ron, Minneapolis's mayor, Jacob Frey, and there's some leadership from the police department there in that city. They are not attending the funeral today. Were they invited?
I don't think so. There's a lot of tension between the family, the supporters of Locke, and the city administration. They want, the family does, the officer who was involved in this charge, they want him fired. There have been some activists who have called for the dismissal of the interim police chief here because of what she said in the days after this incident happened. There's a lot of tension. The mayor has declared a moratorium, a stop to these no-knock warrants that have been used in the city. And there are investigations going on at the local and state level to determine whether or not, in fact, the officer who fired the shots and the others who were involved in that raid should be prosecuted. But no decisions on that as of yet. And again, today, most people are trying to focus on the service here for a young man, 22 years old, who was shot and killed.
All right, Ron Allen for us in Minneapolis today. Ron, thank you.
Federal prosecutors are sharing text messages and social media posts from 2 of the 3 men convicted of killing Ahmaud Arbery. They say those messages included derogatory comments about black people. Travis McMichael, Greg McMichael, and William Bryan are charged with committing hate crimes as well as attempted kidnapping. They were convicted of murdering Arbery last year, and all 3 have pleaded not guilty to these latest charges. NBC News legal analyst Danny Savalos joins us now. Danny, look, many of these posts and messages include racial epithets, slurs, stereotypes, even death threats aimed at black people. What role would you actually expect from a legal standpoint that these messages would play into the prosecution's case?
Yeah, one thing that watchers of this case are learning pretty quickly is that no matter how password protected your iPhone is, whatever's on your backup in the cloud, prosecutors could get to. So however bawdy you get in your group texts with your friends, that's something that prosecutors may find out about. And that's exactly what's going on here to a large extent. You have some of these really horrific text messages that are being used by prosecutors to demonstrate a racial animus. That's what's legally happening. They're saying to the jury essentially, look, these folks on other occasions used racial epithets. Therefore, you can presume or draw or infer that when they shot Ahmaud Arbery, they did so with a racial animus. And the defense will probably make the argument that is a legally accurate one, but maybe not a morally palatable one for the jury, which is, well, just because they said this on Wednesday doesn't mean they were racist when they shot Ahmaud Arbery. That's going to be a really tough road to go.
It's interesting, though, when you talk about what the defense may say in terms of it just being morally reprehensible, but they also said that context matters when considering messages and social media posts. So what exactly did the defense mean by that in this particular case? I mean, if they use those epithets not specifically about Arbery, does that still count?
Yeah, exactly. You're honing in on the key issue of the case. The defense is going to argue, yeah, context is everything. Why? Because they have to. And by saying context, what they're going to say is context is everything. They were talking about a joke that is inappropriate and not funny, but it was a joke. I'm just guessing at what they might argue. And contextually, that's different from getting in your car and hunting down someone because of their race. I mean, that's the only real defense
or is
that this
it,
defense has when you have this kind of bad.
Say.
Right. Well, the prosecutor's going to use the exact same evidence and say, well, this same evidence, you as a jury can use your common sense. You can infer that if on Tuesday someone used the N-word, that on Thursday when they shot someone who happened to be African-American, that the N-word might have been on their mind. And I think the jurors might reasonably draw that inference.
Danny Savalos for us there. Danny, as always, thank you so much.
More Amazon warehouse employees are one step closer to unionizing. The National Labor Relations Board said on Wednesday that the tech giant and a group of its New York City workers have tentatively agreed on terms of a union election. NBC News Digital reporter Aiza Garcia-Hodges joins us now. Aiza, what do we know about this effort here in New York and who's leading it?
So it's being spearheaded by a former Amazon employee, Chris Smalls. And it's unusual because he's not doing this with the support of a traditional union. But Amazon is pushing back on this and saying that, they don't think that this particular factory has enough support to approve a union. The election agreement still needs to also be approved by the NLRB. But again, this is part of a bigger push that we're seeing among Amazon workers who are complaining about conditions and are looking and pushing for unionization efforts. But again, it's still a bit of an uphill battle for them because of the fact that other efforts have not been successful among Amazon employees, Aaron.
So what does this mean for Amazon warehouse workers in other parts of the country?
So there are also in Bessemer, Alabama, for instance, there is another election taking place, kind of a redo of an election that happened a little while ago and that was contested. The results were contested. And so the workers there were allowed to redo the election. And so if the NLRB approves the one in Staten Island, both of these elections will be taking place in March. What's interesting, though, is that unionization efforts have faced an uphill battle because of the fact that there's high turnover at factories. The work is very grueling and demanding, according to workers. And so, many of them burn out after a while. And so, again, this high turnover makes it difficult to kind of see through unionization efforts to completion. And so, again, both of these votes are, if the one in Staten Island is approved, they both face the uphill battle of, is this enough support to lead to an actual union within the company?
All right. Aiza Garcia-Hodges, we appreciate it. Thank you. Dozens of people are dead following massive mudslides across Brazil.
Coming up next, the desperate search for survivors and an up-close look at the devastation left behind. Stay with us.
There were residents who hung on for dear life. I've heard people say the town is gone. Do you see it that way?
Absolutely not. We've lost some houses, but our community's still here.
Hey everybody, it's Hoda Kotb from the Today Show. I am so excited to tell you about my new podcast, Making Space with Hoda Kotb. I sit down with some incredible people and we'll hear some uplifting stories.
Listen to Making Space now on Apple Podcasts.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News.
Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from
Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, a taste of freedom.
The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency.
What's the biggest risk right now?
Some of the troops who have been proud.
I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate.
In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You are some resilient folks. Let me get in.
There's no better place for fun with friends, quality time with your little golf buddy, or an afternoon alone together. Family and friends are just a tap away. Just pick your course, pay from your phone. Golf now. Download the app and go play.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
and this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
There were residents who hung on for dear life. I've heard people say the town is gone. Do you see it that way?
Absolutely not. We've lost some houses, but our community's still here.
The death toll is rising after mudslides in Brazil and French presidential candidates referencing racist conspiracy theories. Let's go around the world in 60 seconds. Brazil, where the death toll has risen to at least 94 following flooding and mudslides in the city of Petrópolis. The heavy rain started Tuesday morning. At last report, at least 35 people were still missing. This was the heaviest rainfall in that region since 1932. Australia, where a hunt is underway for a shark that killed a British diving instructor on Wednesday. Authorities were forced to close nearby beaches.
I was very sad for the person taken, but at the same time, it's the risk we take swimming in the ocean. It's their domain. It's the shark's domain.
It's the first fatal shark attack in Sydney in nearly 60 years. And France, where presidential candidates have embraced a racist conspiracy theory. A far-right candidate and a conservative candidate have started referencing, quote, the Great Replacement. It's the belief that non-white immigrants, especially Muslims, are moving to Western countries to erase Christian values. The election is in April. The conservative is polling close to incumbent Emmanuel Macron. And that's the world now.
Well, speaking of the world, it is watching the Kremlin's next move along the Russia-Ukraine border. Former government officials joined NBC News for an exclusive war room exercise. So they discussed possible scenarios the Kremlin could actually be considering and then mapped out how the U.S. might respond. Here's NBC News Chief Foreign Affairs Correspondent Andrea Mitchell.
Inside our Situation Room, the exercise begins with a Russian false flag attack in eastern Ukraine to create a pretext to invade. At the table, former Joint Chiefs Chairman, retired Admiral Mike Mullen, former Undersecretary of Defense Michel Flournoy, former CIA Director and retired four-star General David Petraeus, cyber expert Dmitry Alperovich of the nonprofit Silverado Policy Accelerator think tank, and former National Security Advisor Tom Donilon.
Our goals, I think, should be to build out a case here that is clear to Putin as to what the cost is going to be for action that he might take here.
We should be communicating to individuals in Moscow that life is going to be very, very tough for you if you go into Ukraine. You may be able to get all the way to the Dnieper or all the way, you might even push the government out of Kiev. But at the end of the day, we're going to make life hell for you if that is the case. And again, with some experience as a counterinsurgent, we'll tell them you don't have the numbers. What you have is not enough. This is exactly what we invaded Iraq with, about 130,000 or more troops. It's nowhere near enough for a country that is multiples the size of Iraq. And that should be very clear.
I think we really need to focus on the long-term price that he's going to pay and figure out how to do that. To include, one of the near-term objectives would be to get the NATO response force ready.
The last thing that hasn't been mentioned is accelerating our preparations to deal with refugees. I mean, this is the precursor to war, and you've got to be ready for tens of thousands of Ukrainians to start moving across the border if they are in fact attacked.
Until he draws back, Putin has multiple options. Claiming self-defense, he could take out Ukraine's air defenses with artillery, rockets, and airstrikes as his ground troops cross the border, reaching Kyiv in days. What would the U.S. do?
Call this what it is, which is an unprovoked invasion of a sovereign country in the middle of Europe. I can't emphasize the importance of energy sanctions. Energy accounts for something like 36% of the Russian budget, almost 50% of its Russian exports, so huge vulnerability for Putin.
Putin will get here exactly what he didn't want, right, which is a substantial increase in the infrastructure and forces of NATO on his border. And that's what will have to happen here. But then we have the question of if an insurgency arises, what is the role of the United States in NATO? And I would argue that the United States should undertake to support that insurgency and to do so directly.
What is the state of President Zelensky? That's really important right now. Again, where is he? Is he determined to fight on? What about the conventional forces that have been, as we surmised, been encircled? What about the partisan brigades?
Admiral Mullen, how much do we worry about escalation with Russia?
Can we figure out what his objectives are? Is he actually going to go all the way? It's the kind of thing that is focused on regime change. I would start moving forces. I mean, you can move air forces and naval forces in a direction very quickly.
If Putin did topple Ukraine's government and install a friendly regime, he could start withdrawing, but demand concessions from NATO and the U.S.
You're in the Situation Room. What do you do?
Well, we're asking where the previous prime minister and president are. Where is Zelensky in particular? Where is he physically, but also where is he mentally? Is he willing to lead what will now become quite a substantial insurgency?
He will face an insurgency, even if he's taken out some of the opposition leaders. I mean, you know, even if 10% of the Ukrainian population decides to fight, that's going to be a very substantial insurgency, and there will be very real human costs, Russian soldiers being killed and so forth. That will, I think, could become a real problem for Putin. We should also consider denial of service attacks on the Russian misinformation machine, although there's a risk there. If they're perceived as that's an attack on leadership, that could escalate. So we have to be careful.
This is a really important point. We are nowhere near where we need to be with respect to protecting our private-held critical infrastructure in the United States, and it would be at risk in the event of a long-term standoff with the Russians here. And then we have to start to think about security arrangements of the kind that you do with adversaries.
How long can he sustain that troop formation on these borders?
Longer than we think. That's been my take on him for a long time. I think it would be foolish to think he couldn't sustain it for a significant period of time.
Now, while we wait for what's next in Ukraine, cooperation between Russia and China is ramping up, and that's making Taiwan a little nervous. Taiwanese representatives to the U.S. sat down with NBC News national security correspondent Ken Delanian to give a warning to China.
A small American ally threatened on all sides by a hostile superpower. Not Ukraine, Taiwan. As the world waits to see whether Russia will invade Ukraine, Taiwan is watching closely, and so is China.
Well, like everyone else in the world, we are watching the situation with much concern and anxiety.
In an exclusive interview with NBC News, Taiwan's representative to Washington warns that China and Russia are working together in dangerous ways.
I think it's pretty clear to all of us around the world that those undermining stability are China and Russia.
Xiao B. Kim spent a decade studying in the United States. She calls herself a cat warrior, a counterpart to what China has dubbed its wolf warrior diplomacy, marked by insults and threats.
I believe cats are certainly much more lovable than wolves. Cats are nimble, flexible. Cats can survive in small spaces, which exemplifies Taiwan's current international situation. But also cats have the characteristic that we cannot be coerced.
The U.S. does not officially recognize Taiwan as a separate country, but has promised to support its defense against a Chinese takeover. China views Taiwan as a breakaway province. While the current Russian invasion threat to Ukraine arose abruptly in recent months, China's threatening behavior to Taiwan has been building for years.
Well, we call it gray zone warfare, which is threats and intimidation, which come short of actual invasion and kinetic conflict. And the Chinese have been threatening Taiwan through a number of means, including near-daily incursions of fighter jets into Taiwan's air defense identification zone. The Chinese have also been launching cyber attacks, disinformation, cognitive and psychological warfare on the people of Taiwan, aimed at weakening our resolve to our self-defense and also trying to sow divisions within our society.
Last month, Taiwan had to scramble fighter jets to warn off 39 Chinese warplanes that flew into the island's air defense zone. The U.S. military says China aims to take control of Taiwan.
Taiwan is clearly
one of their ambitions before then. And I think the threat is manifest during this decade, in fact, in the next 6 years.
A spokesman for the Chinese embassy in Washington told NBC News that Taiwan is an inalienable part of China's territory and that China's reunification is an unstoppable historical trend that will not be changed by anyone. U.S. officials say the governments in Beijing and Taipei are looking to see whether the U.S. can deter Vladimir Putin from sending in troops, or make him pay a high price if he does.
There's no question that China is watching the crisis in Ukraine really closely. And if Russia succeeds in seizing Ukraine, Chinese leaders could see that as a green light to go after Taiwan.
At stake, American officials say, is the post-World War II principle that one country can't change the borders of another by force.
If we allow those principles to be challenged with impunity, even if it's half the world away in Europe, that will have an impact here as well. Others are watching. Others are looking to all of us to see how we respond.
As the threat of war looms, so do concerns that one war could lead to another.
And Ken Delaney joins us now from Washington. Ken, I think one of the questions that folks around here might ask is how does an emboldened China and then a bolder Russia affect the everyday American? Does this alliance potentially impact our day-to-day lives?
It's a great question, Aaron. We're seeing part of the answer right now. Russia is poised to invade Ukraine, and if that happens, not only is global security at risk, but prices of basic goods and services are going to go up in America, potentially energy prices as well. And if China ever seizes Taiwan, Aaron, Taiwan is the center of the global semiconductor industry. Most of the chips in the computers and the phones that we use every day are made in Taiwan. So that could be a way that this would affect Americans' pocketbooks. And it's also a threat to the global order that Americans built after World War II, which we have greatly benefited from, Aaron.
A lot of reasons to be paying attention to what's happening right now. Ken Delaney for us in Washington. Thank you.
You bet.
A doctor going to battle with her bank.
After the break, why she believes a refusal to cash her check was racially motivated.
Fire has grown leaps and bounds. What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
In the City of Angels, two kindly old ladies wanted to help homeless men get off the streets forever. And so they did. Listen to The Thing About Helen and Olga, the new podcast from Dateline and Keith Morrison.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
You think it's been healthy for the Democratic Party to highlight the division in the party? What does an exit ramp for Putin look like that allows him to save face? How much of this is on the CDC and how much of this is on Washington? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
A doctor has just filed a lawsuit against Chase Bank alleging racial discrimination because she says the bank refused to cash her check because she's black.
Yeah, her suit is now shedding some light on banks' practices all across the country. Here's NBC News correspondent Priscilla Thompson.
super happy and elated.
Dr. Malika Mitchell-Stewart was overjoyed when, after more than a decade of school and giving birth to her second child late last year, she officially became a doctor. With that title came a new job and a more than $16,000 signing bonus.
It's like a aha moment, like I finally made it. I finally am successful.
This was your moment.
It was my moment.
And it was
taken away.
Taken away by Chase Bank, according to Mitchell-Stewart, when they refused to cash her check. She's now suing for $1 million, alleging discrimination, claiming they refused her services because she's a black woman. Accusations that Chase tells NBC News are, quote, completely false.
If I would have came in as a white male with that same check, I'm sure they would have verified it, deposited, and opened an account for them that day.
Mitchell-Stewart says she visited a Chase Bank near Houston in December to open an account and cash her check.
They looked at the check, and then they kind of looked back at me, and then that's when they started asking me all these questions about like what I did for a living, who gave me this check, what company is this, how old I was.
After answering those questions and even showing her business card, Mitchell-Stewart alleges the bank refused to serve her, claiming the check was fraudulent. She says without ever trying to contact the check's issuer or offering an alternative, like putting a hold on the check until the funds cleared.
I've worked so hard, and to be accused of being a criminal, it hurt my heart.
Chase telling NBC News in a statement, while we fell short on delivering a great customer experience, our employee was concerned that she might be a victim of a scam and offered a safer alternative, such as ACH deposit, to get immediate access to her funds. At no point did they suggest that she was engaged in criminal activity or question the fact that she is a physician. Over the years, there have been many reports detailing similar experiences of black people at America's largest banks. Last year, U.S. banks settled a lawsuit after calling police on a black man who was placed in handcuffs after trying to cash his $900 paycheck.
He said, you people are always coming in here with fake checks. Who do you think he meant? Black people.
We're sorry for where we failed, Mr. Murrow, and accept full responsibility, U.S. Bank told NBC News in a statement, adding that it's strengthening policies to prevent this from happening again. Hashtag banking while black, now a rallying cry on social media.
How widespread is the issue of racism and discrimination in banking?
We've had hundreds of calls.
Dallas-based civil rights attorney Justin Moore is representing Dr. Mitchell-Stewart. He says these incidents can be hard to track because many people don't report them, even when police are called.
The fact that you have a black doctor who can access basic financial services, that has long-standing ramifications. Banks, bank tellers, they have discretion to use their prejudice and weaponize it to prevent black folks and people that are minorities from accessing these services.
The Civil Rights Act of 1964 outlawed discrimination in some public places, but doesn't cover banks, making discrimination cases hard to win. In fact, it's legal for banks to treat customers differently as long as they receive services in the end. But in the wake of George Floyd's murder, banks pledged billions towards racial equity, Chase making a $30 billion commitment.
At J.P. Morgan Chase, a key goal is to help break down systemic barriers that have created profound disparities.
This lawsuit, some advocates say, a reminder that banks are still falling short.
No more performative allyship. We need actual, real, tangible resources, and we need unfettered access to those resources.
No one should be allowed to just say, I feel uncomfortable and refuse service. That's not right.
That was Priscilla Thompson reporting. Thank you so much for being with us this hour. I'm Morgan Radford.
And I'm Aaron Gilchrist. The news continues right now. Breaking news first on NBC News Now. Misled by Moscow, Russia says it's pulling back its troops at the Ukraine border. But the White House says the Russians are lying. The case Secretary of State Antony Blinken just laid out at the United Nations.
Winter blast, a powerful weather system making its way across the U.S. as millions are facing the threat of snow, ice, and rain. We'll time it out for you next.
Taking on Trump, the New York Attorney General heading to court, facing off with lawyers for the former president's businesses. Her latest push to get Trump family members to testify.
And tough cookies. The supply chain shortage is hitting some states where it truly hurts. Yes, we are talking about those Girl Scout cookies, Thin Mints thinning out. Doosey does, more like Doosey don'ts. What it means for the Scouts and cookie aficionados everywhere.
And And good Thursday, everybody. I'm Aaron Gilchrist.
And I'm Morgan Radford. Thank you so much for joining us. We begin this hour with the crisis in Ukraine reaching a potential breaking point. The U.S. and its NATO allies are accusing Russia of lying about de-escalation.
Secretary of State Antony Blinken just made America's case to the United Nations Security Council. Violence has already begun to unfold in that region. Ukraine's president saying pro-Russian separatists opened fire on civilian territory today, damaging a kindergarten. No children were hurt there. The Russian-backed rebels, however, claim Ukrainian forces are responsible.
Russia's defense ministry is claiming that more troops are returning to their home bases, and they released a new video for the third straight day. But U.S. officials and NATO allies say 7,000 more Russian troops have actually moved toward the border in just the last 3 days. Here's what we heard from Secretary Blinken at the UN just moments ago.
As we meet today, the most immediate threat to peace and security is Russia's looming aggression against Ukraine.
Now, our team is covering all of the troop movements and responses at this hour. Matt Bradley in Ukraine, Matt Bodner in Moscow. Let's begin with NBC News global security reporter Dan DeLuce in Washington. Dan, some strong words today, both from President Biden and from Secretary Blinken we just saw there. Walk us through some of what the secretary had to say at the UN today.
This was a dramatic, unusual moment at the UN, and you had the Secretary of State basically laying out what the U.S. expects Russia to do, that it's basically forecasting how Russia might invade Ukraine, how it would come out with some false pretext in advance, and there seemed to be signs of that. He also said he was there not to start a war, but to prevent one, which was sort of a vague, indirect reference to the Iraq War in 2003. And then he also offered diplomacy still, to engage in diplomacy with the Russians, proposing a meeting with his counterpart next week, Sergei Lavrov. But what was really extraordinary is how he kept going back to laying out a kind of scenario, saying there would be this kind of false rationale as an excuse to invade. There would be cyber attacks and aerial bombardment. Let's hear what he had to say about that.
We don't know precisely how things will play out. But here's what the world can expect to see unfold. Russia plans to manufacture a pretext for its attack. This could be a violent event that Russia will blame on Ukraine, or an outrageous accusation that Russia will level against the Ukrainian government. Russia may describe this event as ethnic cleansing or a genocide, making a mockery of a concept that we in this chamber do not take lightly. Russian media has already begun to spread some of these false alarms and claims to maximize public outrage, to lay the groundwork for an invented justification for war.
So that was the sobering presentation from the Secretary of State, really indicating a dire circumstance where the U.S. does see the likelihood of invasion very much in the works, and that there was very little time left to stop it.
Matt Bodner, you know, the narrative that we heard from the Secretary earlier today is not, the type of narrative is not new. This is sort of in line with what we've been hearing from the U.S. Has there been any response from the Russians to the comments that we heard today, or the type of narrative that the U.S. is putting out there?
Thank you, Aaron. Well, not yet. I think that they're also just starting to digest what we heard from Secretary Blinken. But as we've discussed, you know, we've started seeing some of this stuff here in Moscow. Putin on Monday saying that there's a genocide in Donbass. Yesterday, a Russian law enforcement body opening an investigation into what they said are unmarked graves in Donbass. And then today, this issue with the exchanging of fire along the line of contact in Donbass. We now understand that that was the rebel region firing on a kindergarten in the Ukrainian government-controlled region. But nonetheless, on the daily Kremlin press briefing, we heard Dmitry Peskov, Putin's spokesman, say that that they are concerned about escalation here. They're concerned about Ukrainian preparations, Ukrainian mobilizations in eastern Ukraine, kind of implying that they might, as they have been implying, try to themselves make a move on eastern Ukraine. So, you know, we're starting to see a little bit more of that. And that, you know, Dan was exactly correct, I think, in describing Blinken's scenario as sobering, because we're seeing the groundwork laid. But I want to be careful and say and make it clear that that is not yet wall to wall in the messaging. But, you know, if you kind of compare it to the troop movements, you can say now that Russia has the narrative elements in place if they choose to pull the trigger on this one. Forgive the analogy.
Matt Bradley, we're obviously still learning about what happened in eastern Ukraine today, but you've had your ear to the ground there. What are you hearing? What are leaders saying about these shellings?
Well, it was both sides exchanging accusations, faulting the other for this exchange of fire. You know, the Ukrainians are saying that this could be part of some sort of pretext. But guys, we keep using these words: pretext, casus belli, false flag operations. It doesn't need to be false. It doesn't need to be a lie in order to start a war. Remember, the types of fighters that we have in the eastern part of the country are Russian-backed or Russian-led. They're not necessarily the kind of disciplined military that would need to be directed into battle or need to be led. They could be undisciplined. They could be firing and hitting kindergartens, as we just saw today. This isn't the kind of thing that a professional army would try to do deliberately. So there could be some sort of mistake, some sort of errant shell that would create a pretext for a war. And that's exactly the kind of thing that the Ukrainian government is worried about, because, guys, this is part of a playbook. What Anthony Blinken laid out in front of the Security Council is something that has happened before, back in 2008 in Georgia, when Russian troops moved in quite quickly and cleaved off a bunch of territory in that country. And that was very effective. They had a pretext. They were able to utilize it in order to create a casus belli, and that is something that we could be seeing here in Ukraine in the coming days. That's what the administration is worried about, and that's what was presented before the Security Council today by Anthony Blinken. Guys.
All right. Matt Bradley for us in Ukraine, Matt Bodner in Russia, and Dan DeLuce in Washington. Thank you.
Meanwhile, here at home, we are keeping a close eye on the monster winter storm that's expected to impact almost half of the entire country. More than 200 million people are under winter weather alerts. That's all the way from Texas to Vermont. We're talking heavy rain, snow, ice, all expected to make traveling a major headache in the next 24 hours. Melting snow, heavy rain, flooded roads in Chicago, Indianapolis. Strong wind gusts are expected in some places, strong enough to even break off tree branches and knock down power lines. Meteorologist Bill Cairns has the storm's latest track here in just a moment. But first, let's begin with NBC News correspondent Shaquille Brewster. He's live for us right now in Chicago, where some schools are closed today due to that storm. Shaq, it seems to be okay where you're standing right now, but what is it like there in other parts of the state?
Yeah, that's right, Morgan. Right now, it's fairly calm right now. We know that last night there was some heavy rain, but what is to come is that snow that you're seeing in other areas of the country. You mentioned some school districts are closed, a few dozen school districts closed. We're also hearing that plows are pre-positioned throughout the city. But when you look at what's going on in Kansas City, Missouri, that's the best test. That's the best indicator of what we can expect here in Chicago. Their snow is being dumped. There's reports of certain snowfall falling at a rate of 2 inches an hour. You look at Kansas City, that system is going to make its way here. We're here in Chicago. They're expecting 1 to 4 inches later this afternoon. But this is not a system where we're just talking about snow. We're also talking about rain, sleet, ice, and that heavy wind. More than 111 Americans under wind alerts right now with this same system. And the concern is when you get further south. You look at Tennessee, you look at Mississippi, the concern there is damaging and strong tornadoes and some hail. So this is a massive storm system that stretches all the way from New Mexico all the way up to Vermont and is making its way east right now.
All right, NBC Shaquille Brewster there live in Chicago. Shaq, thank you. And for more, let's go ahead and bring in meteorologist Bill Cairns, who's tracking this for us. Bill, where is the storm hitting right now? And really, what can we expect as we now head into the weekend?
Yeah, Morgan, so far, Kansas, Missouri, areas of Illinois have seen the wintry weather side of this storm, ice and snow. And now we're getting into the dangerous portion of the storm. We have a tornado watch that has been issued for portions of Louisiana, areas of Alabama and Mississippi. Excuse me, Mississippi, not Alabama yet. That'll be later on tonight. And then areas from Little Rock up to Memphis. So Little Rock is not in the tornado watch. If you look at the little pink box there, you can see it's right along the Mississippi River, northwards up into Memphis. It's right near Tupelo, definitely down towards all the west western half of Mississippi is in this tornado watch, and this is until 6 p.m. Central Standard Time, so right through sunset. And then if the tornadoes do develop and the storms are strong enough, they'll likely issue another tornado watch later today in areas of central Tennessee and through much of Alabama. Also, tremendous amount of rain now heading into southern Illinois, right over the Ohio River, southern portions of Indiana. Now we're going to start to hear about flooding problems along with other issues, too. So here's the 18 million people at risk in our severe weather threat. So we have that tornado watch covering Jacksonville, Greenville to Memphis to Tupelo. Later today, we'll watch those storms heading towards Nashville and Birmingham. So here's the timing of all this mess. Let's pause this at 6 p.m. this evening. Notice that's when the snow was over Chicago, so the evening commute in Chicago will be slippery and will be dicey. Same for Detroit. Icy weather central Illinois, also Indiana into northern Ohio, and then those thunderstorms will be pushing through areas of Mississippi and Alabama. As we fast forward, the one good thing about this storm, it's quick. It's in and it's out. By 6 a.m. tomorrow morning, the rain is only right along the coastal areas from New York City down through the Delmarva. Also rain from Boston out towards the Cape. But by 9 a.m., it's gone, and then it's just going to be breezy behind it. So at least travel will be much improved as we go throughout Friday afternoon. So here's the winter weather headlines. 42 million people impacted. We've already seen 7 to 8 inches of snow in areas like Lawrence, Kansas, and that is what's going to head towards Champaign, Illinois, northern Indiana, and up towards Detroit. And as far as that rainfall goes, heavy rain now through the Ohio Valley, and then finally that ice forecast in northern portions of Illinois. So guys, it's quite a day out there today. I mean, when you see it's 68 degrees in Washington, D.C., it's 10 degrees in Minneapolis, there's a lot of extremes, and that typically means a pretty big storm, and we have it.
Well, here is hoping this storm stays as quick as you are anticipating. Bill Cairns for us there. Bill, thank you. And coming up, big tech companies in California are making more money than ever, but their local communities are still suffering.
Coming up, a closer look at the widening wealth gap in Silicon Valley.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, a taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency.
What's the biggest risk right now?
Some of the troops who have been proud.
I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate.
In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You with some resilient folks, let me get a hint.
News is more than a headline. It informs, it inspires, and it still matters. To cover it, you have to be in it. And that's what we're gonna do. Every night, we take you to the front lines of the story, where it's actually happening, with NBC News journalists on the ground from all over the world. We cover what you need to know and bring your newsfeed to life. In primetime and streaming live, it's your news playlist every night.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
There were residents who hung on for dear life. I've heard people say the town is gone. Do you see it that way?
Absolutely not. We've lost some houses, but our community's still here.
Hey everybody, it's Hoda Kotb from The Today Show. I am so excited to tell you about my new podcast, Making Space with Hoda Kotb. I sit down with some incredible people and we'll hear some uplifting stories.
Listen to Making Space now on Apple Podcasts.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Lawyers for former President Donald Trump are battling the New York Attorney General's office in court today. New York AG Letitia James is leading a civil investigation into the Trump organization's business practices. As part of that probe, she wants testimony from the former president and two of his children, Donald Jr. and Ivanka. NBC News correspondent for investigations, Tom Winter, joins us now. He's been tracking this story. Tom, I understand that this hearing just wrapped up today. Do we know what happened?
Sure. So it was approximately a 2-hour hearing, Aaron, and the good news is, I think, for all sides, you know, I'm not one to provide analysis or opinion, but I think the news today and the good news is that by 3 o'clock, the judge says he's going to rule on this and determine whether or not the former president of the United States, two of his children, Ivanka Trump and Donald Trump Jr., you're seeing them there on screen, of course, whether or not they will have to testify in this ongoing civil investigation being led by the New York Attorney General. So that's the issue that's at play here. And this whole hearing was to determine or come to a point where he could hear arguments based on a flurry of filings in this case as to why or why not they should testify. And the key kind of concern and the thing that on two prongs really that the president's attorneys raised was this idea. One, he's under criminal investigation by the Manhattan District Attorney's Office. There's also members of the Attorney General's office, two of them that have been assigned to that investigation. So is there going to be some sort of a cross-pollination of what he says on the civil side could hurt him criminally? And then this idea that Attorney General Letitia James, while she was running for office, essentially made a promise that she was going to go after the former president. So they raised concerns on those grounds. The judge seemed to question why the former president should get treated in any different way and why he couldn't just assert the Fifth Amendment. So I think the tea leaves pointing to the possibility that he may have to testify.
All right, Tom Winter for us today, keeping track of this hearing with the Attorney General and the former president's businesses. Tom, thank you.
Federal prosecutors are revealing new evidence against the far-right group, the Oath Keepers. They put out new details on Wednesday that they say shows the group had plans that extended far beyond the January 6th attack on the Capitol. NBC News senior congressional correspondent Garrett Hake joins us now. Garrett, just sort of lay out for us what exactly prosecutors argued here and really how the leader of the Oath Keepers is now responding.
Yeah, so this man, Stuart Rhodes, is facing the most serious charges of any person yet as relates to the January 6th attack, seditious conspiracy. This new filing was all part of a bail hearing to see whether or not he needs to be held by the government or could be free in some form of his own recognizance until his trial begins. And in it, the government presented evidence in the form of text messages, essentially saying that if Trump failed to act on January 6th, he and his militia would act instead. The government says Rhodes had caches of weapons that he was keeping across the river in Virginia, and that, you know, they were sort of waiting for Donald Trump to invoke the Insurrection Act so that they could come in and kind of help Trump maintain power. Rhodes' attorneys say, look, this is someone who didn't go into the Capitol on January 6th. You didn't find him with a weapon on that day, and you didn't bother to arrest him for another year, so he's not really a flight risk, and you ought to let him out on his own recognizance till trial. So far, the judge hasn't made a decision on that point.
And the truth is, Garrett, you know, all eyes are still on what happened on January 6th. We all try to unpack what happened, how the radicalization happened for some of the peoples we saw there. We know that the January 6th committee is meeting. What can we expect to happen this week?
Well, we've actually got a House Administration Committee meeting that's happening today that should be interesting. This is another of the police department, the Capitol Police Department IG's flash reports. It's his final report, basically looking at what of the recommendations he has made across the board have been put into place by the Capitol Police. He's expected to tell the committee that while they've done pretty good work so far in making a lot of operational changes, he still wants to see bigger cultural changes, particularly around things like training and on the idea that this is not a normal police force. It needs to be more of a protection force like we see with the Secret Service. He's not convinced that the cultural shift has been enough yet for Capitol Police, and that until that happens, you're still kind of running the risk that another large group, any kind of other big event like what happened on January 6th, could put this whole community in danger.
And I want to switch gears for a minute here, Garrett, because we're also learning that there's a new development surrounding the Trump Hotel lease of the old post office building in D.C. What do you know about that?
Yeah, remember, Donald Trump is now trying to get out of that lease. They're trying to sell the hotel to another developer. Today, we're seeing a letter from the House Oversight Committee to the General Services Administration. That's the government entity with whom that lease exists. That letter says basically, hey, you know that news from the Trump accounting firm earlier this week that Trump previous financial statements aren't reliable? Those are the statements that he used to secure this lease, and they're asking for the GSA to cancel the lease outright. Morgan, I'm not convinced the GSA will even respond to this or will do so in a timely enough manner to affect the potential sale here, but there's a lot of money involved. The outside group that's bidding on the hotel is set to pay something like $300 million for the remainder of that lease, so there's a lot of money at stake, and a lot of it would go to the former president if the deal goes through.
Wow. All right, Garrett Haake with the latest and greatest. Thank you, Garrett.
On the money this hour, tensions between Russia and Ukraine weighing heavily on the markets today. Stocks are falling for yet another day. CNBC senior markets correspondent Dom Chu is joining us now. Dom, we heard from the president earlier today that he does expect Russia will attack Ukraine in the coming days. The Secretary of State reiterated that today. How are the markets reacting?
So it's negative. I mean, the Dow, the S&P 500, and Aaron, to your point, the Nasdaq, each are shedding at least 1% in trading so far, and much of it has to do with that increasing tension, as you point out, between Russia and Ukraine. Whether Russia will actually cross the border, whether the headlines around whether an attack is imminent are actually accurate, whether we're at a crucial moment in the conflict, or whether pro-Russian separatists are actually conducting attacks already. Markets are responding right now in real time. By no means, though, is this a panic in any way. But what it is a byproduct of investors reducing the amount of risk they have in the markets. We see a lot of these stocks under pressure because of that. But other assets that are viewed as being relative safe havens, Aaron, are actually catching a bid, which is why you see gold prices higher, which is why you see prices for U.S. government bonds higher as well. And by the way, that leads to lower interest rates. So a very curious market right now for sure, Aaron.
All right, let's talk about a couple other things here if we can, Dom. Tesla, that company facing another investigation from car safety regulators. What's that about?
So the EV giant is yes, facing another inquiry into safety, this time from the National Traffic Safety Administration, or NHTSA. It said it's looking into reports of what's being called phantom braking, where cars can actually be driven and just stop on the road for no apparent reason. Regulators say they've gotten 354 complaints from Tesla owners, and the models in question are years 2021 and 2022, and they are Tesla Model 3 sedans and Model Y SUVs. The probe covers around 416,000 vehicles. It's important to note here, no crashes or injuries have been reported. But it's not the only reason Tesla's in the news today. You've got nonprofit reviews publication Consumer Reports also announcing that its most reliable electric vehicle for 2022 is no longer the Tesla Model 3. It is now being replaced by the Ford Mustang Mach-E. And then, of course, Tesla founder and CEO Elon Musk back in the headlines again, Aaron, this time accusing U.S. securities regulators of harassment in a calculated effort to what he calls chill his right to free speech. So a lot going on with Tesla today, Aaron.
And there are also these reports about Google today, Dom. That company just announcing plans to adopt some new privacy restrictions. How might a move like that affect other big tech companies?
So here's what's going on. It's adopting Google, these new privacy policies and restrictions that will cut back on companies and apps being able to track your activity. It is important because Google makes, of course, the popular Android operating system for smartphones. Anyone who already uses Apple products knows all about this because Apple has been giving iPhone and iPad users the ability, that little screen that shows up, to opt out of letting apps and companies track their usage and browsing data. A lot of companies collect and use this data, and they sell it to companies who then sell ads to you based upon what you like to see in your smartphone. Facebook in particular has been hit hard by slowing revenue growth tied to these policies around Apple and its restrictions basically on tracking apps. If Google does it as well, that's two of the biggest smartphone operating systems in the world that will then give us as users the ability to say companies no longer track me.
All right, Dom Chu for us at CNBC today. Thanks, Dom.
You got it.
The wealth gap in Silicon Valley is growing even wider. A new report is revealing staggering numbers about the income divide in that very region. Now, researchers say Silicon Valley is the richest 25% among the richest there, holds 92% of the region's wealth. Experts say that if Silicon Valley were in fact its own country, it would be considered politically unstable. So here to help us put all of this into context and what those numbers actually mean, CNBC reporter Yasmin Khorram for us here. Yasmin, just break down these numbers and really what are the biggest findings in this report?
Well, Morgan, the wealth gap in Silicon Valley is growing. That's according to a new report out by Joint Venture, a nonprofit organization which tracks economic trends across California. Take a look at these numbers. More than 90% of the region's wealth is held by the top quarter of earners, with the top 10th holding more than 75% of it. Meantime, a third of Silicon Valley households can't get by without financial help, from friends, family, and the government. So what's behind these staggering numbers? A large part of it, Morgan, is income. The average annual salary in Silicon Valley last year was $170,000, with the median income just shy of $140,000, more than twice the national average. Yet service workers at these tech companies, some of the biggest companies, pulled in only $31,000. That's despite having a higher minimum wage than other cities in California. Morgan, tech dominates this workforce out here in Silicon Valley. Nearly a third of the workforce and the jobs are in that sector, with 13% of those people working just at Apple or Google.
You know, Yasmin, I do want to ask, though, just when you look at that region more broadly, I mean, for the first time in 12 years, the Valley experienced a decline in population. Do we know why that is?
That's right. A huge decline. A lot of these people are moving to other cities such as Las Vegas, Portland, Seattle. Around 40,000 people left Silicon Valley last year, the biggest decline in a decade. And that's not even to mention Palantir, HP, Tesla, Oracle, all moving their headquarters out. Something to note, though, these companies moved their headquarters out, but they left behind much of their workforce and their operations. Morgan, the big question for 2022 is which will grow larger, the wealth gap or the mass exodus that we're seeing out here?
All right, CNBC's Yasmin Khorram for us there. Yasmin, thank you. And coming up, the city of Minneapolis is remembering 22-year-old Amir Locke today.
Still ahead, how it's honoring his life as new questions emerge about the police raid that led to his death.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. You see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts. You think it's been healthy for the Democratic Party to highlight the division in the party? What does an exit ramp for Putin look like that allows him to save face? How much of this is on the CDC and how much of this is on Washington? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
I believe every dream, every journey, every triumph.
And it all starts here.
Let the celebration begin!
The excitement is in the air.
United States!
Is he superhuman?
Feel the magic every day.
She is a superstar.
Kayla, we are cheering you on.
And share every moment with us at the Winter Olympics.
Today
is where the games begin.
You think it's been healthy for the Democratic Party to highlight the division in the party? What does an exit ramp for Putin look like that allows him to save face? How much of this is on the CDC and how much of this is on Washington? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. You see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
You think it's been healthy for the Democratic Party to highlight the division in the party? What does an exit ramp for Putin look like that allows him to save face? How much of this is on the CDC and how much of this is on Washington? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community?
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
Making news right now, an Oklahoma man has just been executed for murdering 4 people back in 2005. 35-year-old Gilbert Postel died by lethal injection this morning. Officials say he targeted his victims because he believed they were responsible for a motorcycle accident that injured his father, though there was no evidence to support that claim. The murders were carried out by Postel as well as his brother and father. A frightening crash on a Colorado highway caught on dash cam video. Watch as a driver pulled over by a state trooper on a motorcycle just seconds after the trooper walked away from the car. Look at that. A van slams into the back of it. Officials say both the driver of the car and the driver of the van suffered minor injuries. The van driver was cited for careless driving. And Girl Scout cookie fans, be warned. If you live in Massachusetts or New Hampshire, you might not be able to get your sweet fix. Supply chain issues are leading to shortages of trefoil, samosas, s'mores, adventurefuls. Scouts are also getting a smaller cut from the sale of the cookies, leading to less money for their activities.
The funeral for Amir Locke is happening today in Minnesota. The 22-year-old was shot to death when the Minneapolis SWAT team carried out a no-knock warrant. He was not the subject of the search there and was asleep on the couch when officers entered the apartment. Police say the officer opened fire after seeing the barrel of a gun, which Locke legally owned. NBC News correspondent Ron Allen joins us now from Minneapolis. Ron, can you give us a sense of what's taken place so far during the funeral there?
It's just getting underway. It's a bit late starting, but people are starting to gather here in Minneapolis, and it's not lost on anyone that this is another funeral happening for the death of a young black man. Just back in April, Dante Wright, who was shot and killed by a police officer, Kim Potter, his funeral service was here in this very same church. Potter's sentencing happens tomorrow, by the way, in Minneapolis, so there was a lot going on in this town, a lot of trauma, a lot of events echoing each other. Not far away, there was the federal trial going on of the 3 officers who were involved in the death of George Floyd as well. So there's that too. But here, mourners are just arriving at the church. Things are just getting underway. The Reverend Al Sharpton will deliver the eulogy, his third, as he points out, here in this town in recent months. And we expect it to be very emotional. Locke's family has been adamant that he was an innocent man, that this whole incident happened in a matter of 10 seconds, and that the police used this no-knock warrant and burst into the apartment, and that Locke was not even named or the subject of the warrant. So again, a lot of anger, a lot of grief, a lot of outpouring of sorrow here we expect today as, again, the service is about to get underway. Aaron?
Ron, Minneapolis's mayor, Jacob Frey, and there's some leadership from the police department there in that city. They are not attending the funeral today. Were they invited?
I don't think so. There's a lot of tension between the family, the supporters of Locke, and the city administration. They want, the family does, the officer who was involved in this charge, they want him fired. There have been some activists who have called for the dismissal of the interim police chief here because of what she said in the days after this incident happened. There's a lot of tension. The mayor has declared a moratorium, a stop to these no-knock warrants that have been used in the city. And there are investigations going on at the local and state level to determine whether or not, in fact, the officer who fired the shots and the others who were involved in that raid should be prosecuted. But no decisions on that as of yet. And again, today, most people are trying to focus on the service here for a young man, 22 years old, who was shot and killed.
All right, Ron Allen for us in Minneapolis today. Ron, thank you.
Federal prosecutors are sharing text messages and social media posts from 2 of the 3 men convicted of killing Ahmaud Arbery. They say those messages included derogatory comments about black people. Travis McMichael, Greg McMichael, and William Bryan are charged with committing hate crimes as well as attempted kidnapping. They were convicted of murdering Arbery last year, and all 3 have pleaded not guilty to these latest charges. NBC News legal analyst Danny Savalos joins us now. Danny, look, many of these posts and messages include racial epithets, slurs, stereotypes, even death threats aimed at black people. What role would you actually expect from a legal standpoint that these messages would play into the prosecution's case?
Yeah, one thing that watchers of this case are learning pretty quickly is that no matter how password protected your iPhone is, whatever's on your backup in the cloud, prosecutors could get to. So However bawdy you get in your group text with your friends, that's something that prosecutors may find out about. And that's exactly what's going on here to a large extent. You have some of these really horrific text messages that are being used by prosecutors to demonstrate a racial animus. That's what's legally happening. They're saying to the jury essentially, look, these folks on other occasions used racial epithets. Therefore, you can presume or draw or infer that when they shot Ahmaud Arbery, they did so with a racial animus. And the defense will probably make the argument that is a legally accurate one, but maybe not a morally palatable one for the jury, which is, well, just because they said this on Wednesday doesn't mean they were racist when they shot Ahmaud Arbery. That's going to be a really tough road to go.
It's interesting, though, when you talk about what the defense may say in terms of it just being morally reprehensible, but they also said that context matters when considering messages and social media posts. So what exactly did the defense mean by that in this particular case? I mean, if they use those epithets not specifically about Arbery, does that still count?
You're honing in on the key issue of the case. The defense is going to argue, yeah, context is everything. Why? Because they have to. And by saying context, what they're going to say is context is everything. They were talking about a joke that is inappropriate and not funny, but it was a joke. I'm just guessing at what they might argue. And contextually, that's different from getting in your car and hunting down someone because of their race. I mean, that's the only real defense
or is
that this
it,
defense has when you have this kind of bad.
Say.
Right. Well, the prosecutor is going to use the exact same evidence and say, well, this same evidence, you as a jury can use your common sense. You can infer that if on Tuesday someone used the N-word, that on Thursday when they shot someone who happened to be African-American, that the N-word might have been on their mind. And I think the jurors might reasonably draw that inference.
Danny Savalos for us there. Danny, as always, thank you so much.
More Amazon warehouse employees are one step closer to unionizing. The National Labor Relations Board said on Wednesday that the tech giant and a group of its New York City workers have tentatively agreed on terms of a union election. NBC News Digital reporter Aiza Garcia-Hodges joins us now. Aiza, what do we know about this effort here in New York and who's leading it?
So it's being spearheaded by a former Amazon employee, Chris Smalls. And it's unusual because he's not doing this with the support of a traditional union. But Amazon is pushing back on this and saying that, they don't think that this particular factory has enough support to approve a union. The election agreement still needs to also be approved by the NLRB. But again, this is part of a bigger push that we're seeing among Amazon workers who are complaining about conditions and are looking and pushing for unionization efforts. But again, it's still a bit of an uphill battle for them because of the fact that other efforts have not been successful among Amazon employees, Aaron.
So what does this mean for Amazon warehouse workers in other parts of the country?
So there are also in Bessemer, Alabama, for instance, there is another election taking place, kind of a redo of an election that happened a little while ago and that was contested. The results were contested. And so the workers there were allowed to redo the election. And so if the NLRB approves the one in Staten Island, both of these elections will be taking place in March. What's interesting, though, is that unionization efforts have faced an uphill battle because of the fact that there's high turnover at factories. The work is very grueling and demanding, according to workers. And so, many of them burn out after a while. And so, again, this high turnover makes it difficult to kind of see through unionization efforts to completion. And so, again, both of these votes are, if the one in Staten Island is approved, they both face the uphill battle of, is this enough support to lead to an actual union within the company?
All right. Aiza Garcia-Hodges, we appreciate it. Thank you. Dozens of people are dead following massive mudslides across Brazil.
Coming up next, the desperate search for survivors and an up-close look at the devastation left behind. Stay with us.
There's no better place for fun with friends. Quality time with your little golf buddy. Or an afternoon alone together. With the Golf Now app, family and friends are just a tap away. Just pick your course, pay from your phone, get out and enjoy. Golf now. Download the app and go play.
There were residents who hung on for dear life.
I've heard people say the town is gone. Do you see it that way?
Absolutely not. We've lost some houses, but our community's still here.
Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast. Available anytime and anywhere.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from the
Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, a taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency.
What's the biggest risk right now?
Some of the troops who have been proud.
I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate.
In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You were some resilient folks. Let me get in.
I believe every dream, every journey, every triumph.
And it all starts here.
Let the celebration begin!
The excitement is in the air.
United States!
Is he superhuman?
Feel the magic every day.
She is a superstar.
Kayla, we are cheering you on.
And share every moment with us at the Winter Olympics. Today is where the games begin.
This is a very different kind of program. We're here to start conversation about the big things happening in our world. Professor, I'm not asking you to predict the future, but what do we think that the new normal is going to be? Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs during this pandemic and their relationship to their employers? What is your biggest tip for any parent who's concerned about this? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community?
Hey everybody, it's Hoda Kotb from the Today Show. I am so excited to tell you about my new podcast, Making Space with Hoda Kotb. I sit down with some incredible people and we'll hear some uplifting stories.
Listen to Making Space now on Apple Podcasts.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
The death toll is rising after mudslides in Brazil and French presidential candidates referencing racist conspiracy theories. Let's go around the world in 60 seconds. Brazil, where the death toll has risen to at least 94 following flooding and mudslides in the city of Petrópolis. The heavy rain started Tuesday morning. At last report, at least 35 people were still missing. This was the heaviest rainfall in that region since 1932. Australia, where a hunt is underway for a shark that killed a British diving instructor on Wednesday. Authorities were forced to close nearby beaches.
I was very sad for the person taken, but at the same time, it's the risk we take swimming in the ocean. It's their domain. It's the shark's domain.
It's the first fatal shark attack in Sydney in nearly 60 years. And France, where presidential candidates have embraced a racist conspiracy theory. A far-right candidate and a conservative candidate have started referencing, quote, the Great Replacement. It's the belief that non-white immigrants, especially Muslims, are moving to Western countries to erase Christian values. The election is in April. The conservative is polling close to incumbent Emmanuel Macron. And that's the world now.
Well, speaking of the world, it is watching the Kremlin's next move along the Russia-Ukraine border. Former government officials joined NBC News for an exclusive war room exercise. So they discussed possible scenarios the Kremlin could actually be considering and then mapped out how the U.S. might respond. Here's NBC News Chief Foreign Affairs Correspondent Andrea Mitchell.
Inside our Situation Room, the exercise begins with a Russian false flag attack in eastern Ukraine to create a pretext to invade. At the table, former Joint Chiefs Chairman, retired Admiral Mike Mullen, former Undersecretary of Defense Michel Flournoy, former CIA Director and retired four-star General David Petraeus, cyber expert Dmitry Alperovich of the nonprofit Silverado Policy Accelerator think tank, and former National Security Advisor Tom Donilon.
Our goals, I think, should be to build out a case here that is clear to Putin as to what the cost is going to be for action that he might take here.
We should be communicating to
individuals in Moscow that life is going to be very, very tough for you if you go into Ukraine. You may be able to get all the way to the Dnieper, or all the way, you might even push the government out of Kiev. But at the end of the day, we're going to make life hell for you if that is the case. And again, with some experience as a counterinsurgent, we'll tell them you don't have the numbers. What you have is not enough. This is exactly what we invaded Iraq with, about 130,000 or more troops. It's nowhere near enough for a country that is multiples the size of Iraq. And that should be very clear.
I think we really need to focus on the long-term price that he's going to pay and figure out how to do that. To include, one of the near-term objectives would be to get the NATO response force ready.
The last thing that hasn't been mentioned is accelerating our preparations to deal with refugees. I mean, this is the precursor to war, and you've got to be ready for tens of thousands of Ukrainians to start moving across the border if they are in fact attacked.
Until he draws back, Putin has multiple options. Claiming self-defense, he could take out Ukraine's air defenses with artillery, rockets, and airstrikes as his ground troops cross the border, reaching Kyiv in days. What would the U.S. do?
Call this what it is, which is an unprovoked invasion of a sovereign country in the middle of Europe. I can't emphasize the importance of energy sanctions. Energy accounts for something like 36% of the Russian budget, almost 50% of its Russian exports, so huge vulnerability for Putin.
Putin will get here exactly what he didn't want, right, which is a substantial increase in the infrastructure and forces of NATO on his border, and that's what will have to happen here. But then we have the question of if an insurgency arises, what is the role of the United States in NATO? And I would argue that the United States should undertake to support that insurgency and to do so directly.
What is the state of President Zelensky? That's really important right now. Again, where is he? Is he determined to fight on? What about the conventional forces that have been, as we surmised, been encircled? What about the partisan brigades?
Admiral Mullen, how much do we worry about escalation with Russia?
Can we figure out what his objectives are? Is he actually going to go all the way? It's the kind of thing that is focused on regime change. I would start moving forces. I mean, you can move air forces and naval forces in a direction very quickly.
If Putin did topple Ukraine's government and install a friendly regime, he could start withdrawing, but demand concessions from NATO and the U.S.
You're in the Situation Room. What do you do?
Well, we're asking where the previous prime minister and president are. Where is Zelensky in particular? Where is he physically, but also where is he mentally? Is he willing to lead what will now become quite a substantial insurgency?
He will face an insurgency, even if he's taken out some of the opposition leaders. I mean, even if 10% of the Ukrainian population decides to fight, that's going to be a very substantial insurgency, and there will be very real human costs, Russian soldiers being killed and so forth. That will, I think, could become a real problem for Putin. We should also consider denial of service attacks on the Russian misinformation machine, although there's a risk there. If they're perceived as that's an attack on leadership, that could escalate. So we have to be careful.
This is a really important point. We are nowhere near where we need to be with respect to protecting our private-held critical infrastructure in the United States, and it would be at risk in the event of a long-term standoff with the Russians here. And then we have to start to think about security arrangements of the kind that you do with adversaries.
How long can he sustain that troop formation on these borders?
Longer than we think. That's been my take on him for a long time. I think it would be foolish to think he couldn't sustain it for a significant period of time.
Now, while we wait for what's next in Ukraine, cooperation between Russia and China is ramping up. And that's making Taiwan a little nervous. Taiwanese representatives to the U.S. sat down with NBC News national security correspondent Ken Delanian to give a warning to China.
A small American ally threatened on all sides by a hostile superpower. Not Ukraine, Taiwan. As the world waits to see whether Russia will invade Ukraine, Taiwan is watching closely, and so is China.
Well, like everyone else in the world, we are watching the situation with much concern and anxiety.
In an exclusive interview with NBC News, Taiwan's representative to Washington warns that China and Russia are working together in dangerous ways.
I think it's pretty clear to all of us around the world that those undermining stability are China and Russia.
Xiao B. Kim spent a decade studying in the United States. She calls herself a cat warrior, a counterpart to what China has dubbed its wolf warrior diplomacy, marked by insults and threats.
I believe cats are certainly much more lovable than wolves. Cats are nimble, flexible. Cats can survive in small spaces, which exemplifies Taiwan's current international situation. But also, cats have the characteristic that we cannot be coerced.
The U.S. does not officially recognize Taiwan as a separate country, but has promised to support its defense against a Chinese takeover. China views Taiwan as a breakaway province. While the current Russian invasion threat to Ukraine arose abruptly in recent months, China's threatening behavior to Taiwan has been building for years.
Well, we call it gray zone warfare, which is threats and intimidation, which come short of actual invasion and kinetic conflict. And the Chinese have been threatening Taiwan through a number of means, including near daily incursions of fighter jets into Taiwan's air defense identification zone. The Chinese have also been launching cyber attacks, disinformation, cognitive and psychological warfare on the people of Taiwan, aimed at weakening our resolve to our self-defense and also trying to sow divisions within our society.
Last month, Taiwan had to scramble fighter jets to warn off 39 Chinese warplanes that flew into the island's air defense zone. The U.S. military says China aims to take control of Taiwan.
Taiwan is clearly one of their ambitions before then, and I think the threat is manifest during this decade, in fact, in the next 6 years.
A spokesman for the Chinese embassy in Washington told NBC News that Taiwan is an inalienable part of China's territory, and that China's reunification is an unstoppable historical trend that will not be changed by anyone. U.S. officials say the governments in Beijing and Taipei are looking to see whether the U.S. can deter Vladimir Putin from sending in troops, or make him pay a high price if he does.
There's no question that China is watching the crisis in Ukraine really closely. And if Russia succeeds in seizing Ukraine, Chinese leaders could see that as a green light to go after Taiwan.
At stake, American officials say, is the post-World War II principle that one country can't change the borders of another by force.
If we allow those principles to be challenged with impunity, even if it's half the world away in Europe, that will have an impact here as well. Others are watching. Others are looking to all of us to see how we respond.
As the threat of war looms, so do concerns that one war could lead to another.
And Ken Delaney joins us now from Washington. Ken, I think one of the questions that folks around here might ask is how does an emboldened China and a bolder Russia affect the everyday American? Does this alliance potentially impact our day-to-day lives?
It's a great question, Aaron. We're seeing part of the answer right now. Russia is poised to invade Ukraine, and if that happens, not only is global security at risk, but prices of basic goods and services are going to go up in America, potentially energy prices as well. And if China ever seizes Taiwan, Aaron, Taiwan is the center of the global semiconductor industry. Most of the chips in the computers and the phones that we use every day are made in Taiwan. So that could be a way that this would affect Americans' pocketbooks. And it's also a threat to the global order that Americans built after World War II, which we have greatly benefited from, Aaron.
A lot of reasons to be paying attention to what's happening right now. Ken Delaney for us in Washington. Thank you.
You bet.
A doctor going to battle with her bank.
After the break, why she believes a refusal to cash her check was racially motivated.
In the City of Angels, two kindly old ladies wanted to help homeless men get off the streets forever. And so they did. Listen to The Thing About Helen and Olga, the new podcast from Dateline and Keith Morrison.
Just call when you need them most. Ooh, let it go.
The Today Show's newest fan.
Little Al Roker.
What am I doing here? This is your moment.
You think it's been healthy for the Democratic Party to highlight the division in the party? What does an exit ramp for Putin look like that allows him to save face? How much of this is on the CDC and how much of this is on Washington? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
In the the City of Angels, two kindly old ladies wanted to help homeless men get off the streets forever. And so they did. Listen to The Thing About Helen and Olga, the new podcast from Dateline and Keith Morrison.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
There were residents who hung on for dear life. I've heard people say the town is gone. Do you see it that way?
Absolutely not. We've lost some houses, but our community's still here.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers.
2022 is off to a busy start.
Winter's wrath causing headaches from coast to coast.
It's been really incredible to see how quickly volunteers started to help with the cleanup efforts.
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
Hey everybody, it's Hoda Kotb from the Today Show. I am so excited to tell you about my new podcast, Making Space with Hoda Kotb. I sit down with some incredible people and we'll hear some uplifting stories.
Listen to Making Space now on Apple Podcasts.
A doctor has just filed a lawsuit against Chase Bank alleging racial discrimination because she says the bank refused to cash her check because she's black.
Her suit is now shedding some light on banks' practices all across the country. Here's NBC News correspondent Priscilla Thompson.
Super happy and elated.
Dr. Malika Mitchell-Stewart was overjoyed when, after more than a decade of school and giving birth to her second child late last year, she officially became a doctor. With that title came a new job and a more than $16,000 signing bonus.
It's like a aha moment, like I finally made it. I finally am successful.
This was your moment.
It was my moment.
And it was
taken away.
Taken away by Chase Bank, according to Mitchell-Stewart, when they refused to cash her check. She's now suing for $1 million alleging discrimination, claiming they refused her services because she's a black woman. Accusations that Chase tells NBC News are, quote, completely false.
If I would have came in as a white male with that same check, I'm sure they would have verified it, deposited, and opened an account for them that day.
Mitchell-Stewart says she visited a Chase Bank near Houston in December to open an account and cash her check.
And they looked at the check, and then they kind of looked back at me, and then that's when they started asking me all these questions about like what I did for a living, who gave me this check, what company is this, how old I was.
After answering those questions and even showing her business card, Mitchell-Stewart alleges the bank refused to serve her, claiming the check was fraudulent. She says without ever trying to contact the check's issuer or offering an alternative, like putting a hold on the check until the funds cleared.
I've worked so hard, and to be accused of being a criminal, it hurt my heart.
Chase telling NBC News in a statement, while we fell short on delivering a great customer experience, our employee was concerned that she might be a victim of a scam and offered a safer alternative, such as ACH deposit, to get immediate access to her funds. At no point did they suggest that she was engaged in criminal activity or question the fact that she is a physician. Over the years, there have been many reports detailing similar experiences of black people at America's largest banks. Last year, U.S. banks settled a lawsuit after calling police on a black man who was placed in handcuffs after trying to cash his $900 paycheck.
He said, "You people are always coming in here with fake checks." Who do you think he meant? Black people.
We're sorry for where we failed, Mr. Murrow, and accept full responsibility, U.S. Bank told NBC News in a statement, adding that it's strengthening policies to prevent this from happening again. Hashtag banking while black, now a rallying cry on social media.
How widespread is the issue of racism and discrimination in banking?
We've had hundreds of calls.
Dallas-based civil rights attorney Justin Moore is representing Dr. Mitchell-Stewart. He says these incidents can be hard to track because many people don't report them, even when police are called.
The fact that you have a black doctor who can access basic financial services, that has long-standing ramifications. Banks, bank tellers, they have discretion to use their prejudice and weaponize it to prevent black folks and people that are minorities from accessing these services.
The Civil Rights Act of 1964 outlawed discrimination in some public places, but doesn't cover banks, making discrimination cases hard to win. In fact, it's legal for banks to treat customers differently as long as they receive services in in the end. But in the wake of George Floyd's murder, banks pledged billions towards racial equity, Chase making a $30 billion commitment.
At JP Morgan Chase, a key goal is to help break down systemic barriers that have created profound disparities.
This lawsuit, some advocates say, a reminder that banks are still falling short.
No more performative allyship. We need actual, real, tangible resources, and we need unfettered access to those resources.
No one should be allowed to just say, I feel uncomfortable and refuse service. That's not right.
That was Priscilla Thompson reporting. Thank you so much for being with us this hour. I'm Morgan Radford.
And I'm Aaron Gilchrist. The news continues right now.
Hey everyone, I'm Allison Morris. You're watching NBC News Now. Here's what's happening. You name it, this upcoming winter storm has it. Snow, rain, hail, and wind hitting millions of people from Chicago to Texas. We are tracking it all. President Biden is in Ohio talking about the economy, but he's changing his message. We'll show you how. And a prison staffing crisis. Guards in charge of the country's most notorious inmates talking about the dangers of the job. We start with more than 100 million people under some sort of storm alert across the country. NBC News correspondent Shaq Brewster is in Chicago, where they are expecting snow and heavy rain. It looks like it may have started. NBC News meteorologist Michelle Grossman tracking the storm. Michelle, we're going to go to you first and then check in on Shaq's snow. Michelle, what are you forecasting? Who should be getting ready for this one? It sounds like a whole lot of people.
It's a whole lot of people. Hi there, Allison. And it's a whole lot of stuff. We're talking about snow, rain, severe weather. That's our biggest concern right now. I'll show you that on the maps. Also some flooding rains as well. Sleet, freezing rain. We have it all. So let's go ahead and take a look at the maps because, yeah, we have a lot of people under a winter weather alert. That's in the white. 43 million people impacted from northern Oklahoma all the way to Maine. You put on top of that the wind alerts. We could see winds gusting over 50 miles per hour. That could bring some power outages. That's for 111 million people, stretching from Texas all the way to New England. That's in the blue. And then we have the threat for flooding. So we're going to see heavy, heavy rain. We're seeing that now. Also melting snow. So that could cause some problems in terms of the streams, the creeks, the rivers. We're going to be watching them very closely. So 33 million under a flood alert. This is what it looks like on radar. You can see radar is lit up. We have a cold side and we have a warm side. The cold side is the snow. That's in the blue and the white. The white is the heaviest snow. We have heavy rains in the reds, the oranges, and then sandwiched in the middle is the pink and the purple. That is where we're seeing the freezing rain and the rain. But we are most concerned right now with the tornado threat. We are seeing a tornado warning in central Mississippi right now. We do have currently 2 watch boxes in the pink here. A tornado watch, that's the first one for parts of Arkansas, Louisiana, Mississippi, and Tennessee until 6 o'clock Central Time. And then a tornado watch in that second pink box until 8 o'clock. That's including Alabama, or at least parts of Alabama as well. That's because that cold front is advancing through very unstable air. So where you see the orange, this is from the Severe Prediction Center. That's our enhanced risk where we could see large tornadoes. Memphis, Jackson, just outside Birmingham up to Nashville. And then where you see the yellow, we're looking at a slight risk. So the biggest threat where would be really gusty winds, also isolated hail. Over an inch, but 20 million at risk for severe storms. Here is the setup. We have a long cold front that is moving through very unstable air. You can see back behind it some cold air filtering where you see the blues and the pinks. So rain, ice, and snow causing trouble for the Midwest. It has been all day long. And then again, watching the chance for severe storms across the South. Now, it will move pretty quickly overnight into tomorrow, and then it's clearing the coast by 9 o'clock tomorrow morning. That's in New England, probably earlier along the I-95 corridor. But before that, we're going to see heavy rains and really gusty winds. And those winds are going to hold on pretty strong, at least through the morning in parts of New England and also the Northeast. So we're going to be watching that as well. Back behind Allison, we're going to see very cold air moving in. So rainfall amounts 1 to 3 inches, and we could see higher amounts, obviously, of some snow. But Shaq will tell you about that. Allison?
Michelle, I'm going to enjoy the warm temperatures here in New York while they last, because I know they aren't going to stick around for long. So, Shaq, let's talk about what's going on in Chicago right now. I know it's just getting started there with the snow, and you got rain coming too. What are people preparing for?
That's exactly right, Allison. And I mean, you're talking about the warm temperatures that you're dealing with there in New York. Well, I'll tell you, it was about 50 degrees here in Chicago yesterday. So this is what it could look like for you in just a couple of hours. But what Chicago is seeing is that snowstorm that we have been embracing for much of the day. Earlier this morning, we know that many schools went into virtual learning. They closed down. We know that salt trucks have been pre-positioned around the city. But there was a break for much of the day where there was no precipitation after that heavy rain last night. But the best indicator of what folks here in Chicago can expect is what you're seeing in Kansas City, Missouri, as that storm makes its way through Missouri and southern Illinois, southern Indiana. You saw snow being dumped on that area, some places at rates of up to 2 inches an hour. And we don't know if that will exactly be what Chicago experiences, but you get a sense of what they are bracing for as those predictions continue to fall a little bit here. And this is a massive storm. You heard Michelle mention that it's not just snow, it's not just ice and rain, it's also the heavy winds. More than, or at this point, nearly 100 million Americans facing some sort of wind advisory. That is what they're fearing. And then you have that severe weather in the south, places like Tennessee and Mississippi. You're seeing some tornado warnings at this point. So this is a massive storm. It's impacting a lot of people. And right now you're seeing the impacts in Chicago in the form of some snow.
Shaq, I got to ask about the airports there. I know a whole lot of people fly in, out through Chicago. I'm guessing flights are delayed and canceled already. What are you seeing there?
Yeah, that's right. I just took a look at the misery map from FlightAware, and across the country, you're looking at about 1,000. That's their name. That's not even my name. You're looking at about 1,000 cancellations, and then well over 2,000 delays so far. Here in Chicago, it hasn't been that bad just yet because of that break in the precipitation that I was telling you about. So 75% of flights are still on time, but that can change as the snow starts to form. They're expecting 1 to 4 inches here in Chicago, but one thing you have heard from meteorologists in the area is that this storm has been difficult to predict. So you heard some predictions initially of up to a foot of snow in this area. It all depends on where that line ends up meeting and where the system ends up ending on the northern end. But like I said, they're bracing for it. They said they're prepared for it, and we'll see what ends up happening with the storm here in Chicago.
All right, Shaq, stay warm, stay safe out there. Thanks to you and also to Michelle for her forecast. Appreciate you both. In Minneapolis this afternoon, Amir Locke's funeral. Police shot and killed the 22-year-old during a no-knock raid earlier this month. They weren't looking for Locke, and he wasn't named in their warrants. NBC News correspondent Ron Allen is in Minneapolis. Ron, I understand Locke's family spoke at today's service. What did they say?
It's been very emotional, Allison, as you might imagine. He was a 22-year-old man who was a food delivery man working for DoorDash, and he had dreams of getting in the music business. He was about to move to Dallas to live with his mother to try and start a music career. He was a brother. They described him as a jokester, and most critically, in terms of what happened that night, they insist that he had no criminal record. He was not a part of a gang. He seemed to be what was described as just a stand-up guy who was trying to make something of his life. But at 7 a.m. one morning, the police stormed this apartment, an apartment belonging to Locke's cousin, where he was sleeping on the sofa. And within 9 seconds, the family says, he's dead because the police opened fire. He did have a gun. It was a gun that he was registered, licensed to have in his possession. And he kept it because of the danger, the fears he had while he was out there being a delivery person for DoorDash and other delivery services. And he's gone. And the bottom line is that. But there was also a lot of grief, a lot of anger directed at the process, at these no-knock warrants that the Minneapolis Police Department was executing that night, where they essentially announce, run in, break down the door, force their way in, and then open fire because they claim that he was aiming the weapon at an officer. Locke's aunt had a lot to say about the no-knock warrants. Take a listen to what she had to say.
And please stop the rhetoric that police officers need more training, because you do well to de-escalate situations when our white brothers and sisters are at the receiving end of guns being pulled. We're just asking that you utilize that same trained restraint when you are dealing with people of color. That's all that we're asking. And if it's something that you simply cannot do, we just ask that you resign today, as opposed to resigning another brother or sister to their grave. That's simply all we're asking.
And we heard that again and again from relatives, from advocates, from civil rights leaders who were here, that Locke was an innocent man, and he was gunned down in this no-knock warrant raid. And it shouldn't have happened, and the family is vowing to change the laws in this state, perhaps around the country, to ban this sort of practice. And that's what their mission is now, and they hope to make that the legacy of his death. Allison?
Ron, civil rights attorney Ben Crump representing the family. I understand he also spoke at the funeral. What was his specific message?
Well, one thing you might see, this is a very familiar setting that we're in, this church. We were here back in April. It's where the funeral was held for Dante Wright, the young man who was killed in Brooklyn Center just outside of Minneapolis. And the same situation involving a police officer, Kim Potter, who was convicted of manslaughter. She's going to be sentenced tomorrow in a courthouse not far from here. And Ben Crump was making the point that here we are again. And he went off listing a litany of young black men and women who have been killed by law enforcement over the years for innocent things that they were doing, seemingly innocent things that they were doing, driving, sleeping in the case of Amir Locke. And that was his message, that things are not changing and that this is still happening. And his was a call for justice, as we've heard from Ben Crump in so many of these settings, so many occasions. He's been called the Attorney General for Black America because he has been such a strong advocate for justice, for treating people fairly, for there being one law that affects everyone. And that was his message today, that the country needs to keep working at that, it was a demand, I shouldn't put it so lightly, it was a demand the country move to this, that things change, and that people of color especially, are able to just live their lives without the threat of being gunned down by police.
Ron, before I let you go, how about the investigation into Locke's death? What's the latest there?
Nothing new, and that's another issue for the family. They want the police officer who was involved in this fired. They want him charged. There has been a lot of the warrants have been released that the officers were executing that night. And they show again that Locke's name was not on any of this paperwork. He was not a suspect in this. The police here were executing a warrant for police in St. Paul who were investigating a homicide that resulted in the arrest of Locke's cousin, a cousin of his. But it wasn't Amir Locke. He was not involved in this at all. Shouldn't have been involved in this at all. And that's the point that people here keep making. So there are investigations underway, and there is a big push here in the city and the state legislature, state capitol, to create a law that will ban the use of no-knock warrants. The mayor here, Mayor Fry, has placed a moratorium on the use of them, he says. But in the state legislature, these efforts are stalled by police interests who feel that there should be exceptions in this sort of use of these warrants. The police insist that it's an issue of officer safety and safety of the public, that in certain very dangerous situations, this is a tactic that they need to be able to use when they're dealing with certain kinds of dangerous suspects. So that is a debate and a fight that's going to go on for some time. Again, the family is determined that their son did not die in vain.
Ron Allen in Minneapolis, thank you so much for reporting.
Now, with our infrastructure law, we're reinvesting in our economy and in our people, reclaiming our leadership and creating millions of jobs for building a better America. That's what we're going to do.
President Biden in Ohio today talking about the economy a little differently than usual. NBC News correspondent Josh Letterman joining me now. Josh, how is the president changing his message to try and better connect with Americans?
Well, the White House is very aware, Allison, that their message about what President Biden has been able to accomplish in his first year, what they see as the major successes of his infrastructure law, all that spending that's going out to the door, may not resonate with Americans if they aren't feeling that in their pocketbooks because of some of these other economic concerns that weigh against those accomplishments, such as inflation and higher costs. And so, according to the reporting from our colleagues Mike Memoli and Carol Lee, as they look ahead to the State of the Union address next month, the president and his advisors and speechwriters are looking for ways for President Biden to exploit one of his greatest strengths politically, which is his empathy, particularly with the kind of working class voters who make up such an important part of the electorate in Midwest states like Ohio, Michigan, Wisconsin. Take a listen to the way President Biden framed his economic argument around the middle class as he spoke today in Lorain.
Making it in America is what this region was built on, making it in America. This region built America. It's not hyperbole. I'm not just saying that because I'm here. It's a fact. The Midwest built America, and we're building it again. Again, you've heard me say this often. You know, if Wall Street's there are a lot of good people on Wall Street. They do good things, a lot of them. Not all, but a lot of them. And guess what? The fact of the matter, Wall Street didn't build America. Ordinary middle-class people built America. And manufacturing and unions built the middle class.
So today we didn't hear as much from President Biden about the economic pain that so many Americans are feeling that are reflected, frankly, Allison, in the president's low approval ratings at this point in time. But we did hear that strong argument about unions, which the president has been making more and more frequently. And we are told by his aides that as we get closer and into the State of the Union, he will be much more specific about the fact that he understands that despite this progress, Americans are still really struggling with these higher prices. White House officials also hoping that the receding COVID cases that we're seeing will mean continued economic progress and that before the midterm elections in November, Americans will start to feel like the country is turning a corner.
So let's talk about, Josh, not only what the president is saying, but where he's going. He's spending a whole lot of time visiting the Midwest, a region that's crucial for him. How come?
Well, it reminded me, Allison, of the fact that I spent election night 2020 in Lorain, Ohio. You and I were on the air together for a big part of that because it was such a closely watched part of the country. And in fact, President Trump, former President Trump, had won so many of those crucial Midwest states like Michigan, Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, 3 states that President Biden flipped in 2020, critical to his securing that victory over President Trump. And so it makes clear why these are states that are high on the agenda for Democrats for the next presidential. They're also important for the midterms. Ohio has an open Senate race. There are critical House races in these states as well that Democrats are closely watching. They want to make sure that President Biden spends as much face time as they can in areas where it will actually help Democrats to have some enthusiasm.
Josh, we know infrastructure will be a big part of the president's State of the Union address. How are the speeches, like the one we saw today in Ohio, others that we're going to see throughout the Midwest, how are they a road test for the State of the Union?
Yeah, it is a road test. For example, today, President Biden was touting $1 billion from the infrastructure law that's going to be going to cleaning up the Great Lakes and that broader region, the waterways there, which are so critical to the economy there. And I think you're going to see the president in the State of the Union and in the run-up really trying to drive home for people the very specific, tangible ways that that legislation and all the money that comes along with it are going to help their communities. I wouldn't even be surprised if the president has as some of his special guests at the State of the Union, Allison, some folks from different parts of the country who exemplify the places where his administration is going to get projects up and running that they feel they should be getting some credit for, despite all of the other challenges in the economy right now.
All right, Josh Letterman in D.C., thank you so much. Some breaking news this afternoon, a New York judge ruling that Donald Trump, Don Jr., and Ivanka must testify under oath. They were subpoenaed as part of New York Attorney General Letitia James' civil investigation into the Trump family's business dealings. NBC News correspondent for investigations, Tom Winter, joining me now with this breaking news. Tom, this is just in. Tell us more about the judge's ruling. What did he say here?
First off, the mechanics of this, Allison. So it is possible to appeal this, the New York State appellate decision.
Okay.
You can expect the Trumps to do so. You can expect them to seek a stay. In other words, kind of delay these depositions until they've heard that. Back to the news and the reason why we're here. The former president has been ordered and must sit for a deposition unless that stay and appellate process occurs within 21 days of today. The same for his children, Donald Trump Jr. and Ivanka Trump. As you and I have discussed on several occasions, Eric Trump has already provided a deposition in the course of this civil investigation, which includes asserting his Fifth Amendment privileges 500 plus times, according to the Attorney General. The key line from this ruling, I'm going to read it. We literally just got it in. Is from the judge, Arthur Engoron, saying, in the final analysis, a state attorney general commences investigating a business entity, uncovers copious evidence of possible financial fraud, and wants to question, under oath, several of the entity's principals, including its namesake. She has the clear right to do so. So that's the important and kind of key line in this ruling, Allison.
So I think the question we all have now is, when could we potentially expect the Trumps to testify? I know you said we should expect an appeal here. How long could this drag on?
Well, it could drag on for a little while. I don't suspect it'll take more than a month or two before this is briefed and held before the appellate division, and then obviously we'll go forward from there. But that's kind of the general timing as far as this investigation. This is kind of the final step in the civil investigation, as we've reported before. So we're quickly coming to a point here.
Even if they lose the appeal and they are forced to testify, they could just plead the fifth here. But the Trumps are also dealing with another investigation in the Southern District of New York, a criminal one. What could pleading the fifth here mean for that other investigation?
Allison, it's difficult to kind of keep track of all of the investigations that are going on. The criminal investigations by the Manhattan District Attorney's Office. Just a quick point of clarification. But as far as the asserting their Fifth Amendment privileges, they're absolutely entitled to do so.
Yeah.
And any attorney would advise them to do so to any sort of question while that criminal investigation that you're referring to is underway. And so since that criminal investigation is not complete, you should expect them to do that. But there's a difference. If you asserted your Fifth Amendment privilege in an interview with law enforcement or in the criminal setting, typically that's it. That ends it. But in a civil deposition, they can continue to ask you question after question after question after question, and you can answer and assert your Fifth Amendment privilege every time. The difference is if this ever goes to a jury, the civil case, they can show the jury every single time they asserted their Fifth Amendment privilege and to what questions. It becomes cumulative evidence that we typically don't see in a criminal setting. So there is at least a value to prosecutors on the civil side of things by seeking these depositions, even if they don't yield new information, potentially.
All right, Tom Wenner with breaking news for us today. Thank you so much.
You got it.
Coming up, Texas-sized problems with the state's new voting law. We're live in Houston to see how it's affecting voters and election workers ahead of their primary.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
This is a critical choke point for this fire. Unnecessary, unjustifiable, illegal. And good evening from New Orleans. Late military operation witnessing the massive crowds at Larry Boat. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it. At any moment now.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
The Meet the Press Chuck Todd Cast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
News is more than a headline. It informs, it inspires, and it still matters. To cover it, you have to be in it. And that's what we're going to do. Every night, we take you to the front lines of the story, where it's actually happening, with NBC News journalists on the ground from all over the world. We cover what you need to know and bring your newsfeed to life. In primetime and streaming live, it's your news playlist every night.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
There's no better place for fun with friends, quality time with your little golf buddy, or an afternoon alone together. Family and friends are just a tap away. Just pick your course, pay from your phone. Golf now. Download the app and go play.
Welcome to The Tonight Show. Let me show you how it's done. Show me what you got. I don't want to be a Lego.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
It's time to check in with NBC News Digital reporter Maya Eaglin. She's got the latest headlines from NBCnews.com. Maya, what's happening?
Hey, Allison, we start with officials investigating after Howard's women's lacrosse team was called racial slurs as they were walking into a stadium at Presbyterian College last week. Howard's coach says that group that yelled at them were white boys tailgating. A new Gallup poll released today found the percentage of LGBTQ adults in the U.S. has doubled over the past decade. Gallup predicts the proportion of adults who identify as LGBTQ could exceed 10% soon. Officials say 13 people died after falling into a well during a wedding ceremony in India. The victims, who were all women and children, were sitting on an iron grill covering the well when it gave way under the weight. The death toll from mudslides and flooding in Brazil rising to at least 110. Homes and cars have been buried under mud for nearly 2 days, and officials are unsure how many people could still be missing. And Victoria's Secret has signed its first model with Down syndrome. 24-year-old Sofia Yirao from Puerto Rico has made history modeling for the company's new Love Cloud collection on Valentine's Day. Allison, back to you.
All right, Maya, thank you. A new law in Texas putting pressure on election workers and confusing voters as early voting kicks off in the state's primary.
We are seeing the impact of the local election laws in place that have put a strain on our staff resources, and I think really confusing voters and throwing them for a loop on, do I come vote, do I not, and how?
NBC News correspondent Antonia Hilton is live for us in Houston. Antonia, you're in Harris County. It's the biggest county in Texas by population. Tell us about the changes at the polls there because of this new law.
Well, it's an entirely new landscape now, Allison. Now that SB 1 is in effect, this is the first election with these new laws in place. And what it looks like is an end to 24-hour voting and drive-through voting. These were two options that were really popular in the pandemic, and particularly in a big and diverse community like this one here in Houston, with a lot of folks who work atypical jobs and hours. And then it also has expanded the freedoms and movement of poll watchers, partisan poll watchers. And some voters and some election workers are nervous about this, that it could lead to more confrontations or intimidation at the polls. And then really the major piece of discussion are the changes around mail-in ballots and voter ID requirements. And the mail-in ballot process now requires voters to fill out the exact identification or social security number that they originally used when they first registered to vote. Now, if you are one of the elderly people who may have registered, say, 30, 40, or even 50 years ago, because that's the population that's served by mail-in voting here, you may not remember what number you used, and it may mean that your ballot is getting rejected. Take a listen to some of my conversation with the election administrator here, who's concerned about what all this is going to mean.
What we're seeing for voters is changes to mail ballot laws saying you have to add your ID numbers on there. They have to match a database that you probably haven't updated for years. We're seeing mail ballot applications rejected at a high rate, mail ballots being rejected, and that's just mail ballots. We are seeing an increase to our call centers on voter confusion.
And that high rate looks like 14% of mail-in ballot applications getting rejected and 40% of mail-in ballots getting rejected right now. Those are really significant numbers. And in my conversation with Isabel Longoria, she said it means that likely there are going to be some people who just simply get shut out of the voting process, Allison.
So let's talk about the stress this is creating for workers and voters alike. What are they telling you about trying to cast their votes, about trying to help people cast their votes? It sounds like a really confusing and troubling situation there.
It is. People have described it as very chaotic, as very stressful. Look, when it comes to voters, there are some folks behind me here at this voting location who decided to vote in person simply because they didn't trust the mail-in voting process, even though they actually qualified for it. When it comes to workers, they describe being under extreme stress right now. Some of them have been sleeping overnights in the election center, just doing all the work required to answer voter questions, to respond to technical issues at different voting locations. And it's causing all this additional strain. You know, elections are always stressful, but they've described this one as feeling very different. And they're under a tight timeline right now. If you wanted to mail your ballot in, the application for that is due by tomorrow. And already some of the workers at this site have been telling people, you know, if you were thinking about doing mail-in ballots, we actually just want you to come here in person because we're not sure there's enough time left. They don't entirely trust the system. Take a listen again to what Isabella Longoria shared with me. She's the election administrator here who's overseeing all of this.
There's so many trickle-down effects affecting voters and our ability to host an election that the pressure is on. And what I ultimately want to get across is we're used to pressure. We thrive under pressure. That's why we're in elections. But this year, that pressure to host an election, that pressure to follow these new laws is now affecting voters because of the direct impact on voters.
There was also some nerves for election workers around a provision in the law that would have criminalized workers who solicited or encouraged that people do mail-in voting. Now, a judge has temporarily halted that, but some workers have said that they're still nervous about tweeting. They're still nervous about encouraging people because of the climate here, Allison.
All right, Antonia Hilton in Houston. Thank you. Our safety is jeopardized. A federal prison guard in Florence, Colorado, talking about the system's major staffing crisis right now. COVID outbreaks and resignations, huge parts of the problem. NBC News correspondent Vaughn Hilliard reports from one of the country's most dangerous prisons.
It's a sprawling prison complex in remote Colorado, where some of the world's most notorious criminals are locked up. The Unabomber, the Boston bomber, El Chapo, and a top aide to Osama bin Laden. More than 2,300 inmates are inside this network of federal prisons here in Florence. But these facilities, tasked with securing these prisoners, are in a staffing crisis, multiple prison guards tell us.
Our safety is jeopardized. I mean, there's no way to say it's not.
Just the mental and physical exhaustion is too much for someone to bear.
Low pay, understaffing, forced overtime, changing leadership, and COVID outbreaks. 5 current Florence prison staff and 4 others who quit in the last 2 years agreed to sit down with us. What does overtime mean in the prison?
That means they force me to stay and work overtime. I have no choice.
That's an extra 8 hours.
16 hours straight.
16 hours straight.
We were just pawns. We were worker bees. Nobody cared what happened to us.
So how many days of 16-hour days in a row?
We could work up to 5.
It changes who you are mentally after years and years and years and years of doing this. And then you add in 16-hour days 3-4 times a week. It destroys you mentally. It destroys your family. Something needs to change.
Very similar, very similar.
But it's not just in Florence. James Zimmerman works 100 miles away at the Federal Correctional Institute in Englewood, Colorado. He drove in for the interview.
Severely worse the last 4 to 5 years.
This is not just a Florence problem.
Absolutely not.
Across the country's federal prisons in the past years, the government has budgeted for more than 20,000 correctional officers. But right now, just a fraction of that is actually on the job. The Bureau of Prisons, in a statement to NBC News, blames the declining headcount to the 2017 federal government hiring freeze, as well as budget constraints, competition from local and state agencies, and most recently, a worldwide pandemic. The Bureau says it is offering a 10% financial retention incentive to all eligible staff, but many of these guards quitting. If it were not for the mandatory extra 8-hour shifts, would you still be working?
I'd still be working.
David, how old are you, my friend?
I'm 28. For me,
it wasn't worth my safety. You know, wanting 16-hour shifts, you know, 2 to 3 times a week, if you refuse it, you get in trouble.
Just last month, the Bureau of Prisons director announced he is resigning after less than 2 years on the job.
This was from September 15, 2021. It was a letter I wrote to Director Michael Carvajal, but I never did receive a response.
I would email him every single day that I worked.
Did you ever get a response?
I never got a response.
The 2 officers responsible for monitoring Jeffrey Epstein when he took his own life in a New York prison in 2019 were both working overtime shifts. Inmate deaths and assaults are not uncommon in these facilities. The number of homicides more than doubling in 2021. These guards say the horrors of what happened inside here are tough to show and explain to the outside world because of privacy rules. But the mental and physical wear they endure is impossible to hide when they leave.
Has anybody here been assaulted?
Yes. You know, when inmates become agitated and aggressive, we're the front line.
Just this month, all 122 federal correctional facilities were placed under a lockdown for more than a week after a deadly altercation at a Texas penitentiary.
How difficult is it to attract folks to come and take these jobs?
$45,000 a year to start. We're competing with some fast food restaurants at starting pay.
It comes down to pay. You know, I don't go to work because I love my job. You know, you go to work to support your family or to make a living. The morale's the lowest I've seen it in 15 years that I've been in the Bureau.
And Vaughn joins me live now from Florence. So Vaughn, what are lawmakers doing about the problems at the federal prison system right now?
You know, here in Colorado specifically, Senators Michael Bennet and John Hickenlooper actually just a month and a half ago wrote a letter to the director of the Bureau of Prisons, I've got it right here, in which they outlined so many of these very complaints and frustrations and concerns that you just heard directly out of the mouths of those guards and former guards here in Florence, Colorado. And they urged the Bureau of Prisons to offer retention of 25% incentive to all of the employees here, because you heard it. So much of this, it comes down to pay. And when you are forced to work 16-hour shifts here, that is just where it gets to the point for these individuals, difficult on a daily basis to return home and continue on with their lives outside of these prisons. And actually, the Judiciary Chairman, Senator Dick Durbin of Illinois, he wrote and called for the resignation of the Bureau of Prisons Director Carvajal, which happened just last month. And I want to read you part of Durbin's statement after the announced resignation. He wrote in part, "For years, the Bureau of Prisons has been plagued by corruption, chronic understaffing, and mismanagement. In the nearly 2 years since Director Carvajal was handpicked by then Attorney General Bill Barr, he has failed to address the mounting crisis in our nation's federal prison system. His resignation is an opportunity for new reform-minded leadership at the Bureau of Prisons." Allison.
Vaughn, you mentioned the Bureau of Prisons director resigning. Let's talk about his replacement. What's the latest word there?
This is ultimately going to come down to Attorney General Merrick Garland's decision on who ultimately he picks to ascend to the director's position. In the meanwhile, Carvajal will stay on in this capacity until that replacement is found and put into this position here. But not only are we dealing with, again, just 2/3 of the correctional officer positions currently being filled, you also, just in December, the Department of Justice's own IG putting out a report in which it said that 17 that high security prisons here across the country, there is currently overcrowding by 17%. And when you look at the medium level security facilities, you're talking about overcrowding by more than 20% here. These are the difficult circumstances in which that future director of the Bureau of Prisons is going to have to work through. Allison?
All right, Vaughn Hilliard in Florence, Colorado. Thanks, my friend. Coming up, retailers using new technology to track your shopping habits and take out shoplifters. But are the new tricks up their sleeves violating your privacy? We'll take a look.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late-breaking news.
All right, it just is. I believe
Every dream, every journey, every triumph.
And it all starts here.
Let the celebration begin!
The excitement is in the air.
United States!
Is he superhuman?
Feel the magic every day.
She is a superstar. Kayla, we are cheering you on.
John White!
And share every moment with us at the Winter Olympics.
Today
is where the games begin.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire.
Unnecessary, unjustifiable, illegal.
And good evening from New Orleans. Late military operation witnessing the massive crowds. I admire you both. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it. At any moment now.
Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast. Available anytime and anywhere.
What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community?
There's no better place for fun with friends. Quality time with your little golf buddy or an afternoon alone together. Family and friends are just a tap away. Just pick your course, pay from your phone. Golf Now. Download the app and go play.
You think it's been healthy for the Democratic Party to highlight the division in the party? What does an exit ramp for Putin look like that allows him to save face? How much of this is on the CDC and how much of this is on Washington? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
They are super annoying. Those plastic security tags that are impossible to get off if a store leaves them on your clothes. Now some retailers are replacing them with radio frequency tags instead. NBC News business reporter Leticia Miranda here now with more on this new technology. So Leticia, what do these tags look like? Can you spot them? And how do they work?
Right. So yes, usually we think of RFID tags as those really hard plastic tags that a cashier kind of swipes over the counter and they magically unpin from your clothes. Now they look a lot more like just a regular clothes tag, the type that you would see on the back of your shirt that has like your size and where your garment was made, except now they have a very small squiggly kind of metal pattern on them, which is where all of this RFID technology is held.
So Macy's department store, one of the early adopters of this RFID technology. What did the company tell you about this tech? And I think, oh, we got you back. I thought we lost you there for a second, Leticia. What did they tell you about this technology?
Yeah, so basically they're designed to be read by very special sensors. They are more sophisticated than previous surveillance technology, and they're very subtle, which is sort of part of their sophistication. So Macy's has been using them in their inventory to track inventory across their supply chain. But now they've attached special sensors to their customer exit and entrances and also their employee exit and entrances to track exactly where and how those RFID tagged garments are moving. And so Joe Cole, who runs security for Macy's, told us it was basically like bringing TSA to our exits in our stores, having the ability to truly understand with a significant level of confidence about what product was leaving our building. So that's pretty profound technology to add to stores. Previously, companies were manually tracking inventory, and it was pretty difficult to track exactly when inventory left the store, either by purchase or by theft.
So we've seen some really brazen organized retail theft over the last year. How does this also help retailers deal with those smash and grabs?
Right. So this type of technology, when it comes to police investigations, is overlaid with video surveillance, with other information that retailers are gathering. In the last year, because of all of these very high-profile theft crimes, retailers are becoming a lot more dogged and aggressive about gathering as much information as they can about people who might have stolen from their stores. So the RFID tags is just another piece of information that retailers can hand over to police officers to say, these are the exact pieces of garments that were taken from our stores. And this is like, the exact product, the color, the size that police officers can use to kind of bring together a bigger investigation.
Consumer advocates have some concerns here, and I'm guessing most of it has to do with privacy and the information that they can get from shoppers without our consent. What are they saying? What are the biggest concerns we should have here?
Yeah, so although these are primarily used for theft and to track when inventory leaves a store, retailers are also looking for a double use and using this information for location analytics. And to serve people marketing, to serve them ads or, show them displays on screens as they walk by. So, for example, if you were holding a T-shirt and walking around a Macy's that had an RFID tag, you could pass by a TV screen and then see, an ad for a similar, brand of clothing that you're wearing or you're carrying. And in this way, consumer privacy advocates say that this is very fine location data that they're gathering from shoppers inside of stores that really shoppers may not have any idea about. And unfortunately, because of how privacy is regulated in this country and across states, retailers aren't really required to give really explicit, notification that your location is being tracked while you're in the store.
They are watching us, that's for sure. Letizia, thank you for being with us.
Thank you.
Coming up, is Eastern Europe on the brink of a refugee crisis? How some countries are prepping for a wave of migrants if Russia invades Ukraine.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. We'll take you to the front lines of the story, bringing your news feed to life. Streaming live every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
What happened here is a story of loss and salvation. There were residents who hung on for dear life. This is where you took shelter, in this closet.
I took shelter right in this closet right here.
Rioters banged down one of the doors.
Have you found a way to reconcile it a year later?
It really hurt to see this place that I love so much treated with such disrespect.
Was it an act of cleaning or an act of healing?
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers.
2022 is off to a busy start.
Winter's wrath causing headaches from coast to coast.
It's been really incredible to see how quickly volunteers started to help with the cleanup efforts.
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
News is happening now. A look at what's making headlines around the world.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
This is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now. To cover the news, you have to be in it. We'll take you to the front lines of the story, bringing your news feed to life. Streaming live every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Russia kicking the #2 U.S. diplomat out of Moscow and finally delivering a written response to America's security proposals. NBC News reporter Matt Bodner live in Moscow. Matt, the U.S. and NATO sent their proposals to Russia 3 weeks ago. What do you know about the Kremlin's letter back to them?
Thank you, Allison. Well, I've read it, and really no surprises here, though I have to say, in the context of diplomatic language, it's rather incendiary. It is a basically straight-up rejection of all of the U.S. counter-proposals, saying that we are happy to talk about those things, but only in the context of our primary concerns, our much bigger concerns. It is reiterating once again that what Russia is after here is a complete rewrite, essentially, of the post-Cold War security architecture in Europe. And it was, as I mentioned, rather incendiary on that count.
Matt, Secretary of State Antony Blinken spoke to the UN Security Council this morning and said he is trying to prevent a war. Here he is.
So let me make this simple. The Russian government can announce today, with no qualification, equivocation, or deflection, that Russia will not invade Ukraine. State it clearly, state it plainly to the world, and then demonstrate it by sending your troops, your tanks, your planes back to their barracks and hangars, and sending your diplomats to the negotiating table.
Matt, Blinken wants to meet with Russia's foreign minister next week. Has he accepted?
So far, not yet. In fact, we don't really have any confirmed next step meetings on any level between Putin and Biden, for example. This is all up in the air. So there's this big question about what Russia's next move is going to be. Unfortunately, their written response doesn't really give us any indication of that. So we're very much kind of in a holding pattern here, but they seem to be slamming the door on diplomacy as it has been engaged so far.
All right, Matt Bodner in Moscow. Thanks for your reporting. Eastern European countries are getting ready for an influx of Ukrainian refugees if Russia invades. They're concerned that Russia could use a potential migrant crisis to deepen its divide with the West and spread anti-refugee sentiments. NBC News global security reporter Dan DeLuce with me now. Dan, you're reporting that the U.S. and other governments would need to step in here and provide financial and other support for countries absorbing the brunt of this migration. What are those neighboring countries doing to get ready, and how is the White House promising to help?
Allison, it's really a possibly very bad scenario. And those countries near Ukraine, Poland, Romania, Slovakia in particular, and then possibly the Baltic countries, are looking at where they can accommodate an influx of refugees if that happens. Can they put them up in hotels, in various dormitories? And they're trying to look at different scenarios because they really don't know what scale of military action Russia will take. And as far as the White House is concerned, they're saying they've got a team in place there now looking at the region, looking at what could be required. They've promised to work with those governments in the area and to work with the UN and international organizations to be ready for whatever comes, including possibly tens of thousands, possibly millions of Ukrainians crossing the border.
So, Dan, the U.S. is saying that Russia could try to exploit a refugee crisis for political gain. But you spoke with John Herbst, a former U.S. ambassador to Ukraine, who disagrees. What does he think here?
Well, he said that he had no doubt that Russian President Vladimir Putin would try to do exactly that, as he did during the last refugee crisis about 8 years ago. But he said that in this case, it'll be quite obvious why all these civilians are suffering and why they're crossing the border. And it will be very clear that Putin will be responsible for so much human misery. So he questions whether Putin could pull off using refugees as a political weapon, which Russia was accused of doing during the Syrian conflict.
All right, Dan DeLuce, thanks for being with us.
Thank you.
Coming up, banking while black, $1 million lawsuit in Texas over racial discrimination. The details next.
This is a very different kind of program. We're here to start conversation about the big things happening in our world. Professor, I'm not asking you to predict the future, but what do we think that the new normal is going to be? Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs during this pandemic and their relationship to their employers? What is your biggest tip for any parent who's concerned about this? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late-breaking news.
All right,
doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community?
Welcome to the Tonight Show. Let me show you how it's done. Show me what you got. I don't want to be a Lego.
News is happening now.
A look at what's making headlines around the world.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
This is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
This is a very different kind of program. We're here to start conversation about the big things happening in our world. Professor, I'm not asking you to predict the future, but what do we think that the new normal is going to be? Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs during this pandemic and their relationship to their employers? What is your biggest tip for any parent who's concerned about this? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late-breaking news.
All right, it is it.
A Houston doctor suing Chase Bank for $1 million, saying a local branch refused to let her open an account and cash a large check because she's black. Chase is calling her claims completely false. Here's NBC News Now correspondent Priscilla Thompson.
Super happy and elated.
Dr. Malika Mitchell-Stewart was overjoyed when, after more than a decade of school and giving birth to her second child late last year, she officially became a doctor. With that title came a new job and a more than $16,000 signing bonus.
It's like a aha moment, like I finally made it. I finally am successful.
This was your moment.
It was my moment.
And it was
taken away.
Taken away by Chase Bank, according to Mitchell-Stewart, when they refused to cash her check. She's now suing for $1 million, alleging discrimination, claiming they refused her services because she's a black woman. Accusations that Chase tells NBC News are, quote, completely false.
If I would have came in as a white male with that same check, I'm sure they would have verified it, deposited, and opened an account for them that day.
Mitchell-Stewart says she visited a Chase Bank near Houston in December to open an account and cash her check.
And they looked at the check, and then they kind of looked back at me, and then that's when they started asking me all these questions about like what I did for a living, who gave me this check, what company is this, how old I was.
After answering those questions and even showing her business card, Mitchell-Stewart alleges the bank refused to serve her, claiming the check was fraudulent. She says without ever trying to contact the check's issuer or offering an alternative, like putting a hold on the check until the funds cleared.
I've worked so hard, and to be accused of being a criminal, it hurt my heart.
Chase telling NBC News in a statement, while we fell short on delivering a great customer experience, our employee was concerned that she might be a victim of a scam and offered a safer alternative, such as ACH deposit, to get immediate access to her funds. At no point did they suggest that she was engaged in criminal activity or question the fact that she is a physician. Over the years, there have been many reports detailing similar experiences of black people at America's largest banks. Last year, U.S. Bank settled a lawsuit after calling police on a black man who was placed in handcuffs after trying to cash his $900 paycheck.
He said, you people are always coming in here with fake checks. Who do you think he meant? Black people.
We're sorry for where we failed, Mr. Murrow, and accept full responsibility, U.S. Bank told NBC News in a statement, adding that it's strengthening policies to prevent this from happening again. Hashtag banking while black, now a rallying cry on social media.
How widespread is the issue of racism and discrimination in banking?
We've had hundreds of calls.
Dallas-based civil rights attorney Justin Moore is representing Dr. Mitchell-Stewart. He says these incidents can be hard to track because many people don't report them, even when police are called. stalled.
The fact that you have a black doctor who can access basic financial services, that has long-standing ramifications. Banks, bank tellers, they have discretion to use their prejudice and weaponize it to prevent black folks and people that are minorities from accessing these services.
The Civil Rights Act of 1964 outlawed discrimination in some public places, but doesn't cover banks, making discrimination cases hard to win. In fact, it's legal for banks to treat customers differently as long as they receive services in the end. But in the wake of George Floyd's murder, banks pledged billions towards racial equity, Chase making a $30 billion commitment.
At J.P. Morgan Chase, a key goal is to help break down systemic barriers that have created profound disparities.
This lawsuit, some advocates say, a reminder that banks are still falling short.
No more performative allyship. We need actual, real, tangible resources, and we need unfettered access to those resources.
No one should be allowed to just say, I feel uncomfortable and refuse service. That's not right.
You know that sound, the closing bell on the New York Stock Exchange. Wall Street is done for the day, and ooh, what a mess, down over 600 points. The Dow still struggling with all the issues between Russia and Ukraine, putting a lot of pressure on stocks today. We'll talk about that and the big business stories of the day in the next hour. Hey everyone, I'm Allison Morris. You're watching NBC News Now. Here's what's happening. The Justice Department suing the Show Me state over a new firearms law. We'll take you to Missouri. Where should you stash your cash with inflation at record highs? CNBC's Sharon Epperson has some advice on where to put your nest egg so it doesn't shrink. And remembering a Louisiana legend, the praline queen of New Orleans, in today's Black in Biz. And we start this hour with the Justice Department suing Missouri over its gun law. NBC News national security correspondent Ken Delaney here now. So, Ken, Missouri and the DOJ have been arguing over this law since it was first signed last June. Get us up to speed. What is the issue here, and why is the DOJ deciding to file this suit right now?
So it's unclear why now, but this law essentially invalidates any federal gun regulation that doesn't have an analog in Missouri state law. And there are some important ones, including one that prohibits certain domestic violence offenders from getting access to firearms. And it has this unusual enforcement mechanism where a private citizen can sue any police that enforce those laws for $50,000. And so the result has been that local police in Missouri have had to pull out of federal task forces. They've had to stop cooperating with the ATF. And some of the big cities, Kansas City and St. Louis in particular, have sued in state court over this law. And in fact, the state Supreme Court heard arguments about this just last week. But now you have the Justice Department coming in and saying that this law impedes law enforcement. Merrick Garland, the AG, said that in the state of Missouri, and we're going to challenge it in federal court because it violates the Supremacy Clause and it's unconstitutional, according to the DOJ.
Ken, Missouri's Attorney General Eric Schmidt also issuing a statement about this suit. What does it say?
You know, he's accusing the Biden administration of politicizing this and trying to sort of put their own gun policy requirements over the Second Amendment rights of Missouri citizens. This law was pushed through by a pro-gun governor, a very conservative legislature, and it really shows that red and blue America are living in different universes when it comes to criminal justice policy. But I'll say this, Allison, a lot of police chiefs and prosecutors in Missouri are concerned about this law.
I understand Missouri Supreme Court also heard arguments this week in a separate state lawsuit to overturn this law. What can you tell us there?
Yeah, that's right. So, and they haven't said when they're going to rule, which may be one reason the Justice Department decided to weigh in federal court. But in that case, the Justice Department filed a friend of the court brief and said that this law was extremely problematic. And again, as I said, you know, these are some of the big city police departments and other organizations in Missouri suing and saying, look, this law prevents our own police from cooperating with the federal government on very important gun laws, and it should be invalidated. But we don't know when the state Supreme Court is going to rule. And even if it does, now we have federal litigation. This thing, Allison, could end up before the U.S. Supreme Court.
All right, Ken Delaney, thank you.
You bet.
New pressure on President Biden to crack down on gun violence. The Democrats haven't passed any new gun control legislation while they have control of Congress. NBC News senior national political reporter Sahil Kapoor joining me now. Sahil, there are 4 things gun control advocates want President Biden to do. Take us through their wish list.
Absolutely, Allison. And this is all on the basis of gun control advocates unhappy with the Biden administration's actions, or in their view, lack of actions, lack of putting their full shoulder into tackling the issue of gun violence to the extent that they can. They accept legislative gridlock, but they want executive actions where the president can take them. And you see on the screen some of the things that activists told me that they want the administration to do. The first is to finalize the so-called ghost gun regulation. That they don't need Congress to do. That's simply cracking down on privately made firearms that don't have a commercial serial number that the administration seems to have the power to do themselves. There's also a new ATF nominee that they still have to choose. The previous nominee, David Chipman, did not have the votes, and he was withdrawn all the way back in September. The administration has not picked a new nominee to replace him. There's also gun violence prevention funds that can be passed through the reconciliation process, which, in fairness to the president, he has requested about $500 million from Congress to do. And then other executive actions, which get a bit further in the weeds, things like reclassifying who is in the business, quote unquote, of selling firearms, because everyone who is doing commercial sales has to go through a background check, whereas in certain states, individual sellers who are classified as private sellers who are not seen as selling for commercial purposes don't have to conduct a background check. And that's a big loophole that advocates want the White House and the administration to close via regulation.
Sahil, we know Democratic Senator Chris Murphy of Connecticut has been calling for new gun laws for years. He told you the White House can do more. What else did he say?
He's been an outspoken advocate on this issue for a long time, and he said he's spoken with the White House, Senator Murphy has, about additional steps it can take, including the ATF, including on ghost guns. He believes there is room for the administration to classify certain sellers as in the business of selling firearms, and in other words, force them to conduct a background check through regulation when they otherwise wouldn't have to. But Murphy broadly told me that the Democrats are running into the same problem they have on other issues like voting rights on immigration, where if you don't change the rules, there is no path to getting something through the Senate, given the 60-vote threshold. The House has passed 2 background check bills that the White House supports, but they have no path to the minimum 10 Republican votes needed to get through the Senate. And Murphy's point was, if Democrats run on this stuff and they win the trifecta and then they don't act, it's very difficult to explain to normal people politically that, oh, there are these complicated, intricate rules of the Senate, which is the reason that we're not acting. So he's frustrated by that. And he said, bottom line, in his view, Democrats don't have an operating majority in the Senate because they may be in control, but the preservation of the 60-vote rule means they really need Republicans to do much of anything on guns.
Yeah, so let's talk more about the Republican side of things here, Sahil. Is there any appetite for gun legislation in the GOP with the midterms coming up?
Very little, close to none. You might get a couple of votes, a very small number of votes, low single digits for some sort of background checks bill if you water down what the House put out there, but it's not going to be close to 60. And the bellwether on this issue tends to be Senator John Cornyn of Texas. He is a conservative, he's a Republican, but he has worked with Chris Murphy in the past to approve the so-called Fix Nix bill, which just improved reporting into the background check system. Both parties praise that as an example of how Congress can do some bipartisan things in the direction of preventing gun violence. But Cornyn told me that he has talked to Chris Murphy, has tried to negotiate with Chris Murphy on how to expand the universe of background checks, and they're not able to agree. Cornyn wants a much, much narrower definition of who is classified as in the business of selling firearms. And for Chris Murphy, universal background checks are already a compromise. It's an 80-20, 90-10 issue in the polls. He wants to do much more, as does President Biden, like ban assault weapons, ban high-capacity ammunition magazines, which are often used in these mass shootings. So there is that impasse. And as long as there's this 50-50 majority and a 60-vote threshold, there is no viable path at this point to getting any major gun legislation through the Senate, Allison.
All right. Sahil, thank you. President Biden giving us a taste of his State of the Union address, selling his infrastructure bill to folks in Lorain, Ohio, with a new spin. NBC News White House correspondent Mike Memoli is traveling with the president today.
The last time President Biden came to Ohio, he was still touting the infrastructure bill, trying to get it across the finish line. Well, now President Biden making his 4th trip to the Buckeye State, touting how the $1 trillion infrastructure law includes $1 billion for Great Lakes restoration, other river cleanup efforts that will create good union jobs and clean up the environment. Here's part of the president's message here today.
For decades, there was a lot of talk, a lot of plans, but very little progress. It was slow. That changes today. Today, we're announcing an investment of $1 billion. $1 billion from the bipartisan infrastructure bill. It's going to allow a most significant restoration of the Great Lakes in the history of the Great Lakes.
Part of what the president was also doing here in Ohio is sort of test driving some of the themes, some of the ideas he's going to be delivering in his State of the Union address. It's less than 2 weeks away. Obviously, the situation in Ukraine, the Supreme Court search has been taking up a lot of the time and attention for the president. But behind the scenes, he's been working with his top strategists, including just over the weekend at Camp David, on the latest draft. And one of the things the White House is planning to focus on, as we heard from the president today, is on how his agenda has really boosted manufacturing. He's talked about Made in America, the number of jobs that have been created in the Midwest specifically, a very important region politically, both for the Senate elections in 2022, but for the presidency in 2024. But also the president, more and more of late, has been talking about inflation. Now, when the administration was getting questions about inflation for most of the last year, they tried to explain it away, say it was temporary. But what White House officials tell us is that there's an understanding now that as much as the president wants to use his State of the Union address to talk about his accomplishments, the infrastructure law, the COVID relief bill, other efforts, voters are still in a foul mood, frankly. They are sick and tired of COVID restrictions, and they're really feeling the pain at the pump and in their pocketbooks with higher prices. So you heard the president also today talk about trying to lower prices. Last week, he was in Virginia in another swing district talking about lowering prescription drugs, but he also personalized this inflation message. He says it is a real issue, and he grew up in a family himself where if the price of gas went up $1 a gallon, then obviously it would have a big impact on his family. So this is part of what the White House says to expect more of. Getting back to what White House officials have said is President Biden's superpower, empathy. We're also not just going to hear a different message on the economy from the president in his State of the Union address, but also we're going to see more travel and different types of events. The White House says they want to do more events where the president is able to interact more with everyday Americans, not just give the kind of speech he did today from a podium, but obviously the White House emphasizes more than anything, the speech is still very much a work in progress. There's pieces about COVID, there's pieces about new policy announcements that they're also still working on. So we'll be revisiting this topic a few more times.
Every indication we have is they're prepared to go into Ukraine, attack Ukraine.
Is your sense that this is going to happen now?
Yes. My sense this will happen within the next several days.
President Biden calling the threat of a Russian invasion in Ukraine very high. Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin meeting with NATO allies in Belgium today, rejecting Russia's claims that they are withdrawing troops. NBC News Pentagon correspondent Courtney Cubie joining me now. Courtney, what did Secretary Austin say about the threat from Russia today?
So just like we heard from President Biden and Secretary Blinken, there is a lot of concern that Vladimir Putin has made the decision to continuing moving his troops forward towards the border with Ukraine, that the situation there is not de-escalating, and on the contrary, it is continuing to escalate. Those troops are getting the ammunition that they need. Secretary Austin said that they've brought in blood, which would indicate that most likely Vladimir Putin is concerned about the possibility for casualties. They're bringing in the logistics they need for a potential invasion. And Secretary Austin, when he spoke after that NATO meeting that we just saw a little bit of video of, he spoke about what they're seeing Russia do and a little bit of a personal side of what it was like, what he was seeing as a former soldier.
We see them add to the more than 150,000 troops that they already have arrayed along that border, even in the last couple of days. We see some of those troops inch closer to that border. We see them fly in more combat and support aircraft. I was a soldier myself not that long ago, and I know firsthand that you don't do these sort of things for no reason. And you certainly don't do them if you're getting ready to pack up and go home.
Secretary Austin, of course, serving more than 4 decades in uniform in the United States Army, but he made what he was laying out there is the overall basic U.S. military and U.S. intelligence assessment about what's going on there. While they may not have any concrete information saying Vladimir Putin has made the decision to go, this is the time, this is the place, this is how it will happen, they are making these assessments based off of their best military advice and knowledge. So they see this equipment moving in. You know, we heard Secretary Blinken talk about how they were bringing in these more advanced capabilities. When they add up everything that they are seeing in just the vast number of equipment and personnel that Vladimir Putin has brought in, the assessment is he wouldn't be doing that for no reason. It comes at great cost, great expense, great peril, because he's leaving open parts of his country to potential invasion, specifically in the Far East. So that is where this assessment comes from. But I got to say, Allison, while people were saying they don't think Vladimir Putin has made a final decision, diplomacy still has a place and all of that, the tone really has changed in the last couple of days around here. Yeah. There is much more of a feeling of inevitability, not an if, but a when for this possible invasion.
Yeah, it sure sounds like that. Courtney, we saw images today of a kindergarten shelled in eastern Ukraine early this morning. Thankfully, no one there was hurt. Ukraine's government and pro-Russian separatists are blaming each other. What are your Pentagon sources saying about this? What happened?
There is a lot of confidence that this not only are the Russians behind this, but this is the beginning of the false flag operations that we've been hearing so much about for the past couple of weeks. In fact, Secretary Blinken laid out some other potential false flag operations that the Russians may go forward with in the future. And we've had some reporting on that as well. One that I've been told about is the possibility of a staged attack by drones. And why that's significant is that Turkey has sold drones to Ukraine. So they're Ukrainian military drones, but they are Turkish made. The officials who I spoke with said that is particularly concerning because Turkey is a NATO ally, a NATO member. If they've staged some sort of an attack where they claim Ukrainian, Turkish-made drones are firing on Russian-speaking people living in Ukraine and killing people, that in a way draws NATO into this conflict. That's one that they are really watching for. Another one, they're watching for potential protests, potential riots, and even the potential for assassinations or attempted assassinations. Those are the kinds of false flags that people here are talking about. And the reason that we are getting so much transparency about them at this point is there is a hope on the part of the U.S. government that if they put this information out there, it will degrade the potential effect of these false flag operations, not only to the world, but even back to the Russian people. If they don't believe that other Russians are under attack or in peril in Ukraine, there may not be as much support for a potential Russian invasion. The reality is, though, Vladimir Putin, very popular in Russia. If he decides to go in, most likely the Russian people will rally around him.
All right, Courtney Kube from the Pentagon, thank you. Hillary Clinton calling it a fake scandal. Donald Trump claiming that she spied on his 2016 presidential campaign, saying this is bigger than Watergate. But a new court filing doesn't exactly back him up. NBC News senior Washington correspondent Hallie Jackson fact checks for us.
It would be explosive if it were true. The allegation a political opponent spied on a sitting president. And that's exactly what former President Donald Trump and his allies are claiming.
It was worse than we thought because they were spying on the sitting president of the United States.
Hillary Clinton's campaign paid to spy on Donald Trump.
I liken it to Watergate.
But Hillary Clinton now slamming the whole thing as a fake scandal to distract from Mr. Trump's real ones. So it's a day that ends in Y, she tweeted. So what's the reality check? It all started last week when special counsel John Durham dropped a new court filing. Remember, Durham's the guy investigating the origins of the Russia investigation against Mr. Trump. The filing involves a case against a cybersecurity lawyer with ties to the Democratic Party, Michael Sussman. It says a tech executive gave Sussman data about communications between computer servers at the White House, 2 Trump-owned buildings in New York, and an unnamed healthcare provider. The filing describing the executive as exploiting his access to White House data to search for derogatory information on Mr. Trump. Sussman, the filing says, claimed the data showed Trump associates were using Russian-made cell phones near the White House, an allegation the special counsel found no evidence of, and says Sussman turned that info over to the CIA in 2017, according to sources familiar with what happened. Some conservatives seizing on all this as proof someone spied on then-President Trump, blasting what they see as a lack of attention to it.
The silence by most of the media is very revealing.
But here's the thing. That computer data only showed that different servers were communicating, not what they were communicating about, according to experts.
In other words, emails couldn't have been read, text messages couldn't have been read. They couldn't have even seen the content that was on the screens.
The court filing doesn't say when the data collection ended, and that's important because Sussman's attorneys say the special counsel knows it didn't happen during the Trump administration, but instead when then-President Obama was in office.
Coming up, more than 100 million people could get hit with a nasty winter storm. We'll head to Chicago where the snow is already coming down.
Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late-breaking news.
All right, in this minute.
This is a very different kind of program. We're here to start conversation about the big things happening in our world. Professor, I'm not asking you to predict the future, but what do we think that the new normal is going to be? Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs during this pandemic and their relationship to their employers? What is your biggest tip for any parent who's concerned about this? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late-breaking news.
All right, in this minute.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment. Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now. News is more than a headline. It informs, it inspires, and it still matters. To cover it, you have to be in it. And that's what we're gonna do. Every night, we take you to the front lines of the story, where it's actually happening, with NBC News journalists on the ground from all over the world. We cover what you need to know and bring your newsfeed to life. In primetime and streaming live, it's your news playlist every night.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Answers come when you need them most. Ooh, let it go. The Today Show's newest fan.
Little Al Roker.
What am I doing here? This is your moment.
It's time to check in with NBC News Digital reporter Maya Eaglin. She's following the latest headlines from NBCNews.com. Maya, what's up?
Hey, Allison, we start in North Carolina where a pilot died after a small plane crashed into a tractor trailer Wednesday. The truck driver was taken to a hospital and treated for non-life-threatening injuries. Actor Frank Pesci has died after complications with dementia. He rose to fame after starring in movies like Beverly Hills Cop, Top Gun, and Miami Vice. He was 75. Natural disasters hit roughly 1 in 10 American homes in 2021, according to a new study from a property research organization. That's more than 14.5 million homes and nearly $57 billion in property damage. Former Attorney General Loretta Lynch is set to defend the NFL in Brian Flores' racial discrimination lawsuit. The NFL fired the Black Miami coach last month despite back-to-back winning seasons. And a bar in Australia is turning to a canine solution to solve a seagull problem. Dogs and their handlers will now patrol a promenade at the Sydney Opera House, chasing away those pesky birds. Allison, back to you.
My dogs would be so into that job. Thank you. A winter storm making its way across the country right now. It's bringing heavy snow, flooding rain, and severe thunderstorms. NBC News correspondent Shaquille Brewster is in Chicago, where it is just starting to snow.
That's exactly right, Allison. And I mean, you're talking about the warm temperatures that you're dealing with there in New York. Well, I'll tell you, it was about 50 degrees here in Chicago yesterday. So this is what it could look like for you in just a couple of hours. But what Chicago is seeing is that snowstorm that we have been embracing for much of the day. Earlier this morning, we know that many schools went into virtual learning. They closed down. We know that salt trucks have been pre-positioned around the city. But there was a break for much of the day where there was no precipitation after that heavy rain last night. But the best indicator of what folks here in Chicago can expect is what you're seeing in Kansas City, Missouri, as that storm makes its way through Missouri and southern Illinois, southern Indiana. You saw snow being dumped on that area, some places at rates of up to 2 inches an hour. And we don't know if that will exactly be what Chicago experiences, but you get a sense of what they are bracing for as those predictions continue to fall a little bit here. And this is a massive storm. You heard Michelle mention that it's not just snow, it's not just ice and rain, it's also the heavy winds. More than, or at this point, nearly 100 million Americans facing some sort of wind advisory. That is what they're fearing. And then you have that severe weather in the south, places like Tennessee and Mississippi. You're seeing some tornado warnings at this point. So this is a massive storm. It's impacting a lot of people. And right now you're seeing the impacts in Chicago in the form of some snow.
A figure skating stunner in Beijing. Russian teen Kamila Valieva finishing in 4th place in the women's final. That's right, she did not make the podium. NBC News correspondent Gotti Schwartz joins me live from Los Angeles. Gotti, the drama doesn't stop here. Valieva's going home without a medal after all of that drug test controversy. She was a favorite to win the gold. What happened?
She was hands down the favorite. And Allison, to tell you the truth, I mean, what we saw this morning was gut-wrenching. It was hard to watch. It felt like this unraveling of a little girl who was under so much scrutiny, under so much pressure, that she just fell apart in front of the entire world. And then devastated, she skates off the ice. She's greeted by a coach that immediately starts criticizing her. And then you see that beyond all of those doping allegations, beyond this prodigy of a figure skater, you see that face of this 15-year-old who has buckled under one of the biggest scandals in recent Olympic history. It was a tragedy. And then it gets worse. While all that's happening, Kamila Valieva is coming undone. And then we see her teammate, Anna Sherpakova, who ended up winning gold alone. Off in a corner, no one around to hug her, no one around to congratulate her. Aww. Instead, she's clutching a stuffed animal. This is the gold medal Olympian. And to me, I know, that image alone will define this dark chapter of figure skating history. And in the end, as you said, there will be a medal ceremony, despite Kamila Valieva being allowed to skate. But remember, one of the reasons early on that the Court of Arbitration allowed her to continue was out of this fear of doing irreparable harm. And after watching all of that play out, you just kind of have to wonder, what kind of irreparable harm did we all just see, you know?
Oh, it's just awful. I mean, figure skating is usually one of the highlights of the Olympics, and I just feel so sorry for everybody involved. What a mess this has been. Hopefully they will get it together before the next Olympics. Let's stay on the ice, though. A heartbreaker for us here in the U.S. The women's hockey team, they took home silver, losing to their big rival Canada 3-2 in the final. I gotta say, though, Gotti, I love this rivalry. It just keeps going back and forth and back and forth. I feel like it just makes it even more exciting for the next Winter Olympics, for the Team USA to try to take the gold back. I hope they're feeling that way, though I know they must be so disappointed today. What did they say about their second-place finish?
The Canadians are calling this redemption. We're calling calling this something else. They're keeping their heads high, though. They're disappointed, but they're already looking ahead. In fact, earlier today, Kendall Coyne Schofield was describing their mood on the Today Show. You should take a listen.
The way that you saw our team never give up, fight all the way until the end with that final goal, 12 seconds left in the game, is just really the definition of this team throughout this entire Olympic residency process. We've been resilient through it all. I mean, it's been very challenging just to get to this moment with the pandemic. And I thought our group showed no quit. We fought to the very end. Obviously not the result we wanted, but we have so much to be proud of. And there's no group that's more special to be a part of than this group.
As you can see, they're not making any excuses. So you know what? I know how much you love your hockey. I love it too. So I will make the excuses for them. They were missing their star forward, their fearless captain, Brianna Decker. I mean, she broke her fibula, ripped some ligaments in her ankle. Yeah, and that was super early in the Olympics against Finland. So they still managed to make it to the finals despite that. So you got to wonder, with the score so close, 3-2, could things have been different with, without that nasty injury? Who knows?
Oh, God, it was a rough one. But, Gotti, I said it before. I'll say it again. I love the back and forth here. It is one of the greatest rivalries in hockey. I enjoy it so much. Looking forward to the next Olympics thanks to these women. So it was so exciting to watch. We got to talk about another heartbreaker, though. I mean, man, we're just chock full of them this week. Michaela Schifrin. She didn't finish in her third event of the Olympics, or didn't finish for a third time. She's got one more race this weekend, but this guarantees that she won't leave Beijing with an individual medal. It's been such a rough Olympics for her. What did she say after today's event?
She's dealing with some sort of cosmic, universal thing that we mortals don't understand. But she's just being brutally honest. She said at this point she kind of feels like a joke. She's been struggling the entire games, and she seems to be stuck in this bizarre purgatory of wondering how this is happening. She's been skiing since she was 2. She came in as one of the strongest skiers in the world. She's been doing great in practice runs, clean lines, but something is off when it comes to the pressure of competition. So we see her back on the mountain on Saturday for her last bid in this Olympic Games. And win or not, we're just hoping she can find some piece of zen somewhere in these bizarre Olympics.
Look, Gotti, she says it's bizarre, but from what we've seen over the last year, right, it makes sense. You give of yourself over a lifetime. You demand excellence of your body and your mind over a lifetime. And at some point it just says, I need a break. I need a little bit of a break. No one can blame her, though we are wishing her the very best. There's still some opportunities, and I hope she does well, because I know it has to be so frustrating for her for Olympics to be going this way. Gotti, you are our Olympic expert. You always know what we should be watching, keeping an eye on. Give us a preview. What's coming up tonight on primetime?
Well, actually, now that you mention it, what we saw on the figure skating ice, that is coming up on primetime. And in fact, that's something that you should see. What we see right now on social media is a lot of people just reading the headlines and saying, she shouldn't have been competing in this and that. You have to see this in its entirety to really understand the gravity of what just happened. It is historic. It is a tragedy, but it's not something that you can glean from reading. It is something that you have to see in the emotion that plays out. And so I'm hoping that people do tune in to just understand a little bit of what all the athletes are going through. And you could see that pain on their faces, and hopefully this is something that will bring about change in the future. Yeah,
listen, there's a whole lot of retweeting things that people haven't actually seen. We know how social media works, so maybe people take a little time tonight, watch it, actually understand what went on. And in spite of all the drama, Gotti, they'll still see some pretty good figure skating too, so it's definitely worth a watch.
Yeah, exactly. Some of the best in the world. Is incredible.
Gotti, thank you. We'll catch up with you tomorrow, I hope.
Sure.
The crisis in Ukraine is not the only threat the U.S. is keeping its eye on. Growing tensions with China could actually prevent peace in Taiwan. Here's NBC News national security correspondent Ken Delanian's exclusive interview with Taiwan's rep to the U.S.
A small American ally threatened on all sides by a hostile superpower. Not Ukraine, Taiwan. As the world waits to see whether Russia will invade Ukraine, Taiwan is watching closely, and so is China.
Well, like everyone else in the world, we are watching the situation with much concern and anxiety.
In an exclusive interview with NBC News, Taiwan's representative to Washington warns that China and Russia are working together in dangerous ways.
I think it's pretty clear to all of us around the world that those undermining stability are China and Russia.
Xiao B. Kim spent a decade studying in the United States. She calls herself a cat warrior, a counterpart to what China has dubbed its wolf warrior diplomacy, marked by insults and threats.
I believe cats are certainly much more lovable than wolves. Cats are nimble, flexible. Cats can survive in small spaces, which exemplifies Taiwan's current international situation. But also, cats have the characteristic that we cannot be coerced.
The U.S. does not officially recognize Taiwan as a separate country, but has promised to support its defense against a Chinese takeover. China views Taiwan as a breakaway province. While the current Russian invasion threat to Ukraine arose abruptly in recent months, China's threatening behavior to Taiwan has been building for years.
Well, we call it gray zone warfare, which is threats and intimidation, which come short of actual invasion and kinetic conflict. And the Chinese have been threatening Taiwan through a number of means, including near daily incursions of fighter jets into Taiwan's air defense identification zone. The Chinese have also been launching cyber attacks, disinformation, cognitive and psychological warfare on the people of Taiwan, aimed at weakening our resolve to our self-defense and also trying to sow divisions within our society.
Last month, Taiwan had to scramble fighter jets to warn off 39 Chinese warplanes that flew into the island's air defense zone. The U.S. military says China aims to take control of Taiwan.
Taiwan is clearly one of their ambitions before that, and I think the threat is manifest during this decade, in fact, in the next 6 years.
A spokesman for the Chinese embassy in Washington told NBC News that Taiwan is an inalienable part of China's territory, and that China's reunification is an unstoppable historical trend that will not be changed by anyone. U.S. officials say the governments in Beijing and Taipei are looking to see whether the U.S. can deter Vladimir Putin from sending in troops, or make him pay a high price if he does.
There's no question that China is watching the crisis in Ukraine really closely. And if Russia succeeds in seizing Ukraine, Chinese leaders could see that as a green light to go after Taiwan.
At stake, American officials say, is the post-World War II principle that one country can't change the borders of another by force.
If we allow those principles to be challenged with impunity, even if it's half the world away in Europe, that will have an impact here as well. Others are watching. Others are looking to all of us to see how we respond.
As the threat of war looms, so do concerns that one war could lead to another.
Coming up, where are you stashing your emergency cash? With inflation high and interest rates on the rise, CNBC's Sharon Epperson is here to make sure your savings doesn't lose value. Next.
The Today Show's newest fan,
Little Al Roker.
What am I doing here?
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
There were residents who hung on for dear life. I've heard people say the town is gone. Do you see it that way?
Absolutely not. We've lost some houses, but our community's still here.
There's no better place for fun with friends. Quality time with your little golf buddy. Or an afternoon alone together. With the Golf Now app, family and friends are just a tap away. Just pick your course, pay from your phone, get out and enjoy. Golf Now. Download the app and go play.
What happened here is a story of loss and salvation. There were residents who hung on for dear life. This is where you took shelter, in this closet.
I took shelter right in this closet right here.
Rioters banged down one of the doors.
Have you found a way to reconcile it a year later?
It really hurt to see this place that I love so much treated with such disrespect.
Was it an act of cleaning or an act of healing?
Hey everybody, it's Hoda Kotb from The Today Show. I am so excited to tell you about my new podcast, Making Space with Hoda Kotb. I sit down with some incredible people and we'll hear some uplifting stories.
Listen to Making Space now on Apple Podcasts.
It is time for The Bottom Line, our daily look at what's going on in the business world and beyond. Experts recommend squirreling away enough cash to cover about 6 months of expenses. But with record inflation, that money could lose its value fast. So where's the best place to keep it? CNBC senior personal finance correspondent Sharon Epperson here to help. So Sharon, our viewers might be thinking, what do you mean? $10,000 is $10,000. How am I losing money if I put that cash in a savings account?
Well, you got to blame it on inflation. You know, as we're seeing prices rise over time, the value of the money that you have sitting in a savings account, well, it's losing ground. And we're seeing a number of measures of inflation showing us that inflation is like at a 40-year high. When you look at the consumer price index having gone up 7.5% over 12 months ending in January, the producer price index, what producers have to pay for goods and services, that going up 9.7% in 12 months ending in January. But you don't need to look at government gauges to figure out that prices are going up, right? You know that from the grocery store, from what you're paying for gas. If you need a new car, God forbid some of us do, what you're going to have to pay for that. You understand what's happening. And what you want to do is get a premium for your savings. The problem? That premium is basically non-existent. The national average for interest rate on a savings account is 0.06%. 0.06%.
Oh, Sharon, I see it every time I check my bank account. I look at my savings account, and no matter how much money is in it, it's pennies on whatever you have put away. You're getting nothing leaving it there. Online accounts, I understand, might actually be a better option than traditional banks these days. But what should you know? What should you do before you go and stash your savings online?
Well, you know, it's all relative. Yes, they're better. They might be as much as 8 times better, but we're talking about 8 times greater than 0.06% for the national average. So it's still not a lot of money. Like you said, it's just pennies. But the beauty there is often there's no minimum balance. You can take the money out whenever you want. That's what you're looking for. And you're also looking for a bank that is FDIC insured. An online bank may offer you a higher interest rate, but they also have that insurance. You want to make sure they have that protection, and that can protect your deposits for up to about $250,000. That's a key thing that you want to look for in the online banks. But check around, because you're likely going to get a little better interest rate there, and it might make you feel better when you're stashing that cash.
Yeah, just make sure, as you said, you've got insurance on your money, that it's protected. Sharon, I know there are a couple of other higher interest options that people can consider, like certificates of deposit, CDs, or Series I savings bonds. What are the pros and cons of those?
Well, with certificates of deposit, with CDs, you're locking in your cash for a year, 6 months, 5 years. You want to make sure that you're comfortable doing that, because even though the interest rate on average may be higher than the average interest rate on a bank savings account, you're still locking up that money. So it may not make sense for you to put that money there if the Federal Reserve is going to continue to raise interest rates over a period of time. The Series I bonds have been very attractive to people because they're paying an interest rate of 7.12%. That's significant, a 7% return.
Yeah.
But there's some caveats there that you need to be aware of. You can only put in $10,000 in a calendar year. You can't take that, cash that money out for a year. And if you cash that money out in 5 years, you're going to lose a couple months worth of interest. So it's somewhere that you want to put cash, perhaps that you don't need right away, but that's not where you put your emergency fund, something that you need to get at and get at quickly.
Yeah, you need to be able to access that if you need it in a jam. I have to tell you, Sharon, though, it happens. It's a conversation in our house at the dinner table all the time. I think I've told you before, my dad's a CPA. We always talk about where can we get a little bit more return on our savings. He says CD all the time. It's a favorite of his, definitely something worth looking at and considering if you want a little more money coming back on your cash and you can stand to leave it for a little while. Let's talk about retirement accounts, though. Roth IRAs. A lot of people think about putting money into retirement accounts, what they can do with it. Can they take it out? What are the risks here if you're thinking of putting some of your cash into a retirement account?
Well, the reason why I love Roth IRAs is because the contributions that you put in are yours to take out at any time without paying penalty and without paying taxes on it. So that's a beautiful thing. But it is called an individual retirement account for a reason. This is money that you're supposed to be investing for the long term, for 5 years or more, not necessarily money that you want for an emergency fund that you can get out quickly. The beauty of it is if you have to get to it, you can. But again, you should be putting that money in a savings account. I know it's not giving you a lot. Again, pennies, if that, on the dollar. But what it is giving you is peace of mind. You have money there that if an emergency happens, if you need to cover your household expenses, something happens and something breaks in your home, as a homeowner, why do I always bring that up? It happens all the time. You need to have that emergency fund to cover that so you're not going to your credit card.
Sharon, I know you know this, I know this. The one thing that happens when you buy a home, all of a sudden water is everywhere. There's like a water problem all the time.
Water's everywhere. How does...
Never had a problem in the rental.
How does that happen?
I buy a home and I'm fixing pipes all the time. Truth.
No one ever had. And so then if you hear a sound, you think it's a pipe. It could just be, you know, my kid playing music. I think it's a pipe. You are so right. Constantly worried about water.
In the middle of the night, I'm thinking it all the time. It's usually a puppy or a dog in my house having an accident. Sharon, always great to have you on. You've got the best advice. We'll see you soon. Thanks for the help.
Take care.
You could call it the black tech divide, the lack of black folks working in Silicon Valley having real-world consequences in all areas of our lives, from real estate to the workplace, even education, and AI has a lot to do with it. CNBC reporter Frank Holland explains.
Black developers, programmers, and engineers hold less than 5% of those jobs, and many companies and institutions are addressing the real-world consequences of underrepresentation in the digital world. The ACLU and Harvard have both published research finding AI can lead to discrimination in housing, education, and hiring due to bias in development or in use. After the killing of George Floyd, IBM, Amazon, and Microsoft, they all voluntarily halted sales of their facial recognition technology to law enforcement over concerns about racial discrimination. IBM has exited that business altogether. Amazon and Microsoft halting those sales indefinitely. Microsoft saying it will not resume sales until laws are passed that address human rights issues. Black Americans are 12% of the population, but only 8% of the tech workforce and an even smaller percentage of decision makers at big tech companies. 5% or less when you look at Facebook, Google, or Apple, for example. Dev Color, a nonprofit that helps companies find black tech talent, says there's an urgent need for diversity in development and decision making.
The very technology that is often designed to help and support communities can do real harm when we don't have Black leaders and historically marginalized leaders at the table, and not just at the table to share perspective, but to literally shape and build and create the future. The very issues that we're trying to solve cannot be solved in the same ways, with the same conditions, and sometimes with the same people who created them.
Deb Color says change starts with creating a culture that values diversity. A recent survey by the nonprofit found that 85% of black tech workers would switch jobs just to feel more valued. Also, black male tech workers, they make 11% less than the typical tech worker. Black women, 26% less. Pay and culture, two major factors in employment.
Coming up, grounding unruly passengers, or at least trying to. Delta asking for a new federal no-fly list. Who's fighting back? Next.
Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late-breaking news.
All right,
News is happening now.
A look at what's making headlines around the world.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
This is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Fire has grown leaps and bounds. What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
Hey everybody, it's Hoda Kotb from the Today Show. I am so excited to tell you about my new podcast, Making Space with Hoda Kotb. I sit down with some incredible people and we'll hear some uplifting stories.
Listen to Making Space now on Apple Podcasts.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. We'll take you to the front lines of the story, bringing your news feed to life. Streaming live every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late-breaking news.
All right,
Delta asking the government to create a federal no-fly list. The airlines trying to crack down after nearly 500 reports of disorderly flyers already this year. But Republican senators aren't on board. Here's NBC News aviation correspondent Tom Costello.
Despite threats of stiff fines and jail time, cases involving passengers becoming disruptive, sometimes physically violent with flight crews and fellow travelers, are still happening. You're going to jail. As of Tuesday, the FAA has referred 80 cases involving unruly passengers to the FBI for criminal review. That's out of more than 6,000 reports since the start of 2021. Many incidents related to the in-flight mask requirements. Already this year, nearly 500 reports of disorderly flyers. Just this past Sunday, crew members and fellow passengers had to subdue a man who became unruly, forcing an American Airlines flight from D.C. to Los Angeles to divert mid-flight.
Flight attendants are saying that nothing has changed yet. We're still seeing these combative events on board. There's a ton of disrespect. This is not something that we can accept as a new normal.
While individual airlines have banned certain flyers, Delta Airlines wants the federal government to create a comprehensive no-fly list, barring unruly passengers convicted of an onboard disruption from traveling on any U.S. airline. But a group of 8 Republican senators who say they oppose bad behavior are against the no-fly list, arguing in a letter to the Attorney General it would seemingly equate those passengers to terrorists. But the nation's largest flight attendants union says it would make air travel safer for everyone.
We need to be very clear with people what the rules are, why they're in place, and what the consequences are if you violate them.
One of those rules, the new mask mandate, faces a new legal challenge this morning, with the Texas Attorney General suing the Biden administration to overturn it. It comes as the CDC is already considering revisions to its recommendations.
We are looking at an overview of much of our guidance, and masking in all settings will be a part of that.
A fist fight between 2 teenagers in a New Jersey mall typically wouldn't make national news, but check this out. This video is going viral. It shows police breaking up the fight. Then they pin the black teen on the ground and handcuff him while the white teen sits on a couch nearby. And WNBC reporter Anjali Hempel has the story.
Disturbing cell phone video shows a confrontation between two teens at the Bridgewater Commons Mall Saturday evening that goes from tense words to throwing punches after the teen on the right shoves the other into a couch.
He was kind of saying, like, you're a little kid and you're my little pet and stuff like that, whatever I tell you to do, you to do.
14-year-old Kai says the argument started when he says he stood up to the older boy for picking on his friend, who's only in 7th grade. But he says he never expected it to turn violent or to end up on the ground handcuffed with a knee in his back, another on his neck, after 2 police officers broke up the fight.
I was like calm about it because I knew like not to be scared, to just stay like calm and not move, just do what they tell me to do.
Video of the incident started getting attention on social media when people saw the other teen appear to be left alone by responding officers while Kai was restrained.
Yo, it's because he's black, racially motivated.
In a statement, Bridgewater police say we recognize that this video has made members of our community upset and are calling for an internal affairs investigation.
It can take 2 cops to hold a 14-year-old boy down who's not resisting, while the other boy is just kind of going free and still going off on my son. It just doesn't make sense.
Meanwhile, Kai's mother outraged at what happened, while also proud of Kai for standing up for his friend. Her son now banned from the mall for the next 3 years, while it's unclear if the other teen is facing any punishment.
It's not fair that we are constantly having to fear the cops. Yeah, I'm just glad it happened where there were a whole bunch of eyes on the situation, because I don't know what would have happened. So I'm just grateful.
Coming up, she was an absolute legend. They called her the Praline Queen. We're heading to New Orleans to taste Loretta's pralines in this week's Black and Biz next.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. We'll take you to the front lines of the story, bringing your news feed to life. Streaming live every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
Welcome to the Tonight Show. Let me show you how it's done.
Show me what you got.
I don't want to be a Lego.
You think it's been healthy for the Democratic Party to highlight the division in the party? What does an exit ramp for Putin look like that allows him to save face? How much of this is on the CDC and how much of this is on Washington? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
Now to our Black and Biz series, and we are heading to Louisiana, where folks called her the Praline Queen. Loretta Harrison started the first Black-owned praline business in New Orleans more than 35 years ago. Sadly, Ms. Loretta died last night, just days after NBC News visited her store. Her family saying that her legacy will live on in the world and continue to inspire. NBC News reporter Zinklai Asamoah takes us to NOLA.
We're making pralines now. Yes, about how many will we make with this?
So out of this pot, we can get maybe 100 to 150.
This is Latasha Tillman. She works at Loretta's Authentic Pralines in New Orleans.
Who is Miss Loretta to you?
Miss Loretta is my aunt, a very special aunt.
These mouth-watering treats you see are Miss Loretta Harrison's famous pastries.
So pralines are sugar candies. It's a sweet, chunky piece of New Orleans.
Miss Loretta is the first Black woman to own and operate a praline company in New Orleans, Louisiana. It's known as Loretta's.
My aunt has been in the business for over 41 years. It has been passed down. We're going to be the 6th generation.
Latasha, like many of her family members, grew up around the store.
My aunt and my grandmother would make candy, but I always say, you know what, I'm going to do that one day.
And today, she does, along with Miss Loretta's sons, Robert, Roderick, and Kendrick, who also contribute to the store. But it wasn't always a booming business. The secret praline recipe was passed down from Miss Loretta's great-great-grandmother. Then she started selling her pralines as a college librarian.
I think one day someone said, look, you should not be here. This candy is awesome. It is good. It is delicious. Why are you here?
The pastries moved from the modest library to 2 business locations, one brick and mortar and the other in New Orleans' French Market in the buzzing French Quarter.
We just started the beignets within the last 5 to 6 years, and they're becoming just as popular as the praline.
Moment of truth. You ready?
I'm ready. You ready?
I'm ready. Cheers. Oh, man. Woo. Really messy, but really good.
That's how you know it's good.
Even with COVID-19 restrictions, demand for the pralines has grown as the city preps for the first Mardi Gras celebration in 2 years.
It's a little harder than braiding your hair.
Yeah. It's just like
Loretta's puts their signature spin on a Mardi Gras staple.
Amazing. And this is the praline-filled king cake?
Yes, ma'am.
Oh, here we go.
They're also a lead seller of pralines at the NOLA Jazz Festival.
We started off with our pralines. That was our baby, right? So we want to expand the business to be maybe Loretta's authentic pralines and beignets one day.
According to a Nerd Wallet report, 35% of Black-owned businesses in 2020 were owned by Black women. That number is 10% more than the number of female-owned businesses in the overall U.S. economy. Still, Black-owned small businesses face a number of challenges, including inadequate access to capital, mentorship gaps, and fewer business opportunities. Miss Loretta faced another challenge, stage 4 cancer.
She was diagnosed in 2019. So as a family, we've all come together to give her that support.
And I'm really sorry to hear that. It strikes me that you say that she's impactful, Miss Loretta, because of her faith. How have you seen that play out as she's battling stage 4 cancer, but also managing this business?
Every day she can come in here, she does, and she works just as hard as everyone else in here. She's a giver. She gives back to the community. She's just very special.
Miss Loretta passed away February 16th, 2021, just days after we visited the store. Her family now tasked with maintaining her legacy, which goes beyond the praline cakes, sweet potato cookies, and gooey candy. It's about the people.
Have you gotten any insight from Miss Loretta about how she views those who come to the business?
We see our customers as family. This is a very family-oriented business, and we welcome any and everyone who walks through that door.
Get ready to get blown around if you're heading out tonight with wind up to 65 miles an hour, hitting more than 100 million of us all across the country. You might want skates, too, with heavy ice, even tornadoes in the forecast. We've got that in just a sec. And the window for diplomacy seems to be closing fast as President Biden warns Russia could invade Ukraine in the next several days. All signs point to things getting more tense, not less. So we're going to lay out those updates live from Kyiv. Plus, a shocker in Beijing. The Russian teen skating star at the center of a doping controversy, you know, the one who everyone thought would sail to gold, falling on the ice and off the podium. We've got more on the international reaction. Plus, an exclusive look at the record number of women competing in Beijing right here on this show. And it's the latest battle line in the fight over how kids learn about Black history in this country. Some teachers getting fired for what they're doing, others quitting in protest over what they cannot do. We've got their stories in tonight's original. And the government wants Tesla to pump the brakes, but only when drivers say so. Why so-called phantom braking may have cars stopping when they shouldn't. And the federal investigation into the whole thing, that's a little bit later in the show. Hey, I'm Hallie, and as we come on the air, we're seeing more warnings about heavy snow, sleet, ice, flooding, tornadoes even, with a winter storm ripping through the plains and heading to the northeast. And those twisters, possible from Louisiana to Nashville. There's also the chance of damaging winds from Kansas to Michigan. Nearly 100 million of us could see wind up to 65 miles an hour coming up tonight into tomorrow. We've got Bill Cairns tracking this big storm, but we start with Kathy Park in Nashville. Kathy, talk to me about the potential for damage in Nashville, specifically when it comes to tornadoes. I can see and hear that it is raining where you are. It's probably only going to get worse.
Hallie, you're right. I mean, we have been tracking these stormy conditions ever since we woke up this morning. Right now, we're getting hit with these heavy bands of rain as well as strong wind gusts. At last check here in Nashville, some spots reporting 50-mile-per-hour wind gusts, and later on into the evening, 70-mile-per-hour wind gusts not out of the question. But the warning for severe thunderstorms as well as isolated tornadoes, well, that doesn't expire until close to 9 p.m. Eastern, so we have several hours to go. But throughout the day today, these showers led to some flash flooding, especially in the low-lying areas. And because of this severe weather threat, a lot of schools here in Middle Tennessee actually dismissed a lot of their students several hours early just to kind of play it on the safe side. And, of course, officials are urging people who are kind of in this danger zone to make sure your cell phone is charged and make sure you have several ways to get those warnings, Hallie.
What are we seeing in other spots around the country today, Kathy, as you've been monitoring not just what's going down in Tennessee, but throughout the region?
Yeah, so this is just a widespread system. Early on this morning in parts of the Midwest, Kansas City, Missouri, they got slammed with several inches of snow. The morning commute was just a mess. We saw some drivers who were stranded on the roadways. In fact, by midday in Kansas City, Missouri, they broke a snowfall record with almost a half a foot of snow. So they certainly got a lot of snow there. Also in Chicago, they got dumped with heavy rain, which eventually turned into snow. So we're seeing a little bit of everything. And of course, you add in that severe weather threat that we're monitoring right here in Middle Tennessee, Hallie.
Kathy Park, live first there in Nashville. Kathy, stay dry. Thank you for being out there in the elements for us. Bill Cairns is tracking the storm for us. All right, Bill, what are we expecting overnight into tomorrow? Give us the lowdown.
Yeah, this is the peak of the storm, Hallie. This is the most dangerous time as far as severe weather goes. People on the roads driving in ice and snow, and the torrential rain is causing numerous flash flooding problems, especially in western Kentucky and on the rivers because of ice jams. Even northern Ohio is expecting major flooding on a couple of rivers over the next 24 to 48 hours. So it is a mess. The only good news is this is a fast-moving storm. By tomorrow morning, most of it is raced all the way off the East Coast. But the first thing of concern is the tornadoes, of course, and the threat of them. So far, so good. No tornado reports. We've had some wind damage with these thunderstorms in areas of Mississippi. Now the threat is shifting towards Alabama. The tornado watch has been continued through at least 8 p.m. and it looks like a brand new tornado watch has just been issued moments ago near the Birmingham area. That'll probably continue till about 10 p.m. this evening. And then the snow side of the storm. 9 inches of snow in Kansas City today. That was a big deal. That heavy snow now is shifted from St. Louis northward, especially around Peoria and Chicago. Midway Airport reporting near blizzard conditions right now. This is after heavy rain this morning driving to work. Now you're driving home in 20 degrees, blowing and drifting snow, and it's coming down hard. We've seen numerous reports of cars stranded on highways in Kansas and Missouri, and now Illinois is at risk of that, and then Indianapolis is just a mess too. So how many people are involved in this? Well, the wind alerts are 130 million. That's 1 in 3 Americans. 42 million in the winter weather alerts, and then the flooding alerts is 32 million. That's a whole lot of people. So for the rest of tonight, we're going to watch that severe threat shifting from Mississippi to Alabama and through areas of Tennessee, all the way through Chattanooga. Looks like the storm should weaken by the time they get to Atlanta. And then the heavy rainfall is causing numerous problems. This is going to continue into areas of western New York, northern New England, and Pennsylvania. This is an area that is melting a ton of snow. It was 70 in Washington, D.C. today. Central Park was up into the mid-60s. This warm air is melting the snow, and then we're getting the heavy rain, and that's why we're getting the flash flooding problems. Ice, we're just about done with this. Little additional ice in northern Ohio. And finally, Haley, here's the additional snowfall. Maybe another inch or two in Chicago, but Detroit, you're going to have snow to clean up from later on tonight. Also, our friends in Buffalo and upstate New York. Haley, I think we mentioned just about every possible type of weather hazard.
I know.
Besides, obviously, a tropical system with this storm. It's ridiculous.
Can you help put us into a little bit of context here, Bill? Because, you know, the catchphrase around these parts with this show is like, it's winter. It snows. These things happen. There is cold weather when it is winter. However, it feels kind of extraordinary that we're seeing, as you say, the variety of precipitation and storm hazards that we're seeing right now. Talk us through that context piece.
I would say we get a storm like this typically March, mid-March, and then into the beginning of April. We get these storms that have these multifacets where you get the severe weather, and on the backside there's still enough cold air left. It's a little unusual to be in the middle of February, and this is primarily a lot of rain and a lot of severe weather with a narrow stripe of snow. So it's early for a storm like this, Hallie, but this has been a pretty warm winter across the country, so this shouldn't surprise people that we're getting March-like weather in February.
Yeah. Bill Cairns, thank you for staying on top of it. Listen, we'll check back in tomorrow morning. We'll see how this system went if people aren't, looking out the window and seeing for themselves. Bill, thank you. Our White House team today reporting that administration officials plan to shift President Biden's economic messaging just a couple of weeks before his State of the Union address. This new, more personal strategy aimed at empathy and aimed at your wallet, right? You are probably paying more for everything. We all are. That's because inflation is at 7.5%. The last time it was this high, Olivia Newton-John had the hit of the summer with physical. It's a long time ago. That's the early 80s. Officials are telling NBC people are not willing to give the president credit for his legislative wins. That's what they think, if they don't think he understands what they're going through financially. And today in Ohio, you had the president testing out the economic pieces of that, pointing to his bipartisan infrastructure law and the economy.
We're rebuilding America. We're going to invest in America and build a better America than we found. But as we rebuild America, we're buying American and betting on American workers.
Joining me now is Josh Letterman outside the White House in Washington. Josh, am I nuts? Did today feel a little bit like a piece of a test run, kind of, for the State of the Union for the president?
Absolutely, Hallie. This is part and parcel with the strategy that the White House has told us that they intend to deploy over the coming weeks in the lead up to the State of the Union. And then, of course, beyond that, as they get towards the midterm elections, with President Biden really tapping into that old political adage that all politics is local. White House officials have been watching the president's dwindling poll numbers as closely as you and I, and they don't feel like the average voter is really connecting in their minds the things that are in this infrastructure law, in all of this massive government spending that President Biden has been able to pass over the last couple of years. The same spending, frankly, that some economists say may be contributing to this inflation problem. But they want to be able to really drive home for people how this specific funding affects their lives directly. And so we saw the president do it today with cleanup of the Great Lakes region, the Midwest, obviously very important politically. But we've also seen the president do it on roads and bridges, on other parts of infrastructure that can be kind of nebulous in concept, but that they hope they will really be able to draw a clear connection to for voters so that hopefully they get some credit when it comes to the elections.
Josh Letterman live for us in Washington outside the White House. Josh, thank you. To Ukraine now and the United Nations, where over the last 72 hours, we've seen this kind of tone shift, right? From really dire to then maybe like the temperature was lowering. Well, not today, with alarms intensifying and this air of certainty, almost reluctant certainty, with the U.S. giving the most forceful signals yet that they believe Vladimir Putin may have made up his mind. Listen to how the president put it when he was on the South Wall.
They have not moved any of their troops out. They've moved more troops in, number one. Number two, we have reason to believe that they are engaged in a false flag operation to have an excuse to go in. My sense this will happen within the next several days.
You heard that from the president there. He says his sense is that he thinks it'll happen within the next several days. That is serious stuff. So is what we heard from Secretary of State Tony Blinken, reminding the Kremlin, like, hey, we're happy to be proven wrong here. Just pull out troops. He right now is on his way to Munich for some more diplomacy, warning the world that Russia might invent a pretext to try and justify war.
I'm mindful that some have called into question our information, recalling previous instances where intelligence ultimately did not bear out. But let me be clear. I am here today not to start a war, but to prevent one.
Here's the thing, that window for diplomacy we talked about, it's still cracked open, but boy, that crack is small, as we keep hearing from experts, especially after today, when we learned that the #2 diplomat in Russia is getting yanked. They're getting kicked out of Russia, basically, which is being seen as this escalation in this whole crisis. And now, some new disturbing videos from Ukraine, the government, of a kindergarten that got shelled in eastern Ukraine. We're about to show it to you. Russian-backed separatists and Ukraine are each pointing fingers at each other for the bombing, which, by the way, thankfully, no kids were hurt, didn't hurt any children. Aaron McLaughlin is in Kyiv. Aaron, let me start there because we're glad to have you live on the ground. And I've been talking to experts and members of Congress all day here about how we should be thinking about this shelling of a kindergarten and what this step means. Talk us through it.
Yeah, well, it was part of a wider escalation of violence that we saw in the Donbass region of eastern Ukraine. Keep in mind, this is a region that has been the subject to an ongoing war for some 8 years now. The OSCE, which is an independent monitoring organization charged with making sure both sides are adhering to a ceasefire, released its report, and its report definitely documented an escalation today in Donetsk with 189 ceasefire violations compared to 24 the previous period, and then in Luhansk with 402 ceasefire violations compared to 129 in the previous period. And while the OSCE at this point is not determining which side escalated the situation, and both the Russian-backed separatists and the Ukrainian government pointing fingers at each other, the kindergarten in particular is the area in which the Ukrainian military released video. What it says is video evidence of a shelling there. And as you noted, thankfully, no children were injured or killed during that attack. But the Ukrainians are pointing to that as a, quote, provocation. That was the words of the Ukrainian president responding to this attack. Now, while the OSCE has not corroborated their version of events, they have not verified. I've made repeated phone calls reaching out to them for their take on the situation. We're waiting on that. Certainly could be seen within the context of an overall escalation and a worrying sign here in Ukraine, Hallie.
Yeah, with some people concerned, some members of the Senate, for example, that this could in fact be the start of a potential false flag operation from Russia to point to what they claim would be a provocation. We talk about troop numbers. We talk about, the warning from President Biden that he believes an invasion could be happening within the next several days, potentially. Are you getting that sense on the ground? Tell me what you're hearing from Ukrainian officials on that front.
Well, Ukrainian government officials have yet to formally react to this latest assessment that we heard from Secretary Blinken earlier today, and then the assessment from the president. We have yet to hear from them formally, but I have been speaking with some Ukrainian military experts who are behind the scenes, part of a think tank that have been analyzing the situation in granular detail. Their assessment of the situation has not changed. They see a high likelihood of some sort of escalation, again, in that eastern Donbass region, the subject of this ongoing separatist war for years, as well as they're extraordinarily concerned with the situation playing out in the Black Sea. Russia has announced that it's having military exercises in the Black Sea until the 19th, cutting off large chunks of the sea for those exercises. And that's problematic because 95% of this country's exports leave through those seaports. So they're concerned, this military expert I've been talking to, about those two areas in particular. He says he believes, in his view, it is less likely an overall invasion, an all-out invasion here in Ukraine, as some of these dire warnings have hinted at, or not hinted at, outright said, coming out of Washington. He sees that as less likely. In his estimation, 150,000 troops would be enough to, say, take a city such as Kyiv, but the Russians' problem is trying to hold any sort of large portion of territory, given the resistance that they would confront from within this country in the event of that full-scale invasion. Hallie.
One through line to this story, Aaron, as I've talked with you and Matt Bradley and Richard Engel and our colleagues who are with you in Ukraine and in the region, has been the dichotomy, the difference between what we hear and the tone in the United States and in the Western world about the threat of war, and then the tone of some, frankly, Ukrainians who have been living under this sort of threat, albeit a less escalated threat, for a number of years, ever since Russia, invaded and took over Crimea. Has that changed at all, Aaron, since you've been on the ground there? Do you feel like in Ukraine there is that same sense of urgency that I think folks in the U.S. and officials in the U.S. feel?
Well, you know, it's interesting. While the Ukrainian government has downplayed this threat, saying that it has different intelligence assessment compared to what we're seeing out of the United States, people in general that I've been talking to here in Kyiv have taken this situation extraordinarily seriously. They're making their preparations. Some families are sending their children to the West. Some are making their own evacuation plans. But at the same time, what you do not see people here doing is panicking. People here are remaining calm. I was just talking about that earlier today to an advisor, a former advisor to President Zelensky. Take a listen to what he had to say.
There's no panic on the ground here, as you can tell, in Kiev, so nobody's, stocking up on toilet paper. The only thing that's in short supply is ammo in the hunting stores, right? So that kind of shows you that Ukrainian people are calm and they're willing to face the threat.
And sort of backing up his assertion there, Hallie, there is a new poll out, which 59% of Ukrainians responded, saying they would be willing to do something physical to defend their country in the event of a Russian invasion. And that is up from 50% the last time that poll was taken in December. So what this shows is that this threat of Russian aggression, these warnings that they're hearing from Washington are serving to galvanize this country, and they say they're ready to defend their homeland. Hallie.
Erin McLaughlin live for us there in Kyiv. Erin, thank you. So back to some news here out of the U.S. Former President Trump, his daughter Ivanka Trump, his son Donald Trump Jr. have only 3 weeks until they are going to be compelled to testify under oath unless they appeal. That's after some developing news just late this afternoon that a New York judge has ordered them to answer questions about the Trump Organization's business practices. This is part of the New York Attorney General's civil investigation that alleges the company might have inflated the value of its assets to get basically better loans, better tax benefits. We did hear from a lawyer for Donald Trump Jr. and Ivanka Trump saying there is a likelihood they are going to appeal. So we'll see how this goes. But let me bring in Ken Delaney to break this down now. And Ken, you had heard the arguments today in court. The judge said they were going to make a decision. That is exactly what we saw not even 2 hours ago, that essentially the subpoena that was issued by Letitia James, the New York Attorney General, will have to be complied with by the Trumps. There is a catch, and that's this appeal.
Yeah, there's no way to look at this other than as a resounding defeat for Donald Trump and his children, Hallie, I think. I mean, I listened to most of the arguments today, and the judge seemed somewhat skeptical of the claims by Trump's lawyers that the New York Attorney General was acting improperly by undertaking both civil and criminal investigations into Trump's business dealings. But in his ruling, Judge Arthur Engeron did not mince words. I'll read you the central paragraphs. He said, in the final analysis, a state attorney general commences investigating a business entity, uncovers copious evidence of possible financial fraud, and wants to question, under oath, several of the entity's principals, including its namesake. She has the clear right to do so. Copious, by the way, Hallie, means abundant in supply or quantity, which I thought was an interesting note by the judge there. Trump's lawyers were arguing that the AG should not be able to force him to testify in a civil probe because her office is also participating in a criminal investigation into the same issues being led by the Manhattan District Attorney. They said that requiring Trump's testimony in the civil probe was a way of sidestepping his Fifth Amendment right against self-incrimination. The judge rejected that. He said the target of a hybrid civil criminal investigation cannot use the Fifth Amendment as both a sword and a shield against questions and a sword against the investigation itself, Hallie.
Explain and remind folks, I think, and it's important to do this, as to why this matters. Why does Letitia James want to hear from the Trumps on this, and how might it affect that other criminal investigation being led by the Manhattan DA?
Yeah, well, she wants to ask them very pointed questions about potential misstatements and even fraud, alleged fraud, on their financial statements and how they valued properties and what they said to banks and insurance companies. And it's relevant because, we're seeing, for example, the House Oversight Committee now wants to cancel Donald Trump's lease on the Trump Hotel with the old federal post office. And they say, hey, we've looked at his financial statements and we think they are misleading and contain material misstatements, which is sort of accounting speak for fraud. And so these allegations are piling up, Hallie, that Donald Trump was not operating on the level in his business practices. And the idea that he's going to go and testify and answer questions about that in civil case, to me, seems rather remote. I mean, I think it's almost certain he will claim the Fifth Amendment, as his son Eric did more than 500 times, and then we're going to see what happens with the criminal case.
It's really important you bring that up because, first of all, correct me if I'm wrong, what he says in this deposition in this civil case could be used in the criminal investigation, correct?
Absolutely, it could be used,
Okay.
and that's why he's unlikely to answer the questions. And by not answering, that can be viewed as a negative inference in the civil case. But a civil case is about money, Hallie. Criminal case is about trying to send these people to jail, and so I think that's where the priority lies in terms of the Trump defense.
Ken Delanian breaking it all down for us. A lot of threads coming in on this late in the day, Ken. So thank you for pulling that all together for us. I appreciate it. Some really incredibly surprising action in the Olympics as two of the biggest stories in the games are ending in ways that nobody could have imagined. So let me just tell you now, there are some spoiler alerts, more of them than you've seen in the show already. If you want to watch the primetime Olympics tonight, you don't want to know what happens, like mute me for 3 minutes here. But if you do, these shockers. 15-year-old Russian figure skater, you know the one we've been talking about her at the center of this doping controversy, Kamila Valieva? Her routine is so hard that everybody thought that even if she fell, she would still win gold. Well, you see what happened. She fell. She fell repeatedly, again and again. She left the ice in tears, and she ended up in 4th place. So that means this whole question of how do you award medals if she wins, that is a moot point. That is now irrelevant. But there are still so many questions up in the air about this doping investigation. Remember, she's 15, right? She's a minor. Then you've got Michaela Schifrin, alpine skiing. She says she feels like a joke after she crashed again in the alpine combined run. It is heart-wrenching to look at, and you think about the pressure that she is under and that she has faced. Frankly, eloquently, I want to bring in Gadi Schwartz. Gadi, there's a lot here. I mean, this is big Olympics news on this front. Let me start with Valieva because, she walked off the ice. She sees her coach. No hug. This is so emotional. This is so hard. We all love Steve Patterson. Viewers of our show will know that 24 hours ago, Steve was like, there's no way she doesn't win gold. Her routine is that good. This is a stunner. It's a stunner.
Yeah, it was crushing. It was crushing and crushing in slow motion. You've got her falling apart on the ice, and all the talk of her as a prodigy just melts away. She falls again and again, and all of a sudden, as a viewer, you're seeing so far past the doping scandal. You're seeing,
a kid.
This image of she's a little girl, and she's falling apart, and she's leaving the ice broken in pieces in front of the whole world. And then, as you mentioned, when you'd expect a hug or you'd expect some comfort after all of that, immediately she's met with stern criticism from her coach. And that's when Kamila Valieva, she just loses it. She starts sobbing. Her teammate, who ends up winning silver, is also sobbing behind her, outraged that after 5 quads, she wouldn't be winning gold either. The Russian team at that point appeared in total shambles despite technically taking 1st and 2nd place. And speaking of gold, the quiet Russian figure skater who did win is alone off in a corner. No one to hug her, no one to congratulate her. It was just this tragedy. And remember, the Court of Arbitration going into this was worried about not letting Valieva compete and thinking that it might do irreparable harm if they prevented her from competing. After seeing all this, you can't help but wonder about the irreparable harm that was done, not just to the 15-year-old, but to the entire sport in that decision to allow her to take the ice under such a cloud of controversy.
So there's that storyline. There's the other storyline that was a huge deal even going into the Olympics, and that was Michaela Schifrin, who is one of the best in the world at alpine skiing. She's incredible. She's still incredible, even though she, yet again fell. And I want to be really sensitive and careful of how we talk about it, because you know what? She's still the best. She's still a GOAT in her sport. You know what I mean, Gadi? And just because she fell doesn't make her less of a person or less of an athlete, but she is so clearly in the vulnerability and the honesty and the rawness that she's talking about this. She's so clearly struggling with this on the world stage with that pressure after having been through so much.
Yeah, it's a nightmare what we're seeing, and it's a nightmare come to life. Michaela Schifrin even said last Thursday.
You mean it's actually a dream? I mean, meaning she has a nightmare. We're not saying that. We're not editorializing. No, she has said she's had a nightmare about this. She's dreamt this.
Yeah, last Thursday she was talking about this nightmare where she would just disqualify over and over and over again, and here we are. no medals in this game for one of the best skiers in the world. And as you said, I mean, she is a GOAT. She is the best skier in the world. She can do these runs better than anybody else. It's just a matter of when. And in those nailing those practice runs, we've seen her nail them. Yeah. We've seen her be so strong. She's physically in top shape, but something deep inside her isn't letting her do what she normally does better than anybody else on planet Earth. So she's trying to clear her head, but what she's sharing so far is gut-wrenching. I mean, she said, like you mentioned, that she feels like a joke. So she's got one more team event coming up on Saturday, and everyone's just crossing their fingers.
Listen, she's not a joke. She's one of the best, you know, and we're all rooting for her and behind her for the next one. Gotti Schwartz live for us on that. Gotti, thank you, friend. Thanks you for monitoring all of it. Appreciate it. Obviously, you can watch all of it tonight on NBC in prime time. And then a little later in the show, I'm going to introduce you to a freestyle skier who took home the gold in an inaugural Olympic event. I got to talk with Ashley Caldwell. It was so cool. We're going to look at how women are taking the Winter Games by storm, breaking records left and right. That's later on. Also, coming up after the break, family and friends remembering Amir Locke at his funeral today after the 22-year-old was killed by police in Minneapolis. Now, his loved ones are calling for justice. We're live with that when we come back.
The Meet the Press Chuck Todd Cast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
There's no better place for fun with friends, quality time with your little golf buddy, or an afternoon alone together. Family and friends are just a tap away. Just pick your course, pay from your phone. Golf now. Download the app and go play.
Ooh, the answers come when you need them most. Ooh, let it go.
The Today Show's newest fan.
A little Al Roker.
What am I doing here?
Welcome to the Tonight Show. Let me show you how it's done.
Show me what you got.
I don't want to be a Lego.
The Meet the Press Chuck Todd Cast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
In the City of Angels, two kindly old ladies wanted to help homeless men get off the streets forever. And so they did. Listen to The Thing About Helen and Olga, the new podcast from Dateline and Keith Morrison.
News is happening now. A look at what's making headlines around the world.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
This is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
There's no better place for fun with friends, quality time with your little golf buddy, or an afternoon alone together. Family and friends are just a tap away. Just pick your course, pay from your phone. Golf now. Download the app and go play.
Ooh, the answers come when you need them most. Ooh, let it go.
The Today Show's newest fan.
A little Al Roker.
What am I doing here?
Welcome to the Tonight Show. Let me show you how it's done.
Show me what you got.
I don't want to be a Lego.
There's no better place for fun with friends, quality time with your little golf buddy, or an afternoon alone together. Family and friends are just a tap away. Just pick your course, pay from your phone. Golf now. Download the app and go play.
What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community?
Welcome to The Tonight Show. Let me show you how it's done. Show me what you got. I don't want to be a Lego.
The Meet the Press Chuck Todd Cast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
Today, friends and family said their final goodbyes to Amir Locke, the 22-year-old who was shot and killed by Minneapolis police during a no-knock raid earlier this month. Reverend Al Sharpton led the service and delivered the eulogy, while both of Locke's parents called for justice for their son. Police apparently were looking for a suspect connected to a homicide when they raided the apartment Locke was in. He was not named, by the way, in that no-knock warrant. Body cam video of the shooting had been released, and we want to warn you, it's hard to watch. Police walk in the apartment. Locke seems to be sleeping on a couch. He gets up. He's holding a gun, which his family says he legally owned. He was allowed to have, they say. Police then opened fire. Locke's family calls what happened. You see that video here. They call what happened an execution. Minneapolis's mayor has put a pause on some no-knock warrants while the city looks at its policies on this. And the State Bureau of Criminal Apprehension is investigating the shooting overall. Ron Allen is in Minneapolis tonight. And Ron, this afternoon we heard from Amir Locke's father, who says he can hardly sleep, he can hardly eat, knowing what happened to his son.
He's shaken. He says he is physically keeps shaking because of the horror of what they're going through. Locke's mother, too, obviously very, very upset. He was 22 years old. He had his whole life ahead of him. He was a delivery man for DoorDash, and he was planning to move to Dallas to be with his mother to try to begin a career in the music business. He had his whole life ahead of him. You know, there's a lot of things that go into this case that deal with the police department and other issues, but ultimately this is a family that's lost their son. And here's some of what the parents had to say at the service this morning. Take a listen.
Those thugs that represent the Minneapolis Police Department executed my baby boy, beautiful baby boy, in less than 9 seconds.
America, hear us clearly. Justice for Amir Locke. Justice for Amir Locke. And we're passing that no-knock warrant bill. We'll pass in this name, and it's going to save millions of lives. That's the mission that the family and Locke's supporters are on, is to try and pass a bill in the Minnesota legislature and here in the city of Minneapolis itself to try and stop police from using no-knock warrants. Now, there's a lot of pushback to that from the law enforcement community, who insist that these warrants are necessary to give them the element of surprise when they're dealing with very dangerous and violent suspects. So that's their mission. And also at the federal level, there's a push by Representative Ilhan Omar here from this part of the country to try and get federal legislation in this area.
Yeah.
But it's going to be something of an uphill battle, but it's what they feel it's their mission, and that's what they're trying to do.
Tell me more about where those state and federal pushes will go, Ron, because it's really important, I think, for us. Amir Locke made headlines when this happened, right? What happened to him was everywhere. Staying on top of that story is important, right? And there are people in his city, in his community, around the country who are continuing to fight for justice in his name. But as you point out, that may not be as easy as a snap of the fingers when it comes to these no-knock warrants.
Ben Crump, who's an attorney in so many of these cases, made the point that 80% of these no-knock warrants happen in black neighborhoods, black communities. He insists. I'm not sure what the citing is, but that's the point of view that people here have about these warrants, that they're not used in a just way, in a fair way. And it's another example, they would argue, about how the criminal justice system treats people of color differently, harshly, unfairly, and that this is the result. Remember, this echoes the case of Breonna Taylor in Louisville, Kentucky. She was asleep with her boyfriend when police stormed in, and there was a no-knock warrant that they were using in that case. And now, years later, no police officer in that case has been charged in connection with her death. There's an officer who's facing charges in connection with allegedly firing wildly into another apartment and putting those people at risk. So that gives you a sense of how difficult it may be. law enforcement, again, insists that these warrants are necessary when they're dealing with violent criminals. In this case, as you pointed out, Locke had a weapon, but the family insists that it was a licensed weapon that he kept because he was a delivery man and he was concerned about crime. And he was concerned about crime because he was leaving here. And the police say that that weapon justifies what happened, essentially, although they're investigating it. But that's what they say. That's what they had said as to why they responded as they did, because he was armed.
Ron Allen, live for us there in Minneapolis. Ron, thank you very much for being with us and bringing us that story. Still to come on the show, a guilty verdict in the death of former Major League pitcher Tyler Skaggs. We've got more detail on the charges against an ex-team staffer. That's coming up in the 5 Things. Plus, Winter Olympics still going strong, and so are the women competing, breaking records over and over. I'm going to tell you more about the women doing work at these games next.
Hey everybody, it's Hoda Kotb from The Today Show. I am so excited to tell you about my new podcast, Making Space with Hoda Kotb. I sit down with some incredible people and we'll hear some uplifting stories.
Listen to Making Space now on Apple Podcasts. To cover the news, you have to be in it. We'll take you to the front lines of the story, bringing your news feed to life. Streaming live every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
This is a very different kind of program. We're here to start conversation about the big things happening in our world. Professor, I'm not asking you to predict the future, but what do we think that the new normal is going to be? Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs during this pandemic and their relationship to their employers? What is your biggest tip for any parent who's concerned about this? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
There's no better place for fun with friends, quality time with your little golf buddy, or an afternoon alone together. Family and friends are just a tap away. Just pick your course, pay from your phone. Golf now. Download the app and go play.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. We'll take you to the front lines of the story, bringing your news feed to life. Streaming live every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
There's no better place for fun with friends, quality time with your little golf buddy, or an afternoon alone together. Family and friends are just a tap away. Just pick your course, pay from your phone. Golf now. Download the app and go play.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Let's get you over to the 5 things our team thinks you should know about tonight. Number 1, beaches in Sydney, over in Australia, are reopening Friday after the city's first deadly shark attack in almost 60 years. A 35-year-old swimmer died in that attack on Wednesday. Officials are still looking for what they think was the great white shark they believe killed him. Number 2, an activist in Kentucky charged with attempted murder after allegedly shooting at a Louisville mayoral candidate has been released from jail. Quintez Brown is now on home incarceration after the Louisville Community Bail Fund posted his $100,000 bond. Brown allegedly opened fire at Craig Greenberg in his campaign office. Greenberg was not hurt. Brown's attorney told a local newspaper his client is mentally ill. Number 3, a jury in Texas found former LA Angels employee Eric Kay guilty today in Tyler Skaggs' overdose death. Skaggs was a pitcher for the team and died in 2019. Prosecutors said Kay provided Skaggs with the drugs that killed him. Number 4, the Department of Education is forgiving student loans for about 16,000 people who attended schools that were for-profit. About $415 million is going to be ended up canceled. More than $70 million We'll go to students who say they were defrauded by DeVry University. The education department found the university lied about the success of its graduates to get people to enroll. Number 5, if you ever wished you lived in a Disney park, you almost can. Walt Disney, the company, says it's building a series of planned communities called Story Living by Disney. Look at some of these renderings. The first one's going to be built in California near Palm Springs, giving you the truly immersive Disney experience. So we talked about the 2022 Winter Olympics already in the show. Some of those tough to watch moments, but there have been a whole lot of incredible moments too, especially when it comes to the ladies in the games, the women athletes who are breaking down barriers and breaking records in the push for gender equality in the games, with a record number of women competing this year in these Olympics, the ones we're all watching. I recently got the chance to talk with one Olympian fresh off her gold medal win. She showed up to our interview wearing her medal, about what it means to be competing on the world's biggest sports stage.
Chloe with us now live, our friend Alana Myers-Taylor. And you're here with us, Jalen.
They're the women of the Olympics, and they are shattering records in Beijing in more ways than one.
I wasn't even looking for gold. It's so special and so exciting.
It feels so amazing to finally have one of these.
The 2020 Olympics featuring the most female athletes ever and the most women's events ever, including now big air skiing and monobob, where the American athletes that pushed for it won it.
To be able to know we advocated and we fought for something, and then have the opportunity to be able to compete and, you know, walk away successful. It definitely was a hard-fought battle.
Beijing features 46 events for women versus 51 for men, and that includes 4 new mixed team events with men and women, like Team Aerials. We met freestyle skier Ashley Caldwell and her teammates Justin Schoenefeld and Christopher Lillis.
Congratulations!
Not too long after they won gold in this inaugural event.
What does it mean to win alongside your teammates here?
Yeah, this has been incredible.
This is Caldwell's 4th appearance in the games as she keeps upping her game.
A lot of people told me to hold back so you'd win more. And I just didn't like that. It didn't feel right. And so I had to advocate for myself a lot to push through that.
And you obviously did.
Yeah, I did. And I've taken a lot of hits and I've gotten back up more times than I've fallen down. I'm here and I'm doing the biggest tricks ever done by a woman ever in any sport. And so it's pretty incredible.
And what a stage to do it on in China. Its human rights record called into question this year, with the U.S. and other countries staging a diplomatic boycott of the Games because of it. For some, that adds urgency to the push for gender equality.
It wasn't until women's ice hockey was in the Olympics for the first time in '98, the U.S. women actually won gold, that lit a fire in my eyes.
Megan Duggan is a former Olympic ice hockey player with 3 medals to her name. She now serves as the president of the Women's Sports Foundation.
It's exciting to see a record number of female athletes competing, right, and participating. But with everything, there's so much more in all countries to be done to reach true equity.
And Ashley Caldwell is leading by example.
I kept saying I wanted to beat the boys. I always said that. And then I realized that, if I am making the standard of men, trying to beat the boys all the time, that just didn't seem right anymore. I changed my mentality of I just want to be the best. And I hope that that's the legacy I leave on the sport and on Olympic sport in general.
The International Olympic Committee hopes to have full gender equity over the next 4 years ahead of the 2026 Games in Italy. Coming up after the break, officials are calling it an amazing find and rescue after a missing woman was found clinging to a tree. Listen to this, 300 feet off the ground. Yeah, we got more details on that coming up in the local. There's also been a ton of headlines about school boards trying to control what's being taught to students. We're going to talk about what censorship in the classroom looks like during Black History Month. That's in tonight's original after the break.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. We'll take you to the front lines of the story, bringing your news feed to life. Streaming live every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world. Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers.
2022 is off to a busy start.
Winter's wrath causing headaches from coast to coast.
It's been really incredible to see how quickly volunteers started to help with the cleanup efforts.
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
Welcome to The Tonight Show. Let me show you how it's done.
Show me what you got.
I don't want to be a Lego.
the eye roared ashore. There is some late-breaking news.
All right, and
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers.
2022 is off to a busy start.
Winter's wrath causing headaches from coast to coast.
It's been really incredible to see how quickly volunteers started to help with the cleanup efforts.
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. We'll take you to the front lines of the story, bringing your news feed to life. Streaming live every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
There were residents who hung on for dear life. I've heard people say the town is gone. Do you see it that way?
Absolutely not. We've lost some houses, but our community's still here.
Tesla CEO Elon Musk says the SEC is harassing him, trying to chill his right to free speech. Those claims come in at a time when the company is facing another investigation, this time over some cars braking while heading down the highway. We're going to get into that a little bit later, but first, NBC News covers hundreds of stories every day. And because you couldn't possibly read or watch or listen to them all, our bureau teams have done it for you. This is what they tell us is going down in their regions in a segment we call The Local. From our Southeast Bureau, Republicans in Florida's House of Representatives have approved a ban on most abortions after 15 weeks. Overnight, it makes no exceptions for rape or incest. The bill now goes to the GOP-controlled state Senate. Our West Coast Bureau reporting a story out of Nevada being called a miracle. A 64-year-old woman was reported missing Monday morning. And you know where a search party found her hours later? Clinging to a tree on this big slope. She was hundreds of feet from the road. One of the officials said the woman had signs of hypothermia, but luckily she's expected to make a full recovery. And out of our Northeast Bureau, New Yorkers are known to have a don't shoot the messenger. Some New Yorkers have an attitude. It's just a thing. That's like a point of pride, right? That could be cool, but it's less cool if you're an Uber passenger. The company surveyed drivers and they said New York City riders were the worst. Sorry, New York. Passengers in Seattle and Boston also got dinged for not being nice, and in D.C. too, I hate to say it. The best passengers? Apparently you folks out in San Antonio, Texas. Congratulations. We want to bring you now today's original with in-depth reporting on a topic we've been keeping an eye on. An Indiana school counselor tonight is getting some criticism online after a memo he sent to parents letting them opt their kids out of Black History Month lessons. That memo was posted to Twitter. Just the latest in kind of that social media firestorm over what's appropriate when teaching race in schools. You've got some teachers who say they're thinking about quitting because their states are restricting what they can teach, too. Our Maura Barrett has more on this one for us tonight.
Outrage over a teacher in Massachusetts making toddlers wear blackface masks. And parents in Indiana upset after they say a teacher had students draw black people picking cotton.
Picking cotton was forced labor. It's not something it's not a part of our heritage. There's so many other things that could have been discussed. Inventors, business owners.
Just a few instances of questionable choices on how to teach about Black History Month in schools.
Racism has gone on far too long. We know it's not going to go anywhere. It does not belong in Lawrence Township schools or any school district.
In Massachusetts, the teacher was fired, and the school district in Indiana says the assignment demonstrates poor judgment. While these two states don't have rules on how race and its history in the U.S. can be taught, in the last year, 37 states have introduced measures to limit how race and discrimination can be taught in public schools. 14 states have imposed laws or rules to enforce those restrictions.
It's just demoralizing. I don't feel trusted. I don't feel like they respect the profession.
Like in Iowa, where Tyler Stewart teaches middle school history and government. The state's law limits how teachers can discuss race and gender in the classroom, and conservative lawmakers also recently introduced bills that would require cameras to be installed in classrooms and state control over social studies lesson plans. Because of this, Stewart decided he won't be teaching in Iowa next year.
The constant attacks and the misinformation campaign around COVID, and then when they started trickling in the critical race theory stuff and cameras, like everything kind of started to pile on. And then it just kind of hit me as I don't have to keep doing this. I don't. Honestly, I could go somewhere else and make more money and not have to worry about being the center of an attack by our government and by our governor.
Scholars who believe learning accurate history informs our present and future see these limitations as suppression.
What that does is it tells us that there's only one way to be a citizen in this country. There's only one truth.
For the future education and the future of the country, and like students that are going to grow up and be part of society, what implications do you see in this for the future of these students?
I think we are going to see a more hyper-visible resurgence, even if it's slow, of the things that we're saying we shouldn't teach about, like racism. What policies like this does is it emboldens people to sort of continue or sort of ratchet up, if you will, further instances of racism and sort of repression, because it's like, well, we can't talk about it, right? But that doesn't mean that it can't happen.
Maura Barrett is joining us now. Maura, it's great to have you with us on your reporting. Talk to me about what you're hearing on the concerns, moving forward now, of what happens if you've got these different states teaching kids different versions related to Black History Month.
Well, it's a little like what you just heard from Professor Coles there, right? He's concerned about the extent at which history ultimately repeats itself and how racism exists in America. He teaches at UMass Amherst, and he told me about an incident just this past fall where an anonymous white student group formed and sent out emails, anti-Black rhetoric emails to Black student groups on campus, telling them that they didn't deserve to be there, that they were only there because of affirmative action. And those are college students, educated college students, right? Meanwhile, you're looking at Tyler, who's teaching middle school students